In the 62nd year of Konoha, within the Land of Fire, lies the Hyuga clan's estate. A young boy sits cross-legged behind a shrine, his eyes closed in meditation. As the most prominent clan in Konoha, the Hyuga estate is situated merely a few hundred meters from the Hokage building. One can easily gaze upon the Hokage rock from the clan's land. In contrast, the now extinct Uchiha clan was located at the village's border, revealing a glimpse of who truly embodies nobility. However, when it comes to personal strength, the Uchiha clan's warriors far surpass the Hyuga clan. The Sharingan can evolve from a single tomo to double and triple tomo, reaching even greater heights. In contrast, the Byakugan appears devoid of such evolutionary potential. Its only distinct feature is its remarkably high awakening rate, as every member of the Hyuga clan possesses the Byakugan. From this perspective, it may seem that the Byakugan pales in comparison to the Sharingan. Others might share this sentiment, including many within the Hyuga clan itself. Yet, one individual remains resolutely unconvinced of this notion. The boy seated before the shrine. His name is Hyuga Neji, a 12-year-old on the cusp of graduating from the Ninja Academy. Clad in a white combat uniform paired with black shorts, his long black hair tied back, he possesses a handsome visage that captivates all who behold him. However, a bandage encircles his forehead, seemingly concealing something beneath. At this moment, Neji slowly opens his eyes, revealing a pair of pure, white orbs that exude an otherworldly beauty. Within those eyes sparkles a lively brilliance. Today marks the 100th time I will sign in. It must not disappoint me. Neji muses, reflecting on the day he first arrived in this world 100 days ago. Before this, he was not known as Hyuga Neji. His original name held little significance. What matters now is that he has become Hyuga Neji in the world of Hokage.as for the process of his transmigration. It seems the original Neji had overexerted himself during training, resulting in a sudden demise after days without rest. Upon opening his eyes once more, he found himself in the body of the current Neji. Upon realizing he had become Hyuga Neji, a student still attending the Ninja Academy, a grimace crossed his face. What an unfortunate fate. It is common knowledge that among the Konoha 12, Neji is regarded as the most ill-fated. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, while others emerged unscathed, Kishimoto chose to kill Neji for the sake of emotional impact, leaving countless fans lamenting, "Neji, your death was truly tragic." In his previous life, Neji was the subject of similar teasing, but now that he inhabits Neji's form, his feelings have shifted dramatically. Nevertheless, he is not one to succumb to despair. Now that he is Neji, he is determined to strive diligently to alter his fate, setting aside other concerns. He aims to ensure his survival during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Surely, that is an achievable goal. Survival is paramount. However, it is clear that lacking the Sage of Six Paths' extraordinary powers, and without any special abilities himself, Neji and the other Konoha geniuses cannot hope to rival Naruto, Uzumaki, or Sasuke Uchiha. Indeed, the Fourth Great Ninja War is defined by the climactic battle between Sasuke and Naruto, with others merely playing supporting roles. As these thoughts swirl in his mind, a cold mechanical voice reverberates in his consciousness. Ding! Host detected. Congratulations, host has activated the sign-in system. Detecting host location and binding upon hearing this, Neji's eyes gleam with excitement. As someone well-versed in countless novels and trends from his previous life, he is no stranger to systems, especially one as advantageous as the sign-in system that allows for effortless enhancement. What a splendid opportunity! With the sign-in system at his disposal, Neji can now adjust his goals. Instead of merely surviving, he aspires to transform the Hyuga clan and perhaps even reshape the entire world. As a fan of Naruto, Neji possesses his own insights into the narrative that on a grand scale, he vehemently disagrees with Naruto and Jiraiya's philosophies. If individuals could truly understand one another, war would not exist. Furthermore, even with mutual understanding, differing stances will inevitably lead to divergent decisions, making conflict unavoidable. In Neji's view, the only solution to achieve peace and end warfare lies in the unification of the ninja world. If all people belong to a singular nation, conflict would naturally dissipate as their interests would align. Moreover, the ninja world is not solely comprised of ninjas. There are formidable beings from the Otsutsuki clan lurking within. If the various powers are not consolidated soon, the consequences will be dire when the Otsutsuki clan launches their assault. Thus, Neji is determined to enhance his strength, alter the world, and bring about peace while dismantling the Otsutsuki clan schemes. Furthermore, he is not one to rely on others. What if Sasuke and Naruto falter? Will the world descend into chaos? Therefore, he must become formidable on his own, that on a more personal level, he seeks to change the Hyuga clan. Neji does not harbor resentment towards the caged bird seal itself, rather, he disapproves of the main family exploiting it to control the fate of the branch family. In Neji's eyes, the caged bird seal serves to protect the weaker clan members from being killed for their Byakugan. However, its functionality has gone awry. Why should the main family wield the power to dictate the lives and deaths of the branch family? To Neji, the indoctrination of equality from his previous education has instilled in him a worldview where no one is superior to another. If someone claims superiority, they're simply deserving of defeat. The acquisition of the Seinen system presents a potential pathway to alter all of this. Igniting a fervor within Neji that compels him to act, he resolves that, upon gaining strength in the future, he will reform the caged bird seal, limiting its functions solely to self-destruction in the event of death or the loss of one's eyes. All other functionalities must cease to exist. This has become his predecessor's most fervent desire. Having taken over another's body, it is only fair that he seeks to fulfill their aspirations. Oh, and he must not forget about avenging his father's death. While Konoha and the Hyuga clan bear significant responsibility, the Cloud Village is also complicit in the crime. In due time, he will seek retribution. At this moment, a new notification chimes in. Binding complete. Host may view personal panel. Neji opts to check IT.name. Hyuga Neji age. 12 bloodline ability. Byakugan skills. None sign-in location. Hyuga clan estate, would you like to proceed with your first sign-in? Sign-in. Sign-in successful rewards may accumulate. Please choose to receive immediately or continue accumulating. Still being a student at the Ninja Academy, Neji is not particularly anxious about his strength. It is evident that accumulating rewards will yield greater benefits than claiming them individually. Accumulate, Neji silently declares. Rewards have been accumulated. Current accumulation time spans 100 days, 1 year, or 3 years. Please select 100 days. He chooses the shortest duration. This period will allow him to fully adapt and embody the essence of Hyuga Neji. Time swiftly passes, and 100 days elapse. Neji has seamlessly integrated into the life of the Ninja Academy, absorbing all aspects of his predecessor's existence, strength, identity, and connections, though the last aspect is nearly non-existent, as his predecessor was a solitary figure. Now, Neji can genuinely claim to be Hyuga Neji. This moment, he internally resolves, commence sign-in. Sign-in successful, the accumulated reward for 100 days has been issued. Congratulations, host has obtained the reward Reincarnation Eye. Chapter 2. Enduring with dignity as the system's voice faded, an inexplicable warmth surged from Neji's eyes, transforming them. This warmth extended throughout his entire body, prompting him to clench his fists. An unusual energy washed over him, as if elevating his very bloodline. Of course, the most significant change was in his eyes. The once pale Byakugan now shimmered with renewed brilliance, even subtly glowing with a hint of blue. Neji acutely sensed the transformation occurring within him. He slowly opened his eyes, his beautiful gaze filled with astonishment. No one understood the power of the Tenseigan better than he did. After all, this formidable eye could grant one the strength of a 6 paths level being once fully developed. Even the Manjiki Sharingan and the Rinnegan paled in comparison to this eye. The Tenseigan represented the pinnacle of the Byakugan's evolution. Thus, Neji did not perceive the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan as inferior to the Sharingan. The Tenseigan's might lay in its ability to bestow its wielder with mastery over the truth-seeking balls, a technique reserved for those of 6 paths caliber. The truth-seeking balls are indestructible by any ninjutsu, save for sage techniques. Conversely, they can effortlessly obliterate anything. Furthermore, upon entering the Tenseigan chakra mode, one could attain the ability to fly and wield the immensely powerful Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion and Silver Wheel Rebirth Explosion. If he were to fully acquire the Tenseigan, Neji could reshape everything according to his desires. Thus, he hastily focused his mind and opened his personal panel. There were no significant changes aside from his bloodline and sign-in location. Bloodline ability, Byakugan Progress 5, Tenseigan. Sign and location. New sign and location available for selection. The latter could wait until he returned home. As for the former, since the Byakugan is merely a lower-tier version of the Tenseigan, does this mean my Byakugan will evolve directly? What a pity. Neji had hoped to possess the Tenseigan outright. Yet, upon further reflection, even with the Tenseigan in hand, he probably would not be able to activate the Tenseigan chakra mode due to his insufficient chakra and weak capabilities. The sole future possessor of the Tenseigan, Tsutsuki Tonari, was already a shadow level and even super shadow level powerhouse before acquiring the Tenseigan. Thus, it was Tonari's Tenseigan that enabled him to ascend to the Six Paths realm. Just as the Eight Gates technique differs in potency between Rock Lee, who can open 4 gates, and Mike Guy, who can also open 4 gates, the disparity is apparent. Therefore, I must continue to strive for strength and diligently develop my Tenseigan progress. Neji remained undeterred, for he possessed an unyielding spirit. In his previous life, he had faced insurmountable challenges, yet ultimately triumphed. Wasn't this merely a path of cultivation? Bring it on. Neji believed that compared to Naruto and Sasuke, he merely lacked an external advantage, and now that he had it, he would exert every effort to catch up, surpass, and even overwhelm them. However, he couldn't help but internally grumble. How could a system designed for Seinens demand hard work from its host? System, you are inadequate. Polite system, is that so? Seinen complete. Time to return. Neji collected his thoughts and prepared to head home. At that moment, 2 peers approached the shrine, discovering Neji behind it. Ah, is that not our Hyuga clan's prodigy, Hyuga Neji? They exclaimed as they approached him. Their white eyes and smooth foreheads revealed their identities. Members of the Hyuga main family. The main family of the Hyuga clan consisted not only of Hinata and Hanabi, but also included branches from 4 elder families. If there were only one branch, any misfortune could threaten the clan's lineage. Thus, 5 branches appeared reasonable. However, with a larger base, various personalities emerged. For instance, these 2 main family members, Hyuga Hikari and Hyuga Kagayaki, lacked exceptional talent and thus could not vie for the main family's inheritance. They could only seek the inheritance from the elder families. Consequently, they harbored considerable jealousy towards the gifted Neji, often resorting to humiliating him based on their family status. Usually, this would suffice. After all, the clan leader, Hyuga Hayashi, had explicitly declared that Neji was his nephew. However, in this secluded setting, they would not let such an opportunity slip by. Come here, prodigy. My shoes are a bit dirty. Clean them for me. Hyuga Hikari's eyes sparkled with delight as he commanded someone more talented than himself to serve him. Knowing that Neji could not refuse, he relished the privileges of the main family. Hyuga Kagayaki added, after walking for so long, my legs are a bit numb. Prodigy, come and massage them for me. Under normal circumstances, Neji might have dismissed them, treating them like barking dogs. However, he now felt compelled to teach these 2 a lesson. After all, some individuals would not relent upon sensing your retreat. Rather, they would perceive your withdrawal as weakness and press on even further. As for the caged bird issue, Neji held no concern. Although he was currently bound by the caged bird seal, he was confident that one day he would break free. All he needed to do was elevate the evolution progress of his Byakugan. Additionally, the method to activate the caged bird seal was known only to the main family elders and the clan leader. Other members, even from the main family, remained oblivious. Worst case scenario, he could simply avoid returning to the Hyuga clan after dealing with these 2 fools. After all, graduation was tomorrow, and then he would embark on a busy ninja career. Thus, Neji approached the 2, raising his hand to assume the 8 trigrams palm stance. Hyuga Hikari and Hyuga Kagayaki stared in disbelief. Hyuga Neji, how dare you? We are the main family. You actually dare to strike us. Neji ignored their protests and launched a flurry of gentle fist strikes. His movements were fluid and graceful, akin to a dance, executed without hesitation. He expended minimal chakra, yet each strike employed precise pressure points, causing Hyuga Hikari and Hyuga Kagayaki to collapse to the ground, screaming in agony. They would likely remain in pain for a good 10 minutes before recovering. With a cold glance at the 2, Neji turned and departed. However, he did not rush away. Instead, he sought out Hyuga Hayashi. Until he could break free from the caged bird seal, Hayashi represented Neji's only safeguard. After all, Hayashi shared a close bond with his brother, Hyuga Hizashi, and Neji was Hizashi's child. Fully accepting his past, Neji sought Hayashi's aid, harboring little resistance within his heart. For now, he remained weak. Enduring with dignity was all he could do. Chapter 3. The neighbor Naruto what? You. Hinata Hizashi's eyes widened in surprise. But he quickly regained his composure. He was already aware of the circumstances under which Hinata-Q and Hinata Hikari were deliberately making things difficult for Neji. Neji's personality was not one to passively endure such treatment, so it was only natural for these events to unfold. After a moment of contemplation, Hisashi made a decision in his heart. Neji, for the time being, you shall reside outside the clan. I will shield you from the elder scrutiny within the clan. Neji nodded, expressing his profound gratitude. He adhered to the principle of repaying kindness and avenging grievances. You should leave now. Take this. Hisashi handed Neji a bag, and without inquiring about its contents, Neji accepted it and departed. As he left the Hisashi household, his peripheral vision caught sight of a small head peeking at him. Turning to look, he saw a little girl curiously observing him. After a moment's thought, Neji nodded and smiled at her before continuing on his way. While his predecessor might have harbored jealousy towards the little girl, Neji was not one to project his frustrations onto others. Such behavior was the hallmark of immaturity. Besides, who could resist smiling at an adorable child casting furtive glances? After Neji's departure, the little girl ran to find Hinata Hisashi. Father, why did brother Neji come here? Seeing the little girl, Hisashi smiled and gently patted her head. Hanabi, you will understand in due time. With her cheeks puffed out in defiance, but respecting her father's authority, Hanabi refrained from pressing further. However, recalling Neji's pleasant smile, she exclaimed, Father, brother Neji smiled at me. It was such a beautiful smile. Smile? Reflecting on his daughter's cheerful demeanor, Hisashi contrasted it with his earlier impression of Neji. If not for the unchanged chakra signature, he might have suspected that the Neji he just met was a product of some masterful transformation technique. However, such speculation was far-fetched. Neji, you have grown. Hisashi felt a sense of relief wash over him as he thought of his brother, Hinata Hayashi, who had sacrificed himself, nearly bringing tears to his eyes. Hayashi, you have a wonderful child. Upon leaving the Hinata household, Neji returned home to gather his belongings and depart from the Hyuga clan. Once he was a distance away, he exhaled a sigh of relief, yet he held no regrets regarding his choice. Enduring silently would not garner understanding, it would only lead to further encroachment. This was a lesson Neji had learned long ago. Next, he needed to find a place to stay. Remembering the bag Hisashi had given him, Neji opened it and was taken aback. Inside were a key with an address inscribed upon it and a substantial sum of money, 5,000 ryo, coupled with his savings. This would sustain him for several months. Moreover, upon graduating as a ninja, he would soon possess the ability to earn money. It was clear that Hinata Hisashi had made thorough arrangements for him. Neji silently vowed to remember this kindness, then proceeded to the location indicated by the key, the Miko apartment in the central district of Konoha. Settling into the apartment, Neji began contemplating his next sign-in location. He was prepared to continue his streak of consecutive sign-ins, having tasted the rewards of such endeavors. Perhaps he could choose the Hokage Rock. Neji surmised that signing in at certain unique locations would yield generous rewards. His experience of receiving the Tensigen after signing in consecutively for 100 days at the Hyuga clan's estate was a prime example. Thus, he reasoned that the Hokage Rock, being a significant site, would likely offer commendable rewards as well. System detection complete. New sign-in location is Konoha Village Hokage Rock. Mode: consecutive sign-ins. Duration: 1 year. A year of uninterrupted daily sign-ins at Hokage Rock would commence tomorrow. Subsequently, Neji began training his chakra. The next day, observing that the evolution progress of his Byakugan remained at 5, Neji felt a twinge of frustration. It seemed that training alone would not enhance his evolution rate. Stuck in a stalemate, he nonetheless had to continue and headed to school. However, as he stepped outside, he spotted his neighbor, a spiky-haired boy clad in orange and yellow, wearing goggles. Upon seeing the child, Neji's pupils involuntarily contracted. For that boy was none other than the destined hero of the Naruto world, Naruto Uzumaki. What a coincidence! I'm neighbors with Naruto. Though it was indeed a remarkable twist of fate, Neji had no intention of greeting Naruto. This was not due to any animosity. On the contrary, he held a certain fondness for Naruto's spirited nature. Even though their philosophies diverged, Neji could not deny the undeniable charm that someone like Naruto possessed. He certainly would not refuse the opportunity to befriend him. However, the issue lay in the fact that Naruto was not alone. Unbeknownst to Neji, shadows lurked nearby, Umbu operatives tailing him, and even the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, occasionally peering through a crystal ball. Neji needed time to develop. Having already provoked the main branch of the Hyuga clan, he could not afford to also draw the ire of the Hokage. Thus, he merely cast a calm glance at Naruto before turning to leave. Yet that fleeting glance left an impression on Naruto. Naruto, with his keen senses, noticed Neji's gaze upon him. He had expected this new neighbor to harbor the same hostility that others in the village often showed him, but Neji's eyes reflected no negativity. While there were no overt expressions of warmth, Naruto sensed an unfamiliar feeling, one of mutual respect. Instantly, Naruto's fondness for Neji surged. Yet he was apprehensive that Neji might alter his attitude upon learning of his true identity. Consequently, he gazed at Neji's retreating figure with conflicted emotions, ultimately failing to call out to him. On the top floor of the Hokage building, Hiruzen Sarutobi furrowed his brow as he observed the scene through the crystal ball. He summoned an Umbu operative to kneel beside him. What is the situation with that Hyuga boy? Does he harbor intentions towards Naruto? The Umbu replied. He just moved in yesterday. It appears to be an unexpected circumstance. Following this, the operative relayed all the information they had gathered about Neji to Hiruzen. With this knowledge, Hiruzen let out a sigh of relief. So, it's an internal matter within the Hyuga clan. However, he pondered, is that really Neji Hyuga? The memory of the Hyuga ninja who had perished due to the machinations of the Cloud Village flashed before him. In that instant, he felt a twinge of regret regarding his earlier decisions, but it swiftly dissipated. For the village, every ninja willingly sacrifices themselves. It is all for the sake of Konoha. Reassured by this mantra, Hiruzen felt somewhat better. Yet, recalling Neji's situation, he instructed the Umbu. I recall that Neji is about to graduate, correct? Who is his supervising jonin? Ensure they look after him a bit. This, perhaps, was the crocodile's tears. Chapter 4. The Revenge of the Hyuga clan within the confines of the ninja school. Neji sat at his desk, entirely oblivious to the events unfolding around Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even if he were aware, he would harbor no gratitude for the actions taken by Sarutobi. Where had he been all this time? It was clear that the Cloud Shinobi had erred, yet Neji would eventually ensure that the Konoha F4 paid dearly for their transgressions. Beside him sat an array of unfamiliar faces, none of whom were destined for greatness in the future. Thus, Neji felt no inclination to greet them. Such pleasantries were futile, as their paths would rarely cross henceforth. However, two newcomers entering the classroom captured his attention. One was a boy clad in a white training uniform, sporting a unique hairstyle and possessing prominent brows and eyes. The other was a girl, adorned in a pink qipao with a small collar, her hair styled in traditional Chinese double buns, complemented by her charmingly spirited visage that set her apart from the other girls. If all went as expected, these two were to be his future companions, Rock Lee and Ten. As Neji observed them, they too glanced his way, their reactions markedly different. Rock Lee appeared somewhat flustered, being at the bottom of the class and only skilled in physical techniques. He lowered his head in shyness under the gaze of the top student and took a seat in a corner. In contrast, Ten exuded confidence and poise. She met Neji's scrutiny with a radiant smile, prompting a slight raise of his brow in acknowledgement before he diverted his gaze. Once seated, Ten was quickly surrounded by curious classmates. Ten, what transpired between you and the top student? Why did you exchange glances? Oh, how envious. I wish to share such an unspoken bond with Neji. Please, don't exaggerate. Neji merely glanced at me, and I smiled back. That's all. Ten blushed as she attempted to clarify. Yet, no matter her explanations, the connection remained inescapable. This minor commotion revitalized the classroom, breaking the prior silence. The boys cast envious glances at Neji, while the girls simultaneously admired Ten and sneakily observed Neji. Neji couldn't help but sigh. The people of the Naruto world were far too precocious. Given that the average lifespan here was merely 30 to 40 years, it was only natural that adolescents of 13 or 14 would seem mature. The commotion subsided only with the arrival of the instructor. Today is the graduation exam. Focusing on the body replacement technique. Step forward one by one. Since Neji was a year ahead of Naruto, the examination content differed. Neji breezed through the assessment, securing the highest score, as did Ten, while Rock Lee struggled. Lacking any ninjutsu proficiency, he could not even perform the body replacement technique, rendering him unable to pass the exam. However, Neji was unconcerned. My guy had already begun to pay attention to Rock Lee and would undoubtedly assist him. After the examination, Neji exited the ninja school. The following day would be designated for the distribution of headbands and class assignments, making the remainder of this day a final respite before graduation. Yet, scarcely had he ventured far from the school when an irksome voice rang out behind him. Hyuga Neji, where do you think you're going? Turning around, he found himself facing Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hizashi, accompanied by two other lower branch ninjas. Neji raised an eyebrow. Since when did the esteemed main family dare to venture beyond their clan's territory? Especially these two imbeciles. Neji's audacious demeanor inevitably provoked Hayashi and Izashi's ire. You insufferable brat! Get him! Break his legs! With that command, the two inept members of the main family signaled their lower branch comrades, who took up defensive stances and charged at Neji. Yet, Neji remained unfazed, preparing to engage them. His provocation of the two ineffectual members of the main family was not without purpose. He recognized the lower branch ninjas accompanying Hayashi and Hizashi were mere genin. Two genin, alongside two individuals who were not even genin. How could Neji possibly cower? Only the presence of multiple chunin or jounin might pose a challenge. It appeared that Hayashi had done well. Otherwise, Hayashi and Hizashi would have brought along at least two chunin. Given Neji's current prowess, he could very well be defeated by two chunin. A loss would certainly lead to his return to the Hyuga compound, with consequences that were painfully clear. Quietly acknowledging Hayashi's efforts, Neji sprang into action with renewed vigor. Facing two opponents, he swiftly gained the upper hand. He was indeed a prodigious talent of the Hyuga clan, honed over centuries. Not far away, Ten observed the unfolding scene with a mix of shock and concern. Initially, she sought to discern whether Neji had truly changed, but this spectacle left her apprehensive. Fighting against members of his own clan placed Neji in a precarious situation. Biting her lip, Ten continued watching, her kunai at the ready, prepared to support Neji if necessary. Between unfamiliar faces and classmates, her feelings leaned towards Neji. However, her resolve would not be called upon. In the midst of being flanked by two foes, Neji assumed the stance of the 8 trigrams, leaving the two main family members utterly astonished. The 8 trigrams technique was one reserved solely for the main family. No one could have instructed Hyuga Neji in this art, so he must have comprehended it independently. Regret flickered within them, but it swiftly dissipated. What of genius? They were still merely members of the lower branch. Just dogs of the main family. Charge. Bring him down. If you win, lunch is on me. Spurred by their clan's encouragement, the two lower branch members surged forward with renewed fervor. Yet, Neji dismissed their bravado. If encouragement was effective, strength would be redundant. 8 trigrams, 32 palms. With blinding speed, Neji unleashed his strikes, landing blows that sealed the chakra points of the two lower branch ninjas before they could react. Thud. Thud. The two lower branch ninjas collapsed, drained of strength, while Neji turned to face the terrified expressions of Hayashi and Izashi. What are you doing? Don't come any closer. Ah. After swiftly dealing with the 4 provocateurs, Neji turned to depart. At that moment, he felt a stirring within himself, as if his eyes were undergoing a subtle transformation. Silently, he accessed his personal interface, yet the bloodline section revealed no changes whatsoever. Chapter 5. A new switch is activated. This revelation left Neji with a tinge of doubt. Was that merely an illusion? After a careful introspection, he dismissed the notion. He indeed felt a subtle enhancement in his vision. Thus, it was plausible that the evolution of the Byakugan could be augmented through combat. However, the opponents he faced today were so feeble that they barely contributed even a fraction to his progress. Therefore, any subsequent battles would serve as a true test of this hypothesis. Regaining his composure, Neji continued on his path. Suddenly, a frown creased his brow as he called out without turning around. Have you been stalking me all this time? Are you the fabled stalker? Of course not. Came a slightly familiar voice, prompting Neji to glance back. Tintin was jogging towards him, her cheeks slightly flushed. Upon reaching Neji, she took a moment to catch her breath and explained, I merely happened to see you. I absolutely did not intend to follow you. Is there something you need? Neji inquired, casting a sidelong glance at Tintin's face before averting his gaze. Understanding that she needed to be forthright lest he depart, Tintin pressed on. Since it's a holiday today, do you have any plans? If not, would you mind accompanying me for a stroll? Neji was taken aback. Tintin was quite bold. She was initiating plans directly. After some contemplation, he realized that returning home would only lead to more training, and he had intended to visit Hokage Rock to check in. Thus, he replied, just call me Neji. You agree? Tintin's face lit up with joy. That is wonderful. I'll treat you to lunch. Let us go. Wait. You just fought. Are you uninjured? I have some ointment. Neji waved his hand dismissively, responding nonchalantly, those opponents couldn't hurt me. As Tintin led him to buy pork buns and sesame balls, they ascended to Hokage Rock. While signing in and enjoying their meal, Neji casually remarked, the pork buns are rather delicious, and the sesame balls aren't too bad either. Thank you for the treat. Next time, it's my turn. As he spoke, He prepared to take his leave. Having eaten lunch and completed his check-in, Neji saw no reason to linger further. To his surprise, Tintin was determined not to let him slip away after a free meal. You see, women only slow down my speed. Naturally, Tintin would not concede. She firmly grasped the fabric of Neji's shirt. No way. You haven't accompanied me on a stroll yet. At least we can chat, can't we? Having realized that Neji was not as unapproachable as he seemed, Tintin felt emboldened. With her words, Neji sat down. Neji, do you think we'll be in the same class? Who knows? Neji, who do you think our instructor will be? Anyone who becomes a J-nin will certainly be formidable. Neji, do you see that cloud? Doesn't it resemble a shuriken? Not really. Neji, what is your dream? Upon hearing this, Neji glanced at Tintin and replied, when asking someone about their dreams, shouldn't you first share your own? True enough. Tintin nodded. My dream is to wield and master the most powerful ninja tools in the world. That's a commendable aspiration. Best of luck with it. Neji acknowledged with a nod. And yours? Tintin gazed at Neji with eager anticipation. Neji turned his gaze toward the sun, pausing for a moment before speaking slowly. I wish to change this world. He silently added to himself, starting with changing myself and the Hyuga clan. All right, I must return to my training now. With this parting statement, Neji left Hokage Rock under Tintin's enigmatic gaze. Changing the world? Tintin murmured to herself. If anyone else had said such a thing, she might have dismissed it as mere bravado, but Neji's words resonated with an inexplicable sincerity. The fact that he was willing to strive for such a grand and unfathomable dream stirred a sense of excitement within her. Perhaps this was the reason for Neji's opposition to his own clan. Initially, her feelings for Neji were merely a flicker of fondness. After all, this was the world of ninjas. It was natural for Tintin to be drawn to someone as handsome and capable as Neji. Yet, mere admiration did not equate to action. Unrequited love was the simplest form of affection. But now, Tintin found her heart racing. She perceived Neji to be even more captivating than before. I will strive as well. She called out towards Neji's departing figure before hastening home to train. Upon returning home, Neji applied ointment to his bruises. After all, it was impossible to engage in taijutsu combat without incurring injuries. His earlier display had been merely for show. Once he finished applying the ointment, Neji commenced his training. Before long, the afternoon had slipped away, and no members of the main house had emerged to confront him, allowing him a moment of relaxation to focus on his training. The next day, Neji arrived at the Ninja Academy, carefully fastening his forehead protector. As expected, Rock Lee also sported his own forehead protector. Next came the class assignments. First class, second class, third class, Hyuga Neji, Rock Lee, Tintin, fourth class. The results astonished everyone, yet Neji remained composed, unruffled. The J-nin instructors arrived one by one. Unlike his friend, Kakashi Hitaki, who was often tardy, Might Guy was punctual and arrived early, calling the three of them outside. However, upon seeing Might Guy's appearance, the classmates suddenly felt a twinge of envy towards Tintin for being paired with Neji. That J-nin looks just like a kappa. Such remarks reached Neji's ears, and he narrowed his eyes, casting a cold glare at the speaker. Instantly, an eerie silence enveloped the space. Though his evolution progress was only 5%, Neji's Byakugan was beginning to showcase its power. At the very least, his gaze was no longer something an ordinary person could withstand. Might Guy was already impervious to the opinions of others. Yet he couldn't help but look at Neji in surprise. Rock Lee mirrored this astonishment, while Tintin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Upon reaching a balcony, the traditional Leaf Village custom of introducing oneself and sharing one's dreams commenced. I am the proud azure beast of Konoha, Might Guy. My dream is to become the strongest in taijutsu. With just those two simple sentences, Might Guy spoke with fervor, flashing a broad smile and giving a thumbs up. This overly enthusiastic J-nin left the three genin with varied expressions. Neji remained expressionless, secretly thinking, such a person truly exists. Tintin was at a loss for words. Unsure of how to respond, Rock Lee stared at Might Guy, as if a switch had been flipped in his life. Moments later, he emulated Might Guy's exuberance and shouted, I am Rock Lee, and my dream is to become a man like Teacher Guy. Chapter 6 The Final Test Well done. Lee, exclaimed Might Guy, immediately producing 3 sets of green spandex suits he had prepared in advance. These outfits are specially tailored for you, my dear subordinates. Take them. Neji and Tintin exchanged looks of disdain and promptly rejected the offer, while Lee received the suit with uncontained excitement. In terms of comfort, the attire was breathable and lightweight. allowing for freedom of movement. However, the unfortunate truth was that the color was simply too hideous. Neji, mindful of his own image, was reluctant to wear it. And Tintin, who cherished beauty above all, was even less inclined. Afterward, Tintin and Neji introduced themselves, and the four of them began to grow familiar with one another. Observing Neji, Might Guy remarked, "Changing the world, eh? It seems your master has instilled great ambition in you." Having once served as a subordinate to Hayashi Hyuga, Might Guy had always taken an interest in Neji. Seeing Neji stand resilient in the face of adversity reassured him. "Now, it is time for the final test," Might Guy declared, as if struck by inspiration. "The final test?" Tintin questioned, puzzled. "Haven't we already taken our exams at school?" "Indeed, we have," Might Guy replied, his expression growing slightly serious. "The relationship between Jonin and Genin is one of mutual selection. Therefore, I need to ascertain your abilities, and you must also gauge my strength. Nothing reveals one's true capability quite like a spirited battle. Thus, the final test will be a combat challenge. The three of you will face me alone." Upon hearing this, Tintin raised her hand to her forehead, exclaiming, "Even if we all fight together, we won't stand a chance against a Jonin." Meanwhile, Neji maintained a calm demeanor. But inwardly he thought, "My guy is refreshingly straightforward, unlike Kakashi, who always dances around the point." Truly, those who strategize tend to have ulterior motives. It is far more comfortable to interact with someone as direct as Might Guy. Moreover, battling a Jonin offered a prime opportunity to test the progress of his Byakugan through combat. With this thought, Neji felt invigorated. "It's not yet noon. I'll allow you to rest and discuss tactics. We will reconvene at the third training ground this afternoon," Might Guy instructed, glancing at the time. "There. We shall conduct our final test. My beloved subordinates, this is youth. Let us ignite our passion together." "Ooh." Lee was immediately fired up, echoing the call. Might Guy looked at Lee with approval before departing. Lee, eager to follow, received no objection from Neji, who permitted him to leave. "Wait for me. I'll be back shortly." With that, Lee dashed off, clutching the green spandex suit. Now, only Neji and Tintin remained, prompting a slight blush from Tintin. Yet, Neji showed no concern for the romantic atmosphere and promptly began assigning tactics. "Tintin, you excel at throwing ninja tools. When the battle commences this afternoon, Lee will protect you while you attack from a distance, distracting Might Guy. I will take on the primary offensive role." After outlining the strategy, Neji noticed Tintin's discontented expression. "What's wrong?" he inquired. "And nothing," Tintin replied, her confidence faltering as she reined in her emotions to discuss tactics with Neji, which pleased him greatly. To be honest, fighting Might Guy was not solely about testing hypotheses. Neji was also curious to discover the extent of his own abilities. This knowledge was vital for him, hence his emphasis on the battle scheduled for that afternoon. Tintin's lack of infatuation and her perceptive nature further satisfied Neji. She truly was the female ninja who continually partnered with him in the original narrative. As they finalized their strategy, Tintin glanced into the distance and asked, "Should we wait for Lee?" He said, before she could finish her sentence. A green figure came sprinting towards them. It was Lee. Upon witnessing Lee's appearance, even Neji, who had prepared himself for the sight, found himself momentarily taken aback. If Neji felt this way, one could only imagine Tintin's reaction. "Lee, no matter how much you idolize Might Guy, there's no need to go to such lengths," Tintin finally exclaimed. At that moment, Lee donned Might Guy's spandex suit. His hairstyle transformed into the same iconic kappa style. He was essentially a miniature replica of Might Guy. "This is the choice of youth. Tintin, you needn't try to dissuade me," Lee insisted stubbornly. With no other option, Tintin surrendered to his resolve. The three of them proceeded to discuss their tactics, and Lee expressed no dissent. However, he paused, his eyes glinting with determination as he turned to Neji. "Neji, I hope that after battling Teacher Guy, you will fight me next." "What? Lee, are you out of your mind?" Tintin gasped, surprised. Lee, who had always been at the bottom of the ranks, was now challenging Neji. This made Tintin worry for Lee's mental state. Lee bore no ill will towards Tintin, but he ignored her concern, focusing intently on Neji. "Are you seeking to test your mettle against me?" Neji arched an eyebrow. "Very well." To Lee, Neji was akin to what Kakashi was to Might Guy. Once these fervent individuals made up their minds, they would not waver. Thus, acceptance was the wisest course. Otherwise, one could expect unforeseen, passionate antics to arise. "All right then, we shall meet at the third training ground at 1 o'clock, Lee declared before preparing to leave. Since Neji had agreed to the duel, Lee resolved to train diligently, aiming to enhance his strength, even if only slightly. Yet, Neji called out to him. As we will soon be comrades, let us share a meal together. He then turned to Tintin, saying, this will also settle the meal from yesterday. Sure, that sounds wonderful. Tintin beamed. Thus, their relationship began to blossom through mutual exchanges. Li, touched by their gestures, felt a wave of emotion wash over him. No one had ever treated him this way, especially not someone of Neji's status, whom he had just challenged. Neji. Li's eyes glistened with tears. The three of them then enjoyed a meal of delicious ramen, courtesy of Neji. Afterward, they parted ways. Neji first went to the Hokage Rock to sign in, then returned to his rented lodgings. He understood that only by restoring his energy and facing Might Guy in peak condition could he improve his chances of victory. If a battle was to take place, it must be pursued with the intent of triumph. This was Neji's philosophy. After a restful slumber, Neji awoke, refreshed and ready to face the day, and promptly made his way to the third training ground. Upon arrival, he discovered he was the last to arrive. Having underestimated his peers, you all arrived early, Neji noted without a hint of embarrassment, as he had been punctual. Might Guy did not chastise him, but rather exuberantly declared, since everyone is here, let us commence the test. Chapter 7. The battle with Might Guy. Four figures stood opposed to one another, with Might Guy positioned a short distance away, while Neji and his companions formed a triangular formation. Neji stood at the forefront, flanked by Tintin and Li on either side. Do you have a strategy? Neji mused, impressed. As the combat commenced, Might Guy reined in his exuberance slightly, yet still flashed a broad grin, revealing his gleaming white teeth. There's a flaw. Seizing the opportunity, Neji surged toward Might Guy. In the face of a formidable adversary, one must cast aside any thoughts of preserving dignity. After all, were the original ninjas not assassins by trade? Those who adhere to the so-called Bushido are merely fools. Byakugan. In the midst of his sprint, Neji activated his Byakugan, transforming his perception from a vivid world of color to a stark black and white realm akin to a photographic negative. This newfound vision granted him unparalleled clarity. He could discern the distant mountains and rivers, and even the contours beneath Tintin's garments. Cough, cough. Within this monochromatic vista, the azure chakra flame enveloping Might Guy stood out vividly. Moreover, Neji could perceive a myriad of chakra points densely scattered across Might Guy's form. I see it, Neji exclaimed, exhilarated. The Byakugan's ability to unveil the chakra pathways is a pivotal skill, one that very few members of the Hyuga clan possess, with the notable exceptions being Hinata's sister, Hanabi. Of course, should Hinata fully cultivate her Byakugan, she too could achieve such prowess. Yet, the original Neji could not. This disparity illustrated the purity of their bloodline. Hanabi and Hinata are indeed referred to as the princesses of Byakugan for good reason. At this moment, with only 5% of his potential unlocked, Neji's Byakugan was already capable of such feats. As he surveyed his surroundings, Neji noted the lingering blind spot created by the caged bird seal, a weakness situated at the second segment of his back sternum. However, Neji was undeterred. He would surely transcend the limitations imposed by the caged bird. Collecting his thoughts, Neji steadied his breath and focused, launching a fierce strike at Might Guy with his gentle fist technique. Might Guy merely shook his head, bemused. You truly believe a flaw is merely a flaw, Neji? Perhaps this is a deliberate opening I have left for you. Upon hearing this, Neji, akin to a startled bird, abruptly halted and retreated 2 steps, eyeing Might Guy warily. This reaction startled Might Guy, who pondered, so Kakashi's teachings truly bear fruit. Neji, taken aback, felt his cheeks flush. He had not anticipated being caught off guard by a technique of Kakashi's. Though it was due to his inexperience, it was still rather embarrassing. With this thought in mind, Neji advanced once more. Meanwhile, Tintin seized the moment, launching several shuriken. A champion of the Ninja Academy in throwing, Tintin was nearly infallible. Thus, even with minimal force, Might Guy was compelled to evade. Yet, this movement revealed another flaw. Neji's palm positioned itself in a ceiling gesture, targeting a critical chakra point on Might Guy's body. If successful, even if he could not defeat Might Guy outright, it would hinder his movements. Over time, victory, Might Guy easily dodged. With his exceptional taijutsu prowess, Might Guy's speed in his ordinary state surpassed even Jiraiya's. Such velocity meant that not only Neji and his companions, but even Kakashi, a fellow Genin, would struggle to keep pace unless Might Guy allowed it. Is this your strategy? Might Guy reflected, his expression contemplative as he evaded from a distance. Very well, I shall grant you some respect for your tactics. With that, Might Guy propelled himself into the air, targeting Tintin, who was shielded by Li. Neji's eyes widened, and with a surge of chakra, he dashed back to protect Tintin and Li. He had not anticipated that Might Guy understood the principle of targeting the ADC in a team fight. They were allies, and even as a trio, they might struggle against Might Guy. Losing one or two members first would spell disaster. This realization struck a chord deep within Neji, spurring him into action. 8 trigrams. Return heaven. Positioning one foot as the pivot, Neji began to spin rapidly. As he twirled, all of his chakra points unleashed their energy. Swish, swish, swish. In his rapid rotation, Neji transformed into a whirling sphere of chakra, interposing himself between Might Guy and Tintin. What is this? Lee and Tintin were left speechless, unfamiliar with the technique. However, Might Guy, recognizing the move, was taken aback. This was a powerful taijutsu technique reserved for the elite of the Hyuga clan. Neji, you truly are remarkable. Yet, with keen perception, Might Guy noted that Neji's technique lacked solidity, making it susceptible to a strong counter. Unlike the return heaven executed by Neji's ancestors, which required the opening of several chakra gates to disrupt, Neji's version was not yet at that level. Nonetheless, Neji's talent was undeniably impressive. Regrettably, the caged bird seal hindered him. For the first time, Might Guy felt dissatisfaction with the Hyuga clan system. A Jainin who typically refrained from meddling in others' affairs found himself discontent, highlighting the flaws of the Hyuga's practices. Yet now was not the time for such musings. Observing Neji's earnest effort to protect his comrades, Might Guy smiled, content. This was precisely what he wished to see and the purpose of his test. As for Neji's strength, he would gradually understand it in the days to come. Now, it was time to grant Neji a fitting conclusion. Confronted with Neji's unwavering resolve, Might Guy would respond in kind. Dynamic entry. Leaping into the air, Might Guy unleashed a flying kick toward Neji. Bang! Neji was abruptly halted in his rotation, hurtling backward. In that fleeting moment, Neji could only think, Might Guy is truly a beast. He can break through return heaven in his ordinary state. Truly. This is the man who nearly kicked his way to the finale of the future. Moreover, return heaven cannot be used frequently. His brain felt as though it might rattle loose. With this thought, Neji teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. Yet, before succumbing, he summoned the last of his strength to activate a personal interface visible solely to him. Upon witnessing the progress of his bloodline, the evolution of his Byakugan surged from 5% to 6%. Satisfied, Neji succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 8. A year later at this juncture, Neji finally discerned the method to accelerate the evolution of his Byakugan, engaging in exhilarating battles. Regardless of the opponent, as long as he fought with all his might, he could advance the progression of his Byakugan. This revelation was the most significant takeaway from the skirmish. A secondary insight was the realization of the gap between himself and the Jonin. Although he seemed capable of contending with them, the moment a Jonin became serious, he would find himself decisively outmatched. Reflecting on this, he recalled Naruto and Sasuke, who had experienced similar situations. During their participation in Kakashi's survival training exercise, Kakashi had been coasting, yet once he exerted himself, the battle concluded in an instant. Thus, Neji understood that he was not inferior to Naruto and Sasuke at this stage. Recognizing this eased Neji's heart as he lay in his hospital bed. After all, he was striving to match the future greatness of Naruto and Sasuke. If he fell behind them, although he would never concede defeat, he could not help but feel a twinge of frustration. Soon after, he rose from his hospital bed, ready to be discharged. Might Guy's powerful kick had sent Neji straight to the Konoha hospital. Thanks to the remarkable physical resilience of a ninja, Neji was mostly unharmed, merely having been temporarily unconscious, which resulted in a brief hospitalization of a few hours. While he bore no significant resentment towards Might Guy, Neji was determined to reclaim his honor in the future. At the very least, he aspired to defeat Might Guy once, without the use of the 8th gate. Upon completing his discharge procedures, Neji encountered Might Guy, Tintin, and Rock Lee. Neji, are you all right? Tintin inquired as she jogged over to assess his condition. I'm fine. Just feeling more spirited, Neji replied, casting a glance at Might Guy. This prompted a delighted expression from Guy, who struck a pose and exclaimed, Excellent. Neji, this is the choice of youth. I await the day you surpass me. The four departed the hospital together, with Might Guy declaring, to make amends to Neji, I'll treat you all to a meal. No need to be polite. Naturally, Neji, Tintin, and Lee were more than willing to indulge in a hearty feast. After their meal, Might Guy arranged for them to gather at 8 o'clock the next morning to commence their missions before taking his leave. He had to seek out Kakashi for a fiery challenge and could not afford to linger with his subordinates, lest Kakashi slip away. However, Rock Lee did not follow Might Guy's lead. Instead, he gazed at Neji with intensity. Neji was acutely aware that he had a duel waiting with Lee. Thus, the trio made their way to the training grounds, with Tintin standing aside to observe as Neji and Lee faced each other. "Neji, I'm coming," Lee shouted, charging toward Neji with fervor. Neji, showing respect, activated his Byakugan. Lee was a prodigy capable of unlocking the 5th gate of the 8 gates after just a year, and Neji was determined to remain vigilant. And then, he won. The victory was swift and decisive. With a precise series of strikes, Lee collapsed to the ground, utterly unable to retaliate. In that moment, Neji realized just how formidable the gentle fist technique was against lower-tier ninjas of the same rank. Most lower-tier ninjas relied on taijutsu for combat, with ninjutsu reserved for decisive moments due to their limited chakra reserves. In a clash of physical techniques, the gentle fist held an undeniable advantage. This was truly remarkable. Helping Lee to his feet and releasing his chakra points, Neji addressed Tintin and Lee, saying, "I'm heading back to train." With that, he departed. Tintin, observing Lee's dejection, gently patted his shoulder in silence before following suit. Lee hung his head, tears welling in his eyes. Despite knowing he could not match Neji, losing so swiftly was disheartening. Suddenly, Might Guy appeared beside Lee. "Kakashi slipped away, so I returned to discreetly observe your battle." Witnessing Neji's clean victory and his subsequent assistance to Lee, Might Guy could not help but exclaim, "Neji has truly grown." At that moment, seeing Lee's sorrow reminded Guy of his own past, how he felt when he first lost to Kakashi. Unable to contain himself, he stepped forward. "Lee, what do you believe constitutes a true genius?" "Master Guy," Lee replied, tears spilling, "I don't know. Perhaps someone like Neji is a genuine genius." Might Guy shook his head. "You only see Neji's prowess and label him a genius, but have you not noticed? Neji dedicates time to training." Lee paused. Realization dawning. It seems Neji has always worked hard. "Indeed," Might Guy affirmed. "A diligent genius is the true genius. However, even those without innate talent can become geniuses through hard work. So, Lee, remember this moment and strive diligently. This is the choice of youth." "Yes, Master Guy," Lee exclaimed, re-energized. "We shall labor quietly and astonish everyone." Perhaps this was the very essence of what Lee and Guy were endeavoring to achieve. A year later, in a mountain bandit hideout, 13-year-old Neji surveyed the surroundings with his Byakugan, locking onto the enemy. Bagua, empty palm. A formidable and solid chakra formed into the shape of a palm, which he released, shattering all obstacles and striking down the last bandit hiding behind a building. Thud. No one answered his unvoiced question. The bandit's body gradually grew cold. Mission accomplished. Wrap it up. After confirming with his Byakugan once more, Neji called out. "Understood. Captain." "Yes, Captain," came the replies as Tintin and Lee, slightly more matured, approached Neji. They gazed at him, who radiated a warm yet potent aura, and could only marvel. Initially, they had anticipated that Neji would be difficult to approach, but they found their interactions to be exceedingly harmonious. What an ice mountain! This was clearly a warm spring. Tintin thought to herself, her cheeks flushing as she observed Neji. Noticing her gaze, Neji turned his head slightly and stated, "Burn this place down, then let us leave." It was clear to anyone not foolish that Neji was aware of Tintin's sentiments, yet he had more pressing matters at hand. He did not wish to delay Tintin, so he opted to maintain a certain distance for now. With a whoosh, he poured the prepared fuel over the nefarious bandit stronghold. A fire ignited, soaring into the sky, seemingly determined to incinerate all evil within. Chapter 9, Caged Bird. Break outside the mountain stronghold. Might Guy awaited with anticipation. "How did the mission go?" he inquired. "It was successfully completed," Neji replied. Having been appointed as the team leader in Might Guy's absence, it was only natural for Neji to take the lead in this moment. "Well done. Another C-rank mission accomplished," Might Guy exclaimed with delight. "Kakashi will also be leading a team now. I shall duel him with this in mind." Tion, wearing a perplexed expression, pondered whether to comment on Might Guy's childishness. Meanwhile, Lee gazed at Might Guy with admiration, thinking how incredibly cool his teacher appeared at that moment. Neji, however, held his silence, his attention engrossed in a personal panel visible solely to himself. Name, Hyuga Neji, age, 13, bloodline ability, Byakugan progress 25, Tensigen, skill, Caged Bird, break, sign-in location, Hokage Rock consecutive sign-ins for 365 days. Current progress 265. Over the course of a year, Neji diligently fought and trained, elevating the evolution of his Byakugan to 25. With the increase in battle experience and chakra, coupled with the enhancement of his Byakugan, Neji had grown significantly stronger. His prowess now vastly surpassed that of his former self from a year ago. The minimum benefit of achieving 25 progress in Byakugan evolution was that he could now utilize the 8 trigrams, empty palm and 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Moreover, the 8 trigrams, return to heaven, had solidified to a degree comparable to the technique employed by an ordinary Genin of the Hyuga clan. With such strength, he had already reached a level akin to that of Neji from the original narrative at the age of 14 or 15, who had already attained the rank of Nin. It must be said that with such enhancements, the speed of his power increase was remarkable. The most significant gain from achieving 25 progression in Byakugan evolution was the acquisition of the skill Caged Bird Break. As the name suggests, this technique specifically targets the Caged Bird seal. The skill has a singular effect to shatter the Caged Bird mark. The cost of executing this technique is minimal, requiring only half of Neji's chakra. With just half of his chakra, he could break the shackles imposed by the main family on the branch family, and his chakra would still be recoverable afterward. This skill would be considered a divine technique for all members of the Hyuga branch family. When Neji first encountered this skill in his skill panel, he was astounded. He had contemplated the possibility of Byakugan evolution breaking the Caged Bird seal, but he had not anticipated being granted a skill. This meant that Neji could not only break his own Caged Bird seal but also liberate others from it. Neji envisioned that if he could prove his ability to shatter the Caged Bird seal, the branch family would rally to his cause. In comparison to the number of branch family members, how many were there in the main family? The Hyuga clan would undoubtedly undergo a transformation. However, after much contemplation, Neji temporarily set aside this ambition. The risks were too great, for his current strength was still too feeble, merely at the level of a Nin, while the main family boasted numerous Nin. Furthermore, the indoctrinated branch family Nin would not easily waver. Should he falter and be captured, the consequences would be dire. He could face human dissection, live experimentation, and even brain extraction. They would stop at nothing to uncover the reason behind Neji's ability to break the Caged Bird seal. Thus, Neji resolved to exercise caution and did not hasten to shatter his own seal. He awaited the right moment, the time when he would be powerful enough. Neji believed that day was not far off. As for the issue of consecutive sign-ins, it was an unavoidable circumstance. A year had passed, yet Neji had not completed his continuous sign-in, and the reason was simple. He had been assigned a mission during which he spent 3 days outside of Konoha. This interruption had prevented him from signing in at Hokage Rock. The disruption of his consecutive sign-ins significantly diminished his rewards, only enhancing Neji's physical abilities. With no other choice, Neji had to recommence his consecutive sign-ins, still at Hokage Rock. This time, he had learned from his past. When accepting missions, he deliberately avoided those far from Konoha. Yet, even then, he still needed 100 more days, over 3 months, to complete his second consecutive sign-in. This time, Neji was confident he would succeed. Over the course of more than a year, Neji's appearance had also undergone considerable change. At 13, he had grown slightly taller than the previous year, and his visage, as Tion had observed, bore no resemblance to the cold, unapproachable demeanor of his original self. Instead, he exuded a maturity and tolerance beyond his years, rendering him quite gentle in appearance. However, should an adversary misinterpret this gentleness, they would be gravely mistaken. In the face of an enemy, he would convey a decisive ruthlessness, much like he had shown to the bandits earlier. As a ninja, how could one possibly abstain from taking lives? Neji had already claimed his first kill during his initial C-rank mission. In this harsh world, failing to kill equated to death. For enemies were far more ruthless than one could imagine. Naruto's behavior was a testament to his charismatic personality. His protagonist's aura proved more potent than anticipated, allowing him to disarm enemies with mere words. It must be said that verbal persuasion might be the most powerful jutsu in the world of Naruto. Regaining his focus, Neji, along with Tion and Lee, followed Might Guy as they departed the mountain stronghold and returned to the village. Upon completing their mission, they disbanded on the spot. And Neji turned to Might Guy. Understanding the unspoken sentiment, Might Guy replied, "Excellent. Neji, witnessing your youthful spirit burn so fiercely fills me with pride as your teacher. Let us head to the training ground." Over the past year, Neji had seized nearly every opportunity to challenge Might Guy. After all, he was the only individual with whom Neji could unleash his full potential without the fear of life-threatening repercussions. Additionally, he was a crucial source for the enhancement of Neji's Byakugan evolution. The four arrived at the training ground, where Neji faced off against Might Guy. Lee and Tian immediately retreated to the side, acting as sentinels for Neji. Due to their close-knit bond, Might Guy, Tian, and Lee would keep Neji's secret safe. Neji's secret, of course, was the strikingly radiant, almost pale blue hue of his Byakugan. Each time he fought with all his might, this transformation occurred. Thus, during battles, he would show no mercy to his opponents. At his current relatively weak state, should the main family discover the abnormality in his eyes, Neji's situation would become precarious. Perhaps then, he would have no choice but to shatter the caged bird seal and flee from Konoha. Yet, Neji had no desire to follow such a path. Where could he go if he left Konoha? His aspirations had yet to unfold. How could he leave in shame? Therefore, it was imperative to keep his secret for the time being. When the moment arrived that Neji deemed it unnecessary to remain discreet, it would signify that he was ready to confront the Hyuga clan openly. Chapter 10. It is my duty to change everything. The clash between the Steel Fist and the Gentle Fist was indeed captivating. One side relied on formidable physical prowess while the other triumphed through skill. Each had its strengths and weaknesses, compounded by the fact that Might Guy was not utilizing his full strength, whereas Neji, Nin, exerted every ounce of his power. Consequently, the training ground witnessed a thrilling exchange, with both sides delivering and receiving blows in equal measure. However, Tintin and Lee paid little heed to the spectacle, having become desensitized to such scenes, which occurred frequently over the past year. Yet, a fleeting glance at Neji, who was managing to hold his own against Guy, stirred a sense of nostalgia in Tintin. She had watched Neji evolve from being instantly defeated by Guy to reaching his current level of skill. This journey evoked a nurturing sentiment within her, deepening her affection for Neji. Mommy fan. No, it couldn't be just that. It had to be girlfriend fan. Tintin mentally corrected herself. Given Neji's demeanor, she suppressed her feelings. Although there had been some romantic tension between them, neither had dared to voice it. There was plenty of time ahead. They were not in a rush. Tintin felt confident. Neji will surely come around. Other girls might vie for his attention, but how could they compete with a fellow teammate? Meanwhile, Rock Lee wore a complex expression. After a year of effort, he found himself once again swiftly defeated by Neji. Both were growing stronger, but at this rate, he might never catch up to Neji. Recalling the recent words of his mentor, Guy, Lee silently resolved, I will master the forbidden techniques. Neji, wait for my challenge. With a resounding thud, Neji was sent flying but managed to adjust his body mid-air and land gracefully, avoiding any embarrassment. However, after landing, he found himself gasping for breath, his energy severely depleted. Being weaker than Might Guy meant that to compete, he had to exert several times more energy, leading to significant fatigue. He had ultimately lost. Neji, well done. 10 minutes. Guy exclaimed, clearly pleased. You managed to endure my full power for 10 minutes, which is commendable for your age. Neji, you are a true genius in my eyes. Ah, this is youth. Guy shouted. Lee, let us run 10 laps around Konoha. Yes, sensei. With that, Might Guy and Rock Lee departed, leaving Neji to gaze at their vibrant figures with a resigned sigh before sitting down to recuperate. If he were to be honest, he felt a twinge of envy towards their physicality. Even with his own enhancements, he could not quite measure up to them. Nevertheless, he thought, let them go. Perhaps one more match could increase my Byakugan evolution by 1%. That would suffice. At that moment, a delicate hand extended a bottle of water towards him. Accepting it, Neji turned to its owner, saying, thank you, Tintin. Watching him drink, Tintin's eyes transformed into crescent moons. The girl, feeling buoyant, settled beside Neji, her profile admiring him, thinking how increasingly handsome he had become. Yet, Neji felt somewhat uncomfortable under her unabashed gaze. Slowly rising, he said, well then, see you tomorrow. Yes, see you tomorrow. Tintin did not press him to stay. There would be ample time and opportunities ahead. No need to rush. After parting ways, Neji returned to his rented apartment, where he encountered the somewhat downcast Naruto returning from school. Good evening, Neji greeted casually. Naruto's face lit up with a smile. Good evening. After exchanging pleasantries, Neji opened his door and stepped inside. Having been neighbors for over a year, such friendly interactions felt natural. It would have been strange had they remained strangers. Thus, Neji and Naruto had established a neighborly rapport. As Neji entered his room, Naruto's smile faded, though his mood lifted considerably. Today was graduation day, and he had faced a dismal failure in the clone technique, unlike his peers who had successfully graduated. Feeling dejected, Naruto found solace in the amiable presence of his neighbor. There had to be a solution to his predicament, Vortex Naruto, onward. Unbeknownst to Naruto, Neji's gaze sharpened as he observed the silhouette of Hinata Hayashi seated in his living room. Taking a deep breath, Neji set down his belongings and turned to Hayashi. Patriarch, is there something you need? Preferring to bypass pleasantries, Neji addressed the matter directly. Hayashi, sensing the gravity of the situation, refrained from small talk. Although they had instigated the confrontations, Neji had indeed struck down 2 members of the main family. Neji, if you wish to return to the clan, you must kneel and beg for their forgiveness. Kneeling? Neji thought disdainfully. I will return, but not at this moment. Observing his uncle's earnest concern, Neji maintained a respectful demeanor. Patriarch, could you grant me 6 more months? Neji sensed that, within half a year, he would possess the power to instigate change within the Hyuga clan. Hayashi scrutinized his nephew, who had undergone a remarkable transformation. Strangely, he perceived a glimmer of hope in Neji. The urge to persuade him to return was suppressed as Hayashi contemplated. Very well. But after 6 months, you must return to the clan without fail. This is the utmost I can do for you. Neji nodded in gratitude. Hayashi waved his hand dismissively, preparing to leave. Just as he was about to exit, he turned back and said, Neji, I deeply regretted your father's death for my sake. Therefore, I hope that whatever decisions you make, do not lead to your own regret. A family must come first, then the clan. I owe it to Hisashi. With a firm thud, Hayashi departed. Neji remained composed, gazing out of the window. I will. Finding the atmosphere stifling, he pushed open the window, only to unexpectedly spot 2 figures, Naruto Uzumaki and Mizuki, the Nin instructor from the Ninja Academy. The sight of this duo instantly made Neji realize that the plot of the Naruto saga was commencing. The engines of Naruto and Sasuke's rivalry were about to rev up. In the initial stages, they would engage in frequent skirmishes with their peers, but as the story progressed, they would surpass everyone, ultimately outpacing the entire shinobi world. No one could have anticipated that, years later, it would be this spiky-haired boy and the dark-haired Sasuke who would save the entire world. Yet, despite their monumental achievements, they would not usher in a new era but instead tread the path laid by Senja Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. This realization further solidified Neji's resolve to alter the world. Having arrived in this realm, it was up to me to instigate change. Chapter 11. Self-strategy. That night, Konoha village was somewhat boisterous. Yet Neji showed no inclination to rise and investigate the sounds outside his window. In truth, it was an opportune moment to acquire the sealed book of ninjutsu. What powerful techniques were inscribed within this tome? Not only the Shadow Clone technique, but also the Reaper Death Seal, Flying Thunder God technique, Impure World Reincarnation, and the secret technique of spiritualization, among others. Essentially, all renowned and formidable techniques within the realm of Hokage were documented in this book. However, Neji remained utterly unmoved, for he recognized this as a trap laid by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Consider this. How could a mere genin like Naruto possibly penetrate the layers of protection surrounding such a precious artifact? Even with the support of Mizuki, that was implausible. Who was Mizuki? Merely an ordinary Chunin spy, lacking the necessary prowess. After dismissing all impossibilities, only one possibility remained. It was evident that Sarutobi Hiruzen intended to offer Naruto some benefits as compensation, while simultaneously eliminating the unstable elements within Konoha. Accessing the sealed book was indeed a significant advantage, was it not? Little did anyone suspect that Naruto had merely mastered the Shadow Clone technique and memorized the Multi-Shadow Clone technique. Thus, it was inevitable that the Umbu were covertly monitoring and safeguarding Naruto. Should Neji choose to act at this moment, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Moreover, the Hyuga clan was not particularly adept at various ninjutsu. Though they possessed chakra of the appropriate nature, their reserves were limited, and the clan's secret gentle fist technique sufficed. It was uncommon for a Hyuga ninja to forego the use of their Byakugan in pursuit of uncertain ninjutsu. Consequently, the importance of the sealed book diminished significantly for Neji. This elucidates why he chose to remain still and peacefully sleep. If all went well that night, Naruto would indeed master the Shadow Clone technique and attain the rank of genin. It was quite absurd that he could not grasp the most basic form of the clone technique, yet could instantaneously learn the Shadow Clone technique. Such was the power of the protagonist Halo. Therefore, until he amassed sufficient strength, Neji would refrain from opposing Naruto, for such a choice would be imprudent. As Neji had anticipated, events unfolded as he predicted. Naruto successfully employed the Shadow Clone technique and triumphed over Mizuki. In that moment, he also forged a profound bond with Irika Umino, who played the role of a father figure in Naruto's growth. The occurrence of such a significant event in his vicinity instilled in Neji a sense of surrealism. He felt a deeper connection to the world around him. Realizing that he was not merely a transient being, he recognized that continued effort was essential. The following day, Neji rendezvoused with his companions and was led by the Jonin guy Mato to a certain location. "Teacher guy, where are we headed?" Neji inquired. Sensing that the direction was amiss, "Neji, I am taking you to Training Ground 5 to meet my lifelong rival, Kakashi Hitaki. Starting today, he will also be mentoring Genin." Mato exclaimed with exuberance, "Let youth guide our encounter." Tintin scoffed, "Teacher guy, you just want to show off." Lee nodded in agreement. "We are an elite team capable of effortlessly completing C-rank missions. We are indeed stronger than the freshly graduated teams." Mato laughed heartily indeed. Neji raised an eyebrow. Grasping the crux, was Kakashi-sensei there to assess his subordinates? Upon receiving a confirming nod from Mato, Neji expressed his mild exasperation. "If it's Kakashi-sensei, do we really need to arrive so early? I believe I've heard that Kakashi-sensei tends to lose track of time." Neji's words were subtle, yet the others comprehended their implication. "Wait, will Kakashi-sensei be late?" Tintin asked, somewhat astonished, as Mato was known for his punctuality, and Tintin's perception of Jonin had always been one of timeliness. Lee too found it hard to believe. Observing his subordinates, Mato paused and acknowledged Neji's remark. Kakashi will undoubtedly be late. Why are we going so early?" Tintin and Lee looked relieved. While they didn't mind spending time waiting, wasting it was another matter. "With this time, I could run 10 laps around Konoha." Lee mused. "With this time, perhaps I could invite Neji out for shopping." Tintin thought. Neji, however, was quite intrigued. Even if they arrived early, he could still meet Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, making the trip worthwhile. "All right, I know where Kakashi is. Follow me." After a moment of contemplation, Mato cheerfully declared. It seemed he was intent on showcasing something to Kakashi today, lest he feel unsatisfied with himself. Thus, the four followed Mato to a bookstore. Mato announced, "That guy Kakashi must have risen early. If he isn't training, he is likely here." As he spoke, he headed towards the 16X section. And indeed, they soon spotted a white-haired masked ninja, engrossed in a book. "Kakashi, you truly are here. Let youth guide our encounter," Mato shouted, causing everyone in the store to turn their heads. Unfazed, Mato wrapped an arm around Kakashi's neck. "Let us engage in a spirited duel." Kakashi wore an expression of resignation as he set down his book and turned to Neji and the others. "Can you three take your teacher outside?" Neji shrugged, while Tintin and Lee mirrored his gesture. Reluctantly, Kakashi acquiesced and led Mato out. However, as they departed, Neji caught a glimpse of the title of the book Kakashi had been reading, Ika Paradise, Special Edition. I must take a look at that." Neji murmured softly. Having arrived in the world of Hokage, how could he not peruse the bestseller penned by Jiraiya? Though it bore some risque elements, Neji had encountered far worse in his past life. Yet, despite his hushed tone, Tintin, who had been paying close attention to Neji, heard his quiet words. Thus, Tintin glanced at the book and was met with a cover that made her cheeks flush crimson. Why is Neji interested in such a book? She thought, blushing as she approached Neji, glaring at him fiercely. This left Neji somewhat perplexed. However, seeing Neji's demeanor, Tintin felt somewhat reassured. Everyone is actually quite curious about such matters. I am too. So Neji's interest is only natural. After concocting a narrative in her mind, Tintin found Neji's character becoming more relatable, which only endeared him to her further. Self-strategy, indeed, could be most lethal. Chapter 12, 1,000 Years of Pain. So, you have come to me today merely to showcase your subordinates? Upon grasping Akai's intention, Kakashi, with his lifeless eyes, replied listlessly, "Very well, let us proceed with the demonstration." Kakashi understood that if he did not acquiesce to Akai's wishes, the latter would undoubtedly concoct some other scheme. Rather than endure that, it was preferable to comply, appease Akai, and hasten his departure. "Come, look here," Akai exclaimed with palpable excitement as he introduced Lee and Tion one by one, before solemnly declaring, "Next is my strongest disciple. Hyuga Neji, 13 years old, graduated a year ago, completed 56 D-rank missions, 13 C-rank missions, with a 100 success rate. In terms of prowess, he can be considered an unequivocal chunin." "Oh." Kakashi expressed a modicum of interest. He glanced at Neji, then shifted his gaze to the young man's forehead, pondering deeply. "It appears you possess a commendable disciple." Haha. Upon receiving Kakashi's acknowledgement, Akai burst into hearty laughter, clearly elated. However, as longtime rivals, Kakashi couldn't help but furrow his brow at Akai's exuberance. But my disciples are no slouches either. Although I met them just yesterday, I can assure you of their exceptional abilities. Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and Haruno Sakura, these are their names. Uchiha Sasuke. This name left Lee and Tion astonished. Was he not the last scion of the once great clan? Indeed, yet I advise you not to utter such sentiments, as it may incite his animosity, Kakashi cautioned. Moreover, do not underestimate Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. Neji recalled various encounters with Naruto, and suddenly felt a wave of relief wash over him. Compared to Naruto, was he not leading a rather comfortable life? However, Lee and Tion remained oblivious to Naruto's significance, only recalling the despised nine-tailed demon fox. Yet, while his subordinates were oblivious, Might Guy was not. Perhaps, even if he were unaware, he had already surmised. Uzumaki Naruto was the host of the Nine Tails. However, the details of that child's lineage were shrouded in secrecy, known only to the village. Both Might Guy and Kakashi were oblivious. As for Haruno Sakura, Might Guy did not believe she could rival Tion, thus he dismissed her entirely. Kakashi, do you wish for our disciples to engage in a spirited contest? Ah, how exhilarating. Kakashi nodded. I indeed harbor such intentions, though not at this moment. Today, they will be tested by me, and thus any combat would yield limited results. Instead, let us arrange for a spar in 3 to 5 days. Splendid. I shall issue a mission, wherein your Team 3 will spar against our Team 7. And we shall designate it as a C-rank mission. Kakashi was quite thoughtful, although Might Guy had initiated the visit. He could not allow Neji and his companions to receive nothing in return. Moreover, having Neji and the others face Sasuke would benefit Sasuke, allowing them to clearly recognize the disparity in strength between themselves and their seniors, thereby motivating them to strive harder. Might Guy readily accepted the arrangement for Neji and his companions, and the two jonin agreed upon the time and place. Very well, we shall arrive punctually on Friday afternoon. As he spoke, Might Guy turned to Neji and his companions. I shall take no share of the mission's reward. It all belongs to you. This is the essence of youthful fervor. How could I possibly interfere? Having observed for long enough, Tion could no longer restrain himself. Teacher Akai, perhaps you accepted this challenge because you were unable to boast of your own accomplishments? Indeed, Might Guy readily admitted. Tion was left speechless. Neji, however, did not harbor any disdain. In fact, he felt a sense of anticipation. Combat was among his favorite activities, and fighting alongside the protagonist would fulfill all his desires. Moreover, he had an inexplicable feeling that the experience gained from battling the main trio would be immensely beneficial. Subsequently, Team 3 conversed with Might Guy and Kakashi for a while. As Kakashi noticed the clock approaching 11, he remarked, "It is nearly time. I shall assess my subordinates now. Would you care to join?" Neji and the others would certainly not decline. Thus, the 5 of them followed Kakashi to the training ground. Neji and the others remained at the periphery, observing. Kakashi had scarcely entered the training area when the battle commenced. Sasuke and Sakura spread out, while Naruto stood foolishly in place, shouting at Kakashi. Kakashi, exasperated, made a move to provoke Naruto, producing a copy of Ika Paradise, reading while engaging in combat. This immediately enraged Naruto, who launched a furious attack on Kakashi, yet found himself utterly outmatched. Instead, he fell prey to Kakashi's 1,000 years of pain. Wah! The members of Team 3 watched this spectacle, unable to contain themselves. Tion, blushing, commented, Kakashi-sensei is too. Although the girl covered her face, her fingers did not close completely. Neji observed Kakashi's hands and resolved never to shake hands with him. Those were hands of a peculiar nature. The battle continued. Even with Naruto utilizing shadow clones, Kakashi effortlessly toyed with him, showcasing his absolute experience. The same applied to Sasuke. Even when Sasuke unleashed his full power with the fire style, Fireball Jutsu, he could still not best Kakashi. Ultimately, apart from Naruto, who fell into a trap and was tied to a post, the other two understood that they were no match for Kakashi. That Uchiha Sasuke is formidable, Lee remarked gravely. Neji, he is the top student of this class. Tion nodded. Compared to the other two, Uchiha Sasuke was indeed impressive. In truth, Uzumaki Naruto was not weak either, though he seemed rather foolish. Strangely, among the trio, Haruno Sakura, who had performed well in the academy, turned out to be the weakest link. Neji nodded. Refraining from voicing his thoughts, his expression remained neutral, neither joyful nor sorrowful. He understood these three better than anyone else and saw no need to engage in the discussion. As they conversed, Kakashi approached. What follows is the true examination. Observe. Kakashi directed his gaze toward Neji. You must have undergone this assessment last year as well. I am quite curious about how Akai conducted it. Teacher Akai? Neji glanced at the empty space beside him, noting that Might Guy had yet to return from the restroom, and replied, he had us engage in cooperative combat, during which I was knocked out by a kick. Chapter 13. The Contest of the Strongest Eye Techniques. That Akai fellow truly is a reckless one. Kakashi felt a twinge of embarrassment as he recalled how the test battle had resulted in him kicking one of his subordinates into unconsciousness, sending him straight to the hospital. What a chaotic affair. At this moment, the recently returned Might Guy was displeased. Neji had been knocked out while protecting his comrades. Little Lee had even halted the match for Neji and carried him to the hospital. Wasn't that precisely the essence of our test? It was evident that they all displayed commendable valor, such as the spirit of youth. Kakashi found himself at a loss for words, as did Tintin and Little Lee. Only Neji wore an expression of exasperation. So, it seems I am the only one who has been rendered unconscious? How infuriating. Have you all created a world where only I am injured? Darn it. Teacher Akai, I shall defeat you. With their idle chatter concluded, the group observed Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura sharing 2 bento boxes, despite Kakashi's prior warning that anyone who fed Naruto would be disqualified. Naruto himself had not anticipated this turn of events. He assumed his 2 teammates would eat their meals independently. However, Sasuke had his own rationale. Kakashi was absent, and they still needed to work together to seize the bells in the afternoon. If you lag behind, it would surely complicate matters for me. This gesture filled Naruto with a profound warmth. As for Sakura, she simply followed Sasuke's lead, emulating his actions without independent thought. This was Sakura, at least in her earlier days, lacking a sense of self and not particularly endearing. Now, it is my turn to make an entrance. Whether you choose to join is entirely up to you, Kakashi stated. However, I shall inform them of the battle on Friday. With a swift motion, Kakashi utilized the body flicker technique, vanishing from sight and reappearing amidst a cloud of smoke, surprising Naruto and his companions. After witnessing Kakashi's performance, Neji suggested, let us descend and observe. While the 3 of them had gleaned much intelligence on Naruto's team, their opponents knew nothing about them. Moreover, without utilizing their full potential, how could Naruto and his companions hope to triumph over them? A battle guaranteed to be won would not allow Neji to exert himself fully, thus hindering the evolution of his Byakugan. This was unacceptable to Neji. Therefore, he granted them an opportunity to gather information. Formulating targeted tactics would enhance Naruto's chances of victory. Of course, if they failed to recognize this, it was of no concern to Neji. Tintin and Little Lee, seeing Neji as their steed and saddle, raised no objections. And Might Guy remained silent, as it was ultimately Neji's battle. Consequently, the 3 of them approached the arena, standing behind Kakashi, startled by Kakashi's sudden appearance. Naruto and his companions soon regained their composure. Kakashi-sensei, did we pass? And who are they? Naruto exclaimed, immediately recognizing Neji. Hey, it's my neighbor. If he weren't bound to a wooden stake at that moment, Naruto would have surely rushed over. Oh, Naruto, do you know him? Naruto nodded. Yes, this is my neighbor. Neji acknowledged this and promptly assisted in untying Naruto. Sasuke seized the moment. Kakashi, I need to confirm, did we pass? Indeed, Kakashi replied. A ninja must remain calm and composed, responding judiciously to all situations. Those who violate the ironclad rules of the ninja world are deemed trash. Yet, those who disregard and abandon their comrades are even less than trash. Thus, Team 7 is fully qualified. You will commence your mission starting tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Naruto was overjoyed, exclaiming, Yay, I'm a ninja now. But do not rejoice too soon. Kakashi added, in 3 days, on Friday, you will battle against them. This is the gift I bring you. He gestured towards Neji and his companions. They are your seniors, having been genin for a year, with a task completion rate of 100. They are Neji, Hyuga, Rock Lee, and Tintin from Team 3. As Kakashi stepped aside, Naruto and his companions locked eyes with Neji's team. What? A gift? Sakura questioned, perplexed. How could this possibly be a gift? Are you hoping to see us get beaten up, Kakashi-sensei? Though Sasuke remained silent, he shared similar sentiments. Having been ninjas for a year and completing every task, such a team could not possibly be weak. In a one-on-one match, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Sasuke observed Neji's Byakugan, a fire igniting within him. Neji, however, paid no mind to Sasuke's gaze and greeted Naruto's team. Hello. Hello. Sakura responded first, but quickly realized. I already have Sasuke. How could I be swayed by Neji Hyuga's charm? No way, Sakura, stand firm. Naruto enthusiastically chimed in. Hey neighbor. So, your name is Neji Hyuga? But why are your eyes white? They look like a classmate's. Naruto. Sasuke pulled him back, preventing him from continuing. Neji Hyuga, huh? I will defeat you in 3 days. Neji smiled calmly. You may certainly try. Well then, we ought to commence our tasks, Neji remarked to Might Guy, who was observing from the sidelines. Thus, the 4 members of Team 3 departed from the training ground. Tenten expressed her discontent. What was that? That Sasuke is so arrogant. Sasuke's behavior towards Neji had irked her, and the usually understanding and amiable Tenten found herself displeased with him in this instance. Neji waved a hand to reassure her. Do not worry, we shall defeat him later. If it were the future Sasuke, Neji might not possess such confidence, but the current Sasuke. Neji is the strongest. Tenten turned, her eyes sparkling with determination. Meanwhile, on the training ground, Kakashi had already left, and Naruto's group strolled together. Sasuke, why are you so hostile towards my neighbor? Naruto inquired, puzzled. Sasuke glanced at him, but offered no reply, merely huffing in annoyance. This frustrated Naruto, but fortunately, Sakura intervened to clarify his confusion. That Neji Hyuga possesses the Byakugan, while Sasuke belongs to the Uchiha clan, known for their Sharingan. The Byakugan and Sharingan are often referred to as the 2 major eye techniques alongside the fabled Rinnegan, which is scarcely seen. Thus, families possessing these 2 eye techniques have historically maintained a strained relationship. With her solid foundational knowledge, Sakura expressed this with ease. Sasuke cast a slightly surprised glance at Sakura, realizing that this infatuated girl possessed such depth. Chapter 14. Little Lee overwhelms Sasuke. Oh, I see it now, Naruto exclaimed, a realization dawning upon him. So conceited Sasuke. Do you truly wish to triumph over our neighbor, the elder brother? If so, why not beseech me for assistance? I could help you gather intelligence. What do you say? As he uttered these words, Naruto's demeanor was rather brazen. Sasuke furrowed his brow, while he found no fault in simply inviting Naruto for a meal. Such arrogance was intolerable. Fool. He scoffed and turned to leave. Sakura, witnessing the scene unfold, felt exasperated but chose to pursue Sasuke, leaving Naruto alone. Naruto pouted but remained undeterred, rushing towards Ichiraka Ramen. He intended to celebrate his newly attained status as a full-fledged ninja. And nothing could be a more fitting tribute than a bowl of Ichiraka Ramen. On Friday afternoon, in the mountains behind Konoha, Neji and his companions arrived early. Shortly after, Naruto and his team made their appearance. The 3rd and 7th teams exchanged brief pleasantries before the 2 Jonin arrived fashionably late. Damn it, Kakashi. I told you you'd be late, and yet you still dawdle. Guy huffed, challenging Kakashi to a duel. Kakashi, bewildered, reminded him that today was about their battle and not to overshadow the main event. Indeed, Guy was easily distracted. Now, let us commence. Kakashi called out to the 6 genin assembled in the arena. As it was a team battle, Neji's trio immediately assumed their stances, ready for action. Tenten stood at the back, while Lee and Neji positioned themselves on either side of her. The year-long training had revealed that Lee was not particularly adept at defense. Rather, he thrived in offensive maneuvers. Neji, capable of both defense and offense, stood beside Lee, ready to support him or fall back to protect Tenten. This formation, born of experience, remained unchanged. In stark contrast to the seasoned 3rd team, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura presented a rather chaotic front. They attempted to replicate Neji's formation, yet their considerable spacing rendered it ineffective. Sasuke stood at the forefront, his gaze fiercely fixed on Neji, though he exhibited some team spirit. He was more inclined to pursue victory through his own prowess than to safeguard his comrades. Naruto, unwilling to concede to Sasuke, positioned himself to the left, eager to protect his allies, yet his current capabilities were severely limited. Slapping his chest, he declared loudly, Sakura, I will protect you. Sakura, standing at the rear, was not positioned as an archer, but merely as a protected party. Compared to Tenten, she was, at this stage, akin to a decorative vase. Yet, this very Sakura disregarded Naruto entirely, gazing dreamily at Sasuke. With such dynamics, cooperation was out of the question. Not tripping over one another was a feat in itself. Observing this, Neji suddenly felt that perhaps he had overestimated the potential of these 3, as even Lee could easily best them. After contemplating, he exchanged a knowing glance with Lee. Lee instantly understood and charged forward. Whoosh. After a year of relentless training, Lee's steel fist technique had reached maturity. Every movement exuding vigor. He dashed towards Sasuke, who, faced with Li's fervor, immediately shed any underestimation. Initially perceiving Li as a mere nuisance, he was taken aback by Li's astonishing speed. Bang! Sasuke chose not to evade but to withstand the impact head-on. Predictably, he was sent hurtling backward. Influenced by Neji, Li's strength was now akin to that of a seasoned Nin, merely lacking the Eight Gates technique. Such prowess was beyond the grasp of an inexperienced Sasuke. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura gasped in unison, swiftly springing into action. Sakura attempted to assist Sasuke but was rendered ineffective as he adjusted his body midair and landed gracefully. Naruto, however, charged directly at Li, invoking the Shadow Clone technique. Currently, Naruto wielded only one of his signature moves, making him relatively easy to counter, especially since Li excelled in physical combat. The Steel Fist technique was most effective against Naruto's less formidable Shadow Clones. Bang, 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 one after another. The Shadow Clones were obliterated, and Naruto was sent staggering back from a single blow delivered by Li. Having suffered setbacks, Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a glance, comprehending the unspoken agreement, cooperation. With this decision made, Naruto exclaimed, "That guy with the thick eyebrows excels in physical combat. He lacks any ninjutsu or jinjutsu." Over the past 3 days, Naruto had not squandered his advantage as Neji's neighbor. Neji, unreserved in sharing knowledge, had candidly revealed the strengths and weaknesses of his team, albeit only the overt ones. This was indeed Neji's intention, and he had no reason to conceal anything. Yet, today he observed Naruto withholding information from his teammates, mistakenly believing Naruto intended to monopolize the knowledge. Little did he know that Naruto had just begun to communicate with Sasuke. "I see now," Sasuke muttered, formulating a plan to utilize long-range ninjutsu against Li. He had no doubt about Naruto's intel. Naruto would never jest about such matters. Thus, the two, now in sync, delineated their roles. Naruto would deploy Shadow Clones to distract and entangle Li, while Sasuke prepared to unleash ninjutsu from the rear. Their cooperation flowed seamlessly, and had it been a matter of facing Li alone, he would surely have been defeated, even if Sasuke intended to employ the non-lethal fire style technique. No ordinary genin could endure the onslaught of a fire technique unscathed. Ultimately, when the comic transformed into reality, fire style emerged as the most lethal of ninjutsu, without exception. However, Li had allies as well. As Li found himself in peril, Tintin sprang into action. She produced a dozen shuriken and hurled them with abandon. Though erratic throws would yield little effect, Tintin's aim was remarkably precise. 2 shuriken hurtled towards Sasuke, forcing him to abandon his ninjutsu, while others targeted Naruto's original form, hindering his interference with Li. 5 more struck down 5 Shadow Clones, offering Li a chance to escape. 1 shuriken embedded itself mere inches from Sakura's feet, warning her to remain still. In an instant, Tintin's shuriken instilled a profound sense of pressure upon Naruto and Sasuke, stymieing their movements. With such a disadvantage, neither Naruto nor Sasuke stood a chance against Li. Bang bang. Naruto and Sasuke were sent flying by Li's kick, leaving them in disarray. Chapter 15. 3 months ago? How exhilarating. Little Li, brimming with excitement, had triumphed over the chief student of this cohort, defeating 2 adversaries single-handedly. Despite his opponents being fledglings yet to tap into their potential, this victory was sufficient to bolster Little Li's confidence. Many times, confidence outweighs raw ability. Little Li, Tian. Refrain from engaging further, Neji instructed, striding forward. Having relished his moment of glory, Little Li readily acquiesced to Neji's command, observing the evident frailty of Team 7. Tian shared no concerns about Neji's 1-against-3 confrontation and agreed as well. Neji's audacity to take on multiple opponents was met with rising ire, even from Naruto, who generally held a favorable view of him. "Neji, prepare yourself." With a flourish, Naruto unleashed his Shadow Clone technique and charged. This time, Sasuke did not linger on the sidelines, but joined Naruto in their assault. If even the seemingly weaker Little Li posed such a challenge, how formidable would Neji be? Should Neji stubbornly refuse to cooperate with Naruto, he would replicate the humiliation inflicted upon them by Little Li and Tian. Sakura, realizing her opportunity, understood that if Tian refrained from fighting, she could still contribute by throwing shurikens to disrupt Neji. However, Neji's Byakugan possessed a breadth of vision beyond ordinary comprehension. Byakugan. Neji activated his ocular technique, veins protruding around his eyes. Consequently, Sakura's attempts with shurikens were rendered almost futile. Moreover, Neji discerned the subtle differences between Naruto's clones and his true form through the Byakugan, allowing him to pinpoint Naruto's actual location with precision. Gentle Fist. In an instant, he struck several vital points, severely impeding Naruto's chakra flow. The clones dissipated in a series of explosive bursts, and Naruto was swiftly sent flying, incapacitated by Neji's precise strikes. At that moment, Sasuke rushed forward. However, as he glanced back, he was met with the formidable glare of Neji's Byakugan, which instilled a sense of peril in him. The thought flashed through Sasuke's mind, but it was too late. Neji assumed the stance of the 8 trigrams and softly intoned, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. As Sasuke was struck by the first blow, escape became impossible. Neji's chakra sealed Sasuke's chakra points, rendering him unable to employ even the substitution technique. The entire sequence of 64 strikes left Sasuke battered and incapacitated, lying helplessly on the ground. Without the awakening of the Sharingan, Sasuke seemed woefully inadequate. Neji withdrew, his Byakugan returning to its normal state, his attire unwrinkled and pristine. In the sunlight, the boy with black hair, white eyes, and white clothing resembled an ethereal being. His slightly imposing gaze fell upon Sakura, who stood frozen, devoid of any combat capability. The outcome was clear. In this battle, the Byakugan had emerged victorious. As they departed the training ground, the spirits of the 4 members of Team 3 were high. Might Guy beamed with pride at their success, while Little Lee's confidence soared. And Neji wore a subtle smile. He was pleased to have found the ideal candidates to accelerate the evolution of his Byakugan, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. Despite the crushing nature of the victory and the lack of a satisfying bout, Neji's Byakugan evolution progressed by a full percentage point. This achievement typically required the exertion of Might Guy over 3 intense matches. Was this the essence of a child of destiny? Neji resolved to engage in friendly sparring with Naruto and Sasuke regularly. Would this not destabilize their mental states, leading to despair? Neji held no such concerns. While Sasuke was an enigma, Naruto would undoubtedly remain resilient. As long as Naruto stood firm, Sasuke would not falter either. Indeed, the situation unfolded as Neji anticipated. After the battle in the Land of Waves, Naruto and Sasuke experienced rapid growth, nearly surpassing Neji himself. Fortunately, Neji too had progressed over the past 3 months. In that time, he had sparred against Naruto and Sasuke a total of 10 times, yielding a 10% increase in his Byakugan evolution. Engaging Might Guy over 30 times had similarly netted him another 10%. Thus, his Byakugan evolution now stood at 46%, though he had yet to acquire new techniques. Neji's Gentle Fist technique had significantly augmented in potency. He could now effortlessly dominate his former self from 3 months prior. Compared to the original timeline's 16-year-old Jonin, Hyuga Neji, he had become exponentially more formidable. Perhaps, the only aspect in which he fell short was the volume of chakra. Chapter 16, Classic Plot. How did Neji become aware of the commencement of the Nin exams? Naturally, he was privy to the classic storyline. Rising early, Neji prepared to meet his companions and serendipitously encountered Naruto, who had just awakened. The two set off together. Over the course of 3 months of training, Neji not only made significant progress in the evolution of his Byakugan, but also forged friendships with Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto, from the outset, had developed a certain fondness for Neji. As for Sasuke, he only acknowledged the strong, and Neji had undoubtedly risen to that status in his eyes. As Neji and Naruto ventured forth, they were covertly followed by Konohamaru. Naruto, however, saw through the ruse and exposed Konohamaru, leading to a lively exchange among the 3. Along the way, they encountered Sakura, whose ire was provoked by the antics of Naruto and Konohamaru, prompting her to chase after them. In the midst of this chase, Konohamaru collided with 2 peculiar individuals. One, clad in black garb with face paint, bore a forehead protector that was not from Konohagakure, while the other was a girl with a matching forehead protector, her hair a striking yellow, and carrying a massive metallic fan on her back. "Are you blind, kid?" Kankuro growled, lifting Konohamaru with a fierce demeanor. Konohamaru, terrified, cried out, lacking the imposing presence expected of the grandson of the Hokage. After all, he was the descendant of the formidable Sarutobi Hiruzen. How could this be? Kankuro and Temari were the individuals whom Konohamaru had bumped into. As lower-ranked shinobi from Sunagakure, their presence in Konohagakure could only signify one thing. The Nin exams were about to commence. Upon reaching this conclusion, Neji intervened to halt the commotion instigated by Konohamaru. He severed Kankuro's chakra threads, restraining Naruto's impulse to charge forward, and with a mere glance, intimidated Gaara, who had quietly appeared in the distance. He then signaled Sasuke to keep a watchful eye on Gaara. With all eyes upon him, Neji approached Kankuro and extricated Konohamaru from his grasp. "You are from Sunagakure, aren't you?" Neji stated. "The hidden sand is our ally. I trust you did not come here with the intent to cause trouble. Acknowledging their misstep, he turned to Konohamaru. Apologized to them. Niji's gaze swept over to the mischievous Konohamaru, who, initially inclined to defy, was suddenly cowed into submission. I'm really sorry. I wasn't looking, he exclaimed. With the apology given, Niji stepped forward, pulling Konohamaru behind him. Now that an apology has been made, I trust that our allies from the sand will let this matter rest. Niji believed he had handled the situation commendably, maintaining the dignity of Konohagakure while imparting a lesson to Konohamaru. Now he awaited Kankuro's response, confident that it would be satisfactory. As he spoke, he activated his Byakugan. A heavy aura permeated the air, as if time itself had frozen. With the evolution of his Byakugan, not only did his gentle fist technique grow stronger, but he also sensed the burgeoning intimidation that accompanied its activation. Niji felt that with continued progress, he might acquire a skill related to this newfound menacing presence. Kankuro's expression darkened under the weight of Niji's formidable aura. Temari, standing by, mirrored his apprehension but wisely chose to concede, recognizing Niji's strength. With an opportunity to retreat presented, Kankuro disdainfully scoffed and turned to leave. However, at that moment, Gaara stepped forward, confronting Niji directly. Gaara, don't. Temari and Kankuro exclaimed, alarmed as they attempted to intervene, but they were powerless to reach Gaara, who was poised to act. Gazing at Niji with a chilling intensity, Gaara inquired, what does your blood taste like? Would you like to find out? You will have your chance. Niji smiled, retorting, but you may not be able to fulfill that promise. Without further debate, Gaara shifted his attention to Temari and Kankuro, commanding, let us go. We cannot afford to lose face here. Do you remember why we are here? Kankuro attempted to explain. Gaara, listen, they instigated. Silence. Gaara's menacing presence unsettled Naruto and the others, and he warned, be careful, I might kill you. Taken aback, Kankuro was overtaken by fear, hastily offering apologies. With Gaara leading, the three from the sand prepared to depart. Yet, as they turned to leave, Gaara paused. Casting a glance at Neji and Sasuke, I shall remember your names, Hyuga Neji, Uchiha Sasuke. Humph. Gaara continued on his way. But Naruto was not about to let it go. Hey, what about me? What is my name? Gaara didn't even glance back, uninterested. We're leaving. At that moment, Sakura interjected, are you from the sand? Even as allies, you cannot roam freely in our village. Sasuke stood resolutely beside Neji, providing Sakura with ample confidence. Neji rolled his eyes at Sakura's boldness. Had it been any other village, she would likely have faced dire consequences for her insolence. If you lack strength, it's best to refrain from provoking others. In response, Temari scoffed, humph. Even your own people are unaware? As she spoke, she produced a pass and clarified. We are here to participate in the joint CH selection exam. Any further questions? Naruto was about to inquire, but Neji interrupted, advising, let them go. Observing this exchange, the Sand Shinobi took their leave. Afterward, Neji turned to Naruto, saying, if you have any questions regarding the CH exams, the supervising Jonin will provide the answers. So seek out Kakashi. He deemed it unwise to engage further with the Sand Shinobi, thus halting any deepening entanglements. Moreover, this could serve as an opportunity to create some inconvenience for Kakashi. Over the past 3 months, Neji had sparred with Kakashi, but the experience had been overwhelmingly one-sided. With Kakashi employing ninjutsu throughout, leaving Neji exhausted yet with no advancement in his Byakugan's evolution. Thus, Neji had taken note of Kakashi. Yet, he bore no grudges. He simply felt these were actions expected of Kakashi. Oh, by the way, I also informed Naruto and the others that Kakashi enjoys reading a book titled Ika Ika Paradise. Teachers and students should strive to deepen their understanding of one another. As Naruto and his companions departed, Konohamaru and his friends hastily followed suit. Now, Konohamaru harbored a fear of Neji, viewing him as an intimidating figure. Naruto, on the other hand, remained a comforting presence. Neji, however, was indifferent to the opinions of those who lacked strength. Apart from Naruto and Sasuke, he considered them inconsequential. Chapter 17. The Challenge of the Sound Ninjas. After parting ways with Naruto and the others, Neji hurried toward the training ground to meet his teammates. Upon arrival, he observed Tenten, who was already practicing throwing kunai, and Lee, who had begun his physical training. Of course, there was also the ever-punctual Might Guy. Spotting Neji, Might Guy immediately produced a recommendation form, exclaiming, Neji, I have recommended you for the Chunin selection exam. Please fill out this application. Anticipating this, Neji accepted the form. Might Guy, glancing at Neji and then at the diligent Tenten and Lee, excitedly declared, my beloved subordinates, You will surely shine with the brilliance of youth. Oh, Neji replied nonchalantly, with Tintin echoing his sentiment. Only Lee responded enthusiastically, Teacher Guy, I will not let you down. It was no wonder Lee was so exhilarated. He had mastered the secret technique of the 8 gates with remarkable ease. With a solid foundation, he had progressed to the 4th gate in just 3 months. And he was on the verge of opening the 5th. This level of strength meant that, barring any monstrous opponents, victory was virtually assured. Neji's power had also evolved. As Might Guy had speculated that within a few years, Neji could surpass him. At this moment, the only notable change in Neji was that he appeared even more handsome than 3 months prior. Tinin had also improved, with an increase in chakra and physical strength, and she had become more graceful, shedding her previous carefree demeanor regarding her appearance. The application form was to be submitted to Classroom 301 of the Ninja School by 4 p.m. at the latest. Might Guy shared what he knew about the Chunin selection exam, mentioning that the written test would take place the following day, allowing them to prepare adequately. During the exam period, they would refrain from undertaking missions, urging them to focus on their studies and strive to pass and become Chunin. I believe you can achieve this. This is youth, he proclaimed. Lee, let us run together. Yes, Teacher Guy. They responded, their footsteps echoing. As the 2 bushy-browed ninjas departed, Tintin turned to Neji, asking, Neji, would you like to take a stroll? Neji hesitated, realizing he had yet to sign in at Hokage Rock, and nodded in agreement. Tintin was overjoyed, nearly leaping in excitement. At Hokage Rock, the 2 enjoyed takoyaki while engaging in conversation. Neji, do you think Naruto and the others will participate in the Chunin selection exam? They will, he replied. Do you think they can pass? Sakura will struggle. The other 2 should be fine. What about us? Tintin inquired. You are prone to being countered. While Lee and I can manage. What? I'm feeling down. Your takoyaki is now mine. You were treating today, so it was yours all along. When in the presence of others, Tintin often demonstrated her understanding, but with Neji, she loved to ask him various questions, displaying a girlish demeanor. Such obvious signals were not lost on Neji, though he felt it was not the right time. Romantic entanglements could indeed hinder the pace of growth and strength. Neji could endure, as could Tintin. Their tacit understanding deepened with the passage of time. The following afternoon, Neji reunited with his teammates, arriving early at the school to locate Classroom 301. Although they arrived quite early, others had arrived even sooner. The number of Leaf Genin was not insignificant. However, upon entering 301, Neji sensed something amiss. Activating his Byakugan, he noticed a mass of chakra altering the rune number on the plaque. Genjutsu. Neji suddenly recalled a certain plot point. In the original story, Neji and his companions pretended not to notice the illusion, only for Sakura and Sasuke to see through the genjutsu. Subsequently, when Lee beheld Sakura's striking figure, he fell instantly in love, only to be rejected due to his bushy eyebrows. In truth, any reason could suffice for rejection, while acceptance could be granted for any excuse. The appearances of Might Guy and Rock Lee had destined them to be unlikely suitors for most girls. However, in this life, perhaps due to Lee witnessing Sakura's moments of inadequacy, he had yet to express any affection toward her since their teams had become acquainted. This could be termed a butterfly effect initiated by Neji. Of course, this was a favorable development. Sakura's heart was firmly set on Sasuke, and Lee's advances would yield no positive outcome. At this moment, Neji glanced at the other genin gathered there, realizing that none had detected the genjutsu, indicating they might not even pass the first written test. With no intention to assist them, Neji and his 2 teammates circumvented the others and descended the stairs to the true 3rd floor. To his surprise, upon reaching the 3rd floor, he encountered a familiar face. Oh, you all arrived first, Kakashi remarked, tucking a book into his pocket. It seems you saw through the first test. Why not lend a hand to the others? Neji replied. If they cannot pass the first test, what use is it for them to proceed further? This was the reason Neji chose not to assist others. That makes sense, Kakashi said, leaning closer. Neji, did you tell Naruto and the others that I read Ika Paradise? Neji was taken aback, his expression one of perfect bewilderment. Ika Paradise? What book is that, Kakashi-sensei? With a girl nearby, Kakashi refrained from elaborating on this matter. Reluctantly, he raised his hands in surrender and allowed Neji and his companions to pass. Classroom 301 is the venue for the first exam. Make sure to familiarize yourselves. Once Neji and his team departed, Kakashi retrieved Ika Paradise once again, mumbling to himself as he read, Indeed, it is quite different from the ordinary Hyuga. He sighed deeply. If only he didn't have that caged bird. Meanwhile, Below, Sasuke and Sakura dispelled the Jinjutsu of Room 201, allowing a horde of Genin to enter Classroom 301. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were subsequently intercepted by Kakashi, who had some cautions to impart to his own students. Inside Classroom 301, the first arrivals, Neji and his team, were soon targeted by a group of sound ninjas. Tisu, Zaku, and Kin, 3 nonconformist sound Genin, approached Neji and his companions with menacing glares. "So, you've already seen through the illusion on the second floor? Why didn't you say anything?" they taunted. "Selfish leaf ninjas. And one from the Hyuga clan. But judging by your forehead protector, you're from the branch family, aren't you? I've heard that branch members are nothing but the main family's servants." Chapter 18. The intent to kill. As the brash Kim Chue from the Sound Ninja Trio began to hurl provocations, both Tian and Shaoli were filled with indignation, particularly since their ire was directed at Ning Xi. Even Shaoli, who viewed Ning Xi as a rival, held a deep-seated respect for him. A formidable fighter, a protector of his comrades, and undeniably handsome. What epitomizes the perfect teammate if not this? Indeed, he is the paragon of a comrade. In a fit of rage, Tian brandished a scroll, prepared to unleash a colossal 40-meter-long cleaver to dispatch the trio of sound ninjas. Her protective instincts towards Ning Xi far surpassed those of Shaoli. Consequently, her disdain for the 3 sound ninjas was even more profound. However, upon witnessing Ning Xi rise, both Tian and Shaoli found their anger dissipating. They beheld Ning Xi, usually gentle and composed, now wearing a stern expression and raising his hand. A character of danger was etched upon Kim Chue's forehead. With a swift motion, Ning Xi seized Kim Chue by the chin, lifting him effortlessly. His silence more potent than words as he locked eyes with Kim Chue. His Byakugan activated, emanating an overwhelming aura of intimidation that filled the classroom. Kim Chue's comrades, Toshi and Sak, instinctively moved to intervene, but a mere glance from Ning Xi quelled their intent to act. The terror embodied in his gaze was palpable. Even the most ferocious Toshi was cowed beneath its weight, let alone Sak. And Kim Chue, ensnared in Ning Xi's grip, began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. With a decisive motion, Ning Xi hurled Kim Chue across the room, and just as Kim Chue thought he had narrowly escaped disaster, a translucent hand composed entirely of chakra descended upon his head with lethal intent. Should it connect, Kim Chue would surely face a fatal fate. However, a sudden appearance of a leaf ninja clad in Jonin attire intervened, blocking Ning Xi's assault. Rather than chastising him, the examiner surveyed the room and cautioned. "I am the proctor. No violent confrontations are permitted during the exam. Pay heed, all of you." Clearly having observed the entire exchange, he took his place at the podium. "If you wish to fight, do so in the second round. The first exam commences in 10 minutes. With the examiner's arrival, Ning Xi retracted his Byakugan. Yet when he cast his gaze upon the Sound Ninja Trio, a palpable aura of menace lingered. Having honed his skills as a ninja for over a year, Ning Xi had taken many lives, all of those he eliminated being villainous. This indicated that he was not averse to killing. In that moment, however, Kim Chue and his allies ignited a deadly resolve within him. Initially, their prowess might have allowed them to surpass the second round and contend in the third round of preliminaries. But now Ning Xi would ensure they remained indefinitely in the second round. This series of events drew the attention of the other examinees in the classroom, who regarded Ning Xi with a mix of curiosity and caution. Yet upon realizing he was a member of the Hyuga branch, their interest waned, and they turned their focus elsewhere. Among them was the disguised Orochimaru's subordinate, Yakushi Kabuto, whose agenda included assisting in Orochimaru's ambitions and gathering intelligence on Sasuke. The Hyuga branch? He deemed them of little significance. Despite Ning Xi's impressive display, he remained confined within the limitations of a caged bird. A mere jonin of the Hyuga branch. Kabuto dismissed him with a scoff, approaching the 9 newcomers under the guise of a well-meaning leaf ninja who had failed numerous Chunin exams. It was only the inexperience of the newcomers that allowed Kabuto to easily gain their trust, as he produced a ninja card to relay information to Naruto and the others. Tian and Shaoli were drawn to eavesdrop, yet Ning Xi restrained them, cautioning that the bespectacled individual posed a potential threat and that he was privy to the same information. Consequently, Tian and Shaoli heeded Ning Xi's warning. Nevertheless, as Shaoli observed Sasuke, a fierce determination ignited within him. Over recent months, Sasuke had undergone rapid advancement. Just last week, Shaoli had nearly succumbed to him even while burdened. This underscored Sasuke's progress, now at a commendable level, while Naruto was not far behind. The only one who had not improved significantly was Sakura. Therefore, Shaoli yearned to once again best Sasuke in this Chunin exam. A sense of urgency enveloped him, as he feared that Sasuke's growth would soon eclipse his own. The only individual whose progress rivaled Sasuke's was Ningxiai, prompting Shaoli to glance toward him. His heart settled slightly, knowing that despite Sasuke's growth, he and Naruto had still been overwhelmed by Ningxiai. Indeed, Ningxiai was the true genius. As 10 minutes swiftly passed, the real examiner emerged. He exuded a fierce aura, instilling fear in those around him. Are you all growing impatient? He wore a hooded forehead protector, his expression a fierce scowl, accentuated by several scars that betrayed his intimidating demeanor. I am Morino Abiki, the proctor for the first round of the Chunin selection exam. Everyone, take your seats. Failure to do so will result in disqualification. His words were a formidable threat, amplified by his fearsome visage, deterring any student from testing their luck. Observing the orderly assembly of candidates, Morino Abiki nodded, then declared, "Submit your application forms and take your assigned seats. The first written exam will commence shortly." What? A written exam? Naruto gasped in horror, for this was his least favored and weakest area. Yet, he had no choice but to comply with Abiki's instructions. To heighten the exam's difficulty, Morino Abiki deliberately rearranged the seating of team members. The first exam was designed to assess a ninja's ability to acquire information. Thus, Naruto need not fear being alone. Aside from a few exceptionally knowledgeable candidates, the majority would struggle to answer. However, some Chunin were strategically placed among the examinees, enabling others to employ discrete methods to obtain answers. In essence, it was a setup for cheating. Such an exam was simplicity itself for Ningxiai. Even if he lacked knowledge, he could effortlessly read the answers of the Chunin through his Byakugan. Tian had no issues either, as she utilized a mirror to glean the correct responses, even relaying them to Shaoli. The Canola 12 were all employing their unique skills to tackle the questions, while only Naruto remained terrified, unwilling to cheat for fear of endangering his comrades. Chapter 19. The Forest of Death. Outside the examination hall, several well-acquainted ninjas gathered: Kakashi, Guy, Ebisu, Asuma, and Irika. How do you feel? Do you have confidence in your subordinates? Upon hearing this, Guy immediately responded, of course. They will undoubtedly break through all barriers and become CHNI. Although Guy often exuded confidence, this time, it carried a distinctive flavor. Oh, Guy, I recall that your subordinate seems quite exceptional. Asuma remarked, isn't the finest among them Hyuga Neji? Indeed. Ebisu chimed in. It's a pity he belongs to the branch family. Kakashi interjected, were it not for his branch family status, Neji would surely achieve even greater heights. Irika shook his head. Neji was far too aloof during his time at the Ninja Academy. Such a ninja, coupled with the restrictions of the Hyuga branch family. Alas, hearing Irika's words, Guy placed a reassuring hand on Irika's shoulder. Irika, you must not focus solely on Naruto. Neji has changed. That's right, Kakashi added. Having witnessed Neji's transformation himself, with the attention of the other Jonin upon him, Irika sheepishly scratched his head. I understand, but Naruto will surely excel too. He is indeed a surprisingly remarkable ninja, was the consensus among the other Jonin regarding Naruto. However, I firmly believe that Neji will eventually break through all limitations. Guy suddenly stood up and declared, I can sense that child Neji is working exceptionally hard. He possesses his own ideals and principles, and he is waiting for the right moment. Perhaps that moment is about to arrive. The one who understands Neji best is not Tenten, but Might Guy, the seemingly eccentric yet astute veteran Jonin of Konoha. Ultimately, Naruto successfully passed the written examination, through extraordinary willpower and unyielding perseverance. He raised his arm high and slammed it on the table, exclaiming, do not underestimate anyone. I will not back down. This outburst left those who contemplated withdrawing, including Sakura Haruno, momentarily stunned. I want to take the exam. Even if I remain a genin for life, I will strive towards becoming Hokage. Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you. With that, Naruto sat down, glaring fiercely at Abiki Morino. Witnessing the mass of candidates who were dissuaded from leaving due to Naruto's declaration, Abiki felt a headache coming on. With 78 candidates remaining, Abiki decided to make one last effort. I will grant you another chance. This is a decision that will impact your entire life. If you regret it now, it is not too late. Nevertheless, Naruto remained steadfast, stating, this is my ninja way. In the distance, Neji watched this scene, feeling somewhat moved. As a fan of Hokage, even if he did not fully agree with Naruto and Jiraiya's ideals, witnessing Naruto's shine so brightly stirred something within him. This is the allure of Hokage, and the charm of Naruto's character. However, I too have my own goals. Naruto, just wait and see in the future. Seeing that he could not change the situation, Ibiki finally conceded. I hereby announce that all candidates present have passed the first exam. The candidates were taken aback, bombarding him with questions. Ibiki began to clarify matters for the candidates while emphasizing the importance of intelligence. In short, the first exam was successfully passed. Next came the second exam, the survival exercise. For Neji, this particular exam held the utmost significance. He intended to elevate the progress of his Byakugan's evolution to 50% during this test. The survival exercise was a three-man team battle, and only in this way could he legitimately seek trouble with Naruto and Sasuke. Moreover, with Gaara and other strong ninjas from Konoha. It was not impossible for Neji to gain a 4% evolution progress in this exam. Setting others aside, the harvest from Sasuke and Naruto, as well as Gaara, would undoubtedly be substantial. Sasuke and Naruto were golden opportunities, a fact already verified, while Gaara was destined to shine brilliantly in the future. Thus his importance should not be underestimated. Therefore, the evolution progress Neji could gain from Gaara would also be significant. However, Gaara was particularly formidable against any taijutsu ninja, and only those like Lee, who could open the 8 gates, could contend with him. Neji pondered whether to confront Gaara. After much consideration, he ultimately made a decision. If he could achieve a 4% evolution progress from others, he would refrain from provoking Gaara. If not, Neji would have to go all out. Oh, and there were also the Sound Ninja Trio. Neji would ensure they remained permanently. Bang! The classroom window shattered as a figure burst in. Not only did she enter alone, but she also brought a poster, pinning it to the wall. It was too early to celebrate. As everyone focused, they saw a stunning woman, adorned with a headband, possessing a beautiful visage, clad in a brown coat, exuding a fiery aura reminiscent of a female version of Naruto. However, Neji observed the still slender form of Hinata and felt a strong urge to advise her to avoid excessive sweet treats. That's sufficient, but that is not acceptable, he thought. I am the chief examiner for the second exam, Mitarashi Anko. The next test awaits you all. Wait, why are there so many people? Anko inquired of Ibiki. Ibiki, slightly embarrassed, responded that the candidates were quite strong this time. No matter. I will eliminate the majority of them in the second exam. Anko appeared quite confident. I can hardly wait. Follow me to the second exam venue. With that, Anko departed hastily, her identity confirmed by Ibiki, leaving the candidates no choice but to follow, even if their examiner seemed somewhat unreliable. On the way, Tintin leaned closer to Neji and whispered, Neji, this examiner seems a bit foolish, much like Naruto. Neji glanced at Anko, noticing she was not paying attention, and said, do not discuss the examiner. She is, after all, a jonin. More accurately, she is a special jonin. But Anko's strength is not to be underestimated. She simply failed the political review, which is why she is not a full jonin. Tintin obediently fell silent, trailing behind Neji. Upon arriving at the second exam venue, located in the outskirts of Konoha, within the Forest of Death, Neji marveled at the astonishing power of ninjutsu. Each tree stood robust, measuring several meters in thickness, and Neji could not help but appreciate the marvels of ninjutsu. These trees did not grow to such sizes naturally. They were cultivated by the legendary ninja, Hashirama Senju, through the secret would-release technique. Logically, once the caster dies, the ninjutsu should dissipate. Chapter 20, Awakening. The moment of hunt decades have passed since the demise of Senju Hashirama, yet the trees remain towering and steadfast, never having succumbed to the earth. It is undeniable that ninjas can be categorized into 2 factions, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, and the rest. At this juncture, Akamichi Arka assumes her role as the chief examiner, elucidating the rules to the candidates. They stand in the arena of the second examination, the 44th practice ground, also known as the Forest of Death. As to the reasons behind its ominous name, you will comprehend upon entering. Now, gather around to sign this consent form. The candidates exchanged puzzled glances at the mention of a consent form. Arka continued, explaining that the examination posed a significant risk to their lives, thus necessitating the signing of the document. Once the consent forms were duly signed, they were to present them to the examiner on the other side to receive one of the celestial scrolls, granting them entry into the Forest of Death. The rules of the second examination are straightforward, a challenge to the limits of survival. The examination spans 5 days, during which you must acquire a pair of celestial scrolls and reach the central tower of the Forest of Death. Failure to arrive at the designated time after 5 days results in disqualification. The means of obtaining the scrolls and surviving for the duration are unrestricted. To put it simply, you may eliminate your rivals to obtain the corresponding scrolls and resources necessary to endure these 5 days. However, to pass the examination, all 3 members of your team must arrive together, each holding a celestial scroll. Currently, 3 consent forms can be exchanged for 1 scroll, and in 15 minutes, the examination shall commence. Arka had elaborated on the rules sufficiently, and the candidates promptly began to mobilize. Having arrived at this critical juncture, they were all aware of the gravity of the situation without needing further admonition. However, as Neji submitted his consent form, he noticed a figure lurking nearby. Cloaked in a straw hat, the individual possessed a towering stature and emanated an unsettling aura, akin to that of a serpent. Nevertheless, Neji sensed not a trace of murderous intent from him. Orochimaru. Neji immediately recognized the identity of the figure, his eyes widening slightly as he focused on him. Orochimaru, the mastermind behind the collapse plan of Konoha during the Nin exams, was indeed a formidable adversary. Even in his weakened state, he would surpass Neji. And even the current Kakashi would struggle to contend with him. However, as one of the top ninjas in the shinobi world, Kakashi should be able to hold his own against Orochimaru, at least to some extent. Regardless, it was evident that Orochimaru could toy with Neji as he pleased. Thus, in order to avoid drawing Orochimaru's attention, Neji swiftly averted his gaze. Orochimaru had come to the second Nin exam with the intention of presenting Sasuke with a gift to bestow upon Sasuke an advantage and to observe his progress. At this stage, Orochimaru had been defeated by Uchiha Itachi, who wielded the Mangekyou Sharingan, and he remained fixated on the Sharingan. It can be said that even if the Konoha collapse plan faltered, as long as Sasuke performed admirably, Orochimaru would not consider it a loss. Understanding Orochimaru's intentions alleviated Neji's concerns regarding the potential impact on his own pursuits. After all, in Orochimaru's eyes, he was merely an inconsequential pawn. Orochimaru would not linger on him for too long unless Neji were to present himself brazenly before him. Neji had no intention of doing so, nor did Tenten. Moreover, Neji's intent to eliminate the Sound Ninjas, Tsu and his companions, would not be of concern to Orochimaru. Tsu and his comrades were already tasked with the mission of assassinating Sasuke. They were merely disposable pieces on Orochimaru's chessboard to assess Sasuke's capabilities. As long as Neji acted discreetly, he was confident that killing the Sound Ninjas would not bring about any repercussions. Neji, have you finished signing? Let us retrieve the scroll. Tenten's voice roused Neji from his thoughts. The third team exchanged 3 consent forms for 1 heavenly scroll. Orochimaru had keen perception. Even though Neji had withdrawn his gaze swiftly, he had still taken note of him. However, upon realizing Neji belonged to the Hyuga branch family, Orochimaru redirected his focus towards Sasuke. Orochimaru was already familiar with Neji's profile. Indeed, he was recognized as the most talented ninja of the Hyuga clan in decades. Yet the bird in the cage seal confined all potential. Hyuga, how lamentable, Orochimaru, disguised as a grass village ninja, mused, before collecting a copy of the earthly scroll with his companions. As time elapsed, Arka issued the command. Now, the second stage of the Nin selection exam commences. With a flurry of movement, the lower-ranked ninjas surged into the forest of death. A squad of grass village ninjas, under Orochimaru's guidance, became increasingly intrigued by Naruto's team. Given that the exam permitted lethal confrontations, this presented a favorable opportunity. Let us practice our skills on those newcomers. One of the grass ninjas, with a haughty expression, proposed. Target that yellow-haired brat's team. Orochimaru, disguised as a grass ninja, licked his lips, declaring, then let us seek them out. Neji's team, meanwhile, focused their attention on the trio of Sound Ninjas. Tenten, Lee, let us pursue the Sound Ninjas, Neji instructed. Agreed. They responded in unison. The moment of the hunt had begun. The first encounter with adversaries was faced by Team 8, consisting of Hinata, Kiba, and Shino. They encountered lower-ranked ninjas from Konoha, unfamiliar and unseasoned. Even among lower-ranked ninjas, disparities exist. Despite being newcomers, the members of Konoha's 12 strong, with only Shino taking action, swiftly subdued the 3 Konoha lower-ranked ninjas. Then came Team 7, comprising Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, whose situation was rather comical. Naruto was captured and bound during a moment of convenience. Had it not been for the enemy's intent to eliminate Team 7 entirely, they would have likely dealt a lethal blow to Naruto instead of masquerading as him to deceive Sasuke and Sakura. The adversaries they faced were lower-ranked ninjas from the Rain Village. There is no room for leniency among the ninjas of different countries and villages. However, The trio from the Rain Village had miscalculated their opponents. The quality of lower-ranked ninjas from small countries and villages could not possibly compare with Konoha's elite. Even though the Rain Village had fallen under Pain's dominion, the issue of lower-ranked ninja quality remained unresolved, or perhaps it was of no concern to the divine. Sasuke quickly discerned the Rain ninja's deception, vanquished the one impersonating Naruto, and rescued him. Together, they overcame the 3 Rain ninjas. Nonetheless, the danger for Naruto's team was only just beginning. The commotion from their battle caught the attention of Orochimaru's disguised grass ninja squad, and soon, Sasuke was to be marked with the cursed seal. Meanwhile, Neji's pursuit of the sound ninjas was proving challenging. The Forest of Death, spanning a radius of 10 kilometers, was vast and daunting. Even with the Byakugan activated, locating individuals was no simple task. However, persistence would yield results. After activating his Byakugan multiple times, a smile crept across Neji's face. Tintin, Lee, I have found them. Chapter 21. Ino's thoughts. The Byakugan possesses 3 distinct abilities: the long-range vision, the penetrating gaze, and the keen insight. It allows one to perceive all things within a kilometer radius, see through surfaces to view the meridians, acupoints, and skeletal structure, as well as the flow of chakra. With a remarkable 360 field of vision, its functions are indeed comprehensive. Moreover, through cultivation, the range of the Byakugan's long-distance vision can be enhanced. Neji's Byakugan evolution has already reached 46, granting him a long-range vision that extends to a 10-kilometer radius. However, this 10-kilometer span merely constitutes the radius of the Forest of Death, with a diameter of 20 kilometers. This explains why it took Neji multiple uses of the Byakugan to locate the 3 sound ninja. The entrance to the Forest of Death varied, and the sound ninja had entered almost directly opposite Neji and his companions, thereby consuming some time in their search. Once the target was confirmed, Neji and his team wasted no time, advancing directly towards the trio of sound ninja. They moved at a brisk pace, deliberately unmasking their presence. This was because Neji was acutely aware that, apart from Orochimaru and Gaara, no one in this Chunin exam could contend with their small squad. Should anyone attempt to intercept them due to their brazen demeanor, it would align perfectly with Neji's intentions, serving to enhance his Byakugan evolution. Regrettably, no such adversaries appeared. Instead, Neji spotted a team of Leaf Ninja, the Ino Shikacho trio of the new generation, Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, and Yamanaka Ino. Encountering this currently weakest team of Konoha left Neji somewhat exasperated. He observed their hiding spot, which was glaringly obvious. It would be a disservice to his Byakugan not to expose them. Indeed, the label of weakest was not unfounded. They were currently the weakest, but not perpetually so. The Ino Shikacho trio required diligent training in their clan's secret techniques to develop their combat prowess. Otherwise, they remained at the level of ordinary genin. Thus, their current capabilities were slightly above that of regular genin, yet inferior to Naruto, Sasuke, and Shino. However, as members of the famed Konoha 12, they might still yield some progress for Neji's Byakugan evolution. With this thought in mind, Neji called out, "You 3 hiding in the bushes. Will you come out on your own, or shall I compel you to do so?" Startled, Shikamaru and the others jumped, with Ino exclaiming, "What is going on? We've been running so fast already." Shikamaru, equally disheartened, muttered, "This is such a hassle. They've found us thus." The first tactic of hiding until they move on had failed, prompting a switch to tactic 2. With a rustle, Shikamaru and the others emerged, gazing at Neji and his companions with exaggerated expressions. "Wow, isn't that the esteemed top graduate from last year?" Shikamaru feigned a look of insignificance, though it hardly required pretense, asking, "Could we possibly have your autograph?" Ino, raising her hand to loosen her hair, exclaimed, "Actually, I've admired you for quite some time." Though she spoke thus, Ino felt a twinge of resentment. In her view, this was a sacrifice for the sake of strategy. Fortunately, Neji was not unattractive. Otherwise, she would never have uttered such words. Ino couldn't help but glance at Neji, and in that instant, she found herself momentarily transfixed. Preoccupied with the exam, she had not paid attention to Neji until now. After all, he was merely a branch member of the Hyuga clan, while she was the young leader of the Yamanaka clan, with little time to concern herself with inconsequential individuals. Yet now, as she beheld Neji's almost flawless visage and his ethereal demeanor, she felt as if a wild fawn was racing within her chest. This sensation was far more potent than when she had first encountered Sasuke. Wow, is Hinata Neji really this handsome? Why had I never noticed before? Instantly, Ino's demeanor transformed to one of utmost sincerity, as if she genuinely idolized Neji. Neji, you have a fan. How remarkable. Lee was both astonished and melancholic, thinking, one day I too shall have my own fans. To his surprise, Tintin genuinely believed it. Clearly, this is a facade. She thought, wait, what is with that look? Initially dismissing the trio from Team 10 due to their lack of strength and the insincerity of their actions, Neji remained resolute. However, upon witnessing Ino's sincere gaze, Tintin suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. Though still immature, Ino already exhibited the nascent elegance of a future beauty, a quality Tintin could never hope to possess. Quickly, she glanced at Neji, relieved to see his expression unchanged. Thank goodness. My Neji is not so easily swayed. Neji, indeed, bore no expression, as he was uncertain of how to respond. He was utterly perplexed. The trio of Ino Shikacho, who would later shine in the Fourth Great Ninja War, were now masquerading as his fans to avoid elimination. Neji longed for a camera to capture this absurd scene. Yet, observing Ino's demeanor, could it be that she was genuinely captivated by his charm? Ah well, considering we are all Konoha ninjas, you may proceed. Ultimately, Neji waved them off, allowing the trio to leave. They had already humbled themselves so thoroughly, and he felt it inappropriate to force them into combat. Moreover, the three were simply too weak. Fighting them would bear no thrill. Wonderful, Ino exclaimed, leaping with joy. Then, her eyes glinted mischievously as she approached Neji. Neji, could you please give me your autograph? I'm truly your fan now. Before Neji could respond, Tintin interposed herself. Sorry, I don't have a pen or paper. Let us discuss this after the exam. Neji shrugged in agreement with Tintin's unilateral decision, which irritated Ino, who shot a glare at her. Tintin, unyielding, returned the stare. Sensing the tension, Shikamaru quickly beckoned Choji and pulled Ino away. Neji, you must wait for me after we exit. With this brief interlude behind them, the trio resumed their journey. However, Tintin now positioned herself closer to Neji. He paid little mind, preoccupied with thoughts of the impending confrontation with the Sound Ninja. Meanwhile, Shikamaru observed Ino with a bemused expression. Ino, don't tell me you've shifted your focus? Hee. Ino smiled and silently acquiesced to Shikamaru's remark. Huh, shifted focus? Choji exclaimed. Wasn't he that just Ino's sacrifice to enhance her credibility? What? Choji. Shikamaru explained the situation to Choji, who eventually grasped the complexity. This is all too convoluted. Let us just eat some chips. Shikamaru, Ino, do you want some? Chapter 22. 6 paths of TOS, Sak, and Jin Shuei dashed through the thicket. Their objective clear, the location of Uchiha Sasuke's team. The Chunin selection exam's second round was of little significance to them. What truly occupied their minds was the directive from Orochimaru to assess Uchiha Sasuke's caliber with a promise of rewards for those who could eliminate him. Fueled by their admiration for Orochimaru, TOS and his companions exerted themselves fervently. Yet, beneath their fervor lay a sense of indignation. Why was a mere Uchiha Sasuke favored so highly by Orochimaru? They believed themselves to be his most cherished disciples. Having sensed Orochimaru's overt favoritism, TOS and his companions had harbored disdain for Sasuke even before their arrival in Konoha, vowing to teach him a lesson. Now, in Konoha with the task of confronting Sasuke, their determination intensified. This was precisely what Orochimaru desired. In the realm of manipulating human emotions, Orochimaru was a master. Suddenly, 2 of the Sound Ninja halted, leaping to the side, while the slower Jin Shuei pressed forward. In a flash, a white figure descended from above, striking Jin Shuei and sending him crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, his life hanging by a thread. How ruthless, TOS mused. No wonder he possesses such a fierce gaze. The figure revealed itself to be Neji, his handsome visage emerging from the shadows. Jin Shuei, being the weakest among the trio, fell easily to Neji's lethal strike. After all, Neji had ambushed him on his path, descending with tremendous force and employing the gentle fist technique to strike at Jin Shuei's heart. Furthermore, he followed up with a close-range 8 trigrams, air palm. If Jin Shuei had survived that, Neji would have had to question the integrity of his chakra. Fortunately, Jin Shuei had joyfully departed to meet the Sage of 6 Paths. Tada. Lee and Tintin stood resolutely beside Neji, ready to support him. Prior to this engagement, Neji had declared, "Today, I shall be the primary attacker, unless I falter. Do not intervene. Tomorrow, it will be Lee's turn, and the day after, Tintin's." This rotation was designed to conserve their energies. Naturally, Tintin and Lee complied with Neji's strategy. leading to the current scenario. 3 against 2? The odds were unfavorable for Sak. TOS, although seemingly brash, was a strategist who knew when to retreat. Despite his reluctance, Sak, witnessing Neji's swift elimination of Jin Shui, who was only slightly weaker than himself, closed his mouth and nodded in acquiescence. TOS then glanced at Neji, producing the earth scroll from his ninja tool pouch. We concede. Hyuga Ninja, here is the scroll. Let us go. Yet, Neji's eyes glinted with murderous intent. We can acquire the scroll even after eliminating you, he retorted. Infuriated, TOS felt the sting of humiliation. He had taken a step back, yet Neji pressed forward. He had entirely forgotten that they were the ones who had provoked Neji during the first exam. It seems we must fight with all our might. Sak gritted his teeth, raising his hands. I'll handle the one in green and the girl with the buns. You deal with the Hyuga Ninja, all right? Reluctantly, TOS agreed, realizing Sak was burdened with 2 opponents. However, Neji interjected, you seem to have misunderstood. This battle is a 1-on-3 encounter. My teammates will not intervene. So, allow me to indulge in this fight. With that, Neji activated his Byakugan and charged forward. A 1 against 3? TOS and Sak exchanged bewildered glances. Yet Neji's movements were sincere. His teammates showed no intention of assisting. How intriguing. Let us see just how formidable you truly are to exhibit such arrogance. TOS charged towards Neji, the primary attacker among the Sound Ninja. As Neji drew nearer, TOS abruptly halted and slammed his fist into the ground. Bang! The earth trembled. Yet nothing transpired. Neji, however, leaped aside just in time. In that very moment, the ground beneath him erupted in a sonic explosion. Boom! A crater roughly a meter wide formed. Had Neji not evaded in time, he might have been injured. Your attack possesses some merit. Channeling chakra through sound waves for immense power. However, Neji raised a finger to his eye. Under the gaze of these eyes, nothing escaped scrutiny. TOS gritted his teeth, cursing the cursed ocular technique. Neji continued, I see through your true nature. Your sound ninjutsu does not belong to any of the 5 elemental releases, nor is it a bloodline limit. It is a result of human modification, is it not? Shock washed over TOS and Sak. Neji elaborated, you both harbor conduits within your arms. That is your weakness. The revelation ignited fury within TOS, his bandaged visage contorting further in rage. Then you shall not escape unharmed. Sak, let us strike together. Swish, swish. TOS and Sak lunged at Neji. Yet neither Lee nor Tintin exhibited any concern for their comrade, leaving TOS and Sak bewildered. Could this Byakugan ninja truly be so formidable? Swish, the target of their assault. Neji vanished. His speed far surpassed theirs, a fact that became apparent in an instant. The next moment, Neji appeared behind them, assuming the stance of the 8 trigrams. 8 trigrams, 128 palms. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Neji struck with the swiftness of lightning, leaving TOS and Sak unable to evade. As the first palm connected, they found themselves incapable of utilizing ninjutsu. Enraged and desperate, they attempted to escape Neji's range, but he pressed on, targeting their arms with ruthless precision. This was a fate more cruel than death, for their power was derived solely from their sound ninjutsu. Sak screamed in impotent fury, while TOS endured the excruciating pain, desperately searching for a means to counter. At last, Neji ceased his onslaught. The 128 palms had fully incapacitated their chakra pathways. Despair enveloped them, yet it ignited what remained of their fighting spirit. They staggered to their feet, charging at Neji once more. Crack, crack. 2 well-placed 8 trigrams. Their palms extinguished their final flicker of hope. Once again, Neji emerged victorious in a crushing display of dominance. Chapter 23, Sakura's Awakening. As the battle concluded, Neji could distinctly sense that the evolution of his Byakugan had progressed. Upon checking his status panel, he confirmed his suspicion. Bloodline ability, Byakugan, progress 47. Tensigen, could it be that the battles against the Sound Ninja trio had contributed to such a significant advancement? Neji was genuinely surprised that such minor adversaries could facilitate the evolution of his Byakugan. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that T-Suk and Saku were formidable opponents. Excluding Saku, T-Suk's strength surpassed that of a mere genin. While he may not have reached the level of a J-Nin, he was undoubtedly at the caliber of a seasoned Ch-Nin. Defeating 3 such individuals and achieving a triple kill, although somewhat unexpected, was still quite reasonable. Wait, could it be due to the kills? A sudden realization struck Neji. Previously, when he sparred with Naruto and Sasuke, they had always held back. During missions, The foes he had eliminated were primarily low-ranking rogue ninjas and bandits, none of whom contributed even a fraction to his evolution progress. Thus, he had not considered this aspect earlier. However, today, having been provoked by T-Suk and his companions, he had taken their lives, resulting in a notable increase in his evolution progress. If this is indeed the case, Neji felt compelled to explore this further. The subjects of his experimentation would naturally be all the ninjas participating in this Nin exam, excluding the Leaf Village shinobi. Setting aside the higher-ups of Konoha, Neji appreciated the camaraderie among the average ninjas of the village. With no intent to betray his village, he could not indiscriminately slaughter his fellow villagers. Wait, had Danzo already planned to betray the village? Contemplating Danzo's actions, Neji couldn't help but chuckle. The term double-dealing aptly described him. It could be said that while others in the world of Naruto committed their misdeeds for various reasons, Danzo stood alone in his unrepentant malevolence. Whoever brought about Danzo's demise would be doing a service to the people. To reach such a level of infamy, Danzo was indeed unparalleled. Tintin found Neji's demeanor curious. Since they had departed from the location of the Sound Ninja's defeat, a smile had not left his lips. "What is the matter, Neji?" Tintin asked. Feeling tense and unsettled, she suddenly realized that the reasons behind his smile were inconsequential. "What is next for us? Let us head that way." Neji pointed towards a direction where he sensed Naruto and his companions were in peril. The average strength of the participants in this Nin exam was still formidable. Even though Neji and his team had eliminated the Sound Ninja, who were supposed to threaten Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, they still found themselves in a dire situation. Both Naruto and Sasuke were ensnared in a crisis, and Neji could not turn a blind eye. The situation was indeed as Neji had perceived. Upon encountering Orochimaru, despite Naruto and Sasuke's valiant resistance, everything unfolded according to Orochimaru's design. Sasuke was marked with the cursed seal of heaven, while Naruto was afflicted with a 5-element seal on his abdomen. Both fell unconscious, leaving Sakura alone to guard them. Soon after, they faced another team of rain ninjas. Fortunately, at this moment, Sakura was resolute. However, even though she could triumph in a one-on-one duel against the slightly weaker rain ninjas, facing 3 was beyond her capability, plunging her into peril. The Rain Village had dispatched 2 teams. One team had faltered against Team 8, while the other encountered Team 7. It was indeed a twist of fate. In the original narrative, Shikamaru's team discovered Sakura's plight and attempted to assist her, but they too fell to the Sound Ninjas. Ultimately, it was Neji and Tintin who arrived in time to avert disaster. However, now, Shikamaru and Choji, driven by Ino's strong desire to see Neji again, stealthily tracked their movements. While it was easy to surmise that Ino wished to catch another glimpse of Neji, this diversion caused Shikamaru's team to stray from their original course, preventing their timely arrival. Had they intervened, given that their opponents were merely rain ninjas, far weaker than T-Suk and Saku, the outcome would have been vastly different, even if their secret techniques were not deeply honed. The synergy of the Ino-Shikacho trio was formidable. Yet, had that been the case, Neji would not have needed to rush to their aid. "By the way, Lee, did you secure the scrolls?" Neji suddenly inquired. Upon hearing this, Lee produced 2 scrolls from his ninja tool pouch, one inscribed with heaven and the other with earth. "I've got them safely stored," he replied. "Having gathered the scrolls from the outset, we've been quite fortunate," Neji remarked. "With this, we can engage in battle without any reservations. Let us defeat as many teams as possible to eliminate potential competitors in the subsequent examinations." "All right," they replied in unison. Sakura gritted her teeth as a rain ninja ambushed her from behind, seizing her hair. Her beautifully maintained pink locks had suddenly become her most critical vulnerability. With her hair in their grasp, she found herself utterly immobilized. "What lovely hair you have," the rain ninja, equipped with a respirator, remarked in a low, grating voice. "As a ninja, you should hone your skills rather than focus on your appearance. Leaf Village Kunoichi, you are sorely lacking. Since that is the case, allow me to send you on your way." Such was the reality of the ninja world. Such was the consequence of negligence. As he spoke, the rain ninja raised his kunai, aiming it viciously at Sakura's neck. His words struck her heart like a hammer, and she finally resolved to change her fate. In that fleeting moment, as he lunged at her, Sakura raised her kunai and severed her own silky pink hair. With a swift motion, her long hair transformed into a shorter cut, freeing her from her restraints, and she rolled away just in time to evade the deadly strike. The rain ninja, taken aback, marveled at her unexpected resolve, but he quickly reminded her, "You are alone." With that, the other two rain ninjas closed in. The situation had reverted to a 1-against-3 scenario. No matter how fiercely Sakura fought, her abilities were still limited. Never before had she felt such regret as she did in that moment. Regret for not having diligently trained her taijutsu. Regret for being the sole hindrance in Team 7. She glanced at Naruto and Sasuke, lying incapacitated on the ground. And her resolve solidified. Sasuke, Naruto, I will protect you, even at the cost of my life. With a near-fatal determination, Sakura brandished 2 kunai and staggered toward the 3 rain ninjas, ready to fight. Chapter 24. The rain has ceased, and the sun shines brightly again. Erjuzi felt invigorated, exclaiming joyfully, ha ha ha. Even with your newfound awareness, what can you truly achieve? The rain ninjas erupted in laughter. If enlightenment were of any worth, what need would there be for strength? Just surrender and accept your fate. The most arrogant of the rain ninjas brandished a kunai, but his rather unsavory companion interjected, Boss, this Konoha kunoichi seems quite attractive. Perhaps we should. It was evident that the rain ninja's gaze lingered lecherously upon Sakura, whose clothing lay in tatters. Though the original narrative of Hokage did not portray such events, they were all too common in the true ninja world. Once captured, regardless of their appearance, female ninjas were often executed after providing information. However, those deemed beautiful faced a far grimmer fate. In a world where chakra was nearly ubiquitous, vulnerability invited perilous circumstances. Sakura was momentarily stunned by their words, her burgeoning awareness nearly shattered. How could these rain ninjas behave in such a despicable manner? Smack! The more composed rain ninja struck the lecherous one on the head, admonishing him, Fool, this is the Chunin exam in Konoha. There must be surveillance ninjutsu or devices. Upon hearing this, Sakura breathed a sigh of relief. Even if she were to die, she would not allow anyone but Sasuke to touch her. Yet, the composed rain ninja continued, Thus, we must avoid doing anything under surveillance. Understand? Understood. The lecherous rain ninja grinned. I possess Earth-style ninjutsu. I can create a cave underground. Once we dispatch her companions, we can take her below to enjoy ourselves. Sounds delightful. It appears we have yet to try 3 together. In that moment, the malevolent intent of the world unveiled itself before Sakura. She felt paralyzed, her fighting spirit all but extinguished. However, upon catching a glimpse of Naruto and Sasuke in her peripheral vision, she felt a surge of resolve and grasped her kunai once more. She could not falter. She had to protect Sasuke and Naruto. How entertaining, remarked the rain ninja. Yet, at that moment, the same phrase echoed from the sidelines. The rain ninja's expressions shifted in alarm, as did Sakura's, as they turned to see Neji and his companions perched upon the branches of the trees. Sakura, my perception of you has shifted dramatically, Tintin declared. You are a reliable comrade. Influenced by Neji's prior sentiments, Tintin had harbored little fondness for Sakura, viewing her as a hindrance. However, in this battle, Neji's perspective had altered, and so too had Tintin and Lee's. But if Neji remained silent, Tintin, with her understanding nature, would voice it. Upon seeing her familiar comrades, Sakura nearly wept. Despite their previous encounters where they had bested her, they were still her village companions. I am so glad you are here. The rain ninjas, perceiving this turn of events as dire, sought to take Sakura hostage. However, Neji, Tintin, and Lee descended from above, shattering their delusions. Tintin swiftly scooped Sakura to safety while Lee positioned himself protectively by Naruto and Sasuke, vigilantly watching the rain ninjas. Neji charged directly at the trio of rain ninjas, executing the 8 trigrams, air palm. This technique, akin to the air palm, lacked its full power but could strike at a distance, incapacitating the enemy without direct contact. Neji had no desire to engage with such loathsome ninjas, nor did they merit any of his effort. 8 trigrams, air palm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 air palms were unleashed with blinding speed, leaving the rain ninjas no time to evade. Thud. The trio fell lifelessly to the ground, mere insects to Neji's might. The disparity in strength was starkly evident. Witnessing her foes fall, Sakura could no longer sustain herself and fainted. After enduring a 1-against-3 battle for so long, she had expended all her energy. With the arrival of allies, she felt her resolve wane, unable to persist any longer. At that moment, Sasuke regained consciousness. Having adapted to the cursed seal during his unconsciousness, he rose slowly, enveloped in a dark aura. The design of the cursed seal spread from his neck, enveloping his upper body, a continuous flow of power coursing through him, bringing him a sense of elation. This feeling was exquisite. Sasuke? Neji glanced at Sasuke, his brow furrowing. The curse seal, planted by Orochimaru, offered immense power, yet it could also corrupt one's mind, ultimately transforming them into a puppet of Orochimaru. Clearly, Sasuke's current state mirrored that of the original narrative. Gifted with power by Orochimaru, he was on the brink of losing his sense of self. Responding to Neji's inquiry, Sasuke spoke slowly. This was bestowed upon me. I finally comprehend. As an avenger, even if I must sell my soul to the devil, I will find a way to wield this power. Well then, this golden opportunity may not last long, Neji thought. Feeling a mix of resignation and unease as he anticipated this moment, Sasuke, furrowing his brow, scanned his surroundings, finally resting his gaze on the battered, unconscious Sakura. Fortunately, the cursed seal had not diminished his intellect. Did the rain ninjas attack Sakura, only to be dealt with by you? Neji nodded, suddenly intrigued. With sudden power, Sasuke in the original narrative had erupted and defeated the sound ninjas. However, with no opponents left to challenge, how would he respond now? Thank you, Sasuke uttered. But his eyes remained fixed intently on Neji, as if flames of battle were igniting within him. But can you engage me in combat, Neji? Neji was taken aback. Sasuke wished to use him as a test of his blade. Had Sasuke forgotten the countless battles where he had been bested? A single cursed seal had inflated his ego, truly exemplifying the saying, the rain has ceased, and the sun shines brightly again. Yet, this was precisely what Neji desired. Engaging in battle with this version of Sasuke would undoubtedly advance his Byakugan's evolution. Moreover, it presented an excellent opportunity to retain Sasuke, this golden asset. With the cursed seal enhancing Sasuke's strength, if Neji were to defeat him now, it would imply that the cursed seal was not as formidable as believed. Perhaps, in such a scenario, Sasuke would choose to remain, determined to surpass Neji. Chapter 25. The beating from Neji. However, Neji merely contemplated the situation. Sasuke wished to leave. His legs belonged to him alone, and who could possibly stop him? Even Naruto, the destined hero, could not impede him, let alone Neji. Yet, Sasuke's demeanor at that moment prompted Neji to realize that the prodigies of the Uchiha clan seemed to lack something essential. Uchiha Shisui was bereft of friendship. Uchiha Itachi missed familial bonds. Uchiha Obito yearned for love, and Uchiha Madara lacked trust. As for Uchiha Sasuke, he was missing a dose of societal reckoning. At this juncture, Neji intended to fill the void in Sasuke's experience. However, before he could respond, Tenten and Lee could no longer endure the sight. Sasuke, we are here to assist you. How could you possibly attack Neji? Are you out of your mind? Sasuke paused, about to retort. But Neji raised his hand to signal for silence. Tenten, Lee, there's no need for such fervor. This is the second round of the Chunin exam selection, and this round tests our survival skills. Thus, aside from our team, everyone else is an adversary. Out of past camaraderie, we aided Sasuke and the others. But that does not imply they owe us gratitude. Even if Sasuke is a wide-eyed wolf, we have no grounds for complaint. I am not. Sasuke wanted to argue, but he soon realized that his current actions could indeed be perceived as that of a wide-eyed wolf. He fell silent. Yet, if he could not withstand such misunderstandings, how could he hope to grow stronger and defeat that man? With this thought, Sasuke steeled his resolve. Observing this scene, Neji admired Sasuke's determined spirit. Yet he remained at odds with Sasuke's conduct. No more words are needed. You two watch over Naruto and Sakura. I shall take it upon myself to educate Sasuke. With that, Neji stepped forward to obstruct Sasuke's line of sight, confronting him with an imposing presence. Although Lee and Tenten felt a twinge of discontent, they complied with Neji's instruction. Facing Neji, whom he had never bested, Sasuke heightened his vigilance, but he could not resist boasting. Who knows who will teach whom? As he regarded Sasuke's expression, with his dark, cloud-like visage and blood-red, three-tomo Sharingan, Neji was inexplicably reminded of Orochimaru's previous presence. His expression grew grave. Sasuke's aura had undergone a dramatic transformation. With the activation of the curse seal, Sasuke's physical condition and chakra had surged significantly. At that moment, Sasuke's strength had reached the limits of a Chunin, even brushing the edge of Jonin prowess. Some Jonin who lacked proficiency in taijutsu might find themselves outmatched by this version of Sasuke. And this was merely the first phase of the curse seal. There remained a second phase, a form that was half man, half demon. In that state, Sasuke would grow even more formidable, stronger than a typical Jonin. It was no wonder that Sasuke was entranced by such power. For someone who desperately craved strength, the allure of the cursed seal was nearly irresistible. Yet, Neji remained unfazed. His own power was not to be underestimated. Having swiftly dispatched the 3 sound ninjas of Chunin level, Neji's abilities had surpassed those of an ordinary Chunin. His gentle fist technique was more potent than that of the branch house Jonin of the Hyuga clan, with the only shortcoming being the volume of chakra. Given his age, a lower chakra quantity was unavoidable. Therefore, Neji's prowess should be categorized as special Jonin, comparable to the Cursed Seal-empowered Sasuke. However, while Sasuke's strength was abruptly acquired, Neji's power was cultivated through diligent effort and complete adaptation. The disparity in foundation determined the variance in their combat performance. With a swift motion, Sasuke charged at Neji. Moving with remarkable speed in a graceful arc, Neji, having activated his Byakugan early, observed Sasuke's movements. He sidestepped deftly, seizing the opportunity to employ Gentle Fist to target Sasuke's chakra points. Yet, as he successfully struck, Neji's chakra was swiftly dispersed by the tumultuous energy emanating from within Sasuke. It appeared that only the 8 trigrams 64 palms could effectively seal Sasuke's chakra pathways. Neji, do not expect to defeat me with mere chakra points, Sasuke declared, his face alight with combat fervor as he threw a punch at Neji. Neji raised his hand in a defensive posture, bracing for the impact, but his expression shifted. Such tremendous power. Even with prior anticipation, Neji was taken aback by the strength bestowed upon Sasuke by the Cursed Seal. Unless he resorted to the 8 trigrams 64 palms to determine the outcome, he found himself at a disadvantage in close combat. Neji attempted to distance himself, but Sasuke, possessing considerable combat intelligence, astutely recognized that his chances lay in close quarters engagement and pressed forward. Neji smiled. Sasuke, you are still too immature. As he uttered these words, every chakra point in Neji's body began to release energy. It was time for him to defend and counterattack, a domain where the Gentle Fist excelled. Yet, Sasuke disregarded this, convinced that victory was within his grasp. At this distance, as long as he could evade the 8 trigrams palms, he was certain of his triumph. Sasuke brimmed with confidence. His previous encounters had seen him overwhelmed by Neji, who had only unleashed the 8 trigrams 64 palms and the empty palm. However, these techniques held little relevance for the current Sasuke, whose reflexes had been sharpened. Thus, he remained largely unconcerned about Neji's other techniques. He unleashed a powerful punch, convinced that if he struck Neji, the scales of victory would tilt in his favor. At that moment, Neji began to spin rapidly. 8 trigrams palms, heavenly spin. A dome of chakra, over 2 meters in diameter, enveloped Neji, spinning rapidly to deflect all attacks. Previously, Neji's heavenly spin had been shattered by Might Guy's kick. Yet now, his version was nearly impervious, far surpassing that of Hyuga Hisashi's. This was the result of the evolution of the Byakugan. Such a heavenly spin was certainly beyond Sasuke's capacity to breach. Despite the enhancement from the Cursed Seal, Sasuke's physical capabilities could not rival those of Might Guy. With a resounding thud, Sasuke was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a large tree. Neji gradually ceased his rotation, directing a single hand towards Sasuke, embedded within the tree, and softly inquired, "Do you wish to continue, Sasuke?" Unbeknownst to them, Sakura had awakened. Upon witnessing Sasuke leap down from the tree, intent on resuming the fight, she rushed over and embraced him from behind, crying out, "Please stop. I beg you, just stop. They are not our enemies." Perhaps it was Sakura's impassioned plea, or perhaps Neji's intervention that roused Sasuke from his fervor. The ominous markings on Sasuke's body gradually receded into the Cursed Seal, and with a pain cry, he sank to the ground. It seemed the conflict had come to a close. Yet, Neji did not lower his guard. Instead, he turned his gaze to the side, addressing the lingering presence. After observing for so long, it is time for you all to reveal yourselves. Chapter 26. Karen haha. You truly cannot be fooled, Neji brother. Ino's melodious voice rang out as she, along with Shikamaru and CHG, emerged from the thicket. Upon seeing Ino, Tintin's brows knitted in apprehension, as if facing a formidable foe. Sakura bore a similar expression, half-heartedly attempting to push Sasuke away to assert her stance. Typically, Ino would have been irate by now, but at this moment, her gaze was fixed solely on Neji. "Neji brother, you don't mind if I call you that, do you?" Neji felt somewhat speechless. They were hardly acquainted. Unsure of how to respond, he chose to ignore a question. Just as Ino was about to say something further, Neji interjected. "Who said you were unnoticed? We spotted you long ago." "Huh?" Ino exclaimed in surprise, while CHG looked puzzled and Shikamaru appeared contemplative. Neji turned his gaze toward another direction, where 3 individuals adorned with the headbands of the grass village emerged. "Did you come out on your own? Or should I compel you to do so?" As Niji's words echoed, the ninjas present became alert. Tintin and Li swiftly drew their weapons, seemingly poised to charge at Niji's command. Rustling sounds emanated from the bushes, and indeed, 3 ninjas from the grass village stepped into view. Truly, the prowess of the Hyuga clan was formidable, with their exceptional scouting abilities. The leader of the grass ninjas wore a sycophantic expression, declaring, "We bear no ill will. We are merely passing through." "No ill will?" Neji raised an eyebrow. "You've been tailing us for 2 kilometers?" Such claims were clearly absurd. The 3 grass ninjas were genuinely just passing by. However, Neji had a reason for halting them. He had taken notice of one among them. Having just utilized his Byakugan for reconnaissance, Neji discerned that one of the grass ninjas possessed an immense chakra reserve, an astonishing quantity he had only observed in Naruto Uzumaki. Though this individual's chakra was not as formidable as Naruto's, Neji surmised that this person could potentially enhance his Byakugan's evolution progress upon defeat. After recently overcoming the first stage of the cursed mark with Sasuke, Neji's Byakugan evolution progress surged by 1, now standing at 48. Only 2 remained to reach the coveted 50. Historically, achieving a 50 evolution threshold would yield rewards beyond mere enhancements to Gentle Fist and Byakugan potency. There would undoubtedly be a special reward. Neji sensed that this reward could very well alleviate his current predicaments. He was filled with anticipation. Thus, he had decided to intercept this group of grass ninjas. Yet, he did not anticipate that when he halted was not merely a target for his evolution but a potential ally, Karen Uzumaki, a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. With striking red hair and glasses, exuding an aura of timidity, Neji remembered his discussions with friends in his previous life. Had Karen been born before the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan, she would undoubtedly have emerged as a powerful ninja. Besides the clan's unique regenerative abilities and vast chakra reserves, Karen possessed a rare bloodline limit, physical healing, and the Kyubi's Eye. The latter granted her an impressive sensory range of 10 kilometers, with detail surpassing that of the Byakugan. The former, physical healing, was remarkably potent, capable of mending even Tsunade's severed body. Regrettably, it was also this ability that had plunged Karen and her mother into a living hell. The grass village ninjas, recognizing their unique traits, treated them as mere medical supplies, exploiting them without a shred of compassion. Karen's mother ultimately succumbed to this brutal treatment, drained of life. In the original narrative, had Orochimaru not discovered and taken Karen, her fate could have mirrored that of her mother. Karen's potential was immense, with systematic training and nurturing. She could have radiated her own brilliance as a formidable ninja. Neji remained resolute in his ambitions. He was destined to confront the Tsutsuki clan, and thus, gathering his own cadre would only serve to bolster his goals. Upon recognizing Karen, he swiftly altered his intentions, from defeating the 3 grass ninjas for Byakugan evolution progress to rescuing Karen from her plight and bringing her to Konoha. Despite Konoha's internal issues, it was far superior to the grass village. Each day Karen spent in the grass village was akin to enduring another day in hell. Moreover, wasn't he altering the tragedies within the narrative the aspiration of every Naruto enthusiast? With this conviction, Neji resolved to act. Consequently, the fates of the 2 grass ninjas were sealed. To treat individuals as mere medical supplies, with such utter disregard, every last one of those grass ninjas deserved their fate. As Neji's declaration resonated, Tintin and Li furrowed their brows, cautiously advancing toward the grass ninjas. "This is a complete misunderstanding. We didn't follow you. We were merely passing through." The 2 grass ninjas protested, but the atmosphere continued to grow tense. Sensing the escalating situation, Karen, standing behind the 2 grass ninjas, silently thought, perhaps it wouldn't be so bad to be killed. Leaving this world would spare her from enduring further suffering and torment. "Mother, I miss you so much." Eventually, the 2 grass ninjas ceased their defenses, recognizing that this group, led by the Hyuga ninja, was unlikely to believe their claims. They hoped that by appeasing Neji, they might be allowed to leave. As for resisting, they had just witnessed Neji decisively overpowering Sasuke. How could their feeble team hope to contend with him? Noticing Naruto, who lay incapacitated, and the weakened Sasuke, the 2 grass ninjas' eyes brightened, as if they had glimpsed a glimmer of hope. "I see you have injured comrades. We possess special medical techniques capable of swiftly healing your wounded. If we can heal your comrades, will you allow us to leave? What do you say? Special medical techniques?" Tintin and Li exchanged skeptical glances, doubting the grass ninjas' claims. Shikamaru scrutinized the 3 grass ninjas but found no signs of such capabilities. Only Sakura showed a flicker of excitement, as her two teammates were in dire need of aid, and if this were genuine, it would be a tremendous boon. Unbeknownst to them, Neji's expression darkened further at the forefront of the gathering. Chapter 27. Emerged from hell. The grass ninjas failed to notice that they were still reveling in their own cleverness. Without needing the words of the Konoha youngsters, one of the grass ninjas pulled out Karui from behind him, then drew a kunai and inflicted a deep cut upon his own arm. Blood gushed forth, creating a gruesome scene. As the Konoha youths watched in bewilderment, the self-mutilating grass ninja grasped Karui's arm, rolled up the girl's sleeve, revealing her arms riddled with bite marks. He found an area where a wound had healed and bit down hard. Ugh. Karui instinctively cried out in pain but quickly stifled her voice, enduring the agony. This shocking display left the Konoha youngsters dumbfounded. They had not anticipated such a callous act from a fellow ninja towards his own comrade. Just as they prepared to intervene, they witnessed the self-harming grass ninja consuming Karui's blood. With each gulp, her gruesome wound healed at an astonishing rate. Had it not been for the tattered clothing still draped over her, the Konoha youths might have doubted their own eyes. This revelation left them both astonished and intrigued. However, before they could ponder further, Neji sprang into action. With his Byakugan activated, he surged forward, confronting the two grass ninjas. Gentle fist. With powerful strikes, Neji delivered two decisive blows to the unprepared grass ninjas, shattering their hearts and severing their life force. They expelled torrents of blood, propelled backward, their faces etched with confusion. We were telling the truth, and truly wished to help your comrade recover. Why then must you kill us? Thud. The two grass ninjas fell lifeless to the ground, their eyes wide open in disbelief. Neji stood, his gaze contemptuous, directed at the fallen foes. Had he been privy to their thoughts, he might have declared, "Your very existence is a transgression, thus I grant you the opportunity for atonement." Well done, Neji. Naruto, having regained consciousness, witnessed the heinous acts of the grass ninjas in their entirety. Filled with righteous indignation, he expressed his satisfaction at Neji's decisive actions. The other Konoha youths, upon hearing Naruto's exclamation, came to realize that regardless of Neji's motives, his actions were justified in ridding the world of a menace. They too began to cheer for Neji. Neji, however, waved them off, redirecting his attention to the now stunned Karui. As he released the Byakugan, his expression softened. He approached her side, noting the tremor in her frame. Even though she had mentally prepared for death, the reality of it instilled a paralyzing fear within her. Yet, contrary to her expectations, Neji merely tapped her gently on the head. Now you are free from death. Karui's face reflected a mix of surprise and shock as she looked up at Neji, who bore a gentle and handsome smile. Thump, thump. Karui stood in a daze, unable to articulate her emotions. What I mean is, you have passed beyond the grasp of death, and from this moment forth, you are no longer connected to the village of grass, Neji elucidated. I am Hyuga Neji. May I ask your name? Karui. Upon hearing Neji's inquiry, she immediately lowered her gaze, her cheeks flushed. Karui? That is a lovely name. Neji reached out, taking hold of her clothing and guiding her towards the Konoha youths. You know, you should be called Uzumaki Karui. Uzumaki. Not just Karui, but the others too bore curious expressions, except for Naruto, who, pointing to himself, exclaimed, Hey, I am Uzumaki Naruto. At that moment, the realization dawned upon everyone that Neji was referring to the girl's surname, which was the same as Naruto's. Could this be the reason behind Neji's intervention? Furthermore, what did Neji mean when he stated that Karui was no longer associated with the village of grass? A myriad of questions flooded the minds of the Konoha youths, but only Shikamaru, with his keen intellect, began to piece together the puzzle. Seeing this, Neji first activated his Byakugan to ensure no one was eavesdropping. Once satisfied, he began to explain, decades ago, in the shinobi world, there existed a village known as the Village of Whirlpools, Yuzushi-Ogakure. Every inhabitant was a member of the Uzumaki clan, characterized by their crimson hair and immense chakra reserves. Hey, Neji, I am also of the Uzumaki clan, so why do I have blonde hair? Naruto interjected. Neji shot him a warning glance to silence him. Your chakra is indeed abundant, but your hair color might be attributed to one of your parents not being from the Uzumaki clan. Now, let me continue. Due to certain circumstances, the country of Whirlpools was annihilated, and the Uzumaki clan was displaced, wandering throughout the shinobi world. As Neji spoke, Karui recalled her mother recounting tales from her childhood, deepening her belief in Neji's words. Even the village of Konoha, once an ally, could not extend aid to the country of Whirlpools due to the vast distance separating them. Thus, the Uzumaki clan faded into history, leaving only remnants scattered throughout the shinobi world, one of which must have been the village of grass. Neji regarded Karui, his expression tinged with anger. The treatment of the Uzumaki clan by the village of grass was evidently disrespectful. They had reduced them to mere living medical supplies. Such an affront was unacceptable to the shinobi of Konoha, and thus he took action. With that, Neji clarified his motives and actions. At least Shikamura nodded in understanding, though he suspected Neji was withholding some details. Nonetheless, it was evident that Neji's revelation was driven by a desire for assistance. Neji observed the Konoha youths gazing at Karui with sympathetic eyes and promptly stated, "Therefore, I implore each of you to keep what has transpired here confidential. Should anyone inquire, assert that Karui has perished in the forest of death." As he spoke, Neji removed Karui's forehead protector from the village of grass and cast it upon the corpses of the two fallen grass ninjas. Only in this manner could Karui hope to forge a new life in Konoha. Seeing Karui's fragile demeanor, as if she were vulnerable to anyone's whims, awakened a protective instinct within the Konoha youths, even among Hinata and Ino. Shikamura pondered briefly before taking the lead. This plan may be feasible. But should we not inform Lord Hokage? Not just yet. The Hokage is exceedingly busy. It would be best not to burden him with such trivial matters, Neji replied. Chapter 28. Survival exercise passed naturally. One cannot disturb the Hokage. The current Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, being one of the esteemed members of Konoha's F4, would undoubtedly learn of Kurenai's situation, and subsequently, the other three members of the F4, including Danzo, would be informed as well. Once Danzo is aware, Kurenai's fate would be dire. After all, this is Danzo we are speaking of. He is submissive to outsiders, but mercilessly strikes within. His infamous track record includes the forced demise of the White Fang of Konoha, resulting in a significant loss of elite power, aiding Orochimaru in his escape from the village, and even maintaining communication with him, which ultimately led to the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. While these events were orchestrated collaboratively by Konoha's F4, Danzo was undoubtedly the mastermind behind them. Given Danzo's nature, how could Kurenai, a rare descendant of the Uzumaki clan, possibly endure his grasp? The best outcome would be that she is brainwashed into becoming a loyal member of Root, stripped of her autonomy, reduced to a mere weapon obeying Danzo's commands. The worst-case scenario would involve dissection, allowing Danzo to harvest the valuable bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. In fact, Neji's concerns were somewhat superficial. Danzo's actions would likely exceed anything he could imagine. If Kurenai fell into Danzo's hands, it would be akin to pushing her from one hell into another. Thus, Neji contemplated waiting until he possessed immense power, such as truly acquiring the Rinnegan, before allowing Kurenai to make her appearance. At that point, even if Danzo coveted her, Neji would have the strength to protect her, perhaps even eliminate Danzo outright. Alternatively, he could wait until Tsunade ascended as the fifth Hokage and then disclose the matter to her. Although Tsunade had her vices, including a penchant for gambling and a certain unreliability, she would undoubtedly be a far better ally than any member of Konoha's F4. Most crucially, Tsunade was the granddaughter of Mito Uzumaki, which naturally endowed her with an affinity for the Uzumaki clan. With such a protector, Kurenai's survival in Konoha would be assured. As for Kurenai's original future, serving Orochimaru, where death loomed at every turn, and then following Sasuke, fraught with peril. Surely, this was not preferable to living in Konoha? Neji remained steadfast in his resolve, and Shikamura had no choice but to abandon the idea of informing the Hokage. However, his mind continued to weigh the pros and cons. Observing this, Neji resorted to a decisive maneuver. He produced the Earth Scroll from the Grass Ninja and the Heaven Scroll from the Rain Ninja. Addressing Shikamaru, "If you agree to my terms, I shall bestow upon you the scrolls you require. We have already gathered them, and acquiring more is of no consequence." Upon hearing this, Sakura exclaimed in excitement, "We need the Heaven Scroll." Ino promptly added, "Neji, we need the Earth Scroll." Reluctantly, Shikamaru conceded, "Fine. I promise that our Team 10 will keep this matter confidential." Sakura nudged Naruto, urging him to retrieve the scrolls. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Naruto replied, "Even without the scrolls, we wouldn't spill the beans, Neji." Neji shook his head, insisting, "Take them." Thus, Teams 3, 7, and 10 successfully gathered both the Earth and Heaven Scrolls. While Kurenai's situation was temporarily secured, Neji did not require them to maintain secrecy for long, as long as they passed the Chunin exam. The issues surrounding Kurenai could be resolved effortlessly, whether through Neji's transformation of the Hyuga clan or Tsunade's ascension to Hokage. "All right, you may go. Pass this exam swiftly," Neji commanded. Team 7, consisting of Naruto, Sakura, and the injured Sasuke departed, while Team 10, comprised of Choji, Shikamaru, and Ino, followed suit. Neji, do your best. You are the greatest, Ino shouted, her unexpected enthusiasm catching everyone off guard. Once the others had left, only Neji, Tintin, Lee, and Kurenai remained. Faced with Lee's quirky appearance, Kurenai felt a twinge of fear and instinctively clutched Neji's clothing. Tintin approached her with comforting words, exhibiting a sisterly understanding. Meanwhile, Lee appeared dejected, lamenting, "But I am a good person." With Kurenai now part of their group, Neji's plans could no longer proceed as initially intended. They needed to reach the tower promptly and seek assistance from their guiding instructors. Given Kurenai's predicament, even if they managed to keep it hidden from the high-ranking members of Konoha's F4, it would be impossible to conceal it from the supervising Jonin. Yet, with only 2% remaining to achieve 50% evolution of his Byakugan, Neji was unwilling to relent. Thus, partly due to Kurenai's fragile state and partly to assess potential threats, the quartet only reached the tower the following day. At that moment, Neji's Byakugan evolution progress stood at 49%, a source of immense frustration for him. However, Kurenai's situation took precedence. After passing through, they sought out Might Guy and Kakashi Ataki. Although Guy was their supervising Jonin, Kakashi, who would eventually become the 6th Hokage, held greater influence. Without reservation, Neji recounted Kurenai's predicament in its entirety to both Jonin. Guy praised him, exclaiming, "Neji, well done. This is the mark of a true man. This is the essence of youth." Kakashi, however, took a moment to ponder, exhaling deeply. "Ah, you certainly know how to present me with challenges." As he spoke, Kakashi revealed his Sharingan, scrutinizing the half-hidden Kurenai behind Neji, confirming her lineage. "The sensation is almost identical to that of my late teacher's wife. She is indeed a descendant of the Uzumaki clan." "So, Neji, what are your thoughts?" Kakashi inquired. "You appear unfazed. Surely you have a plan?" "You see through me, Kakashi-sensei," Neji replied. "I hope you and Guy-sensei can help conceal Kurenai's existence. At least until the conclusion of the Chunin exam." "Absolutely," Guy agreed without hesitation. "Is that all?" Kakashi was surprised, expecting a more complex request regarding Kurenai's identity. "If it's just this, I am on board." "Thank you, Kakashi-sensei, Guy-sensei." Neji expressed his gratitude, with Kurenai bowing respectfully behind him. "I will ensure you are compensated." Neji assured Kakashi, "You will be satisfied." As Guy was his instructor, no words of thanks were necessary. Future reciprocation would suffice. However, since Kakashi was not his teacher, a gesture of gratitude was warranted. "Oh, I shall look forward to it." Kakashi did not decline, but instead found himself more impressed by Neji. What a pity. Though, a bird in a cage, Kakashi mused inwardly. Chapter 29. Reward. The preliminaries begin as Neji departed. Might Guy approached Kakashi, remarking on Neji's remarkable progress, asserting that he was indeed his most outstanding disciple. Kakashi cast a glance at Guy, but refrained from exposing the truth that Guy had not imparted much knowledge to Neji. Instead, he sighed, expressing that the shackles binding Neji were akin to an insurmountable chasm, suggesting that Neji would inevitably follow the path of other branch family Hyuga ninjas. It was evident that Kakashi held little hope for Neji breaking free from these constraints. However, Guy resolutely interrupted Kakashi, proclaiming that Neji would surely soar beyond the confines of a caged bird, for this was the essence of youth. Enough of this discussion. Let us turn our attention to what reward Neji might bestow upon me. Guy excitedly suggested. "I believe it will be..." "Wait." Kakashi interjected suddenly. "I have yet to resolve the matter concerning Sasuke. We cannot linger. Farewell." With a swift motion, Kakashi left, leaving Guy with a fierce expression. "Kakashi, you scoundrel." We were not finished speaking. Neji arrived at the temporary resting quarters of Tintin and Rock Lee, accompanied by Karen. With 3 days remaining until the second exam concluded, the candidates were confined within the tower until they could finally depart. However, with the permission of a Jonin instructor, they could briefly exit the Forest of Death and return to Konohagakure, provided they returned within half an hour, lest they forfeit their qualification. Neji had obtained such permission from Guy and intended to sign in at Hokage Rock. Time was of the essence, as only 8 days remained. Thus, he entrusted Karen to Tintin's care during his brief absence. In this tower, Tintin was the individual Neji trusted most. Understanding Neji's intent, Tintin readily agreed. Yet, Karen appeared somewhat reluctant. Neji was the one she trusted above all else, and his departure unsettled her. Even though it was merely a fleeting half-hour, Karen found it challenging to feel at ease. Nevertheless, in an effort to avoid upsetting Neji, She complied with a gentle nod. Observing Karen's endearing yet heart-wrenching demeanor, Neji sighed. He reached out to stroke Karen's head, assuring her, "I shall return soon," before taking his leave. Karen's inner turmoil would take time to mend, and Neji had no immediate remedy. Upon his departure, Karen felt tense, as if she had regressed to the hellish days in the grass village. Witnessing this, Tintin felt an overwhelming sense of compassion. Drawing upon the fragile trust they had cultivated, she gently embraced Karen, providing her with a sense of safety. It was a remarkable sight, a 12-year-old girl nestled in the arms of a 13-year-old, a scene that defied belief yet was undeniably real. Karen recognized the inappropriateness of her actions, yet she could not help herself. Only in Tintin's embrace could she find a semblance of peace. Perhaps the original Karen would adopt a carefree demeanor to shield herself, convincing herself that as long as she remained indifferent, nothing could harm her. Such a clear yet heart-wrenching logic. Fortunately, Neji returned promptly after signing in, allowing Karen to relax once more. As long as Neji was present, fear held no dominion over her. 3 days later, Neji presented Kakashi with the localized versions of Shounen and Shoujo, meticulously transcribed from memory over the past days. As a reward, Kakashi was utterly captivated, declaring that these volumes far surpassed Aika Paradise. Neji, abandon the path of a ninja. You possess an extraordinary talent for writing, Kakashi implored, persisting in his persuasion. Yet Neji would never acquiesce. His writing was merely a means to an end. His true ambition lay in transforming the Hyuga clan and unifying the ninja world. Thankfully, Kakashi had the sense to refrain from discussing such matters in the presence of others, sparing Neji from undue annoyance. Simultaneously, the survival exercise of the second Nin selection exam concluded as scheduled. All participants within the tower qualified, while those outside were disqualified. Due to Neji's intervention, the Sound Ninja Trio was completely vanquished, resulting in only the 12 Konoha rookies and Gaara from Sunagakure advancing past the second stage. Thus, the outcome of this second round already achieved the objective of showcasing Konoha's strength to the outside world. Look, so many ninjas from various villages participated in the Nin exam, yet the majority of those who succeeded in the second round were from Konoha. Does this not demonstrate our formidable might? However, with 15 candidates for the third stage, which would be observed by high-ranking officials, the numbers were rather excessive. Each match would entail 7 bouts, compounded by the advancement system, resulting in a tally of over 10 matches. This was untenable. Hence, the preliminary round for the third exam commenced as planned. Among the 15, one individual received a by Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke had been in poor condition of late. His curse seal recently sealed by Kakashi, which had diminished his strength. Under these circumstances, Sasuke's by ensured his advancement to the third round. Neji found it hard to believe that there was no foul play involved. Nevertheless, even if he suspected as much, he felt powerless to act, for he remained too weak to make a difference. The first match featured Temari against Tintin. Neji furrowed his brow. Temari excelled in wind release techniques, which completely countered Tintin's reliance on throwing weapons. Recalling how severely Tintin had fared against Temari in the original narrative, Neji grasped Tintin's arm before her match, advising her, "If you find yourself unable to win, concede." Yet Tintin shook her head with a smile, resolutely refusing Neji's counsel. With a confident and determined expression, she declared, "I wish to continue alongside you, Neji. Therefore, I shall give my all, even if I cannot defeat my opponent. Cheer for me." With her determination set, Neji could only offer her his support. Alas, his encouragement proved futile, as Temari overwhelmingly triumphed over Tintin. In a manner reminiscent of the original tale, she used her iron fan to immobilize Tintin, preparing to fling her aside as the conclusion of her victory. In the original narrative, Lee had chastised Temari for her actions. Yet now Neji could not suppress the urge to activate his Byakugan. The oppressive aura enveloping Temari evoked memories of Neji's piercing gaze upon her arrival in Konoha. Chapter 30. Wide eyes and pressure silently, Shikamaru gently placed Tintin on the ground, then raised his hand and stepped back, signaling his intent to seize further aggression. Shikamaru had triumphed. With a swift motion, Neji leaped down, casting a deep glance at the perceptive Shikamaru, before lifting Tintin and returning to the sidelines. He entrusted her to Might Guy for medical attention and resumed watching the competition. In his heart, he resolved that should he encounter other sand ninjas in the future, he would show no mercy in defeating them. However, if it were Shikamaru, he would hold back just a little. The second preliminary match commenced, Naruto Uzumaki versus Kiba Inuzuka. Kiba's raw strength surpassed Naruto's at this juncture, as the synergy between him and his canine partner provided a significant advantage. Thus, Throughout the first half of the match, Kiba relentlessly pressured Naruto. Had it not been for Naruto's unexpectedly disruptive fart, he would have faced defeat. Yet, that fart incapacitated Kiba's sense of smell, leading to Kiba's downfall. Oh yeah, Naruto exclaimed joyfully, leaping in celebration. Although he had secured a rather odorous victory, a win remained a win. The third match featured Kankuro versus Ino Yamanaka. Neji raised an eyebrow, yet another butterfly effect. He remained indifferent, understanding that the essence of this world was survival of the fittest. As long as he was strong enough, he could remain unyielding against any change. Simultaneously, Neji anticipated this preliminary match would pit him against a stronger opponent, allowing his Byakugan evolution progress to rise from 49 to 50. Although the battle between Kankuro and Ino was absent from the original narrative, the outcome aligned with Neji's expectations. Ino, eager to showcase her abilities before Neji, found her mind transfer technique futile against Kankuro's careful manipulation of his puppets disguised as human beings. Seizing the opportunity, Kankuro knocked Ino unconscious and claimed victory. With many Konoha Jonin watching, including Neji, Kankuro dared not act too arrogantly. Kankuro emerged victorious. Ino, feeling dejected, approached the sidelines seeking comfort from Neji, who utterly ignored her. If he had not even acknowledged Tintin, how could he possibly accept someone he had known for only a few days? The fourth preliminary match pitted Sakura Haruno against Shino Aburame. This too was a contest not present in the original story, with Shino emerging as the victor. His formidable insect manipulation techniques rendered him a force to be reckoned with against lower-ranked shinobi, particularly against Sakura. Although she had overcome her issues with her hair, she was still unable to contend with Shino's overwhelming swarm of insects. Shino claimed victory. The fifth preliminary match was another battle absent from the original narrative. Yet it unfolded dramatically as teammates Nara Shikamaru faced Akimichi Choji. Upon entering the arena, Choji conceded immediately, declaring his inability to defeat Shikamaru. Choji, you. Shikamaru replied, slightly exasperated. Choji, wearing a trusting expression, urged Shikamaru, take my share and achieve ultimate victory. Thus, Shikamaru nodded in agreement. Nara Shikamaru won. With only 4 competitors remaining, Neji, Rock Lee, Hinata, and Gaara, Hinata's teacher, Kurenai Yuhi, expressed her concern. Hinata, no matter who you face, if you cannot win, just concede. Understood? Kurenai admired Hinata and was deeply concerned for the kind, strong yet shy girl. However, Hinata glanced at Naruto and shook her head, saying, Teacher Kurenai, I wish to continue competing. Naruto had given her the courage to persevere. Now that he had secured a victory, how would she feel if she did not even dare to step into the arena? Kurenai sighed, realizing she could not sway Hinata. The girl appeared gentle and fragile. Yet once she set her mind on something, it was nearly impossible to change it. Beep. The display screen showing the matchups emitted a sound. The list for the 6th match had appeared. Rock Lee vs. Gaara. It had arrived. One of the most thrilling and electrifying battles of the early Naruto saga was about to unfold. In this contest, Lee would demonstrate that with enough effort, even a genius could be surpassed. The fierce steel fist style combined with the explosive power of the 5th gate would leave Gaara defenseless. Had Lee been slightly taller, victory would have been within his grasp. However, as Neji observed the surging sandstorm rushing towards Lee, he realized he could no longer remain a bystander. Activating his Byakugan, he focused on Gaara, impacting him enough to prevent Gaara from crushing Lee's arm, though he still shattered Lee's right leg. Ignoring the murderous glare from Gaara, Neji deactivated his Byakugan, acting as if nothing had occurred. With a flourish, Might Guy intervened, conceding the match on behalf of the unconscious Lee. As Gaara passed by Neji, he menacingly remarked, I can hardly wait to taste your blood. Neji merely smiled derisively, offering no response. At that moment, all eyes were fixed upon Neji and Hinata. As the final matchup was revealed on the screen, Hyuga Hinata versus Hyuga Neji. Neji descended from the arena slowly, followed by Hinata. Observing the determination gradually forming on Hinata's face, Neji smiled. So, we conclude with the princess of the Byakugan? Quite fitting. Deep within him, he felt that upon defeating Hinata here, his Byakugan evolution progress would increase by 1%. Of course, this was only relevant in this arena. Elsewhere, Hinata was simply not worthy. However, bounded by the constraints of the branch family, the princess of the Byakugan was about to challenge him. Should their strengths be evenly matched, the battle would indeed be captivating. The reality, however, was that the disparity between Neji and Hinata was immense. Even if Neji encountered a momentary lapse due to the cage bird seal, Hinata would remain unable to overcome him. Hinata, do your best. Neji Nizen, good luck. Cheered Naruto as the match commenced and then concluded. Neji effortlessly anticipated all of Hinata's movements, evading them while executing a series of 64 palms. It could be said that the Hyuga clan was truly unparalleled in their mastery of a singular technique. Once struck by the 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Unless one possessed an extraordinary advantage like Naruto, there was no hope for a comeback. Lady Hinata, your speed is simply too slow. As he gazed down at the fallen Hinata, Neji turned to the referee. Hyuga Neji wins. Thus, the matchups for the third examination were set. Shikamaru versus Shikamaru, Kankuro versus Shino, Naruto versus Sasuke, and Neji versus Gaara. With that, the preliminary rounds of the third exam concluded. Yet, at this moment, Neji closed his eyes. Feeling the surging heat within his eyes, he opened his personal panel. Name, Hyuga Neji, age, 14, bloodline ability, Byakugan, progress 50, Tenseigan, skills, cage bird, break. Byakugan, pressure, sign-in location, Hokage Rock, consecutive sign-ins for 365 days, current progress 360. Upon reading the description of the skill Byakugan, pressure granted by reaching 50 in Byakugan evolution, Neji could no longer contain his overwhelming joy. He eagerly anticipated returning to the Hyuga clan compound, as the moment he had long awaited to transform the Hyuga clan had finally arrived. Chapter 31. Support Tian, filled with concern, gazed at Ningxi. She did not perceive his odd behavior as a sign of mental instability. Instead, she approached him and gently touched his forehead, seemingly worried that he might have a fever. At this moment, aside from her anxiety for Ningxi's health, she felt somewhat at a loss. It was time for an orderly exit, yet the others had not completely departed. Peers, including senior ninjas and even the Hokage, turned their attention toward Ningxi, curious about the cause of his sudden laughter. Tian too was intrigued, but her worry for Ningxi overshadowed her curiosity. She feared that his laughter might adversely affect his future as a ninja. Fortunately, Teacher Guy had taken Shaoli for treatment early on, and the gazes of the Hokage and several senior ninjas were inquisitive rather than malicious. Ningxi regained his composure, yet he did not suppress his smile. Instead, with a cheerful demeanor, he explained, I suddenly remembered something delightful. I am perfectly fine, so no need for concern. As he spoke, he gently removed Tian's hand from his forehead. His explanation allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. But she soon felt her cheeks flush as he did not immediately release her hand. Rather, he grasped her palm firmly. This display of affection sparked knowing smiles among the onlookers, who seemed to understand the underlying sentiment, success and love. No wonder he laughed so heartily. Even Saratobi Hiruzen, the cunning old fox, wore a satisfied smile, as if envisioning a radiant future for the next generation of Konoha. The ninjas began to disperse, eager to avoid lingering in a place filled with romantic flourishes. Naruto watched enviously, his gaze drifting toward Sakura, who, in turn, found herself looking in Sasuke's direction. Despite his absence, the most irked among them was Ino, who had just confirmed her own target. Yet, instead of deterring her, this situation fueled her determination. It's merely a matter of establishing a relationship. As long as I wield my proverbial hoe effectively, no wall is insurmountable. Hinata cast an envious glance towards them, then secretly peeked at Naruto. Meanwhile, Gaara and his companions scoffed dismissively, as if believing that romantic entanglements would only hinder their swiftness in battle. Gaara felt a twinge of disappointment toward Ningxi, realizing he was merely an ordinary individual after all. If that were the case, he would await death a month hence. Ningxi, blissfully unaware of these sentiments, smiled as he watched them depart. Having successfully navigated this small crisis, he exhaled a sigh of relief. However, when he attempted to release Tian's hand, she intertwined her fingers with his, stating, I know you weren't laughing for that reason. But if you're using me as a shield, I must demand some form of compensation. Blushing, she averted her gaze, unable to meet his eyes, yet her grip remained unyielding. Resigned, Ningxi allowed her to hold his hand, accepting the consequences of his earlier emotional outburst. Fortunately, he did not detest Tian. In fact, he found her rather endearing, so he felt no loss. He led Tian back to the room where he had been staying, where Kurenai awaited. At that moment, Tian released his hand, vowing inwardly to refrain from washing it for at least a week. After retrieving Kurenai, the trio departed from the Forest of Death and returned to Konoha without encountering any further obstacles. With a month remaining until the third exam, Ningxi felt resolute about transforming the Hyuga clan. His confidence was not solely derived from the fact that his Byakugan had evolved to 50, elevating his strength to that of a Jonin, but also from a skill he had acquired, Byakugan, pressure. Skill, Byakugan, pressure. Description, emits immense pressure through the Byakugan, rendering enemies within range unconscious and capable of inflicting tangible harm on objects. Doubled effect against Byakugan users. This skill was the root cause of his earlier lapse in composure, the very foundation of his mirth. Ningxi's previous predictions were accurate. The escalating pressure of his Byakugan had indeed manifested as a skill, specifically targeting those who shared its lineage. Naturally, when one thought of the Byakugan, their first association would be with Konoha's foremost noble clan, the Hyuga. The main branch of the Hyuga family would likely exclaim, "Just provide us with your identification number." With this skill, even if Ningxi's strength was merely that of a Jonin, he could single-handedly suppress the entire Hyuga clan. Thus, he had laughed in the manner reminiscent of the Uchiha's infamous Four Madmen, for he was eager for the impending events to unfold. However, he had not anticipated that this situation would fortuitously nurture his relationship with Tian Tian. Having taken this step, he would not shy away from responsibility. Therefore, before Kurenai, Ningxi took hold of Tian Tian's hand once more. Surprised, she turned to face him, and without the need for words, everything fell into place. It was still afternoon, the setting sun casting its glow. Although enveloped in the warmth of budding romance, they had tasks to attend to, signaling the time for a temporary farewell. He instructed Kurenai to wait nearby while he led Tian Tian to a secluded spot, where he embraced her. Tian Tian froze, unsure of how to respond. Yet Ningxi reassured her, "Shortly, I will return to the Hyuga's territory to undertake a momentous endeavor." "Eh? What endeavor? Will you be in danger?" she exclaimed anxiously. Clutching his attire, Ningxi shook his head gently, acknowledging the presence of danger, but assured her it was minimal. "Will you support me? I wish for you to prioritize your safety. If you can ensure your safety, I will support you," Tian Tian declared, her resolve clear. Ningxi smiled appreciatively. The support of those close to him was invaluable. His journey to strengthen himself was not solely for personal aspirations, but to safeguard those he cherished. If those dear to him opposed his endeavors, much of his motivation would dissipate. Fortunately, the scenario he had feared did not come to pass. "I will take care of my safety," he promised, eliciting a smile from Tian Tian. "However, you must temporarily look after Kurenai." Having chosen to assist her, he was committed to seeing it through, ensuring she could stand independently. "But you are aware of Kurenai's current state." "I promise you," Tian Tian interrupted. "Go and pursue your ambitions. No matter what occurs, I will stand by your side." Chapter 32, Kakashi's Test Beneath the Setting Sun. Tintin gazed tenderly at Neji's silhouette, her eyes brimming with determination. "I must strive harder, otherwise, how could I ever deserve to stand beside you?" In the face of Neji's burgeoning genius, Tintin felt a twinge of inadequacy. If their relationship continued on its current trajectory, it was likely that Tintin would surrender her aspirations in a few years. However, Neji's recent declaration ignited a fierce resolve within her. Standing beside Tintin was Karui, who longed to follow Neji as he departed. "Don't worry, I will protect you," Tintin gently reassured as she grasped Karui's wrist. In that moment, Tintin's image transformed into something magnificent in Karui's eyes. Meanwhile, after parting ways with Tintin and Karui, Neji did not return immediately to the Hyuga clan compound, but instead made his way to Hokage Rock. With only 5 days remaining to complete his year-long commitment, he was resolute in not giving up. Yet, unexpectedly, he encountered someone he had not anticipated at Hokage Rock. Kakashi held a novel that Neji had copied, glancing at the pages while addressing Neji. "Ah, I knew you would come here." Neji raised an eyebrow, questioning Kakashi's purpose for seeking him. The fact that Kakashi frequented Hokage Rock daily was hardly a secret. Thus, Neji was not surprised by Kakashi's presence. With a sigh, Kakashi set aside the novel and revealed his Sharingan, fixating on Neji. This prompted Neji to frown. "Kakashi-sensei, what are you doing?" Kakashi did not answer Neji's inquiry directly, but instead remarked, "Your chakra has surged unexpectedly, and your eyes are glowing. I do not intend to pry into your affairs. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and I have no penchant for uncovering them. However, my love for Konoha remains steadfast, even amidst the sorrowful events that have transpired here. Therefore, though I am unaware of your intentions, I must ask you one question." "What question?" Neji maintained an outward calm, though turmoil surged within him. Kakashi was scrutinizing him with the Sharingan? Was he beginning to harbor doubts? Fortunately, Kakashi did not pursue the matter of Neji's transformation or power fluctuations. offering Neji a measure of relief. Kakashi continued without allowing Neji to dwell in suspicion, stating, "Will your forthcoming actions destabilize the very foundations of Konoha?" Neji paused, shaking his head. "No, or rather, my actions will ultimately benefit Konoha." "That's good to hear." Kakashi nodded, lowering his forehead protector to conceal his Sharingan, preparing to depart. "Neji, you are a clever and exceptionally talented individual. I once believed you might never break free from your confines, but now I suspect I misjudged you. Regardless, I hope you remember that you are a ninja of Konoha." With that, Kakashi turned to leave. Yet Neji called after him, "Kakashi-sensei, whose Konoha is it? Is it the Konoha of all its ninjas, or the Konoha of the higher-ups?" Kakashi paused, turning back with surprise at Neji's depth of thought. He stood on tiptoe, gazing at the sun dipping toward the horizon, affirming, "Konoha belongs to all its ninjas." With that, Kakashi departed. Neji felt a weight lift from his chest. After signing in, he headed toward the Hyuga clan compound, now understanding Kakashi's motives for seeking him out. It was a straightforward concern. Kakashi, meticulous and earnest, although seemingly indifferent, proved to be reliable when it mattered. Having discerned Neji's abnormalities, he sought to ascertain the situation without allowing Neji to veer off course. Over time, Kakashi had come to regard Neji favorably, wishing for the young sapling of Konoha to flourish. However, after observing Neji today, Kakashi realized that Neji was far more profound than he appeared. Neji's actions were laden with meaning, far removed from the impulsiveness exhibited by Naruto and Sasuke. Consequently, Kakashi altered his approach, opting instead to ascertain Neji's stance. Recognizing that Neji still perceived himself as a ninja of Konoha alleviated Kakashi's concerns. A true ninja of Konoha would never endanger or destabilize the village's foundations. If any ninja claimed to act in Konoha's name while causing harm, there was no doubt they were betrayers of the village. As for Neji's sentiments, he indeed held affection for Konoha. As an admirer of the Hokage, it was impossible not to cherish the village. Yet, most fans of the Hokage revered a Konoha devoid of the infamous F4, Saratobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Nara Shikaku, and Mito Kamen. These four had contributed significantly to Konoha in their youth, but as they aged without relinquishing their positions, they transitioned from contributors to takers. Saratobi Hiruzen was somewhat acceptable, as he was Hokage and retained some semblance of Hokage awareness. However, the other three were rather distasteful. The most loathsome of all was undoubtedly Shimura Danzo. The reasons were well understood among those who were aware, and for those who were not, it was not worth elaborating. Neji, while fond of Konoha, began to contemplate cleaning house within the village after solidifying the Hyuga clan's status. However, he did not dwell on this for long. As the moment to showcase his abilities had arrived, the gates of the Hyuga clan compound loomed into view. With unwavering steps, Neji approached the entrance. "Neji, what are you doing back?" The gatekeeper, an elder from the branch family who had looked after Neji during his childhood, urgently urged him to leave. "Hurry, before they discover you." "Oh, discover what?" Creaking open, the gates revealed Neji's former adversaries, Hyuga Kei and Hyuga Hikari, accompanied by their sycophants. "Hyuga Neji, how dare you return, you wretch!" Hyuga Kei exclaimed, his emotions flaring. "I shall break your legs for your insolence." Hyuga Hikari echoed, "You fool. Daring to attack our clan. Not even the mightiest can save you now. I will personally ensure your demise." Before they could finish their tirade, Neji furrowed his brow and unleashed two palm strikes without holding back this time. Chapter 33. Sarirang. Sarirang. Empowered and equipped with sufficient means, Neji returned with the intent to escalate matters, ensuring that all members of the Hyuga clan were aware of and fixated upon him. In their collective gaze, he would unleash a tempestuous wave. Thus, he no longer felt the need to suppress his disdain for these two individuals nor spare their lives. A clan head like this was better off absent. With a splatter, Hinata light and Hinata radiance fell, bewildered and lifeless, into a pool of blood, their eyes forever unclosed. The two branch clan shinobi were unable to intervene in time, left helplessly watching as the two main family members perished before them. Neji, whose strength had reached the pinnacle of Jainin, acted with remarkable swiftness, especially after his Byakugan advanced to 50. The enhancement it provided to his gentle fist technique was monumental. Perhaps even Hinata Hizashi, who possessed Nirkage strength, could not rival the prowess Neji now exhibited. The gentle fist, a technique introduced by Kagaya Otsutsuki, was gradually revealing its might and its original form, the 80 Gods vacuum palm. While Neji's current mastery of gentle fist had not yet attained that level, it was still sufficient to dominate all shinobi of the Hyuga clan. The only constraints on his power were his physical condition and chakra reserves. Thus, he remained at the J-nin level rather than reaching Kage status. Sorry, Ring. Sorry, Ring. Such a terrifying scene prompted gasps from passing branch clan members, who then screamed and fled in panic. A branch family member killing a clan head was an unprecedented occurrence in the history of the Hyuga clan. The onlookers could scarcely believe their eyes, issuing cries only after multiple confirmations. This aligned perfectly with Neji's intentions, and he merely observed with indifference. You actually killed a clan head. How dare you? One of the branch clan shinobi shrieked. Hinata Neji, how could your power be so formidable? The other branch shinobi appeared to be grappling with a profound existential crisis. Yet rather than harboring disdain for Neji, he seemed to exhibit a hint of admiration. Clearly, this branch member had not been subjugated by the main family. He retained his self-awareness and was reluctant to accept the current state of affairs. Such a branch shinobi would undoubtedly become a staunch supporter of Neji in the future. Thus, Neji responded to the inquiry, because I shall become the light of the Hyuga clan. Without waiting for the branch shinobi's reaction, he continued. Inform the clan leader and the elders of everything that has transpired here, and tell them I shall await them at the ancestral shrine. With that, Neji set off towards the shrine. The two branch shinobi, without a moment's hesitation, sprang into action. One aimed to execute Neji's command, while the other sought to relay the news to the clan leader and elders swiftly. Despite differing motivations, their paths converged. As for the elderly gatekeeper, his somewhat clouded Byakugan sparkled with renewed vigor as he gazed upon Neji's retreating figure. The light of the Hyuga clan? Neji, I hope you can achieve it. As Neji made his way to the shrine, he disregarded the very gazes of the clan members. They remained oblivious to the events that had transpired at the entrance, but were acutely aware of Neji's defiance against the main family and subsequent flight. During Neji's absence from the Hyuga clan, the elders had repeatedly proposed capturing him and disseminating tales of his alleged crimes. However, clan leader Hinata Hizashi had rejected such notions, and a substantial portion of the branch family members possessed their own discernment. How could they blame Neji when it was the two clan heads who instigated the conflict? Though discontent simmered, this majority of branch members refrained from rebellion or insurrection, as obedience to the main family was a time-honored tradition within the Hyuga clan. They were reluctant to disrupt the established order. Thus, upon seeing Neji, the branch members cast worried glances in his direction. Naturally, some gazed at him with disdain, believing he had violated the clan's traditions and constituted a potential threat that must be eliminated. This represented the other minority of branch members who had been thoroughly subjugated by the main family. They appeared human, yet they had completely lost their individuality, becoming servants and slaves to the clan. The absence of main family members encountering Neji was, of course, attributable to their lesser numbers. However, as fate would have it, Neji soon crossed paths with a member of the main family. Neji and Ai, an 8-year-old Hanabi, standing at a mere 1 meter tall, looked adorably cute. Neji found it impossible to maintain a stern demeanor and could only smile as he gently ruffled Hanabi's hair, saying, Hanabi, you should return home. It may be quite dangerous outside shortly. Huh? Despite her young age, Hanabi, possessing a strong sense of pride and unwillingness to submit, felt that Neji's words implied a lack of faith in her abilities. Yet, as Neji's gentle touch enveloped her, she found herself immersed in a warmth unlike that of her sister, rendering her unable to voice a refusal, and she could only nod in acquiescence. Such a good girl. As Neji withdrew his hand, preparing to depart, Hanabi turned away, a tinge of reluctance in her manner. However, when Neji's back was turned, she quietly crept back, determined to follow him. If you don't let me out, I will follow to see for myself. As the true little princess of the Hyuga clan, Hanabi's demeanor bore a hint of mischief. Neji sensed Hanabi's trail, but chose not to address it. His initial intent was to shield her from witnessing the impending events. Yet her spirited nature led him to believe she should understand the consequences of her actions. In any case, Hanabi would eventually learn the truth. Upon reaching the shrine, Neji seated himself cross-legged and closed his eyes to meditate. Although the preliminary rounds had not drained him significantly, they had nonetheless consumed some of his chakra. Neji needed to ensure he was in optimal condition to confront whatever lay ahead. Hanabi, concealed in a tree outside the shrine, clutched the trunk while observing Neji's silhouette. Feeling an inexplicable sense of wonder, he seemed even more formidable than their father. Wait, Hanabi shook her head. How could Neji and Ai, being so young, possibly compare to their father? Furthermore, the cage bird had confined Neji and Ai. Though merely 8 years old, Hanabi had already come to understand and accept the existence of the cage bird. She believed that the distinction between the main family and branch family was simply the natural order of things, having grown up in such an environment. A flawed environment. Today, Neji would rectify all of this. Chapter 34. The Awakening of Hinata. What? Hinata Kage and Hinata Hikari's grandfather, the elder of the Hinata clan, the wide-eyed old man, Hinata Kage, bore a face filled with shock at this moment. How dare a mere branch family scion defy authority and slay a member of the main family? Hinata Kage was consumed with rage. This was a rebellion. A slave from the branch family dared to bite the hand that fed him. The clan leader would not be able to protect him now. Immediately, he summoned the other 3 elders, declaring, "We shall confront the clan leader." Was he saddened by the deaths of his 2 grandsons? To a certain extent, yes. After all, one cannot be devoid of emotion. Yet, having long been disappointed in those 2 inept individuals, Hinata Kage thought, let them be. If their demise allows us to eradicate that disrespectful prodigy from the main family, then their deaths may well be a blessing in disguise. However, one of his sycophants hesitated and asked, "My lord, should we not first capture Hinata Neji?" "Fool," Hinata Kage scolded. "If the clan leader has resolved to protect him, what difference does it make if we capture him? But once the clan leader withdraws his protection, he will be nothing but a fish on a chopping block." To Hinata Kage, as long as they dealt with Hinata Hizashi, the matter of Hinata Neji would be trivial. After all, no matter how talented Neji was, even with the power of a shadow-level ninja, once he activated the caged bird seal, he would be at the mercy of the main family. He was hardly a cause for concern. "My lord, you are wise," the sycophant exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, and quickly lavished praise upon him. Subsequently, they gathered the 4 elders of the main family, pressing Hinata Hizashi for answers. Hinata Hizashi found himself at a loss. He had never anticipated that the branch family would dare to slay a member of the main family. "Neji, how could you act so irrationally?" But faced with the imposing presence of the 4 elders, Hinata Hizashi realized he must provide them with an explanation. "Clan leader, how do you intend to deal with that scion?" One of Hinata Kage's sycophants interjected. Hinata Hizashi glared at him, exclaiming, "My father is Neji's grandfather. Does that make my child a scion of shame?" No, slap. Hinata Kage struck his sycophant across the face. "Clan leader, this fool speaks without thinking. He did not mean it that way. Let us discuss the matter of Hinata Neji instead. I have already sent someone to find him. He is at the ancestral hall." Realizing he could no longer delay, Hinata Hizashi conceded. "Then let us proceed to the ancestral hall." Thus, the group made their way toward the hall. Nearly the entire main family was mobilized, even though it was not a day of worship, which piqued the curiosity of the branch family members. With the recent rumors swirling, they wondered if they were indeed seeking trouble with Hinata Neji. It must be so. But did Neji truly dare to kill a member of the main family? The main family must be quite weak to have been slain by the branch family. Mind your words. The main family members are not to be discussed lightly. While such admonitions were made, the curiosity of the onlookers could not be quelled. Following the lead of the main family, the branch family members trailed behind in droves, heading toward the ancestral hall. This large-scale movement stirred the curiosity of the Umbu patrolling outside the Hinata clan, wondering what was afoot, especially since it was not a day of worship. Upon closer investigation, the Umbu uncovered the truth. The branch family was rebelling against the main family. The sins of the Hinata clan had finally come to fruition. The Umbu found some schadenfreude in this development, as they were also displeased with the main family's control over the fate of the branch family. However, given the cautionary tale of the Uchiha clan, even though the Hinata clan had remained relatively peaceful, who could guarantee when they might rise in revolt? The Umbu did not hide this information and reported directly to the 3rd Hokage. Upon learning that the incident was instigated by Hinata Neji, Sarutobi Hiruzen paused momentarily but exhibited no extraordinary reaction. This was an internal matter of the Hinata clan. They would intervene only if the situation spiraled beyond their control and they sought our aid. Understood, Hokage-sama. The Umbu departed, and Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed out the window, contemplating the Hinata clan. Within the ancestral hall, sensing the arrival of clan members surrounding the premises, Neji slowly stood up. Thud. Hinata Hizashi, leading the group of main family members, entered, his expression one of complex emotions as he regarded Neji. "Neji, is it true?" Neji turned to face everyone, his countenance devoid of fear, exhibiting only calmness and resolve. "Indeed, I have killed 2 members of the main family who provoked me." He admitted it. One elder became agitated, declaring, "Clan leader, use the caged bird seal on him. Let him experience the utmost suffering and regret his affront to the main family." Hinata Hizashi's expression was one of internal conflict. The charges were confirmed, and now it was time for execution. Yet, he could not bring himself to act. The sight of Neji reminded him of his brother, Hinata Chika, who had died for him. Neji remained still, curious to see how Hinata Hisashi would ultimately respond, knowing it would influence his own future stance toward him. However, Hinata Hisashi was oblivious to this. Taking a deep breath, having made his decision, Hinata Hisashi stepped forward. Neji felt a chill in his heart. He was somewhat disappointed in Hisashi, but understood this was a natural reaction, just as he prepared to commence his performance. Hinata Hisashi suddenly turned, kneeling before the elders and all clan members. Everyone, today's events were instigated by Hinata Kage and Hinata Hikari. Neji acted out of necessity. Indeed, Neji bore some fault, but Hisashi believed he should not bear the full brunt of the punishment. Regardless, Neji represents the future of our clan, so I am willing to accept his punishment on his behalf, hoping for your understanding. Allow me to trade my life for Neji's. With that declaration, Hinata Hisashi raised his hand, chakra swirling around it. He intended to smash his own head, leaving no room for rejection. As the foremost expert of the Hinata clan, possessing power nearing that of a shadow-level ninja, no one could stop him if he chose to end his own life. Once he was gone, the clan would no longer pursue Neji for responsibility. This is what I owe you, Neji. With unwavering resolve, Hisashi brought his hand down toward his own head. Smack! But his palm never met his skull. It was caught by a slightly smaller hand that grasped his wrist. Uncle Hisashi, you need not go to such lengths. I can resolve this myself. Neji, exerting effort, stood beside Hisashi, who was momentarily stunned. Today, I, Hinata Neji, shall shatter the archaic traditions of the Hinata clan. Chapter 35. The Emperor with Byakugan. Neji truly did not anticipate that Hisashi would willingly sacrifice himself for his sake, regardless of the myriad reasons. The reality was laid bare before him. Thus, Neji could no longer remain a passive observer. He was compelled to take action. He reached out and grasped Hisashi's wrist. The elder members of the main family and the branch family were equally astonished. The esteemed leader of the Hyuga clan was prepared to exchange his life for that of a mere branch member. They were all shinobi and could discern the resolute determination in Hisashi's earlier strike. Yet, they were even more astonished that Neji could intercept Hisashi's full-throttle attempt at self-destruction. Was this prodigy of the branch family truly as extraordinary as he seemed? At the tender age of 14, he had already attained the prowess of a Nin, capable of withstanding the assault of a near-Kage-level opponent. Outside, Hanabi had long since been rendered speechless. She never imagined she might witness her father's demise. This left the young girl in a state of confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What is happening here? Fortunately, Neji intervened, preventing her father from taking his own life, allowing Hanabi to regain her composure. Simultaneously, as she observed Neji's calm and composed demeanor in the face of the true hierarchy of the Hyuga clan, a sense of admiration for him began to blossom within her heart. Neji brother is so amazing, as everyone was engulfed in shock. Neji released Hisashi's hand and addressed him for the first time as Uncle Hisashi. This took Hisashi by surprise and moved him deeply, his hand, poised for self-harm, gradually lowered as he became curious about Neji's next move. Hisashi understood Neji's nature. He was not one to make grandiose claims without foundation. Sure enough, Neji made his move. He raised his hand and removed his forehead protector, unwrapping the layers of bandages that adorned his brow, revealing the grotesque mark of the caged bird seal. This was a sealing technique created by the ancestors of the Hyuga clan to prevent outsiders from coveting the Byakugan and to protect their kin, the caged bird. The members of the main family immediately calmed down upon seeing this. With the caged bird present, could Neji truly defy the odds? However, what was Neji attempting by revealing the caged bird? Was he to submit directly? The branch family members could not help but touch their own foreheads, each bearing the same mark. Unavoidably, even those who had been tamed by the main family looked at Neji with a sense of shared empathy and understanding. Neji continued, "In truth, I do not resent the caged bird, for it protects the weaker members of our clan from the life-threatening dangers posed by external foes." The branch family members reflected on this, recognizing the truth in his words. Although they had lost their freedom, the caged bird had indeed preserved the lives of the vulnerable. Members of the main family began to chuckle, believing Neji was genuinely submitting. But then, Neji shifted his tone. This is the original purpose of the caged bird. But who can tell me why what was meant to protect our clan has devolved into a tool for the main family to dominate the branch? In my view, the caged bird should only possess one function: to automatically destroy the eyes upon detection of gouging or death. It should not have any other abilities. The main family members were taken aback, while the branch family pondered deeply. An elder of the main family, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, quickly retorted, "The branch family is not enslaved. They have the mission of protecting the main family. Protecting? Neji laughed. To have true geniuses protect a useless dog. This is how the Hyuga clan will eventually perish. You speak nonsense. The main family is exemplary. A member of the main family could no longer contain himself. Neji interjected, can any of you defeat me, a branch family member? Aside from Uncle Hizashi. None of you can achieve that. And soon, even Uncle Hizashi will not be capable of it. Therefore, the identity of the main family should not be passed down through bloodlines, but rather through merit. The branch family should no longer be bound to protect the main family. They have the right to choose their own destinies. The caged bird must be reformed. On what grounds? Hyuga Kahai exclaimed, unable to contain himself. You, a pariah of the Hyuga clan, are in no position to speak. Am I wrong? Neji scoffed. I am not mistaken. It is you who are in error. Why? Because I am the future of the Hyuga clan. Caged bird, be free. A sharp crack echoed in the ears of all present as the caged bird mark on Neji's forehead vanished, leaving behind smooth skin. The caged bird had disappeared. Neji felt the shackles within him dissolve, sensing an immense surge in his strength. Where once he had barely reached the level of a Genin, he now possessed the power of a seasoned Genin. This is impossible. Hyuga Kahai's eyes widened. The caged bird was something even the Uzumaki clan could not break. Caged bird, activate. Hyuga Kahai commanded, unleashing the caged bird against Neji. Hizashi, equally astonished, refrained from intervening, curious to see if Neji had indeed nullified the seal. Gasping heavily, Hyuga Kahai exerted all his strength, yet Neji remained unfazed. As if confronting the main family with the caged bird. This. Kahai found himself at a loss for words. Neji shifted his gaze from Kahai to all members of the Hyuga clan. From the day I was branded with the caged bird, I felt the transformation of my eyes. I knew then that one day, I would break free from the caged bird. And now, I have accomplished it. No shortcuts, only my own efforts. Thus, I declare that I am the future of the Hyuga clan. Do you have any objections? At that moment, after breaking free from the caged bird, his eyes had evolved. You have always believed that the Sharingan could evolve, but did you know that the Byakugan can also evolve? Before the clan members could respond, Neji activated his newly acquired ability. Byakugan, pressure. A tremendous aura enveloped the area, silencing the previously agitated crowd in an instant. Neji deliberately controlled the intensity. Ensuring that no one was rendered unconscious, he needed everyone to remain aware. Thus, all members of the Hyuga clan, both from the main and branch families, beheld the sight before them. The ethereal youth, with his pale blue Byakugan, emanated an unparalleled presence. Merely his aura subdued all, and that boy, exuding such might, appeared as the emperor of the Byakugan. Chapter 36. The fool Hinata Hizashi had never anticipated that Neji would manage to break free from the cage of limitations, nor that his Byakugan would evolve to a more advanced state. For centuries, no one had ever heard of or witnessed such an evolution in the Byakugan, akin to the progression of the Sharingan. Historically, the Byakugan's strength lay in its widespread prevalence. Nearly every member of the Hyuga clan possessed it. Yet, compared to the continuously evolving nature of the Sharingan, the Byakugan seemed to dwell in a lesser realm. Consider the Uchiha clan, whose ninjas, once vanquished by the gentle fist of the Hyuga, gradually closed the gap in strength through the evolution of their Sharingan, ultimately surpassing and overwhelming their former adversaries. How profoundly painful must it have been for the Hyuga ninjas to confront this reality. Initially resistant to acceptance, they ultimately reconciled themselves with the truth. Their once proud spirits were shattered, and even if unspoken, they acknowledged that the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan represented the true pinnacle of ocular prowess. Most Hyuga ninjas shared this sentiment, including both Hinata Hizashi and Hinata Kahai. They could not help but reminisce about the exceptionally gifted ninjas of the Uchiha clan. In the beginning, they could defeat their opponents, but as the Uchiha Sharingan evolved, they became mere stepping stones for their rivals. Hence, when they regarded Neji, they initially believed the same. The orphan of the Uchiha clan, the remarkably talented Sasuke Uchiha, was only a year below Neji. They expected that, during their encounters, Sasuke would eventually surpass Neji. Even Hizashi held this belief. However, to their astonishment, Neji had remained steadfast, consistently keeping Sasuke beneath him. He had even broken free from the cage and allowed the Byakugan to evolve. Once this truth was established, the attitudes of all Hyuga ninjas shifted dramatically. Nearly all members of the branch family began to view Neji as an idol and a beacon of hope, simply because he had shattered the stigma of the caged bird. They would have gladly knelt in loyalty to him. The main family was equally thrilled, for they saw in Neji the promise of the Hyuga clan's resurgence. Hearing was one thing, but witnessing Neji's performance left no room for doubt. Even Kahai, who had previously wished for Neji's demise, had changed his perspective. Now, Kahai wished for Neji to live on, to continue thriving, ultimately leading the resurgence of the Hyuga clan. In comparison to the hope for the Hyuga clan's resurgence, everything else seemed trivial, even Neji's challenge to the main family's rules. It was widely known that the Hyuga clan adhered strictly to tradition and regulations. Yet, their conservatism stemmed from a genuine desire to see the Hyuga clan restore the glory of their ancestors. Even those ninjas of the branch family, conditioned to pledge loyalty to the main family, were imbued with the principle of guarding the glory of the Hyuga. Thus, upon confirming that Neji's achievements were genuine and that he truly represented the future of the Hyuga clan, the branch family ninjas were moved. Had they not been under Neji's formidable pressure, they might have already knelt in allegiance. However, among the clan, there were still those lacking in intellect. As the Hyuga clan remained a product of intermarriage in a unique world where all manners of individuals existed. Standing beside Kahai was the fourth elder, Hinata Keisan, whose eyes seemed ready to ignite with fury. As the youngest elder at merely 40 years of age, still in the prime of his ninja career, his temperament was exceedingly volatile. His rise to the elder position was not due to merit, but rather an inheritance from his father. In simple terms, Kei-san was an empty vessel. At this moment, eager for recognition and respect, he found himself humiliated by Neji's blatant disregard. His face flushed with anger. He was nearly ready to explode. He cared not for the future or the Hyuga's resurgence. His focus lay solely on his own feelings. Neji observed the reactions of the crowd. Their attitudes were evident on the faces of the clan members. To be candid, Neji had not anticipated that he could captivate and subdue so many individuals so swiftly. In his mind, he believed he must first prove himself as the hope of the Hyuga clan, then demonstrate that the Byakugan could evolve, guiding the clan toward resurgence and subsequently dismantling the cage bird system before he could command the entire clan. Yet, unexpectedly, he had barely commenced his endeavor, and the Hyuga clan was on the verge of submission. As a time traveler, Neji was unaware of the immense longing within the clan for ancestral glory. The Hyuga clan was a peculiar one, treating geniuses with a caged bird seal, while clans like Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka would cherish their talents as if they were fragile treasures. Today, Neji came to realize this truth. Thus, let this tempest pass swiftly. Byakugan, pressure, activate. Ceasing the Byakugan's pressure, Neji stepped toward the open space outside the shrine. Next, he intended to establish his authority over someone, then rectify the disarray within the Hyuga clan. As he walked, all members of the Hyuga clan, whether from the branch or main family, hurriedly bowed their heads in reverence, making way for him. Ultimately, Neji stood in the open space, his gaze fixed on the furious Hinata Keisan. Hinata Keisan, come forth. Neji had naturally noticed Keisan's deep-seated animosity towards him, thus selecting him as the target for establishing authority. How dare this mere branch family scion address me by name? Hinata Keisan seethed with rage. If you kneel and beg for my forgiveness now, we might be able to settle this. Upon hearing this, Neji had yet to respond. But the other Hyuga members regarded Keisan with incredulous looks. Those close to Keisan sensed the impending disaster and rushed to restrain him, but he violently shook them off. Neji shook his head in disbelief, then activated the Byakugan's pressure, focusing it solely on Hinata Keisan. Boom. It felt as if a 1,000-pound weight bore down on him, rendering Keisan immobile. Instead of diminishing his fury, it only intensified it. His eyes blazed with indignation, fixated on Neji. Neji, however, paid him no mind. He stepped forward, grasped Keisan's collar, and began to drag him toward the open space. Chapter 37, The Hyuga Incident, Conclusion. Upon arriving at the open ground, Neji released the Byakugan. Addressing Hyuga Keisuke with an air of authority, utilize your full strength. Do not claim I did not forewarn you. Once I unleash my true power, you shall possess no opportunity. Today, let the three of you, the foolish members of the main family, witness the dawn of the Hyuga clan's resurgence. This contemptuous declaration incited Keisuke's ire, prompting him to activate his Byakugan and charge at Neji with a series of gentle fist strikes. Despite some mental deficiencies, the might of his gentle fist demonstrated that Keisuke was undeniably a formidable jonin of the Hyuga clan. Yet Neji, if not for slight deficiencies in physical prowess and chakra reserves, one could argue his raw strength rivaled that of a Kage. The enhancement from a 50% evolution in his Byakugan was indeed monumental. At this moment, Neji's gentle fist surpassed the might of all Hyuga ninjas. Thus, against the seemingly ferocious Keisuke, Neji's response was straightforward. He assumed the gentle fist stance and effortlessly executed the 8 trigrams, rising dragon palm. Boom. The speeding Keisuke was struck squarely on the chin, sent soaring as if hit by a bulldozer from below. This single blow revealed the true power of Neji's gentle fist. He was not facing a mere chunin but a legitimate jonin. With a graceful leap, Neji soared to a height nearly equal to that of Keisuke, maintaining a distance of over 8 meters. Then, he began to spin, invoking the 8 trigrams, revolving heaven. What? He intends to use revolving heaven? That cannot possibly reach him, gasped the surrounding Hyuga jonin, well aware of the technique's limitations, which typically encompassed a radius of merely 2 meters, just enough to envelop oneself. Only the clan leader, Hyuga Hayashi, could extend it to 3 or 4 meters. However, Keisuke was a full 8 meters away. Yet, at that moment, the revolving heaven unleashed by Neji left the entire Hyuga clan in awe. Boom. A colossal chakra sphere with a radius of 10 meters manifested around Neji, spinning rapidly as he twirled. Bathed in the hues of the setting sun, this 20-meter-wide chakra sphere resembled a newly risen moon. Boom zzz. Keisuke was directly impacted, ensnared within Neji's gigantic revolving heaven, subjected to its relentless friction. Crack. As Neji concluded his technique, Keisuke was violently ejected, crashing into the distant, uninhabited ground, creating a massive crater. But that was not the end. Determined to establish his dominance, Neji prepared for another strike before hitting the ground, raising his hand to form an empty palm, invoking the 8 trigrams. Empty palm. Whoosh. A translucent, palm-shaped chakra mass, larger than any ordinary empty palm, shot forth from Neji's hand, whistling through the air as it barreled toward Keisuke. While even Hayashi's empty palm was merely twice the size of a normal hand, Neji's version was as large as a child. The increase in size translated to a significant escalation in power. Boom. Upon impact, the ground trembled once more, the crater expanding further. Inside the pit lay Keisuke, blood streaming from his orifices, his abdomen a gruesome mess of flesh and gore. Clearly, he had succumbed to Neji's onslaught. With a serene descent, Neji landed gracefully. Though not taller than many other Hyuga ninjas, his presence radiated an overwhelming sense of strength and depth. Taking a moment to catch his breath and recover from the extensive chakra expenditure, Neji surveyed the surrounding ninjas. With the opposition extinguished, he questioned, "Is there anyone left to dispute what I have proclaimed?" No one dared to refute him. All Hyuga ninjas gazed at Neji with fervent admiration. The few dissenters among them found their rebellious spirits extinguished with Keisuke's demise. Observing this unfolding scene, Neji exhaled a sigh of relief. The vast chakra consumption of the Hyuga Gentle Fist was incomparable to its ordinary counterpart. Even after merely 3 techniques, Neji's chakra was nearly depleted. Should this predicament remain unresolved, he would become akin to a one-punch man, capable of only 1 or 2 strikes before running out of chakra. However, that concern lay in the future, for now. The Hyuga incident had concluded. From this day forth, the Hyuga clan entered Neji's era. Typically, the process of persuading others to accept a notion involves presenting evidence, substantiating its authenticity, and gradually leading them to accept the desired belief through a series of proofs. However, Neji was disinclined to follow such a tedious route. Instead, he would casually mention evidence, bypass the validation stage, and place a metaphorical blade at their throats, compelling belief in his claims. Once they acquiesced, he would then produce the proof. This method not only exuded a high degree of credibility but also proved remarkably efficient, devoid of unnecessary complications. All it required was formidable strength, a quality Neji possessed in abundance. 5 days later, Neji emerged from the residence of Hyuga Hayashi, feeling a sense of relief. Just 5 days prior, he had been elevated to the status of leader within the Hyuga clan, inheriting the role of clan head. However, Neji found the responsibilities of leadership burdensome, or rather, he simply had no desire to engage in such duties. He yearned instead to cultivate his strength, for in this world, power was paramount. Moreover, the title One Punch Hyuga bore a certain resonance, yet Neji was uninterested in it. Being a clan leader entailed more than mere strength. It required managing various mundane affairs. After enduring the strains of leadership for 5 arduous days, Neji could no longer suppress his desire to return the clan head position to Hayashi. This revelation startled Hayashi, who fervently persuaded Neji to reconsider. Ultimately, Neji relented on the condition that he would not concern himself with trivial matters, leaving them entirely to Hayashi, while only addressing significant issues as needed. Perhaps this would dilute his authority, but Neji welcomed such an arrangement. After all, power was merely an accessory to strength. He perceived this truth with clarity. Unable to oppose Neji, Hayashi reluctantly acquiesced. Chapter 38. Sign-in Rewards. Sage Body Neji is currently in a period of growth and strength, and Hinata Hizashi wishes to see him become increasingly powerful, for it is only through his ascendance that the Hyuga clan can flourish. Such formidable gentle fist techniques and the mesmerizing Byakugan. Indeed, our Byakugan is the mightiest ocular technique. Rarely, even the composed Hizashi feels a surge of excitement, embracing a youthful fervor. It is worth noting that Hinata Kahai has been cooperative, offering no hindrance to Neji whatsoever. In fact, he has suppressed those who oppose, fully aligning with the directives and policies Neji has set forth, which include reforming the family system to abolish the bloodline inheritance tradition. Additionally, the improvement of the caged bird system has been put on the agenda. However, progress will undoubtedly be slow, as this system has been meticulously refined over centuries within the Hyuga clan. If it were easily rectified, would it not be as easily dismantled? Yet, the truth remains that few can break free from the caged bird's constraints, except for Neji. Moreover, the events that transpired 5 days prior have reached beyond the confines of the Hyuga clan, with Konoha becoming aware of the changes and recognizing Neji's extraordinary talent. Naturally, this knowledge is limited to the well-informed elite among the shinobi and the upper echelons of various clans. The average citizen and common ninja remain oblivious to these developments. Upon hearing the news, Kakashi Hitaki was momentarily stunned, scattering the papers in his grasp. Neji, though I was prepared for this, you leave me utterly astonished. However, he muses. Is this truly your intention? The upheaval is indeed unexpected. Might Guy, upon learning of the news, fell into a profound silence. After a prolonged moment, he leaned over the unconscious Lee's hospital bed, weeping. Neji, you have truly endured so much. Yet, with the vigor of youth, I knew you would succeed. The sentiment was echoed among other elite shinobi, as they marveled at Neji's ability to break free from the caged bird and evolve the Byakugan, an astonishing feat. Saratobi Hiruzen felt fortunate for adhering to the principle of the will of fire nurtured from a young age. Neji had grown under this guiding philosophy, embodying the spirit of Konoha. Perhaps, allowing Neji to join the Umbu would be a prudent choice. Danzo Shimura, too, became aware of Neji's prowess and harbored a covetous interest in the Byakugan. Having focused on the Sharingan, he had also paid some attention to the Byakugan. Upon learning that Neji had transcended the caged bird and could facilitate the evolution of the Byakugan, he could hardly contain his excitement. He had long coveted the various abilities of the Byakugan. Now, with Neji's liberation, he envisioned the possibility of recruiting Hyuga clan shinobi into the root. Previously, Root had refrained from enlisting Hyuga ninjas due to Danzo's inability to secure those from the main family, who were bound by the caged bird and could not be trusted to keep secrets. But now, with Neji capable of shattering those constraints, why not seize the opportunity? However, Danzo cleverly refrained from approaching the Hyuga clan directly, instead seeking out Hiruzen. Hiruzen, hand over Neji Hyuga to me, and I shall return a most formidable weapon of war. He supplemented his thoughts, and perhaps even unveiled the true mysteries of the Byakugan. Danzo had never ceased his human experiments and was even negotiating with Orochimaru, aware of Orochimaru's plans to destroy Konoha. As a Konoha shinobi, how could he act in such a manner? Danzo, are you truly for Konoha's sake? This malignant tumor. Neji will surely uproot it when the opportunity arises. Faced with Danzo's ambitions, Hiruzen saw the situation clearly and flatly refused. Danzo, do not utter foolishness. Neji's standing within the Hyuga clan surpasses even that of Hizashi. He has even become the clan leader. What fear could the clan leader possibly harbor? Danzo retorted dismissively. Did the branch family leader, Hayashi, not act according to our wishes in the past? With a little maneuvering. Enough. Hiruzen snapped, anger surging within him. This was a memory he preferred not to revisit. The circumstances of that time had been unavoidable, but now there was no need for such measures. Danzo, you are rude. Do not brazenly obstruct our path. Although they referred to each other as old friends, the relationship between Danzo and Hiruzen had long since frayed. At this moment, their discord was entirely expected. Hiruzen, you will come to regret this, Danzo declared angrily as he departed. Vowing not to abandon his objectives and promising to keep tabs on Neji, Neji remained blissfully unaware of all this. Even if he were to learn of it, he would likely remain indifferent. With formidable strength at his side, he would not falter in the face of any situation. At this moment, however, Neji had no time to dwell on such matters. He needed to leave the Hyuga clan and seek out Tenten while completing his year-long continuous sign-in. Over the past 5 days, he had been preoccupied with clan leader duties and had not found the time to meet with Tintin, thus neglecting her and failing to fulfill his responsibilities. It was imperative that he make amends at once. Arriving at the agreed-upon Hokage Rock, Neji found Tintin and Karen waiting eagerly. After 5 days, Karen's condition had improved somewhat, yet she still relied on Tintin. Naturally, her anxiety would lessen with Neji's presence. Upon hearing that Neji wished to meet her, Tintin could scarcely contain her excitement. Moreover, with no mission scheduled in the immediate future, she had even donned a special outfit for the occasion. A beautiful pink and white qipao, complemented by a traditional hairstyle and her charming visage, left Neji utterly captivated. This was precisely to his liking. Dodging Karen's approaching hand and ignoring her envious glare, Neji enveloped Tintin in his embrace. Ah, Karen is still watching. Tintin blushed with embarrassment but was reluctant to leave Neji's side. Despite Karen's presence as a third wheel, the atmosphere between the two remained harmonious and intertwined. Did you manage to accomplish what you mentioned? And are you unharmed? Tintin's inquiries were abruptly silenced as Neji kissed her. After their tender moment, Neji held Tintin with one arm while extending his other hand to Karen, signaling her to join. They commenced the sign-in together. Sign-in successful. Continuous sign-in for 365 days. Rewards accumulated to the maximum. Rewards have been dispensed. Congratulations. You have received the reward, Sage Body, Sage Technique Talent. Feeling the transformation within his body, Neji's expression shifted. He handed Karen over to Tintin and swiftly distanced himself from the two girls. I just remembered something. You both should head back. See you tomorrow. With a few swift body flicker techniques, Neji vanished, leaving Tintin and Karen pouting in surprise. Chapter 39. The conspiracy of Danzo. The body flicker technique was imparted to Neji by the high-ranking jonin of the clan over the past few days. Upon mastering it, he found it exceptionally useful for swift travel. The reason for keeping his distance from the two girls was not due to any concern that they might witness his acquisition of power. In truth, avoiding them meant merely steering clear of Karui. Tintin, being the closest person to him, was someone he had no intention of avoiding. Thus, it was not about discretion, but rather Neji's instinct that the commotion following his receipt of the reward would be considerable. After all, it was the Sage Body. The formidable nature of the Sage Body was exemplified by Hashirama Senju. It is well known that Hashirama's strength stemmed from two key elements: wood release in the Sage Body. The wood release, being one of the most potent bloodline limits, holds immense control over tailed beasts. The Sage Body, however, fundamentally distinguishes Hashirama from ordinary ninjas. Without entering Sage mode, Hashirama remains within the realm of typical ninjas. Once he activates it, he transcends to the status of a god among ninjas. When the colossal True Thousand Hands, towering over 1,000 meters, descend with their massive fists measuring several meters in diameter, they can obliterate anything without need for any ostentation. Visually, Hashirama's Sage mode is not akin to any of the three great sanctuaries, Mayaboka Mountain, the Dragon Cave, or the Wetbone Forest. It is uniquely his own. This Sage mode is entirely a manifestation of Hashirama's innate talent, specifically the Sage Body. What characteristics does the Sage Body possess? It boasts remarkable physical attributes, formidable recovery, strength, speed, and overall constitution. Moreover, the Sage Body is endowed with a vast reserve of chakra. This entirely compensates for the deficiencies Neji currently faces, rectifying his weaknesses. Naturally, a Sage Body wielder can develop their own unique Sage mode, much like Hashirama. Such a powerful Sage Body is truly deserving of the reward earned from a year of signing in at Hokage Rock. Previously, with only the enhancement of his Tensigen, Neji experienced a phenomenon where his eyes shone brilliantly. Now, with the enhancement of his entire body, one could only imagine the tempest that would ensue around him. There are surely Danzo spies surrounding Hokage Rock, and Neji is unwilling to reveal his true strength before Danzo. After all, he must contend with Danzo in the future. If Danzo were to ascertain Neji's formidable abilities, fearing that he might be outmatched, it could very well frighten him away. Do not underestimate this possibility. Danzo is a man devoid of shame. To be prudent, Neji resolved to return to the Hyuga clan's territory to accept the Sage Body reward. However, he wondered if this reward would be dispensed all at once like the Tensigen or in batches. With this question in mind, Neji hastened back to the Hyuga clan's estate. Meanwhile, the two girls at Hokage Rock prepared to leave. Their visit was not motivated by a desire to tour Hokage Rock but rather to accompany Neji. And now that he had departed, they too would follow suit. However, Tintin and Karui were oblivious to the fact that a root ninja assigned to monitor Neji had taken note of Karui's distinctive hair color and silently recorded this feature. Karui possessed the Kekkei Jinkai of the Uzumaki clan, but being in Konohagakure, she could not afford to recklessly activate her sensory abilities. Doing so would undoubtedly attract the attention of powerful individuals, which contradicted Neji's strategy for Karui to remain low-key and await the opportune moment. Otherwise, she would have sensed the root ninja's probing presence and discerned their intentions. The Uzumaki clan's bloodline limit is indeed formidable. The root ninja refrained from taking hasty actions and instead returned to report the situation to Danzo. Red hair and red eyes? Danzo furrowed his brow, recalling that this description matched the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki clan reminded him of that fiery-haired woman with a temperament as hot as chili peppers, whom he despised not only for her character but also because her husband was the fourth Hokage. In the present day, aside from the impure-blooded Naruto Uzumaki, it seemed the Uzumaki clan had nearly perished. However, the members of the Uzumaki clan were invaluable, particularly for human experimentation. After some contemplation, Danzo commanded, "Send a sensory ninja to approach the red-haired girl and assess her chakra levels. After the investigation, do not act impulsively. Return and report the findings to me." Yes. The root acted swiftly. A ninja emerged from the root base, removing her mask to reveal a friendly visage. Donning ordinary clothing, she set forth with a clear objective, making her way toward the path Tintin and Karui were likely to traverse. There, a scene would unfold, a kind woman asking for directions, with the benevolent Karui offering assistance without hesitation. Indeed, this transpired. After arriving at her conclusion, the female ninja changed back into her original attire, donned her mask, and returned to the root. Lord Danzo, the subject possesses a significant chakra level, only slightly less than that of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Truly, she is of the Uzumaki clan. As Danzo perused the genuine identity dossier of Karui acquired by the root ninja, coupled with the corroborating testimony of the female ninja, a glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes. An insidious plan began to take shape within his mind. Karui Uzumaki, Neji Hyuga, bonds, indeed, are a wondrous thing. Shall we take action to capture her, my lord? Not yet. Let us bide our time until the third round of the Chunin exams when Orochimaru acts. At that juncture, we may obtain not only the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, but also the secrets of the Byakugan. Upon returning to the Hyuga clan's estate, Neji was met with numerous bows and greetings from the clan members, to which he responded with nods of acknowledgement. This was the esteem he commanded within the clan. It is worth noting that although Neji had shattered the cage bird seal, he still wore his forehead protector upon his brow. After 2 years, he had grown accustomed to this placement. However, now his forehead bore only the protector, devoid of any bandages. "Brother, Neji." The little girl Hanabi bounded toward him, her face alight with admiration. Since witnessing Neji's performance that day, she had consistently regarded him with such reverence. His strength and indomitable spirit signified that once she acknowledged him, her admiration would be unwavering. In Hanabi's innocent eyes, Neji had ascended to the status of the most formidable ninja of the Hyuga clan. Not only could he break free from the cage bird's mark, but he could also elevate the Byakugan, vanquishing even elder-level adversaries. Especially since their father had personally confessed that the only aspect Neji lacked was a modest chakra reserve. If one were to assess combat prowess, he would concede defeat to Neji. These accumulations led Hanabi to harbor no intentions of rivalry with Neji. Instead, she began to idolize him. Chapter 40. Sage Mode. Moreover, Neji is not only handsome but also gentle, far surpassing Hinata's infatuation with Naruto Uzumaki. Hinata believed that her affection for Naruto was a closely guarded secret. Yet unbeknownst to her, everyone else, including Hanabi, was aware of her feelings. If one were to inquire about Hanabi's romantic aspirations, she would boldly declare, "When I grow up, I shall marry brother Neji." This ambition resides firmly in the heart of the young Hanabi. Since she cannot become the strongest and most illustrious member of the Hyuga clan, she resolves that the strongest and most illustrious person shall be hers. Her reasoning is sound and compelling. Neji, oblivious to Hanabi's sentiments, simply smiled and affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "Hanabi, I have other matters to attend to today, so I cannot play with you. Be good." "Oh." Hanabi nodded, appearing obedient and adorable. She merely wished to greet Neji, with no expectation of him playing with her. After all, brother Neji is quite busy and truly lacks the time to indulge her. Navigating past Hanabi, Neji activated the body flicker technique and swiftly arrived at the ancestral hall. Finding a secluded spot behind the hall, He crossed his legs and began to embrace the sage body and sage technique. The acceptance of the sage technique was rather uneventful, devoid of any discernible sensation. However, the reception of the sage body was as he had anticipated. It felt as though a sage was bestowing enlightenment upon him, with a torrent of warmth enveloping his body, which he absorbed. As he absorbed this warmth, Neji felt the heat radiating through him, rendering him as vibrant as a cooked shrimp. Not only that, but a thick mist of steam began to swirl around him, creating an ethereal atmosphere in which Neji sat, truly embodying the essence of a sage. Yet, this sage was enduring the agonizing trials of transformation. The heat. Neji felt overwhelmingly hot, his clothes soaked with sweat, only to be evaporated by his body temperature, and then soaked again in an endless cycle. This torment persisted for a full 10 minutes before it dissipated. Throughout the ordeal, Neji steadfastly resisted the urge to succumb to unconsciousness. As a result, he achieved an intermediate level of the sage body, bypassing any initial stage altogether. Without lingering in the ancestral hall, Neji, now feeling rather disheveled, hurried back to his home in the Hyuga compound to bathe and change his attire before accessing his personal panel. Name: Hyuga Neji, age 14, bloodline ability, Byakugan, progress 51, Tensegan, sage body, intermediate, developable, skills, cage bird, break. Byakugan, pressure, sign and location, to be determined. Due to the elimination of Hyuga Keisuke, the progress of his Byakugan's evolution increased by 1. Quite impressive. Additionally, he gained the bloodline ability of the sage body and a new sign-in location awaiting selection. Had Neji fainted during the process, he would have only attained the initial stage of the sage body. However, he persevered, allowing him to ascend directly to the intermediate stage. At this intermediate stage, Neji's chakra volume surged nearly tenfold, and his physical prowess was significantly enhanced. He could confidently assert that his shortcomings had been addressed. He was no longer the same individual who could be easily subdued with a single blow. Since there exists an intermediate level of the sage body, there must also be advanced and complete forms. The advanced sage body likely corresponds to that of Hashirama Senju, while the complete form may be possessed solely by the sage of 6 paths. Nevertheless, there is no need for concern. Neji is confident that he will one day attain the complete form of the sage body. In this moment, Neji estimates that his strength has reached the level of a Kage, or at least the threshold of a quasi-Kage. With the formidable power of his gentle fist, combined with the chakra volume akin to that of a high-level Jonin and his enhanced physical capabilities, it is not mere boasting. His current strength genuinely aligns with that of a Kage. In a mere few days, he has vaulted from the rank of special Jonin to that of a Kage. Neji's unique advantage, or golden finger, has only begun to reveal its true power 2 years after his acquisition. Thus, the selection of the next sign-in location and the timing of continuous sign-ins are of paramount importance. Sign-ins must be consecutive. The rewards from ordinary sign-ins offer little more than negligible benefits. Contemplating this, Neji decided to temporarily set this matter aside. Since previously signed-in locations no longer provide rewards, the Hyuga compound and Hokage Rock are no longer viable options. However, Neji has yet to determine a new sign-in location, so it must be postponed for now. Alternatively, he could randomly sign in a few times at various places, waiting for an opportune location before commencing consecutive sign-ins. In the ensuing days, Neji dedicated himself to familiarizing himself with his intermediate sage body, striving to translate his raw strength into genuine power. Naturally, he would venture out of the clan compound during lunchtime or in the evenings to dine with Tintin. Karui continued to be a pesky presence, an unwelcome third wheel. Yet, Neji and Tintin had started to grow accustomed to ignoring Karui, leaving her either wallowing in her own despair or scouring for companionship. This predicament left Karui in a state of distress, but unwilling to separate from Tintin and Neji, she bore the burden alone. A few days later, Neji's raw strength fully transformed into genuine power, prompting him to challenge Hayashi Hyuga to a match. The outcome was predictable. Neji emerged victorious with ease. His Kaiten effortlessly thwarted Hayashi's attacks, while Hayashi's Kaiten proved ineffective against Neji's Bagua, empty palm. This marked a qualitative difference. With his weaknesses addressed, Neji truly stood at the pinnacle of the Hyuga clan. Neji, you have attained the strength of a Kage, Hayashi remarked, filled with gratitude for having protected Neji in the past. Without that support, their current circumstances would be unimaginable. The once rigid Hyuga clan began to undergo a transformation. This was the greatest wish of Hayashi, who felt immense gratitude towards Neji. Had Hinata not already had someone she favored, he might have arranged for her to marry Neji. Kage level. Neji concurred. He finally possessed the capability for self-preservation. Indeed, it was the ability to safeguard oneself. In the future, lacking Kage level strength would yield a profound sense of insecurity. Moreover, simply achieving Kage status would not suffice to influence the ebb and flow of battle. One must possess even greater strength. With the progress of his Byakugan's evolution and the development of his sage body, Neji's power would undoubtedly continue to ascend. However, he could no longer remain sequestered within the confines of the Hyuga compound, relying solely on self-improvement. After his bout with Hayashi, Neji realized he felt no increase in the progress of his Byakugan's evolution. This indicated that remaining within the Hyuga compound would not facilitate his growth. He must seek alternative avenues for enhancement. As he perused his personal panel and scrutinized the sage body listed under his bloodline abilities, Neji logically contemplated the sage mode. At this very moment, within Konoha, there exists one who has mastered it. That individual is none other than the legendary Jiraiya, the Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku, currently instructing Naruto in the art of summoning, one of the legendary 3 ninjas. Chapter 41. The Toad Sage Jiraiya. I am the sage of the mystical Wood Mountain. Known as the Toad Sage. What a pleasure to meet you. Toad? Isn't that just a frog? Frog Sage. Young one, you, well? It's not entirely incorrect to say frog. Wait a moment, you were peeping at the women's bath. You lecherous, perverted old sage. Hey. What do you mean by lecherous sage? This is purely for inspiration. Recalling the encounter from a few days ago, where the lecherous sage took on a disciple and taught the powerful art of summoning, Naruto couldn't help but smile. Since becoming a ninja, he had encountered more good fortune and good people than ever before. Sasuke, Sakura, Shikamaru, Kiba, Hinata, not to mention Iruka-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, the incredibly stern teacher, and Neji. Now, he had a lecherous sage willing to teach him. How splendid. Kakashi-sensei, who only gives special treatment to Sasuke, is such a scoundrel. But, is the lecherous sage truly powerful? He did defeat Ebisu-sensei with a single blow. It seems he must possess considerable strength. Naruto mused. Despite witnessing the lecherous sage's remarkable prowess, he was also acutely aware of the man's lascivious behavior, leaving Naruto uncertain about which side of the sage was genuine. Perhaps every aspect is true? With that thought in mind, Naruto rose from his bed, gathering his scattered thoughts, ready to seek out Jiraiya to continue his training in the art of summoning. Regardless of what kind of person Jiraiya turned out to be, he was willing to teach him and offered him secret care. Knowing this filled Naruto with contentment. However, during this process, Naruto couldn't help but recall Neji's words from a few days prior. Naruto, one of your parents belongs to the Uzumaki clan. This statement stirred an endless longing within Naruto to learn about his parents, a yearning that remained unquenched even to this day. As long as he continued to grow stronger, he would eventually uncover the truth about his parents. This was also one of Naruto's motivations for becoming more powerful. With this thought, Naruto hastened his pace, eager to reach his training ground. Just as he finished dressing and grooming himself, a knock sounded at his door. Huh? Who could it be at this hour? Naruto opened the door, his face lighting up with surprise. Neji, what brings you here? You've been absent for days. Where have you been? Neji stood at the door, holding 2 breakfast servings, one of which he handed to Naruto. I reconciled with my clan, so I stayed with them for a while. Thank you, Neji. Naruto exclaimed joyfully. Seeing Naruto smile, Neji couldn't help but laugh in return. Neji had come, of course, to gather information regarding Sage Mode from Jiraiya. Although he had read the manga in his previous life and understood what Sage Mode entailed, Neji believed it essential to confirm everything thoroughly before proceeding with his training. After all, the consequences of a misstep in Sage Mode training could turn the practitioner into stone. However, directly approaching Jiraiya might not yield a favorable response. So Neji had inquired with Hayashi and received a token from him. In the past, when Jiraiya was not yet renowned, the Hyuga clan had once assisted him. To express his gratitude, Jiraiya provided a token, stating, as long as a member of the Hyuga clan presents this token, I will do my utmost to assist them. As long as it does not violate my principles. This token represented a significant favor. With it, Neji felt assured that Jiraiya would not ignore him. As the clan leader, Neji was entitled to utilize this token. Armed with the token, Neji was confident that he could meet Jiraiya and achieve his goal. However, to be safe, he was unaware of Jiraiya's current whereabouts, hence he sought Naruto's company to find him. Surely, for Naruto's sake, Jiraiya would be inclined to teach him, Neji, The lecherous sage's brother-in-arms. Sage mode is indeed of great importance, and Neji's caution was entirely warranted. Oh, you're looking for the lecherous sage? Excellent. I'll take you to him shortly. Naruto readily agreed upon hearing Neji's intentions. With the delicious breakfast he had received and Neji's kindness, Naruto was more than willing to assist him. Besides, it was merely a matter of finding the lecherous sage. At this point, Naruto was blissfully unaware of the difficulties an ordinary ninja would face in meeting a figure as significant as Jiraiya. Had it not been for Jiraiya seeking Naruto out first, he would never have had such easy access to him. After breakfast, Naruto and Neji made their way toward the back mountain, arriving at a hot spring and situated beside a waterfall. As they rounded the corner, Neji spotted his target. By the wall surrounding the women's bath, a burly man with white hair and a red outfit was crouched down, peering through a hole in the wall. Upon closer inspection, Neji noticed a large scroll hanging at the man's waist, and the forehead protector he wore bore the symbol of oil rather than the Leaf Village emblem. Even without seeing the man's face, Neji recognized him as Jiraiya, the very target of his quest. Only Jiraiya would dare teach in such a place. Toad Sage, here I come, Naruto shouted, interrupting Jiraiya's voyeuristic activities, prompting the sage to retaliate with a playful smack on Naruto's head. Only then did Jiraiya notice Neji's presence. His eyes widened slightly, bursting forth with a glimmer of recognition. Ah, the new leader of the Hyuga clan. Clearly, Jiraiya was aware of the recent events concerning the Hyuga clan and Neji's current strength. My apologies for the disturbance, Jiraiya-sama, Neji said politely. Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively. Your current status doesn't necessitate such formalities. However, it appears I can't continue my research today. He ruffled Naruto's hair, and despite Naruto's protests, he could not escape. Let us move to another area. Jiraiya's demeanor was irreverent at times, yet remarkably dependable when it mattered. Neji was witnessing this firsthand. They arrived at an open space where Jiraiya assigned Naruto the task of continuing his training in the art of summoning before leading Neji to a secluded spot nearby. This left Neji's plans in disarray, and he couldn't help but marvel at the intelligence of great figures. I am no great figure, Jiraiya remarked casually. Now, what brings you here? After Neji explained his purpose, Jiraiya furrowed his brow. Sage mode, huh? Setting aside whether your strength is sufficient for that phase. My sage mode is unique to Mayaboka Mountain, and it wouldn't be of use to you, as you are not of our lineage. Jiraiya did not question how Neji knew about his sage abilities. Since he had declared himself a sage, he had anticipated this situation long ago. Chapter 42. Confrontation with Jiraiya. Of course, Jiraiya had no intention of evading the challenge. He was not that kind of person. His hesitation stemmed from concerns that Neji had not yet reached a level sufficient to learn sage techniques, as well as the fact that the sage techniques of Mayaboka Mountain should not be imparted lightly to others. In the future, Jiraiya hoped to have Naruto master sage techniques, not through his direct instruction, but by sending Naruto to Mayaboka Mountain to be taught by the toads. Neji had anticipated Jiraiya's inquiry. Lord Jiraiya, you need not worry about my capabilities. I am undoubtedly qualified. Moreover, I have reached a bottleneck in my strength, and sage techniques represent a potential breakthrough. As for the sage techniques of Mayaboka Mountain, I had not considered them. I merely wish for you to share any information regarding sage techniques. What I seek is not the sage techniques of Mayaboka Mountain, but rather a unique sage technique that belongs solely to me, akin to that of the first Hokage. Jiraiya was taken aback. A sage technique that belongs solely to you? You aspire to be like the first Hokage? The new head of the Hyuga clan nearly elicited a laugh from him. Jiraiya clearly found Neji's claims hard to believe, suspecting that Neji was merely boasting. Furthermore, regardless of the uniqueness of a personal sage technique, was Neji truly qualified? Neji smiled in silence. If you truly doubt it, why not engage in a battle to ascertain my capabilities? Good lad. Jiraiya's expression turned serious. You are the first of your generation to dare challenge me. I am beginning to believe you may indeed possess the qualifications. Neji did not respond directly but countered. Then, Lord Jiraiya, what is your answer? Of course. Jiraiya nodded, accepting the challenge posed by the newcomer. As the new head of the Hyuga clan, you may initiate the first move. Let me see if you truly are the foremost ninja of the Hyuga clan, as the rumors suggest. Neji smiled faintly and activated his Byakugan, with a resounding roar. His azure-hued eyes, now infused with a terrifying pressure, erupted forth. Byakugan, pressure release, activate. Jiraiya had never experienced such a technique before, falling into a passive state. Seizing the opportunity, Neji thrust his palm forward, unleashing 8 trigrams. empty palm. A massive, translucent palm, towering over Neji, surged toward Jiraiya. Although the Byakugan's pressure did not incapacitate Jiraiya, it did impede his movements, leaving him unable to evade in time. Ninja art, Needle Jizo. With a thunderous crash, a cloud of dust erupted, the sound deafening. Nearby, Naruto rushed over, bewildered by the unexpected confrontation between the perverted sage and his elder brother Neji. Why are the perverted sage and brother Neji fighting? Who should I support? As the dust settled, Jiraiya was enveloped in a protective layer resembling a white, needle-like hedgehog. He bore no injuries, yet was forced to retreat several steps. Lord Jiraiya, you are indeed formidable, Neji remarked, not surprised. If he were to be defeated in one move, Jiraiya would not be the legendary Sannin. At that moment, Jiraiya was genuinely astonished. He had not anticipated that the rumors were true. Neji had indeed evolved his Byakugan, and his gentle fist technique possessed extraordinary power. With the sudden emergence of pressure and the formidable empty palm, Neji could already be regarded as the foremost ninja of the Hyuga clan. Jiraiya began to entertain the idea that Neji might truly be qualified to practice sage techniques, and perhaps even capable of creating a unique sage technique of his own. Shall we continue? Neji pondered, glancing at Naruto's arrival, uncertain whether to proceed with the battle. Truth be told, he was inclined to continue, as he had not yet determined the next candidate for Byakugan evolution. In recent days, Neji had engaged in friendly exchanges with Might Guy. The outcome revealed that if Guy did not open the 8 gates, Neji could easily defeat him. However, should Guy unleash the 8 gates, Neji would be at a disadvantage. Regardless, neither scenario had contributed to his Byakugan's evolution progress. As his strength increased, the difficulty in acquiring Byakugan evolution also intensified. Moreover, even if the 8 gates were not fully opened, they would inevitably shorten one's lifespan. Neji did not wish for Guy's longevity to suffer due to his own training. Thus, he relinquished the notion of extracting Byakugan evolution progress from Guy, his prime training partner, for 2 years. Yet, during his battle with Jiraiya, Neji suddenly sensed the stagnation in his Byakugan evolution, which had persisted for days, beginning to loosen and show signs of progress. Instantly, his perception of Jiraiya shifted. No longer did he regard him merely as a senior, he now viewed him as a substantial experience opportunity. Neji's eyes ignited with fervor, sensing Neji's battle intent. Jiraiya felt compelled to engage as well. With a grin, he declared, "Of course we shall continue. Naruto, step back. We are about to spar." Spar? Naruto was perplexed. Has brother Neji become so strong that he can spar with the perverted sage? I must work even harder to catch up to brother Neji. The battle resumed. In recognizing Neji's formidable strength, Jiraiya ceased his bravado and initiated an offensive. Ninja art, Wild Lion's main technique. The needle-like jizo that surrounded Jiraiya dispersed around his head, giving him the appearance of a majestic, white-maned lion. In the next instant, each hair extended, seemingly capable of infinite length, transforming into dozens of white tendrils that ensnared Neji. The Wild Lion's main technique wielded immense power, capable of swiftly annihilating even the summoned beasts from Pain's 6 paths. Jiraiya demonstrated his true ninja talent through these unique techniques. The offensive Wild Lion's mane and the defensive Needle Jizo, both potent and practical. Neji observed, feeling a twinge of envy. Yet, faced with the onslaught of white tendrils, he remained remarkably composed, for he discerned the trajectory of each tendril. The Byakugan possessed the ability to perceive, and Neji's evolved Byakugan, boasting a staggering 51% progress, far surpassed that of an ordinary Hyuga ninja. Chapter 43 Naruto exclaimed, "Why are you shouting so loudly?" With a powerful thrust of his legs and a surge of chakra, Neji soared through the gaps between the white-haired tendrils, racing towards Jiraiya. Observing Neji's swift and slippery movements, akin to an agile catfish, Jiraiya abandoned his intention to attack with the lion's main technique. Instead, he resolved to engage Neji in close combat. Jiraiya had faced Hyuga ninjas before, but this was his first encounter with the strongest among them. He felt a sense of anticipation. What would Neji's gentle fist techniques become in his skilled hands? Jiraiya was formidable in his own right. The legendary Sannin possessed distinct strengths. Tsunade excelled in physical prowess and healing, medical ninjutsu, while Orochimaru was renowned for his ninjutsu and scientific abilities, various forbidden techniques. Jiraiya, however, stood apart with his well-rounded capabilities across taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu. Although he lacked proficiency in medical ninjutsu, an area where most ninjas faltered, outside of that, Jiraiya was undoubtedly a versatile warrior among the Hokage ranks, particularly after entering Sage mode. With the support of Fukasaku and Shima, Jiraiya's strength firmly placed him at the pinnacle of ninja power. Before the explosive escalation of combat prowess among the Hokage, only one ninja possessed super shadow strength, Pain. Had Jiraiya been aware of Pain's true capabilities while Pain understood Jiraiya well, the outcome of their fateful battle in the Hidden Rain village would have differed dramatically from the original narrative. Thus, knowing that Neji's gentle fist surpassed all Hyuga ninjas, Jiraiya still yearned to test his mettle. With a series of resounding clashes, the engagement between Neji's gentle fist and Jiraiya's taijutsu was intense and direct, creating a cacophony that left Naruto in awe. While Neji is incredible, Jiraiya, typically bold in his taijutsu style, found himself somewhat restrained in this match. Despite Naruto's enthusiastic cheers, Jiraiya felt a mix of frustration and admiration. Neji's close-range gentle fist was remarkably formidable. To Jiraiya's surprise, each of Neji's strikes, even if evaded, still inflicted damage due to the chakra released from Neji's chakra points. The chakra emanating from his points was not chaotic. Rather, it targeted specific acupressure points with precision. Utilizing the technique of pinpoint strikes combined with chakra release from his body, Jiraiya had to concede that Neji's talent was indeed astonishing. However, there existed a countermeasure. To avoid close combat with Neji, the chakra released from his chakra points had a limited range of merely several centimeters, making distance essential. After a few leaps back, Jiraiya sincerely praised, "Neji, you are the most powerful Hyuga ninja I have ever encountered." Neji reciprocated the compliment, stating, "Jiraiya-sama, the title of Sannin is well-deserved." Following their mutual admiration, Jiraiya resumed his offensive, swiftly forming hand seals for the fire-style, fireball technique. This fireball was distinct from the lower-tier version of the same name, which was slow to cast and travel, typically used in conjunction with explosive tags. Jiraiya's fireball technique, though classified as a C-rank ninjutsu, bore the potency of a B-rank fire technique, as he expelled chakra-infused oil from his mouth, igniting it with fire. A fireball approximately 1 meter in diameter shot forth at incredible speed, nearly impossible to evade. Fortunately, Neji, with his predictive skills and superior physical capabilities, successfully dodged. With a resounding explosion, the 1-meter fireball detonated upon impact, igniting everything in its vicinity, creating a firestorm that extended nearly 10 meters, a power far exceeding that of the Uchiha C-rank fire style, great fireball technique. Neji felt a twinge of apprehension. Jiraiya's strength was undeniably formidable. Naruto, exhilarated by witnessing Jiraiya's powerful ninjutsu, suddenly found himself questioning the allure of summoning techniques, wishing he could exchange his for Jiraiya's fire techniques. The ensuing exchanges saw Jiraiya unleashing fireballs while Neji adeptly evaded them. At that moment, a glimmer of determination flashed in Jiraiya's eyes as he invoked the fire-style, great fireball technique. As the name suggests, this was a larger-scale fireball, nearly 5 meters in diameter, launched with astonishing speed. Amidst a barrage of fireballs, Neji found it impossible to evade this one. Yet, he had no intention of dodging. With a swift motion, Neji executed the 8 trigrams palms, heavenly spin. A massive sphere of chakra, 10 meters in radius, enveloped him entirely. Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief. Such a colossal heavenly spin was unprecedented. Naruto, equally astonished, recalled that Neji's previous heavenly spin had only been around 2 to 3 meters in radius. Thus, the 5-meter great fireball collided with the 20-meter heavenly spin, disintegrating upon impact, while the residual flames were extinguished by Neji's spinning barrier. For the first time in history, Jiraiya's great fireball was neutralized in such a manner by an opponent. Enough, Jiraiya declared, lowering his combat stance. This opponent was indeed impressive. Although Neji might still be slightly inferior, he stood firmly on the same level of strength. With remarkable physical prowess, expansive gentle fist techniques, and potent Byakugan abilities, capturing him would require the use of Sage Mode. However, employing Sage Mode against a younger ninja felt inappropriate. Was it reasonable? Jiraiya wished to maintain his dignity, opting instead to feign reluctance. Neji, feeling slightly exasperated, observed the increase in his Byakugan evolution progress and, albeit reluctantly, withdrew his hands. Indeed, Jiraiya proved to be an excellent catalyst for advancing his Byakugan evolution. In truth, all shadow-level ninjas should be capable of such enhancements. The lack of progress from Hinata Hyuga merely indicated that his strength did not yet reach the shadow level. Jiraiya-sama, am I now qualified? Is there a possibility that I can develop my own Sage Mode? Neji pondered earnestly. Jiraiya swiftly shifted the topic, addressing Naruto. Look at Neji, Then look at yourself. Stop dawdling and start training. Naruto retorted. What? You couldn't defeat him, and now it's my fault? If you hadn't taught me ninjutsu, I would have shot back. Why are you shouting so loudly? Chapter 44. A new sign and location. Naruto was sent off to train, allowing Jiraiya to regain his composure. Neji refrained from exposing the truth, as he still had request of Jiraiya. Follow me, Jiraiya instructed, leading Neji away from Naruto to ensure he remained out of sight. You are indeed qualified, Jiraiya declared. I will fulfill your request and provide details regarding the Sage Mode, although it will not pertain to the Sage Mode of Myaboka Mountain. However, this alone cannot offset the significance of the token. Neji shook his head at Jiraiya's words. No need, Lord Jiraiya. This is sufficient for me. Unacceptable. Jiraiya insisted firmly. If it does not meet the standards I hold in my heart, I would rather forego this transaction. Neji understood Jiraiya's sentiment. If what Jiraiya offered did not equate to the value of the token in his eyes, he preferred to leave the deal unmade. Truly, Jiraiya acted with a sense of integrity. Nodding, Neji asked, then, Lord Jiraiya, do you have any good suggestions? I believe I have no further needs. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya began to contemplate, recalling Neji's recent displays of skill and pondering how he might guide him. Ninjutsu. Excluded. With such formidable gentle fist techniques, Neji has no need to learn ninjutsu, and the Hyuga clan is not particularly adept at it. Taijutsu? Excluded. I have yet to surpass Neji in physical combat. How could I teach him? Jiraiya was self-aware. Jinjutsu? Excluded. The Jinjutsu I wield belong to the Myaboka Mountain lineage, without being a contract holder of Myaboka Mountain. Neji would be unable to utilize them. Furthermore, Neji likely possesses a solid foundation in basic Jinjutsu, rendering my instruction unnecessary. Thus, Jiraiya suddenly realized that aside from Sage Mode, the only techniques he could impart to Neji were his original ninjutsu. Having reached a decision, Jiraiya spoke. Your hair appears sufficiently long. You may learn my original techniques. The Raging Lion's main technique and the Needle Jizo technique. These techniques do not adhere to the 5 elemental attributes. They belong to the realm of Yang Release. And you possess an innate talent for it. Yang Release? Neji feigned confusion, yet internally he felt enlightened. It dawned on him that Jiraiya's 2 hair techniques were indeed Yang Release ninjutsu. In the world of Naruto, alongside the 5 elemental chakra types, there exist 2 additional types, Yin and Yang. Yin represents various Jinjutsu in the Uchiha Sharingan, while Yang signifies the Akimichi clan's body expansion techniques and Jiraiya's hair techniques. Naturally, Sage body techniques also fall under Yang Release. Thus, equipped with a mid-level Sage body, Neji indeed possessed the aptitude for Yang Release. Seeing Neji's realization, Jiraiya casually explained Yang Release and continued, with your abilities, you could effectively use the Raging Lion's main technique to strike at your enemy's chakra points. Although the Hyuga's chakra point techniques are formidable, they require close proximity, whereas the Raging Lion's main technique allows for a greater range. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Neji raised his hand and executed the 8 trigrams, empty wall palm, striking Jiraiya's chakra point from 2 meters away. Is that you? Jiraiya coughed, acknowledging the technique. Though there is the ability to strike chakra points from a distance, the range is limited, and the precision may not be optimal. The most crucial aspect is that with sufficient control, you can strike the chakra points throughout your enemy's body in an instant. As Jiraiya continued to elaborate, he demonstrated the Raging Lion's main technique, sending numerous strands of hair towards a nearby boulder. Boom! The boulder exploded, leaving Jiraiya slightly embarrassed. He recognized that while this technique was indeed useful for subduing enemies, it was not ideal for capturing them alive. To accommodate Jiraiya's enthusiasm, Neji nodded in agreement. He, too, found Jiraiya's hair techniques intriguing. After all, variety is the spice of life. Moreover, the Needle Jizo offered impressive defensive capabilities, and the Raging Lion's mane could be employed as Jiraiya described. Noticing Neji's keen interest, Jiraiya nodded. Then, how about we exchange the Sage Mode along with the Raging Lion's main technique and the Needle Jizo technique for that token? Deal, Neji responded, handing over the token to Jiraiya. Upon receiving it, Jiraiya promptly shattered the token. It was something he had crafted in his youth, and now that he was older, seeing it only reminded him of his youthful folly. It was a relic of his past best discarded. Subsequently, Jiraiya verbally instructed Neji on the 2 hair techniques. Remarkably, Neji grasped the techniques with impressive speed. By the end of the morning, he had mastered one technique, and by evening he had acquired the other. Excellent. You have successfully learned both techniques. The next step is to practice diligently, enhancing your control and maximizing your range. Jiraiya was pleased. Passing on these hair techniques to Neji ensured that his legacy would endure. If he had taught Naruto instead, they would have to wait until Naruto's hair grew long enough to utilize them. Furthermore, given Naruto's somewhat foolish nature, he might not even learn them. Such a possibility would threaten the continuity of the legacy. Return tomorrow with Naruto, and we shall create a sage mode uniquely tailored for you. What makes Jiraiya so charismatic? Why does he have such a vast following in his past life? Beyond his flaw of lechery, he is nearly the epitome of a perfect ninja. He possesses strength, responsibility, awareness, a spirit of selflessness, and a generous heart. Such a Jiraiya is indeed accountable. Although he cannot teach Neji the sage mode of Myoboka Mountain, he is willing to accompany Neji, assisting him in developing a sage mode that is distinctly his own. Jiraiya believes that it is not enough merely to impart knowledge of sage mode to Neji and leave him to practice blindly. Such an approach would not only jeopardize Neji's growth, but would also weigh heavily on Jiraiya's conscience. Neji felt a wave of gratitude and nodded earnestly. Then, accidentally brushing against a scroll affixed to Jiraiya's waist, he inquired, "Lord Jiraiya, what is this scroll?" His question was not born from genuine curiosity about the scroll's purpose, but rather as a means to divert Jiraiya's attention. For in his mind, a prompt echoed, "Detecting host is in a new sign-in location, Jiraiya's Great Scroll. Would you like to sign in?" Neji was astonished to discover that a singular object, even one being carried, could serve as a sign-in location. His choice was straightforward. Yes, begin sign-in. Sign-in successful. Rewards may accumulate. Would you like to accumulate? If so, please select the duration for continuous sign-ins. Accumulate, continuous sign-in duration, 100 days. Jiraiya would remain until the conclusion of the Chunin exams. When he finally departed, it would be to seek Tsunade, and Neji would accompany him. 100 days, merely 3 months, was not a lengthy span. Chapter 45, The Perfect Sage Mode. The final examination approaches. In response to Neji's inquiry, Jiraiya casually remarked, "This is a rather useful scroll of mine. Why? Would you like to take a closer look?" "Of course. Can I handle it every day?" Neji seized the opportunity to make a request. "Sure. It's not like it will diminish in value," Jiraiya replied with a generous spirit, granting Neji this small wish. As the two were about to part ways, Jiraiya paused and suddenly recalled, "Neji, did you give Kakashi that thing? Is there more? Let me see it too. As a best-selling author, I can offer insights on how well it's written and perhaps even help you publish it for profit." "Absolutely." Neji readily agreed to Jiraiya's little condition, knowing that it was merely a light-hearted endeavor. It was just a small piece of Risco literature. Showing it to Jiraiya was no issue at all. However, Neji had no intention of ever publishing it, as he valued his dignity and wished to continue thriving in this world. After all, writing such material was hardly a matter of pride. Time swiftly passed, and the day before the formal competition arrived. For nearly half a month, apart from daily sign-ins and dining with Tintin, Neji had dedicated himself to mastering 2 hair-based jutsu and collaborating with Jiraiya to devise his own unique sage mode. Fortunately, the rewards from a year of sign-ins included not only the sage body, but also the talent for sage mode, significantly advancing his progress. At last, today marked the moment he successfully mastered his sage mode. In the back mountains of Konoha, where only Neji and Jiraiya remained, Naruto's training having concluded days prior, Neji closed his eyes for a moment. When he reopened them, he found a ring of golden eyeshadow adorning his gaze, enhancing his already striking appearance and elevating his aura to ethereal heights. Beyond the eyeshadow, no other changes were evident. "Perfect sage mode," Jiraiya exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. "I can't believe we actually succeeded. From the inception of this sage mode to mastery, it took merely half a month. I spent 10 years perfecting mine." Though Jiraiya felt a twinge of envy, Neji remained humble upon hearing his words. In the future, Naruto, the child of prophecy, would master sage mode in less than half a month. In contrast, while Neji had indeed created his own sage mode, it was still longer than Naruto's journey. Moreover, Naruto's sage mode was also perfected, essentially mirroring Neji's. "Indeed, my abilities are still lacking. Naruto's powers are truly remarkable," Neji reflected, his modest demeanor pleasing Jiraiya, who believed this was the true essence of a ninja. Now, Jiraiya began to believe that Neji would undoubtedly become an extraordinary ninja in the future, had it not been for the prophecy designating Naruto as the chosen one. Jiraiya might have considered Neji in that role, given his extraordinary talent. At just 14 years of age, Neji already possessed strength comparable to that of a Kage and had mastered sage mode. With further refinement and combat experience, he could soon reach a transient state of Super Kage while in sage mode. Such a feat was unimaginable in Jiraiya's earlier days, yet here it was, unfolding before him. Now, let us test the enhancements of your Sage Mode. Jiraiya shook his head, dismissing further contemplation. The first test was strength. Jiraiya utilized Earth Release to create a 5-meter-thick earthen wall. Prior to activating Sage Mode, Neji's physical strength allowed him to shatter a maximum thickness of 2 meters without chakra or gentle fist techniques. Jiraiya had more than doubled that, which was sufficient to gauge the augmentation from Sage Mode. Aiming at the earthen wall, Neji raised his palm and struck forcefully. Boom! The 5-meter-thick wall crumbled under his might. Jiraiya gasped, astonished that 5 meters was not the limit. Let us try 10 meters. Boom! The wall shattered again. Through repeated testing, he discovered that 12 meters was the maximum, indicating Neji's strength had increased 6-fold. This was truly astonishing. Indeed, the enhancement brought by the Sage Body combined with Sage Mode was unparalleled. Next came the test of physical resilience. Following the assessment, it was confirmed that Neji's physical strength had also increased 6-fold. Then, he activated his Byakugan and invoked Sage Art, 8 trigrams air palm. Channeling the Sage Chakra within, Neji unleashed an air palm toward the earthen wall created by Jiraiya. However, this time, instead of a mere half-sized transparent palm, a fully grown, towering transparent hand emerged. Whoosh! Boom! The earthen wall exploded dramatically, drawing attention from patrolling ninjas. With the Chunin exams imminent and esteemed guests already arriving in Konoha, heightened vigilance was warranted. Fortunately, Jiraiya's presence prevented Neji's exposure. No need for further tests. Your Sage Mode is remarkably strong, Jiraiya admitted, feeling a touch of melancholy. Experiencing for the first time the sensation of being surpassed by the newer generation. He then handed Neji a scroll before departing. Intending to distract himself by watching a certain lady bathe, seeking solace for his wounded spirit, Neji, slightly exasperated, knew Jiraiya would not be disheartened and chose not to intervene. While Jiraiya's tests were accurate, they were not comprehensive. Afterward, through his own evaluation, Neji discovered that the preparation time for his Sage Mode was 3 minutes, with a duration nearing 1 hour. This was primarily due to the Sage Body. The Sage Body, combined with Sage Mode, proved to be incredibly formidable. Beyond the previously mentioned abilities, its most significant feature was the automatic absorption of natural energy, continuously generating Sage Chakra for its possessor. A mid-level Sage Body would become fatigued after an hour of producing Sage Chakra, at which point the function would cease until it could resume afterward. However, Neji felt that an hour was ample time. An adversary who could not be defeated even with an hour of Sage Mode was unlikely to be vanquished regardless of the duration. With his power enhanced, Neji felt satisfied. He then opened the scroll given by Jiraiya and paused in surprise, for he found it contained a jutsu, Sage Art, 1000-needle jutsu. Ah, Jiraiya, I have resolved to alter your fate in the future. On the other side, in the underground base of the route, Danzo listened to his subordinate's report, narrowing his eyes. With the Chunin exams approaching, preparations for action must be made. Once Orochimaru incites chaos, we shall make our move. Chapter 46. The reluctant Shikamaru Neji had little expectation for the final round of the Chunin exam. Even the mightiest Gaara would lack the power of a Jinchuriki unless he summoned Shikaku to fight. However, according to the original storyline, even if he did summon Shikaku, Naruto would likely summon Fukasaku to battle him. Thus, Neji anticipated he would not be called upon. Furthermore, facing such a formidable creature, Neji had never fought before, leaving him uncertain of his own capabilities. Nevertheless, he mused that engaging in battle should not prove overly difficult. However, the advancement of his Byakugan would surely not be significant. In fact, it would be surprising if there were any at all, considering that he was presently stronger than all the participants combined in this exam. With a lack of battle fervor, it was indeed peculiar for Neji to still harbor any expectations for this match. Nonetheless, despite his lack of anticipation, Neji resolved to put forth his utmost effort. After all, his friends and family, along with the entire Hyuga clan, would be watching. Especially as he recalled what Tintin had often proclaimed. Neji, after this Chunin exam, you will certainly emerge victorious and become a Chunin. He could not bear to see Tintin disheartened. Therefore, tomorrow, his opponent would surely suffer. Having memorized the training method for the Sage Art, 1000-needle Jizo, Neji incinerated the notes, ensuring the utmost confidentiality. This technique was a unique creation of Jiraiya, and since it had been bestowed upon him, it was only right that Neji kept it secret. After returning home from the mountains and refreshing himself, Neji ventured out for dinner, accompanied by Tintin and Karen. Over the course of a month, Karen had shed her previous cautious demeanor and had formed a genuine friendship with Tintin. She had finally begun to feel a sense of belonging in Konoha, no longer living in constant fear as she had in the village hidden in the grass. This development brought joy to both Neji and Tintin, while Tintin was simply happy for her friend. Neji felt a sense of accomplishment in having altered the fate of a tragic character. Watching Karen enjoy her meal, Neji arrived at an undeniable conclusion. Distancing oneself from Sasuke was indeed the source of a joyful life. Observing the outcomes of those close to Sasuke, he noted the tragic fate of Itachi, who had perished, and the death of their parents. In the original story, Karen had often teetered on the brink of death and ultimately remained unmarried for life. Meanwhile, the most fortunate Naruto ended up losing a hand, while the unfortunate Sakura married Sasuke. Reflecting on the current state of Karen, who had little connection to Sasuke, he marveled at her newfound happiness. As her past sorrows faded and joy reemerged, it seemed that the previous sluggishness in his own growth was entirely due to his close association with Sasuke. After all, had he not gone a month without seeing Sasuke and yet experienced a surge in strength? Of course, these musings were merely light-hearted banter following dinner, lacking any factual basis. He was simply teasing Sasuke in jest. "Let us visit Lee at the hospital," Tintin suggested. At that moment, she held Neji's hand in one grasp and Karen's in the other, achieving the delightful feat of an embrace on both sides, which made Neji envious. Cough, cough, he dared not reveal his emotions. The trio purchased a fruit basket and arrived at Konoha Hospital, gaining permission to approach Lee's hospital room. However, Neji furrowed his brow as he sensed a powerful chakra emanating from within. Comparing it to previous encounters, he suspected it was Gaara's. It suddenly dawned upon Neji that there was indeed a subplot involving Gaara at this point. He had found a purpose in becoming a Shura who only loved himself, living solely to annihilate all others. Thus, the notion of sparing Lee, whom he had previously defeated, contradicted Gaara's newfound philosophy of combat, which dictated that one must either die or kill. Consequently, he had been seeking an opportunity to eliminate Lee. On this day, while Guy was momentarily absent from Lee's side, Gaara finally found his chance. However, he was interrupted by Naruto and Shikamaru, whose timely intervention saved Lee's life. Neji activated his Byakugan and peered inside, indeed spotting Naruto and Shikamaru. How inconvenient. Due to his admiration for the characters of Naruto, Neji could not bring himself to genuinely dislike Gaara, especially after he became somewhat endearing following Naruto's verbal sparring. Yet, Gaara had not yet been dissuaded by Naruto's words and was intent on harming Lee, a close companion of Neji's. Thus, how could Neji harbor any fondness for him? Byakugan, pressure, Neji declared, unleashing a wave of oppressive force upon the three individuals within the room as he stepped inside. He intended to put an end to this farce. Neji, Tintin gasped as her boyfriend suddenly erupted in anger, and she hurriedly followed him alongside Karen. Upon witnessing the scene in the room, Tintin's anger flared. "You, the one without eyebrows, dared to lay a hand on Lee." Tintin held her comrades dear, and she too was repulsed by Gaara's intentions. Yet, faced with Tintin's accusations, Gaara remained silent, seemingly dismissive of her. Just as Tintin was about to confront Gaara, Neji intervened, asserting, "Leave this matter to me. You go check on Shikamaru and Naruto." He then approached Gaara, seizing him by the collar and hoisting him out of the window, leaving the hospital room behind. Throughout the ordeal, Gaara offered no resistance. Once Neji and Gaara departed, Naruto and Shikamaru sank to the floor. Wow. Is it really possible? How can Neji be this powerful? I couldn't even move an inch. Naruto exclaimed, astonished. Shikamaru, equally astounded, remarked, in just a month, how could Neji's strength have surged to such heights? Even Gaara was rendered immobile by his presence. Observing closely, Shikamaru realized that the once unbeatable Gaara was now unable to act or speak under Neji's oppressive aura. Such a display of might was unprecedented for him, while he had previously doubted his father's tales of the Hokage's formidable youth. Experiencing Neji's overwhelming presence directly instilled a sense of belief within him. Could individual power truly reach such levels? Perhaps I must strive harder, but then again, it seems futile to compete with them. I might as well embrace my current state, Shikamaru thought, resigning himself to the situation. Chapter 47. The competition begins. Gripping Gaara by the collar, Neji led him outside the hospital before releasing him from his oppressive gaze. Gaara staggered back several meters, panting heavily. Never had he felt so defenseless and overwhelmed as he did today. Even the sands that typically shielded him were subdued by Neji's might. If Neji possessed such strength, how could he possibly compete against him tomorrow? It seemed futile. Sensing Gaara's thoughts, Neji assured him, "Rest easy. Tomorrow, I shall not employ the abilities I just demonstrated." Upon hearing this, Gaara felt a slight relief. Yet he quickly chastised himself for feeling intimidated by Neji Hyuga. Wait, if that ability was unleashed, he would be utterly outmatched. For the first time in his life, Gaara felt a genuine sense of fear. Neji, however, was unfazed by Gaara's internal struggle and stated bluntly, "Lee is my comrade. If you dare entertain any harmful intentions towards him, I will ensure you suffer even more than he does. Tomorrow, treat me as if I were him. If you wish to harm Lee, you must first confront me. Do you understand?" Could Gaara dare to utter a no? Unless he was prepared to summon Shikaku right here and now, it was impossible for him to confront Neji. With a resigned, weak reply, Gaara left, muttering a veiled threat. "I will kill you, all of you." In a most timid tone, he delivered the most sinister of threats. Neji raised an eyebrow, amused. "Gaara, if you can accomplish that, then I welcome the challenge." After dispatching Gaara, Neji returned to the hospital room where Lee had already awakened, engaged in conversation with Tenten. Karui stood beside Tenten, while behind her were Naruto and Shikamaru, who appeared indifferent. Ignoring Naruto and Shikamaru, Neji approached Tenten, looking at Lee. "Do not carry any psychological burdens. You will recover." Tenten. She grasped Neji's hand tightly. "Lord Nate said Lee might never be a ninja again." Neji nodded. "I understand, but Lord Nate is merely a medical ninja. His words are not the final authority." Instantly, Lee, who had been downcast, brightened at Neji's words. "Neji, are you saying I can still recover and continue being a ninja?" Neji affirmed, "Even if the entire world of medical ninjas is at a loss, there is one who can heal you, Princess Tsunade. The strongest medical ninja at Konoha Hospital. After the exams, I will set out to find Lady Tsunade." "Neji, thank you." Lee was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly in tears, while Tenten excitedly grasped Neji's hand, exclaiming, "Neji, I want to go too." Naruto and Shikamaru exchanged surprised and touched glances. Although Neji had grown immensely powerful, his concern for his comrades remained steadfast. This realization eased Shikamaru's worries. Wonderful. Lee can still pursue his ninja dreams. Naruto was genuinely thrilled for Lee. "Now, you must focus on your recovery and avoid exacerbating your injuries. Should your stubbornness lead to a condition that even Lady Tsunade cannot remedy." Neji's tone was half warning, half admonition. He remembered how Lee had insisted on training despite his injuries, unstoppable in his determination. Lee, alarmed by Neji's words, quickly replied, "Neji, worry not. I will take proper care of myself and await your return with Lady Tsunade." "Neji, I truly appreciate it." Mike Guy, having sneaked back, was moved to tears upon hearing Neji's words. "Even if finding Lady Tsunade is a challenge, I believe in you." Neji was at a loss for words. Guy's earnestness was almost comical. Did he not notice Lee's expression had fallen again? Ultimately, Neji's words instilled new hope in Lee, prompting him to cooperate with his treatment. Upon leaving the hospital, their party grew from 3 to 4, with Naruto engaging Karui in conversation. After all, she was akin to a half-relative, and Naruto felt an immediate sense of kinship. However, Karui was not adept at handling overly familiar individuals, her expression betraying her uncertainty about rejecting Naruto's advances. Neji observed this with amusement, choosing to watch rather than intervene, while Tenten echoed his sentiments, labeling both as troublemakers and Naruto as a fool. The next day, the gates of Konoha swung open, welcoming dignitaries, officials, and other visitors, with the most notable being the Kazekage and his entourage. The Konoha side ensured a smooth arrangement, allowing various factions to enter the competition venue, a colossal cylindrical structure. Spectators filled the middle tiers, while esteemed guests watched from the highest level alongside the Hokage. Neji and his companions arrived early at the competition grounds, as did all participants except Sasuke. Shikamaru, Temari, Kankuro, Ino, Naruto, Neji, and Gaara awaited his arrival. As the minutes passed without Sasuke, the examiners prepared to announce his disqualification. In the original narrative, Sasuke had arrived just in time for the final match, and the examiners had allowed him to continue. This was due to the anticipation surrounding the battle between Sasuke and Gaara. However, with Neji now set to face Gaara, the focus shifted entirely to their confrontation. Thus, Sasuke and Naruto's battle lost its significance and would not be easily overlooked. Naruto was in a state of panic. "Sasuke, what are you doing? Hurry up, or you'll lose your chance to compete." Sakura and the other fans watched anxiously from the stands, while Guy noticed Kakashi was absent, prompting some speculation in his mind. Fortunately, at the last moment, Kakashi arrived with Sasuke in tow. After some negotiation, Sasuke regained his eligibility to compete. Neji scoffed. What a show-off, arriving just on the dot. If there were a second round, I would surely crush you. Unfortunately, it appeared there would be no second round. The first match commenced amidst the cheers of the audience. Shikamaru versus Temari. This was a bout that hinted at budding romance. Temari was impressed by Shikamaru's remarkable intellect, while Shikamaru found Temari reminiscent of his mother. However, marrying a woman who resembled one's mother is a dream for many. In a certain sense, Shikamaru was indeed a winner in life. The match unfolded as Neji remembered it. Shikamaru lost the contest, but won Temari's affection. Naturally, neither displayed their feelings outwardly at this moment. Chapter 48. The brutal assault on Gaara. The second match featured Kankuro against Shino Aburame. However, Kankuro chose to forfeit. He believed that the plan was paramount and considered his battle inconsequential, not wishing to reveal the intricate mechanisms within his puppet, Crow, before the plan commenced. In response to Kankuro's withdrawal, Shino displayed an impassive demeanor. Although he felt a twinge of irritation within, he gave no indication of it outwardly, demonstrating commendable emotional control. Yet, many spectators expressed their confusion, wondering, who is Shino Aburame? How fortunate he is. In stark contrast to the fiercely contested first match between Shikamaru and Temari, Shino's unchallenged victory seemed a stroke of luck. Among the onlookers, some were even former classmates of his, which struck a blow to Shino's morale. Thankfully, Naruto and the others had not forgotten him. Wait, what was that person's name again? As the third match commenced, Naruto Uzumaki faced off against Sasuke Uchiha. The crowd erupted in cheers, not for Naruto, but for Sasuke, the last hope of the Uchiha clan. Naruto's reputation was either obscure or tarnished by the negative tales spread by Danzo. Everyone eagerly anticipated Sasuke's performance. In the arena, the two stood facing each other, smiles adorning their faces. Sasuke, I've longed to battle you. Let us give it our all. With that, they charged at one another. Naruto employed the shadow clone technique, hoping to overwhelm Sasuke with sheer numbers. However, Sasuke remained unfazed, effortlessly dispatching Naruto's clones with swift strikes. As the final shadow clone was vanquished, Sasuke scanned the surroundings but found no trace of Naruto. His eyes darted about, the Sharingan activated, yet he discerned nothing. Suddenly, he realized, below ground, Naruto erupted from the earth, delivering a punch aimed at Sasuke's chin, momentarily gaining the upper hand. Sasuke! Screamed the infatuated fans in the stands, while Gaara, observing from the high platform, remarked that Naruto Uzumaki possesses notable combat intelligence. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled, pleased he was indeed a good boy. The battle resumed, and after being struck, Sasuke felt a surge of irritation. He decided against continuing the physical confrontation with Naruto and instead drew shurikens and kunai. With a flurry of precise kunai throws, Sasuke cornered Naruto, then ensnared him with wire. Commencing the hand seals for fire release, Dragon Fire technique. A torrent of flames surged along the wire towards Naruto, engulfing him in an instant. Yet, at the critical moment, Naruto utilized the body replacement technique, narrowly escaping disaster. That was close. Hyuga Hanada, watching the match, gently caressed the burgeoning hills, fervently praying for Naruto's success. Go, Naruto. Yet, the cheers for Sasuke outnumbered those for Naruto. The scales of victory inevitably tilted in Sasuke's favor. At this stage, Sasuke's strength surpassed Naruto's. Even with Naruto's mastery of summoning, he stood no chance against Sasuke, who had learned Kakashi's A-rank technique, lightning release, Chidori. Such a technique was a formidable presence among the ranks of Genin and Chunin. Even Gaara, who possessed Jounin-level prowess in the original story, could not withstand this strike. Thus, when Sasuke unleashed Chidori, the battle was effectively concluded. The lightning chakra invigorated Sasuke, accelerating his movements. He circled around Naruto before launching himself forward. Bang! Sasuke's hand struck the ground next to Naruto's shoulder, tearing the earth apart, while Naruto was left paralyzed by the residual lightning chakra from Chidori, unable to move. Sasuke, however, had held back. At this moment, he had yet to succumb to madness. Sasuke Uchiha wins. Disappointment washed over Naruto as he recognized the vast chasm between him and Sasuke, fueling his unwillingness to accept defeat. However, he acknowledged his loss and resolved to train even harder to catch up to Sasuke. Go, Neji! He cheered, exuberantly rallying for himself. Neji smiled in response, I will. In the fourth match, Neji Hyuga faced Gaara. The two ascended the stage as the examiner withdrew, and the match began. However, the atmosphere felt peculiar. Gaara did not launch a ferocious attack as expected but instead scrutinized Neji, seemingly confirming something. Neji shrugged, stating, "I want to use that ability. It was merely a single display of the full power of my Byakugan pressure, which rendered you immobile. Why the fuss?" After repeated assurances from Neji, Gaara returned to his usual icy demeanor, summoning his sand clone. Whoosh! A perfect replica of Gaara, composed entirely of sand, stood before him. Both pairs of eyes fixated on Neji without initiating an assault. This left Neji somewhat bemused. Was Gaara truly only inclined to defend? Was this the same bloodthirsty Gaara he had heard of? In the stands, Temari and Kankuro exchanged uncertain glances, while Maki appeared thoroughly astonished. Since Gaara's return yesterday, they had sensed something amiss, and today's display raised suspicions. Could it be related to this Byakugan ninja? Meanwhile, Orochimaru, disguised as the Kazekage, observed Neji with furrowed brows. His keen insight led him to deduce that for Gaara to exhibit such caution, Neji's strength must be at least on par with that of a Kage. Yet, the Byakugan user had previously been far from Jounin level. Wait, a branch family? Orochimaru noted the numerous Hyuga clan members in the audience cheering for Neji, all of whom lacked the caged bird seal. The main family supporting the branch family? Such a thing was inconceivable. Reflecting on his previous information regarding Neji, Orochimaru had been too preoccupied with Sasuke and his plans to pay heed. Now, he realized that Neji could very well become the most significant variable in this plan. Gaara, do not disappoint me. Taking a deep breath, Neji activated his Byakugan and assumed the gentle fist stance. His power far exceeded Gaara's, allowing him to dominate with little need for finesse. He charged at Gaara, executing a powerful palm strike. Bang! The sand clone shattered, its chakra disrupted and disintegrating instantly. Gaara was taken aback. He had not anticipated that anyone could so decisively obliterate his sand clone. Seizing the opportunity, Neji advanced, unleashing a barrage of the 8 trigram 64 palms. The protective sand could not keep pace with Neji's speed, even if it managed to provide a meager defense. It was dismantled by Neji's strikes. Bang! The sand armor enveloping Gaara shattered, revealing his true skin, sending him flying backward. Chapter 49. The plan for the collapse of Konoha. Due to the prolonged protection afforded by the armor of sand, Gaara's flesh was exceptionally tender, resulting in his skin being easily torn by the stones beneath him. A trickle of crimson emerged. For the first time in his life, Gaara bled. What is this warm substance? Gaara gazed at the liquid seeping from his wound. This is my blood. With a roar, Gaara's nerves reached their breaking point, and sand poured forth, enveloping his body, forming monstrous limbs adorned with patterns of blue blood. It was the body of Shikaku, the one tail, one arm, a robust tail, and half of Gaara's face transformed into a grotesque visage as he lunged menacingly towards Neji. Everyone was taken aback, astonished to witness such a spectacle. Those with knowledge quickly recognized it as the tailed beast of Sunagakure, Shikaku. So, Gaara is a Jinchuriki? Is the Jinchuriki on the verge of losing control? Some ninjas began to panic, aware that if a Jinchuriki were to spiral out of control, it would spell catastrophic consequences for the surrounding environment. However, they were further astonished when the seemingly ferocious Gaara, possessed by Shikaku, was effortlessly sent flying by Neji's palm strike, the 8 trigrams, empty palm. Neji raised his hand, executed the technique, and then stood still. Boom! The massive palm strike seized Gaara and sent him crashing backward. Crack! He embedded deeply into the wall, losing consciousness. The sand-formed limbs slowly faded away. My goodness! What technique was that from the Hyuga clan ninja? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Even those who were not ninjas could discern the vast disparity in power between Neji and Gaara. The Kazekage on the high platform shook his head. His interest in Neji significantly piqued. Sarutobi Hiruzen was equally astonished. He had not expected the rumors to be true. The evolution of the Byakugan had rendered the Hyuga clan extraordinarily powerful. Such a formidable empty palm was something he had never witnessed in his years as a ninja. Neji coldly stared at the unconscious Gaara, whispering, "The victor is clear." A single, unrelenting empty palm could shatter the bones of an ordinary ninja. Gaara had merely fainted, thanks to the protective form of Shikaku. Now, the plan for the collapse of Konoha should commence. As Neji anticipated, at that moment, the hidden sound and sand ninjas sprang into action. They unleashed a large-scale genjutsu, causing feathers to rain down upon the entire venue, ensnaring everyone present. While the crowd grew drowsy, a few elite leaf ninjas discerned the genjutsu and dispelled it. What is happening? On the high platform, Sarutobi Hiruzen sensed something amiss and turned to the Kazekage. The masked Kazekage softly uttered, "Let us begin." Boom. Smoke bombs detonated, filling the area with a thick haze. For ninjas, originally from the sand, surged towards the periphery of the platform, quickly forming hand seals. The Kazekage dashed towards the third Hokage, seizing him and dragging him onto the roof of the platform. The Umbu reacted swiftly, attempting to rush in to rescue the Hokage, only to find that the four ninjas had completed their seals. Ninjutsu. For purple flames formation. Swish. A cubic barrier materialized above the roof, enveloping it completely. An impulsive Umbu charged forward but collided with the barrier, being violently repelled and igniting in flames, ultimately perishing. How infuriating. It's a barrier. The Umbu were filled with desperation, yet found themselves powerless. The strength of the four purple flames formation was formidable, impervious from within and without. As the Hokage chastised the Kazekage, the latter sinisterly removed his hat and mask, laughing. Has age rendered you senile, Sarutobi-sensei? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened in shock. Outside the village, a colossal three-headed serpent invaded Konoha, wreaking havoc. Sound and sand ninjas began to slaughter leaf ninjas. However, upon realizing that the Kazekage was a guise of Orochimaru, the sand Jounin Maki felt a surge of alarm. Orochimaru is here. What about Lord Kazekage? For a brief moment, Maki contemplated retreat. Yet, with the bow drawn, he had no choice but to release the arrow. Nevertheless, with Gaara in a poor state, the plan for Konoha's collapse required his strength to succeed. Thus, Maki instructed, Temari, Kankuro, take Gaara and leave this place. We shall return to destroy Konoha once he is recovered. Yes. Temari and Kankuro promptly leapt down, hoisting Gaara onto their backs and swiftly departing the venue. Meanwhile, Sasuke, who had not yet fully engaged, had just dispelled the Genjutsu. Upon witnessing the scene, he immediately felt exhilarated. Those sand ninjas, don't you dare run. Swish. The impulsive Sasuke charged forward. The remaining leaf ninjas, Sakura, Shikamaru, and Shino, had also dispelled the Genjutsu, taking in the chaos around them. Kakashi quickly commanded Sakura, Sakura, go free Naruto from the Genjutsu. Then I have an A-rank mission for you four. Immediately pursue and support Sasuke. Yes, Sakura replied, promptly dispelling Naruto's Genjutsu. The four then raced after Sasuke. However, they soon found themselves pursued by a squad of sound ninjas. The sound and sand remained temporary allies, intent on preventing the leaf ninjas from harming Gaara. At this moment, Neji approached Kakashi, asking, what should I do, Kakashi-sensei? Since the beginning, Neji had been feigning ignorance. Do not doubt, it was deliberate. He had resolved to seize any opportunity to enhance his Byakugan's evolution during this chaos. If he could not, he would merely float along. Sarutobi Hiruzen, one of Konoha's F4, would be better off dead. Neji even mused, perhaps it would be best if Danzo met his end in this incident as well. Kakashi regarded Neji, dismissing his intentions, and instructed, just help me defeat these Jounin. Neji's strength far exceeded that of the Leaf's young ninjas. Thus Kakashi deemed it wiser to keep him there to assist in clearing out the sand and sound Jounin. Neji agreed, viewing it as merely an opportunity to coast through. He glanced towards Tintin and Karen's position, relieved to see that the two girls remained unharmed, even though their Genjutsu had not been dispelled. In such circumstances, remaining under the Genjutsu was the safest option, as neither side would consider them targets. So then, sand and sound ninjas, are you prepared? Chapter 50. The art of the heavenly deity within the venue. Neji shone brilliantly, each strike of his unleashing a colossal palm that claimed the life of an enemy from either the sound or sand village. Was this merely a colossal palm? It was unmistakably the Buddha's palm. Observing Neji's formidable prowess, Kakashi exhaled in relief, glancing outside before hastening to offer assistance. As for the Hokage, it was simply impossible to lend support, given the four purple flames formation in place. Without employing his full strength, Kakashi was unable to breach its confines. Thus, it was not a matter of unwillingness on Kakashi's part. Did he truly believe that the matured Kakashi remained oblivious to the circumstances surrounding his father's demise? Whether it was a genuine suicide or a death forced by the Konoha F4, Kakashi had long since arrived at a conclusion. Especially considering Naruto's situation as a prime example. Might Guy shared a similar sentiment. His close friend was reluctant to assist, so how could he oppose Kakashi? Consequently, he fulfilled his duty as a leaf ninja, focusing on protecting the civilians in the venue. Otherwise, had he truly wished to intervene, igniting his youthful spirit and unleashing the Eight Gates formation would have rendered him unstoppable, even against the mere four purple flames formation. Neji fought with great enthusiasm. Yet the evolution of his Byakugan remained stagnant. With a sigh of resignation, he accepted this reality. At that moment, cries arose from the audience. A girl's voice piercing through. Who are you? Let me go? Neji brother Neji looked down to see that Karui and Tintin were being carried away by several ninjas disguised as Konoha Anbu. Tintin was still entrapped in a genjutsu, unconscious as she was taken. However, Karui, possessing a high resistance to illusions, feigned being ensnared to avoid trouble. Unexpectedly, this became the sole opportunity to alert Neji. Having been knocked unconscious, Karui was also abducted. Witnessing this scene, Neji was gripped by a surge of urgency and fury. You are certainly not Konoha Anbu. Who are you? He declared, abandoning his focus on the sound and sand ninjas to pursue the group of Anbu. Neji, be cautious. It's a trap. Kakashi, observing from outside, was about to rush after him when he noticed Neji's anxious demeanor. Kakashi's expression darkened. He had begun to deduce the identities of those Anbu. Although Neji was urged by Kakashi to be cautious, his anger persisted, yet he detected the underlying clues. The Anbu attire was present, yet their aura was chilling, resembling that of a blade rather than that of human beings. The root. Both Neji and Kakashi uttered the name in unison. Locking eyes, Kakashi recognized Neji's determination. He had no intention of dissuading him further, stating, I will accompany you. At the very least, I am a jonin. Swish. My guy arrived promptly. Neji, what just transpired? Where is Tintin? Neji had no intention of explaining. Instead, gazing at the retreating Anbu, he urged Guy, there's no time. Guy-sensei, asked Kakashi. With that, he charged forward. Kakashi swiftly elucidated the situation to Guy. Guy, you need not pursue. Your taijutsu is formidable, making you better suited to remain here and clear the venue of enemy ninjas. I will follow Neji. Moreover, with Neji's current strength, coupled with mine, we shall be fine. Convinced by Kakashi's reasoning, Guy stayed behind, urging, Kakashi, you must safely return Neji, Tintin. And that red-haired girl. Kakashi followed closely behind Neji, yet his heart sank as he proceeded. Konoha was in peril, and the root, claiming to be the foundation of Konoha, not only refrained from aiding but also captured ninjas within the village, turning against allies. Shimura Danzo, you have long ceased to be a true ninja of Konoha. Kakashi's thirst for vengeance began to swell within him. The orchestrator behind his father's death was none other than Sarutobi Hiruzen and, moreover, Shimura Danzo. The likes of Kurama Yakumo and Mito Tobarama were mere accomplices. At that moment, with Orochimaru confronting Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kakashi darkly mused that Sarutobi's demise was a foregone conclusion. Thus, it was only fitting to take Danzo down with him. Father, I shall avenge you. Despite his generally kind nature, Kakashi would never forget the blood debt for his father's death. Swish, swish, swish. Employing the body flicker technique, Neji progressively closed the distance to the group of root ninjas, his murderous intent soaring, even more intense than Kakashi's. Neji had always harbored disdain for Danzo, seeking an opportunity to eliminate him. Yet now, before I have even laid a hand on you, Danzo, you dare to strike at those dear to me? Truly, you tread the path to your own demise. Regardless of their fate, Danzo, today, I shall end you. With his heart ablaze with fury, Neji activated his Byakugan, locking onto his target and sprinting forth. Along the way, he observed numerous ninjas engaged in battle, confirming that Orochimaru had indeed committed significant resources to eliminate Sarutobi. He witnessed Hyuga ninjas emerging to slay enemies, with even some attempting to assist Neji, only to be dismissed by him. Truth be told, those Hyuga ninjas were too feeble. Their presence would only serve to expose Neji to greater vulnerabilities. Pursuing the group of root ninjas, they ventured beyond the village until they finally came to a halt. Neji too paused. Standing in the open, he glared at the root ninjas and coldly commanded, I care not who you are, release Tintin and Karui. Yet, rather than complying, the root ninjas brandished kunai, positioning them threateningly against Tintin and Karui's throats. Crack, 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 the ground fissured, revealing a staircase. Tap, tap, tap. An ominous figure clad in a white kimono above and black combat attire below, with half his head swathed in bandages revealing only half his face, ascended. With a grim aura and an unappealing visage, complete with a cross-shaped scar on his chin, it was undoubtedly Shimura Danzo. Danzo. Neji's eyes blazed with fury. What do you want? Concerning those he cherished, Neji could not maintain his composure. Danzo's chilling smile emerged. Hyuga Neji, you are remarkable, truly impressive. I was quite satisfied with your performance at the venue. You inquired about my intentions? It is simple. Kneel and submit to me, and I shall release these two girls. What say you? Neji's countenance darkened. He knew that even if he complied with Danzo's demands, Danzo would not release Tintin and Karui. Yet, what alternative existed to navigate this predicament? At that moment, Danzo suddenly unveiled his right eye, revealing a spinning, four-pointed pinwheel of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Neji hastily closed his eyes and retreated, but it was too late. The ultimate genjutsu of the Hokage, the heavenly deity that could alter one's very thoughts, had ensnared Neji. Warning! Warning! A strong external consciousness is invading the host. The system is activating automatic defense mechanisms. Preemptive signing reward activated. Shall we agree to resist this assault? Chapter 51. Neji's strategy. Danzo, that cunning old dog, was indeed treacherous. He had no intention of genuinely threatening Neji with the lives of Karen and Tintin to make him submit. His actions were merely a diversion, designed to distract Neji while he employed the powerful genjutsu, Kodo Amatsukami, to forcibly alter Neji's mindset. For Danzo, the loyalty of ninjas he had not personally trained was always suspect. Thus, he decisively resorted to Kodo Amatsukami, even though its use would render him unable to employ it again for a decade. Yet, in Danzo's eyes, this sacrifice was worthwhile. A formidable Hyuga ninja, at merely 14 years of age, represented boundless potential. Once he had complete control over Neji, he believed he could ascend to the position of Hokage through him. This was Danzo's grand design. His entourage was present not just for show. He sought to personally assess Neji's current capabilities, to determine whether he was worthy of such an extraordinary genjutsu. Unexpectedly, Neji shone brilliantly at the venue, rendering the need to expend his subordinates unnecessary. Although their combat prowess was merely that of an ordinary Jonin, training them had proven quite cumbersome. It could be said that Danzo had meticulously calculated his strategy. He had crafted this abduction plan based on Neji's attachment to his loved ones, anticipating that Neji would recklessly charge into the encirclement due to his immense strength. Moreover, he was convinced that Neji would succumb to Kodo Amatsukami's influence. After all, who could resist such an ultimate genjutsu? Had Neji not possessed a system, he would have undoubtedly fallen into Danzo's trap. Little did Danzo realize that this world still harbored a system, an element that could be deemed as cheating or an external aid. This was beyond the realm of human resistance. Just moments ago, upon witnessing the four-pointed windmill pattern of Danzo's Sharingan, a flicker of despair washed over Neji. He had indeed stormed into this predicament unprepared, brimming with righteous fervor. Yet, one cannot blame him. Who could remain indifferent while witnessing their loved ones being abducted before their very eyes? Danzo had accurately gauged the confidence that came with Neji's newfound strength. While intellect may falter against absolute power, it remains invaluable until that power reaches a crushing threshold. Neji's despair stemmed from his understanding of the illusion contained within Danzo's Sharingan Kodo Amatsukami. This was the ultimate genjutsu of the Hokage world, capable of altering the target's thoughts without impacting any other aspect of their being. Most alarmingly, it operated silently, rendering the victim nearly oblivious to the fact that they had been changed. Once transformed, the victim's mindset would shift, and they would no longer concern themselves with the triviality of their own alteration. The prospect of silently losing oneself to another's will or ideal was indeed terrifying. Neji suddenly grasped why Shursui had met his demise immediately after revealing his ocular technique. Who wouldn't fear such a power? Fortunately, the system's automatic defensive capabilities had aided Neji in navigating this perilous situation. Agreed, Neji silently affirmed, while suppressing any feelings of disdain. Danzo had delivered a vivid lesson to Neji. Consequently, even with knowledge of Danzo's abilities, he understood the necessity of giving his all. Advance successful. The reward for signing in for 100 consecutive days on Jiraiya's Grand Scroll has been advanced. The host perfectly resisted this external force of strong will invasion. Special reminder, after advancing the reward, the host must complete the consecutive sign-ins on schedule. Failing to achieve 100 consecutive days will result in the deduction of one of the rewards earned from previous sign-ins, either the Sage Body or the Rinnegan, chosen at random. The system's assistance did not come without a cost. The price was the accumulated rewards from the next 100-day consecutive sign-in. Should Neji fail to complete this, the system would randomly deduct one of the rewards he had previously earned. This seemed fair, or perhaps even a windfall for Neji. He had intended to continue signing in regardless. Now, by utilizing the sign-in reward beforehand, he had successfully navigated this crisis, a rather commendable outcome. Thus, Danzo, in gratitude for the lesson you imparted, I shall return the favor with a fervent funeral. With this thought, Neji lifted his gaze. However, upon meeting Danzo's intensely burning eyes, He paused, suddenly inspired by a more ingenious idea. If executed properly, not only could he infuriate Danzo, but he could also rescue Tintin and Karen unscathed. Strategy, after all, was the very essence of the lesson Danzo had just imparted. To defeat Danzo with his own knowledge, how might he react to such an irony? Of course, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that even if he chose to act now, he might not be able to extricate Tintin and Karen without harm. However, through cunning, a successful rescue was plausible. Therefore, Neji slowly began, Lord Danzo. As he spoke, he knelt on one knee. His plan was simple, to feign compliance under the influence of Kotoeme Tsukumi, allowing Danzo to lower his guard, and then rescue Tintin and Karen. Once the two girls were safe, he would turn the tables and eliminate Danzo. Yet, in that moment of kneeling, Neji internally cursed, Danzo old dog, my knees only bow to my parents, elders, and the deceased. Prepare to meet your end. Danzo, ecstatic, exclaimed, ha ha ha, excellent. Neji, you are truly remarkable. Saying this, he approached and personally lifted Neji. However, during this interaction, Danzo remained vigilant, instructing his subordinates to be on guard while he too was prepared to strike, wary of Neji's potential ruse of feigned surrender. Naturally, the likelihood of such a deception was low. After all, who could withstand the onslaught of Kotoeme Tsukumi? Yet, out of caution, Danzo risked his life to test Neji's loyalty. After all, it was merely one life. Danzo had a total of 12. What Danzo remained unaware of was that Neji was equally cognizant of this fact. Thus, he suppressed the urge to suddenly eliminate Danzo, presenting himself as compliant and docile. At this juncture, Danzo genuinely believed Neji to be an ally. His trust did not stem from Neji's demeanor, but rather from Shirsue's Sharingan. He placed his faith in the ultimate Genjutsu, Kotoeme Tsukumi. Having initially gained Danzo's trust, Neji turned his attention to the unconscious Tintin and Karen. Just as he was about to propose that he oversee the two, Danzo interjected, Neji, kill Tintin, and you shall keep watch over Karen. Do not disappoint me. Danzo envisioned that the mutual destruction of lovers might serve to strengthen Neji psychologically. In his mind, Danzo had already begun to plot Neji's path to power, even fantasizing about becoming Hokage with Neji's assistance, ultimately unifying the ninja world. This, of course, was also a test of Neji's obedience. Chapter 52. Slaughtering the roots like dogs. Ultimately, the philosophy of the gentle fist instilled in Neji by Shimura Danzo was to serve Danzo as his master. The master's orders were absolute and could never be defied. Even if this dramatic interplay of love and conflict between couples did not render Neji stronger, it served as a mere test of obedience, which was not without merit. After all, it merely cost a low-ranking ninja, who was nothing more than cannon fodder on the battlefield. Neji paused momentarily, his face a mask of struggle. But eventually he approached Tintin slowly. Yes, Lord Danzo, he uttered, his voice heavy with sorrow. A pain so profound that even pain would be led to believe Neji was of an alternative orientation. As the root ninja holding Tintin released her upon Danzo's signal, Neji gently took her into his arms. With a complex expression of deep sorrow, he raised his palm, aimed it at Tintin's head. Danzo's smile was grotesque, yet radiant, chilling in its brilliance. The nearby root ninja, who had been holding Karen hostage, relaxed his guard, convinced they would soon gain another formidable ally, one even stronger than Lord Orochimaru. Lord Danzo, we shall support you together. Bang. The head of this root ninja exploded in a shower of gore. Just as everyone anticipated Neji would strike Tintin down, Danzo, the root ninja, and Kakashi, who was observing from a distance, all shared this expectation. Kakashi nearly rushed in, but in that moment, Neji abruptly turned and delivered a solid palm strike to the head of the root ninja, holding Karen. As the palm, initially the size of a human torso, solidified to the size of a head, its power surged. Even though the root ninja reacted swiftly, turning his head to evade, the strike merely grazed his side, shattering his skull into fragments. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. No one had foreseen such an occurrence. Yet Neji remained undeterred. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly rescued Karen and whisked both girls away from the encirclement using the body flicker technique. This entire sequence transpired in an instant, leaving Kakashi astonished and genuinely impressed by Neji's prowess. To be candid, when Kakashi witnessed Neji's apparent submission, he had already given up on him, for he understood the terrifying nature of the Kotoeme Tsukumi. During Uchiha Shirsue's prime, Kakashi was active in Nyumbu, the most informed branch of Konoha, and had heard his colleagues speak of Shirsue's horrifying ocular prowess. After Shirsue's demise, The Umbu ninjas, including Kakashi, collectively sighed in relief. No one relished the thought of their will being usurped, not even Kakashi. Just moments ago, when he saw that Danzo possessed Shursue's Mangeki Sharingan, Kakashi was nearly compelled to flee. He had no desire to fail in his quest for vengeance, only to lose himself in the process. However, he was astonished to find that Neji had withstood the Kodoame Tsukumi. How could he not feel admiration? Moreover, after resisting the Genjutsu, Neji turned the tables on Danzo. An act that filled Kakashi with a sense of exhilaration akin to savoring a chilled watermelon on a sweltering summer day. Hyuga Neji. Danzo seethed with rage. He was baffled as to why the Genjutsu had not taken effect, yet he understood that Neji could not be permitted to leave alive. In his eyes, all these actions were for the sake of Konoha. Neji's subjugation would fortify the village. However, to the ordinary Konoha ninja, this was perceived as a betrayal, a senseless assault on a fellow villager. Danzo was acutely aware of this. Thus, for the sake of his ambitions as Hokage and the survival of the Hidden Leaf Village, Neji had to die here. Swish, swish, swish. The root ninjas charged at Neji. Though merely Jonin, Neji, encumbered by a girl in each arm, found his movements hindered, causing the distance between them to diminish rapidly. Kakashi furrowed his brow, contemplating intervening. Yet, at that moment, he noticed Neji charging directly toward him. Upon entering battle mode and activating his Byakugan, Neji sensed Kakashi's presence. Heartened by Kakashi's approach, Neji felt a surge of relief. At least he no longer had to worry about the girl's safety. Kakashi-sensei, please protect Tenten and Karen. With a swift motion, Neji hurled the two girls toward Kakashi, who promptly caught them and gently set them down. Do you need assistance? He asked. Neji turned his back to Kakashi, his previously warm and magnetic voice now imbued with lethal intent. No, your protection of them is the greatest assistance. As for that old dog Danzo and his sycophants, I shall handle them. Without allowing Kakashi a moment to respond, Neji surged toward the root ninjas. Byakugan, pressure. Unleashing his full might, he showed no mercy. Boom. The root ninjas within 5 meters of Neji were sent flying as though struck by a freight truck. Those caught within 5 to 10 meters trembled as if burdened by a 1,000-pound weight, on the verge of collapse. Beyond 10 meters, the faces of the root ninjas, hidden beneath their masks, betrayed sheer terror. Despite their training to suppress emotions, they could not quell the fear that arose in the presence of a superior predator. With Neji as the epicenter, the radius of 20 meters constituted the full extent of his Byakugan pressure. Coincidentally, all the root ninjas found themselves ensnared within this range. Ignoring those who had been flung away, Neji approached the immobilized ninjas, delivering a swift palm strike to each one in rapid succession. Bang! The chakra surged through their bodies, shattering their hearts. Thud, thud. One by one, the root ninjas fell, yet Neji did not relent. He moved like a finely tuned killing machine, each strike claiming another life. Kakashi stood in shock, unable to fathom that Neji possessed such capabilities. Danzo was becoming increasingly flustered. He had not anticipated the ineptitude of his subordinates. Of course, he was even more astonished by Neji's overwhelming strength. It was akin to slaughtering Jonin as one would dogs, and these were no ordinary Jonin, they were elite root ninjas. In less than 2 minutes, all the root ninjas lay defeated, while Neji remained pristine, untouched by the chaos. Turning to seek Danzo, he found that the old dog had vanished without a trace. Chapter 53. To the arrogant Danzo, Neji scoffed. Don't want to run? Unless you can cover 10 kilometers in such a short span, otherwise. Danzo, devoid of any semblance of shame, sensing the precariousness of his situation, made a hasty retreat. But was it effective? Activating his Byakugan's telescopic and penetrating vision abilities, Neji swiftly located Danzo's trace. He did not spot Danzo from afar, but rather discerned his figure underground, alongside the entrance to the root base. Without the use of the Kodoame Tsukumi, Danzo was rendered impotent in the face of Neji, who was fully aware of his vulnerabilities. Even if Danzo possessed Hashirama cells, the cooldown period for Kodoame Tsukumi was no less than a decade. Several months was a certainty. In the immediate future, Danzo was merely a punching bag, one that Neji could easily defeat, a target for his relentless attacks. Moreover, this was also an opportunity to enhance the progression of his Byakugan. Having just vanquished a multitude of root ninjas, Neji could distinctly sense an increase in his Byakugan's evolution. Upon checking his personal panel, he was astounded to find a 3% boost in his progress. Well done, Danzo. I stand corrected. It seems you are intentionally providing me with experience. Since you are so eager, I shall not hold back. Neji leapt high into the air. aiming at the entrance of the root base, and unleashed a powerful palm strike. Boom. The ground trembled as his palm obliterated the previously concealed, intricate mechanism, revealing the staircase that led underground. Neji did not hesitate, stepping forward without a moment's pause. He feared no traps or ambushes, for in the presence of the Byakugan, all such efforts were rendered futile. Neji, big brother. The tremor roused Tintin and Karen from their slumber. Upon awakening, they witnessed Neji's assault on the ground before he descended underground. Concerned for Neji's safety, they sought to follow him, but fortunately, Kakashi intervened in time, explaining the unfolding situation to them. Is Elder Danzo truly this despicable? Ugh, that old dog Danzo, Tintin exclaimed, if he dares to harm Neji, I will sever our family's sponsorship of the Konoha Anbu. Kakashi glanced at Tintin, acknowledging her words carried a certain weight. Tintin was the daughter of Konoha's largest ninja tools store owner, hence her vested interest in such matters, and the store had always provided financial support to Konoha. However, Danzo was unlikely to heed such threats. That old dog was twisted, choosing only to believe what suited his narrative, particularly given his elevated status. Perhaps this was the very root of Konoha's decay and darkness. Without Danzo, even if the third Hokage fell from grace, Konoha would not have suffered to this extent. Karen, somewhat perplexed, questioned, but isn't Danzo an elder of Konoha? Unable to contain himself, Kakashi spoke up, that old fool only wishes to become Hokage. Everything else is merely a tool for his manipulation. In any case, you two should remain outside. This is the best assistance you can provide Neji. You must understand. Neji's strength now surpasses even mine. Kakashi felt a twinge of nostalgia. It was only a few months ago that Neji had struggled against him, and now he could effortlessly overpower Kakashi. Following Jiraiya's legacy, Kakashi sensed the inevitable passage of time as the new generation rose to prominence. Meanwhile, underground, Neji discerned all traps and thwarted every ambush, arriving before Danzo. At that moment, a smile graced his face, for the experience Danzo had unwittingly provided was plentiful. By now, Neji's Byakugan evolution progress had reached an impressive 58. He had nearly decimated the entirety of the root ninjas. Gazing at Danzo perched arrogantly upon his throne, flanked by his two sycophants, Neji slowly spoke. Old dog Danzo, why do you not flee? Danzo furrowed his brow. Hyuga Neji, how dare you slay so many root ninjas? They were all comrades from our village. Neji erupted into laughter. Old dog, do you truly believe I am the naive type who values camaraderie above all? I care only for those around me. As for the others, even if they hail from the same village, their actions towards me dictate my response. If the root ninjas sought to kill me, would I simply surrender myself to their slaughter? Indeed, Danzo suddenly chuckled. Hyuga Neji, you are quite suited for the root. Your character is incompatible with that of the likes of Hiruzen. You should join us. Let us cease this mutual destruction. If you agree to join the root, I promise you will face no restrictions, and once I step down, you shall become the new leader. Neji raised an eyebrow. He had to admit, Danzo's proposition was enticing. The position of root leader, subordinate only to the Hokage and above all other Konoha ninjas, was a significant temptation. Furthermore, Danzo demonstrated shrewdness by attempting to placate Neji's animosity through inducement upon sensing the precariousness of his situation. Recognizing oneself is vital, Neji was indeed somewhat swayed. However, he ultimately replied, I must decline. What? Why? Danzo was taken aback. He had anticipated Neji would be swayed, having observed the contemplation in Neji's eyes. After all, he was merely a 14-year-old kid. What did it matter if he possessed immense strength? Even if he surpassed Danzo, was he not also susceptible to the allure of the outside world? Yet, to Danzo's astonishment, Neji's response defied all expectations. Neji raised a finger and declared, because what I enjoy most is telling self-righteous individuals no. Danzo's expression darkened. He understood this was not the genuine reason, yet it conveyed Neji's true sentiment. This young man was resolute in his desire to eliminate him. Neji indeed sought to slay Danzo, for he would not forget the recent attempt by Danzo to manipulate his thoughts, nearly transforming him into a slave. He also recalled how Danzo had threatened Tintin and Karen, nearly costing them their lives. Moreover, he could not overlook everything he had learned about Danzo from the original narrative. This man was one of the most malignant tumors in the world of Naruto. Without him, the world would surely experience a significant measure of peace and tranquility. If Black Zetsu were also eliminated, perhaps peace would have already arrived. Indeed, Black Zetsu was another of the greatest malignancies, while its toxicity might surpass that of Danzo's. Danzo's detestable nature eclipsed all others. With resolve firmed in his heart, Neji assumed the gentle fist stance. Danzo, come at me with your lackeys. Perhaps that way you may stand a chance of survival. Hyuga Neji, you are far too arrogant. Chapter 54. The Chaotic Lion's Hair-Pointing Technique. Toanzo rebuked angrily. Having endured Neji's provocations far too many times, he could no longer tolerate it, for his very life was at stake. Kaze, Torian, you both attack. Two ninjas stepped forward to shield Neji. They wore no masks, allowing Neji to see their faces. One was a tall, strikingly handsome man with a dignified demeanor, possessing orange hair styled in a short ponytail, adorned with the forehead protector of the Hidden Leaf Village. He wore a brown sleeveless jacket, complemented by a short-sleeved outer garment, black gloves, and trousers, with a large sword strapped to his back. This was Kazumura, a member of the Kazumura clan who had joined the Roots. His strength was formidable, and he excelled in solo combat. Kazumura possessed excellent sensory abilities and had innovated a variant of the shifting heart technique known as the puppet heart seal technique. This technique utilized puppets to enact the shifting heart technique, sealing the opponent's soul within the puppet while allowing his own soul to inhabit the opponent's body, enhancing his safety and operational capacity. He was undeniably talented. The other was dressed in an integrated, black combat suit, with a mask covering the lower half of his face, and a large pouch slung at his waist, giving off an air of grim seriousness. This was Toryun, a ninja sent by the Oil Woman clan to the Roots. Even among the insect-controlling Oil Woman clan, Toryun was exceptional. His body harbored highly toxic nanoscopic insects, granting him an immunity to their deadly effects. Should another become infected, their cells would be destroyed, leading to death. However, these insects could only thrive within living cells, multiplying through cell destruction. Once the host perished, so too would the insects. Thus, he donned nearly full-body protective gear. He had never participated in the Chunin exam, not due to lack of desire, but because he was prohibited. There was no doubt that Toryun was also a prodigy. Together, Toryun and Kazumura constituted Toanzo's final subordinates. In truth, Neji did not wish to kill these two. They were mere weapons manipulated by Toanzo, devoid of their own will. More importantly, within the entire Root organization, these two displayed extraordinary talent. Neji intended to eliminate Toanzo, but he desired to recruit these gifted individuals. After all, his future adversaries were the Otsutsuki clan, and bolstering his strength could never be a detriment. As for the sins they bore, certainly they were guilty, but they were not the primary offenders. The true villain was Toanzo, the very architect of this abhorrent Root organization. At worst, once he had recruited them, he would have them apologize to the victims' families. Though apologies may hold little weight, they were better than nothing. Thus, Neji resolved to swiftly subdue these two, incapacitating them without taking their lives. With a swift motion, Neji sidestepped Kazumura's cunningly executed shifting heart technique. He then raised his hands, sending forth several enormous air palms that did not strike the elusive king of Lanling, but instead blew away the nanoscopic insects released by Toryun. Once distanced from Toryun, the insects would survive only a short while before becoming lifeless, thanks to the Byakugan's perceptive capabilities. Neither the nanoscopic insects nor the C4 Garuda cell-level miniature bombs from Deidara could threaten Neji. He had no blind spots. He could sense even the slightest movements in a remarkable radius of 10 meters, a testament to his Byakugan having evolved beyond 50%. In contrast, an ordinary Hyuga Jounin would not exceed a 3-meter radius. Neji began to form hand seals, causing unease in Kazumura and Toryun. Why was a Hyuga ninja forming seals? What did he intend to do? The answer soon revealed itself. Ninjutsu, Chaotic Lion's Hair-Pointing Technique. In just a month's time, Neji had not only mastered Sage Mode, but he could also perfectly wield the two-headed hair ninjutsu. As his dark hair erupted, it resembled a lion's mane, each strand elongating like tentacles. Yet, these hair tendrils were no ordinary appendages. Their tips were infused with chakra for sealing points, aptly named the Chaotic Lion's Hair-Pointing Technique. Jiraiya's prior instruction had truly come to fruition. Without the intent to kill or directly confront his foes, he could subdue and capture them. The hair tendrils moved with extraordinary speed, particularly when wielded by Neji, who now possessed the strength of a shadow-level ninja and the powers of Sage Mode. Their rapid movement dazzled Kazumura and Toryun, who could only retreat before being ensnared by the tendrils. Thud, thud. Both were rendered incapable of movement, collapsing to the ground, unable even to blink. The effectiveness of this technique surpassed even the 8 trigrams, 64 palms. For the latter allowed foes to still blink and speak after being struck. Neji raised an eyebrow, unexpectedly pleased with this technique. He severed all contact with the hair that had brushed against Torian, watching as those strands turned purple in the air before dissipating. What a terrifying ability, Neji mused. He then approached Toanzo. With a crash, Toanzo stood, exclaiming, "Hyuga Neji, what have you done? Why have Kazumura and Torian fallen?" Neji had no intention of explaining. "Old dog Toanzo, it's time for you to die. Sage mode, activate." Although entering Sage mode typically required 3 minutes, Neji had strategically left a shadow clone outside, allowing him to activate Sage mode instantaneously, akin to Naruto's technique. Even without releasing the Byakugan's pressure skill, a formidable force emanated from Neji, rolling outward. Kazumura and Torian promptly lost consciousness, while Toanzo stared wide-eyed at Neji, whose face bore a golden shadow. "You have actually learned Sage mode. How is this possible?" Neji remained silent, responding with the Sage art, 8 trigrams air palm, launching it forward. A massive transparent palm, nearly a person's height, surged towards Toanzo. Boom! Toanzo did not evade. His body shattered into fragments, scattering across the ground. Though the enemy lay defeated, Neji hesitated to approach recklessly. Chapter 55, Danzo. Go to hell with your doubts. Neji stood still, quietly awaiting the passage of time. Soon, a minute slipped by, and the scattered corpses vanished, leaving Danzo once again standing in place. His expression darkened as he regarded Neji. "How do you know of Izanaji?" As a wielder of both would release in the Sharingan within a single body, Danzo possessed not only the capacity to execute formidable wood-release techniques, but also boasted an arm adorned with 10 Sharingan, coupled with the Manjiki Sharingan of his right eye. Sure sway, and Danzo's own life force. Mastering Izanaji meant that Danzo would need to be killed 12 times to be utterly vanquished. Izanaji, the ultimate ocular technique of the Uchiha clan, allowed one to manipulate the boundaries between illusion and reality, controlling the transition between dreams and the tangible world. Thus, even in death, Danzo would merely sacrifice a single Sharingan from his right arm. However, Danzo's Izanaji bore a flaw. It could only be sustained for 1 minute. After all, Danzo was not of the Uchiha lineage and could not maintain it for an extended duration like a Bido Uchiha, who could last for 3 minutes. This was the advantage of intelligence. Danzo found himself powerless before Neji. Yet, Neji was aware of Danzo's weakness, making the battle effortless for him. Had he been oblivious to Danzo's capabilities, he might have fallen into a trap while assessing the situation, only to be turned against. Danzo had been subtly guiding Neji forward, as evidenced by his earlier words. In response to Danzo's confusion, Neji chose not to answer directly, but instead mocked, "Danzo, old dog, go to hell with your doubts." With that, he unleashed the Sage art, 8 trigrams air palm. Bang! This time, Danzo evaded, but not without consequence. Half of his body was shattered, leaving the other half in a gruesome state. Soon after, Danzo drew his last breath. Yet he did not immediately revive. Instead, he delayed for a full 60 seconds, hoping to resurrect at the last possible moment. In his view, this was his sole chance at victory. Neji's Sage mode was overwhelmingly dominant, leaving Danzo with no option but to endure the onslaught. Thus, Danzo believed his only opportunity lay in stalling until Neji's Sage mode expired. Sage mode is time-limited. Neji had no means of sustaining it beyond 10 minutes. Therefore, by sacrificing a single Sharingan from his arm, or even less, Danzo harbored hopes of triumph. However, what Danzo did not realize was that with the existence of Sage body, Neji could maintain Sage mode for at least an hour. Had he known, perhaps he would have directly destroyed Shirsue's Manjiki and opted for immediate self-destruction. Alas, Danzo remained blissfully unaware. The advantage of information reared its head once more. A minute later, Danzo revived, and Neji unleashed the Sage art, 8 trigrams air palm. This time, Danzo predicted the attack and dodged just in time. He retaliated with a self-destructive technique, would release, root exploding funeral. Danzo unveiled his right hand, extending his arm. A grotesque scene unfolded as thick roots rapidly sprouted from Danzo's pallid arm, threatening to ensnare everything within the hall, including the caster himself, Shimura Danzo. Upon witnessing this, Neji immediately dispatched Oil Girl and Yamanaka F to escape the range, then raised his hand to strike the oncoming roots with a gentle fist. In Sage mode, the potency of Neji's gentle fist grew exponentially. The thick roots, capable of being embraced by 2 or 3 individuals, splintered beneath his palm. Perhaps his gentle fist should be more aptly named the Iron Fist. Sage chakra possesses unique properties, rendering would release vulnerable. This resulted in extraordinary destructive and lethal power. As the roots threatened to obscure his vision, Danzo observed that Neji had evaded entrapment, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, he remained resolute in his plan to stall for 10 minutes. Snap! The roots tightened, yet Neji remained unscathed, while Danzo was reduced to a puddle of blood. Another minute passed before Danzo revived once more. By this time, Neji had begun to decipher Danzo's intentions. Did he believe that my sage mode lasted only a few minutes? In truth, my sage mode endures for an hour. Neji felt a thrill of anticipation, eager to witness the expression that would grace Danzo's face at that moment. Next, Danzo summoned the Dream Taper, intending to collaborate with it to engulf Neji within its belly. However, Neji countered with Needle Jizo, sending the Dream Taper back and subsequently strangling Danzo with the Roaring Lion's main technique. In the subsequent 5 encounters, Danzo employed various attacks, including wind release techniques, other would release ninjutsu, and even taijutsu. He explored numerous fatal scenarios, being kicked to death by Neji, having his head smashed into his abdomen, and being bisected by Neji's concentrated air palm, among others. His death count reached 9, and only 1 Sharingan remained on his right arm. Meanwhile, Neji's sage mode had now persisted for 10 minutes. Observing Neji, who appeared slightly breathless, though feigning, Danzo wore an expression of triumph. Hyuga Neji, you are formidable, but I am stronger. Sealing technique. For symbols of the inner. Danzo suddenly thrust back, his body fracturing as blood erupted from him like a fountain, and numerous sealing sigils emerged around him. As the blood splashed onto the sigils, they swelled into spheres, expanding outward. Not only that, but an immense suction force emanated from within, surpassing even that of the Dream Taper. Yet Neji remained unperturbed. The method to dismantle Danzo's ultimate move was quite simple. Ninjutsu. Roaring Lion's main technique. Swish. The black tendrils shot backward, embedding themselves into the wall, pulling Neji away. Moreover, he leaped backward, utilizing the immense power of Sage Mode to retreat. The combination of these actions allowed Neji to escape the range of the 4 symbols of the inner sealing technique. With a whoosh, a colossal black sphere materialized before Neji, which then imploded and vanished. Consequently, Danzo was consumed by the sealing technique, disappearing without a trace. Neji retracted the Roaring Lion's main technique and stood still, awaiting the next encounter. A minute later, Danzo reappeared, his face darkening to the point of near despair. How could Neji, who had just been feigning exhaustion, now appear unscathed? His mindset shattered. 12 minutes had passed. Why had Neji's sage mode not yet dissipated? Danzo, in his impotent rage, felt the grip of despair tightening. At that moment, the last Sharingan on his right arm had closed, leaving him with only the 4-pointed windmill Sharingan in his right eye. Yet Neji offered no response to Danzo's inquiries. Nor did he afford Danzo the opportunity to utilize his Anaji to destroy Shirsue's precious Meijiki Sharingan. Byakugan, pressure. Boom. Danzo stood frozen, unable to move or even blink. Neji approached him slowly, extracting the remaining Sharingan. He then raised his hand and executed the Sage Art, 8 trigrams air palm. Danzo, he reiterated. Go to hell with your doubts. Chapter 56, Loyalty as if captured in slow motion. Neji's Byakugan distinctly revealed the entire sequence of events as the Sage Art, 8 trigrams air palm struck Danzo. It was rather repugnant, so I shall refrain from further comment. Neji discerned Danzo's subtle expressions, shock, resentment, unwillingness, rage, fear, confusion, and so forth. Yet, conspicuously absent was any semblance of regret. Danzo felt no remorse for his actions. He believed he was in the right. Such a person is the true embodiment of evil. Thus, Neji deemed it humane to extinguish him. This world has no need for such malefactors. With a resounding thud, accompanied by a cascade of blood, Danzo's body disintegrated for the final time. This time, he failed to resurrect even after a minute, departing this world entirely. Observing this scene, Neji felt no sense of loss. Rather, he exhaled deeply in relief. Without Danzo, the world would undoubtedly be a better place. Exiting Sage Mode, Neji accessed his personal panel. Name, Hyuga Neji. Age, 14. Bloodline ability, Byakugan. Progress 60, Tensigan. Sage Body, Intermediate. Under development. Skills, Cage Bird. Break, Byakugan. Pressure, Sage Mode. Sign and Location, Jiraiya's Great Scroll. 23 consecutive days. Rewards have been advanced. Everything else remained unchanged, except for the progress of his Byakugan's evolution, which had risen to 60%. Killing Danzo had directly increased it by 2%. Before today, Neji would not have anticipated that within a single day, his Byakugan's evolution could ascend from 51% to 60%. However, this would likely be a singular occurrence. After all, during this battle, Neji had unleashed a relentless assault, showing no mercy. This confrontation validated his belief that even if one's strength is slightly inferior, as long as they eliminate a sufficient number of foes, the evolution of the Byakugan would progress. Yet, it was improbable that he would encounter another suitable opponent like Danzo in the Root organization. Neji would never resort to indiscriminate slaughter merely to enhance his power. Should he do so, he would betray his own principles. Thus, he needed to contemplate new methods to further the evolution of his Byakugan. It is noteworthy that Neji's intermediate sage body had also entered a state of underdevelopment. However, this designation had changed nearly half a month prior, and as of today, there had been no further developments, so Neji paid it little heed. Shutting down the panel, Neji turned to find Yamake's and Oil Woman Torikian lying on the ground. Observing the two feigning unconsciousness, he released their pressure points with a flick of his hair. "Do you understand why I spared your lives?" Neji's words prompted them to open their eyes. They exchanged glances and slowly rose to their feet, realizing that continuing their charade would insult their own intelligence. Their survival hinged entirely on Neji's goodwill. How could they possibly provoke his ire? Gazing at the devastation within the hall and recalling the sounds they had heard, Yamake's deduced the general progression of events. Oil Woman Torikian, too, grasped the situation, though he struggled to accept it. Danzo was dead? There. Neji pointed to the distant pile of remains. Oil Woman Torikian staggered toward it, his inner insect sensing that it was indeed Shimura Danzo. Thud. He fell to his knees, unable to comprehend the sight before him. Trembling, he withdrew a kunai from his ninja gear, slowly yet resolutely aiming it at his own throat. Oil Woman Torikian intended to accompany Danzo in death. Neji was genuinely taken aback. In truth, had Neji not been so formidable, Oil Woman Torikian might have sought revenge for Danzo's demise. Either he would be slain by Neji during his quest for vengeance, or he would take his own life after succeeding. However, Neji's overwhelming power left no room for thoughts of retribution. Instead, Oil Woman Torikian resolved to express his loyalty through death. At merely 16 years of age, Oil Woman Torikian's dedication to Danzo was unexpected by all. Boom. Neji furrowed his brow and unleashed the Byakugan, pressure within a limited range, targeting Oil Woman Torikian. Subduing him, Neji turned his gaze to the more composed Yamake's and inquired, "Is this man a diehard loyalist to Danzo?" "Indeed," Yamake's replied hastily. Once Torikian learned to control the nano-insects within him, Danzo took him under his wing. "I see." Neji felt a twinge of regret. Individuals who had been thoroughly indoctrinated by Danzo had rapidly diminished in value. Neji had no confidence in his ability to reverse their distorted values and perspectives, nor did he see the necessity to do so. Without hesitation, Neji delivered a death sentence for Oil Woman Torikian in his heart. Whoosh! A half-man high 8 trigrams air palm struck, and Oil Woman Torikian was reunited with his beloved Danzo in a fusion of flesh and blood, descending together into the abyss. Turning to Yamake's, Neji asked, "And you? What will your choice be? With Danzo dead, you are unbound. You can be yourself." Neji's words left Yamake's momentarily stunned. He did not tremble in fear at Torikian's demise. As a Root ninja, fear had long since become foreign to them. Only Danzo, the leader of Root, experienced such emotions. At this moment, Neji's words compelled Yamake's to ponder the path ahead. Though utilized as a mere weapon by Danzo, with time, Yamake's had developed his own will. He had been constrained by Danzo's authority, unable to betray or depart. But now, with Danzo's death, he was free. Yet, confusion clouded Yamake's mind. He was uncertain about his next steps. Having spent his life in assassination and committing heinous acts, he was now faced with the responsibility of forging his own future. He truly did not know how to proceed. However, at that moment, he recalled Neji's earlier question, "Do you know why I spared you?" Thus, this formidable Hyuga ninja seeks to recruit me? Do I still possess value? Yamake surmised Neji's intention. It was not difficult, for Neji had never concealed his desires. Suddenly, a realization struck Yamake. He recalled Neji's character analysis. This individual appears to be devoid of desires, yet harbors grand ambitions. It is advisable to observe closely. Reflecting on Neji's recently displayed prowess, Yamake's eyes sparkled with recognition. "Lord Hyuga Neji, what are your aspirations for the future?" Taken aback by the unexpected inquiry, Neji raised an eyebrow. "I aspire to unify the ninja world and bring true peace." Boom. A sound reverberated within Yamake's, awakening something long dormant inside him. That feeling was unlike anything he had ever experienced under Danzo's command. It was as though his life had suddenly acquired a new purpose, assisting Neji in achieving his goals. Without hesitation, following that feeling and his own will, Yamake's knelt on one knee. Lord Hyuga Neji, I pledge my loyalty to you. Chapter 57. The benevolent Danzo. The perceptive nature of Yamashiro Fu surprised Neji, yet upon reflection, it made perfect sense. Yamashiro Fu was not merely a pawn of Danzo. He was unlike Kuratsuchi. He had developed his own thoughts, and although he still sought to align himself with others, he was undoubtedly an individual with his own ideas. Perhaps he had long harbored grievances against Danzo's methods. Neji's arrival liberated him. Of course, Neji was not reckless enough to place his complete trust in him. He tested Yamashiro Fu by inquiring about secret techniques, the location of Danzo's quarters, and the storeroom of the roots, as well as the most valuable items therein. Yamashiro Fu answered each question in detail, and whenever Neji hesitated, he patiently elaborated. Neji began to tentatively trust Yamashiro Fu, deciding to adjust his level of confidence based on future interactions. First, let us secure this. Neji extended his palm to reveal the treasured kaleidoscope Sharingan he had been guarding. Since earlier, he had tightly clutched the eye shaped like a four-pointed windmill. However, being a human eye, it required a specialized container for safekeeping. Even though its most formidable power had already been utilized, in 10 years, Neji might face the Otsutsuki clan, and the potential of the Kagaya might prove invaluable. Thus, this kaleidoscope was precious and demanded careful preservation. Even if he didn't use it himself in the future, it could serve well for another. After all, in the world of Naruto, the Sharingan is akin to a universally usable USB device. Yamashiro Fu watched in alarm. Lord Hyuga Neji, the Sharingan cannot be preserved in such a manner. Hurry, take me with you. The two hurried to the medical room of the roots, where Yamashiro Fu retrieved a test tube filled with a translucent liquid. Please place it inside, Lord Hyuga Neji. After securing the kaleidoscope Sharingan, Neji inquired, Are there any more Sharingan here? Yes, Lord Hyuga Neji, Yamashiro Fu replied, busily searching. Just call me Neji from now on. Your address for me is rather lengthy. Yamashiro Fu paused. Yes, Lord Neji. The distinction of respect was ingrained in Yamashiro Fu's very being. He could not bring himself to directly address Neji by his name. Soon after, he presented 9 test tubes containing Sharingan before Neji. Upon inspection, each contained a 3-tomo Sharingan. It seems that after the Uchiha massacre, Danzo profited immensely. Perhaps this is the fundamental reason he drove the Uchiha clan towards their demise. Danzo had coveted the Sharingan for far longer than Orochimaru. His comrade, Uchiha Kagami, had demonstrated loyalty, yet Danzo only saw the power of the Sharingan. Yamashiro Fu's admiration for Neji deepened upon hearing this. To know of the Uchiha massacre from so long ago, Lord Neji is truly remarkable. After sealing the Sharingan and the kaleidoscope in a storage scroll, Neji and Yamashiro Fu departed the medical room for Danzo's quarters. Do you know where Danzo's contract scroll for the spirit beast, Dream Taper, is? While the enhancement of a large spirit beast might not significantly elevate Neji's power, it was better than having none. Especially since he had resolved to intervene in the impending conflict among the 3 legendary ninjas. That battle, rather than a clash of 3 ninjas, would more aptly be described as a confrontation of 3 colossal spirit beasts, overshadowing even Naruto. Neji was keen on acquiring a formidable spirit beast, and Danzo's Dream Taper was a prime target. Hence, when he previously fought Danzo and sent the Dream Taper away, he had refrained from using lethal force, having harbored an interest in Danzo's spirit beast since then. The remnants of Danzo's spirit might have cursed him, but Yamashiro Fu pointed toward a nearby steel cabinet. I'm not certain, but there is a high possibility it's in Danzo's storage locker. Crafted entirely from steel, the cabinet resembled a modern safe. However, Neji was unfazed. With his Byakugan, he discerned the lock's mechanism and deftly opened it. Inside, he found not only the Dream Taper's contract scroll, but also the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan and various other sealing scrolls. Neji collected everything. The subsequent examination of the root's storage room yielded disappointing results, as it contained little of value. After all, what could the beleaguered subordinates of Danzo possess? Neji then turned to Yamashiro Fu. You mentioned that the most valuable asset of the roots is a sub-base located several dozen kilometers outside Konoha? Yes, Yamashiro Fu nodded. That is the breeding ground for the roots, housing many exceptional candidates who could significantly contribute to your grand endeavors, Lord Neji. Very well. You shall oversee that facility. And I will visit when time permits, Neji decided, not wishing to extinguish Yamashiro Fu's enthusiasm. If you manage it well, my trust in you will greatly increase. Yamashiro Fu beamed with fervor, proclaiming, I will not disappoint you, Lord Neji. He turned to leave, but since Neji's impending words and paused, there should be other exits from the root space. Depart through another route, Neji instructed. Understood. Yamashiro Fu complied. Neji made no move to monitor or pursue him. After all, he was merely a Nin. Even if he betrayed Neji, capturing and eliminating him would be straightforward. Yet, if he managed to escape, it would significantly enhance Yamashiro Fu's credibility. Nevertheless, Neji couldn't help but reflect on Danzo and his roots, considering them benevolent benefactors, akin to a charitable organization. They had provided him with the means to advance his Byakugan evolution, gifted him the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, bestowed a contract for a spirit beast, and offered various sealing scrolls when Kurenai could not assist him. They even provided him with a subordinate, along with a multitude of potential allies. Had it not been for Danzo's intent to eliminate Neji, he might have refrained from annihilating them altogether. With affairs concluded, Neji resolved to return to the village. He wished to witness the final performance of the third Hokage, who had sealed Orochimaru's arms with the dead demon consuming seal, and complete his daily sign-in. Admittedly, this might be the most humiliating episode for the dead demon consuming seal. The fourth Hokage sealed the full form of the Nine Tails, which was already a considerable feat. Yet Hiruzen Sarutobi merely sealed Orochimaru's arms. The absurdity of it was almost laughable. At this very moment, an amusing scene was unfolding atop the audience stands of the third exam and the Nin exams. Chapter 58, the conclusion of the Hokage after revealing his identity. Orochimaru engaged in a fierce ninjutsu battle with his former mentor, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The outcome was clear. Hiruzen, defying the passage of time, pressed the advantage over Orochimaru. You cannot escape, Orochimaru, Hiruzen proclaimed with a confident smile. Yet, Orochimaru remained undeterred, retorting, your demise is already foreseen, my old teacher. Sensing impending doom, Hiruzen's heart raced as he swiftly formed hand seals, casting the technique, Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. A single shuriken shot forth, multiplying into hundreds, blotting out the sun as they hurtled toward Orochimaru. With an air of indifference, Orochimaru completed his own seals, invoking the summoning technique, Impure World Reincarnation. 3 coffins emerged from the earth, shielding him from the onslaught of shurikens. Hiruzen's eyes widened in recognition. He knew this technique all too well. Desperately, he attempted to suppress the rising coffins, managing to quell only one. Neji quipped, it's absurd that he could even manage that. Yet, 2 coffins continued to ascend, inscribed with the characters for first and second. The first and second Hokage were resurrected, joining forces with Orochimaru to nearly incapacitate Hiruzen, the so-called strongest Hokage. Clearly, this title was one that Hiruzen had bestowed upon himself. As the tide of battle turned against him, Hiruzen summoned the last vestiges of his resolve, deploying the sealing technique, Dead Demon Consuming Seal. Remarkably, his shadow clone technique allowed him to drag down the reincarnated first and second Hokage alongside himself to a mutual demise. In that moment, Hiruzen grasped Orochimaru, prompting Neji to comment, Orochimaru isn't even resisting. He could simply push Hiruzen away. Neji's observations were devoid of mockery, merely reflecting his genuine sentiments. Thus, a rather comical scene unfolded. After an arduous stalemate, Hiruzen sacrificed his remaining strength to seal Orochimaru's hands, stripping him of the ability to perform ninjutsu and forbidden techniques. Thus, Orochimaru's hands were rendered completely immobile. Meanwhile, in the village of Konoha, ninjas surged forth to thwart the marauding sand and sound ninjas. Jiraiya, who had been absent for several chapters, resurfaced, vanquishing Orochimaru's summoned beast, a formidable 2-headed serpent that left ordinary Nin powerless, particularly referring to Ibiki Marino. On the other side, Naruto and his companions confronted Gaara, culminating in a fierce battle. Ultimately, with the assistance of Fukasaku and the chakra of the Nine Tails, Naruto triumphed over Gaara, employing his signature verbal jutsu. Everything seemed to be progressing favorably, save for the rooftop where Hiruzen, having sealed Orochimaru's hands, expressed relief, stating, your plans to destroy Konoha have been thwarted. Orochimaru's face twisted in rage, old man. Return my hands. Unfazed by Orochimaru's fury, Hiruzen lamented, it is unfortunate we cannot perish together, but we shall meet again in another world. You old fool, dare to. Their conversation felt disconnected, as in his final moments, Hiruzen recalled the will of fire. As long as leaves dance in the wind, the flames shall burn, illuminating the village and nurturing new leaves to sprout. Observing this from outside the four purple flames formation, Neji felt a stirring in his heart, recalling the poignant scene that had initially brought him to tears. Yet, as events unfolded, he could only remark that perhaps he had wept too soon. Konoha's F4. Your sacrifices should foster new growth, yet all I see is you extinguishing it to prolong your own existence. However, in this instance, Hiruzen did embody the will of fire, though it was a solitary act. Thus, Neji repressed his emotions, watching impassively as the sound ninjas aided Orochimaru's retreat, observing Kabuto's departure, and witnessing the sand ninjas withdraw from Konoha. It was not just Neji. The elite Jonin of Konoha refrained from pursuit. Why was that? Did they not seek vengeance for their Hokage? Even Kakashi, Might Guy, and the recently arrived Jiraiya could have compelled the sound and sand ninjas to remain. There was no doubt they possessed the power to do so. Yet, they chose not to act. It could only be said that none were fools. Everyone possessed their own measure of judgment. The deaths of Konoha's F4 would elicit tears from the ignorant, yet would evoke naught but indifference from the informed. Nevertheless, appearances had to be maintained. Neji joined the Jonin on the rooftop, gazing down at the fallen Hiruzen, who had now departed from this world. Beside him, Tenten appeared despondent, belonging to the realm of the unaware. In contrast, Karen remained stoic, clutching Neji's clothing tightly. He gently wrapped an arm around Tenten, offering silent comfort. It was not Tenten's fault for her ignorance, and Neji bore her no ill will for it. 2 days later, the funeral of the Hokage proceeded as scheduled. Dressed in black, Neji stood alongside Tenten, positioned at the heart of the mourners. At the forefront, Konohamaru wept profusely, and many of Konoha's younger generation displayed their sorrow. Naruto, still young and inexperienced, absorbed the scene, reflecting on his own realizations. While he might appear clumsy and impulsive, he possessed a keen sensitivity. Perhaps this was the essence of the will of fire. In his final moments, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, selflessly obstructed Orochimaru, leaving an indelible impact on Naruto. Even though this village had treated him poorly, Naruto's unwavering efforts saw a gradual transformation of circumstances. With each significant event, he evolved, becoming better, steadfastly pursuing his aspirations. It should be noted that the death of Danzo remained shrouded in secrecy. Since Neji departed the root base with Kakashi, the base had been buried. Utilizing Sage Art, Air Palm, Neji obliterated all supporting columns of the root base, causing it to collapse, while Kakashi employed Earth Release to smooth over the remains. Thus, to anyone unaware of the root base's location, it appeared as though it had never existed. Chapter 59, The Duo of Dawn. Ironically, Danzo, in his efforts to guard against his old comrades, concealed the precise location of the root. Even the Konoha F4 were only aware of the general vicinity of the root base, remaining oblivious to its exact whereabouts. Thus, despite Danzo's absence in recent days, they assumed he was merely preoccupied with various matters, failing to realize that he had vanished altogether. However, today perhaps marked the day of his discovery. As it was the funeral of Hiruzen Sarutobi, and all the higher-ups of Konoha had gathered, with Danzo conspicuously absent. This absence displeased both Tika and Mito. As he was an old ally, regardless of their differences, respect for the deceased took precedence. Consequently, they embarked on a quest to locate Danzo, a path that ultimately led to their demise, a path they chose willingly. Among the Konoha F4, each one could justly be considered a target, and their elimination would not be deemed a mistake. After the funeral concluded, everyone resumed their respective trajectories. Neji bid farewell to Tenten and returned to the Hyuga clan with Karen. Following the recent incident where Karen was abducted by Danzo, Neji dared not leave her in Tenten's company. He understood that it was Karen who had drawn Danzo's attention, and in his insatiable greed, Danzo had orchestrated a trap for her. To put it bluntly, Tenten was merely a pawn in this scheme. Hence, allowing Karen and Tenten to remain together would only expose Tenten, who was otherwise safe, to danger. Karen, lacking the ability to eliminate threats, would be better protected under Neji's watch. Neji wished to protect Tenten as well, but she was too shy, believing that such an arrangement would imply cohabitation, and she steadfastly refused to move into the Hyuga compound. With a heavy heart, Neji had to relent. However, bringing an outsider into the Hyuga clan, despite most members remaining silent due to Neji's prestige, did not sit well with a select few. Hinata, the little girl, placed her hands on her hips. Her cherubic face contorted in displeasure. Indeed, She was the sole dissenting voice. In her mind, having already resolved to grow stronger and eventually marry Neji, she fancied herself the future lady of the clan. While she could tolerate him flirting outside, bringing someone home was altogether unacceptable. It was perplexing how she had come to possess such knowledge. Faced with Hinata's incessant questioning, Neji had a simple solution. He smiled, raised his hand, and patted her head. Instantly, Hinata melted into Neji's warmth, her attitude shifting rapidly. Neji and I is working so hard. Let us not make it difficult for him. We should forgive him. Observing the 8-year-old girl nuzzling his palm, Neji smiled once more. Yet, neither he nor Hinata noticed Karen glancing enviously at her. Once he placated Hinata and settled Karen into her room, Neji led her to the training grounds exclusive to the Hyuga clan. Over the past few days, he had been occupied with other matters, leaving the spoils acquired from the route unutilized. Now was the time to put them to good use. Presenting the sealing technique scroll of the Uzumaki clan to Karen, Neji said, "This is the secret technique of your bloodline. Train diligently, and you will become incredibly powerful in the future." It was only natural for Neji to procure the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques from Danzo. Given Danzo's ability to create formidable yet distinct sealing techniques such as the Curse of Tongue and the Self-Restriction Seal, it would be odd if he lacked any from the Uzumaki clan. However, Karen, having listened to Neji, focused solely on the latter part of his statement, earnestly asking, "If I train this, can I help you?" It was clear that she felt deep remorse over her capture and the subsequent manipulation of Neji. She yearned to grow stronger, to no longer be a burden to him, and to assist him instead. Tintin shared the same sentiment. After parting with Neji, she too began to train diligently. At this moment, upon hearing Karen's words, Neji nodded seriously, affirming, "Yes, in time, you will not only be able to assist me, but I may also come to rely on you. I will train hard," Karen exclaimed, her face alight with excitement and determination, immediately commencing her training. Neji too began his own regimen. However, before diving into his training, he took stock of what he needed to learn next: Sage Art, Thousand Needles, Summoning Technique, and a particularly useful sealing technique. The method for training Sage Art, Thousand Needles, had been destroyed. Neji needed to master this potent sage technique swiftly to honor Jiraiya's goodwill. As for the summoning technique, he already possessed the contract scroll for the Dream Taper. Without mastering summoning, the scroll would be rendered useless. Regarding the sealing technique, Neji specifically referred to Danzo's Self-Restriction Seal. This sealing technique was easy to learn and highly effective, allowing for the silent application of a curse mark upon contact with an enemy, subsequently restricting their movements with patterned markings on their bodies. Other sealing techniques were either too complex to learn without innate talent or, while easy to learn, offered little practical utility. Thus, the only techniques Neji needed to focus on were these three. Writing his name on the contract scroll for the Dream Taper, Neji began his training. Meanwhile, two enigmatic figures clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds stood atop the walls of Konoha. One, with a peculiar visage, wore the forehead protector of the Mist Village. Marked by a deep gash, he possessed a shark-like face, jagged teeth, and a towering stature, bearing a massive, bandaged sword on his back. His name was Kisame Hashigaki, an S-rank rogue ninja from the Mist Village. The other, strikingly handsome, adorned the forehead protector of Konoha, also bearing a gash. With fair skin, finely chiseled features, deep tear troughs, and eyes that held the swirling three-tomo Sharingan, he was Itachi Uchiha, an S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha and the man whom Sasuke Uchiha longed to kill. At this moment, as they surveyed the still rebuilding village of Konoha, Kisame remarked, "Though they escaped annihilation, it seems they have suffered significant losses. Once a thriving village, it now appears so pitiable." Chapter 60, The Turning Point. Departing from the village, Itachi Uchiha, gazing at his companion, Kisame Hashigaki, remarked with a hint of disdain, "You truly bear no resemblance to yourself." To which Kisame teased, "Even you, Itachi, must harbor some nostalgia for your homeland." In response, Itachi coldly declared, "No, I feel not a shred of nostalgia." Though he cherished Konoha, it was also the source of his profound anguish. Thus, Itachi's lack of sentiment for Konoha was entirely reasonable. Subsequently, the two deftly navigated through the barriers and patrols, infiltrating Konoha. For Itachi, once a member of the elite Umbu of Konoha, this was a mere trifle. He was not only an Umbu, but a prodigious talent of the Uchiha clan. Yet, he had ultimately joined forces with a mysterious masked man from the Akatsuki, also of the Uchiha lineage, to annihilate the entire Uchiha clan. This enigmatic figure concealed his identity. leading to the perception that Itachi was the true architect of the clan's demise. However, in truth, this tragedy was orchestrated by the higher-ups of Konoha. Much like Shisui Uchiha, Itachi had placed immense trust in the village's leadership, only to be ruthlessly exploited. They manipulated him to quell the Uchiha rebellion and transformed him into a spy within the Akatsuki. Naturally, he also bore the blame for the Konoha F4's machinations. It was all Itachi's doing. We could not prevent it. These were the exact words of Hiruzen Sarutobi. In that catastrophic clash, the Konoha leadership, led by Sarutobi, reaped stability. Danzo Shimura acquired the Sharingan and Uchiha techniques, and the masked man of the Akatsuki gained Itachi as a formidable asset, while Sasuke was left with a shattered family and a thirst for vengeance. Thus, a world where only Sasuke suffered was established. Perhaps Itachi too was tormented. He was not deserving of pity. Setting aside the massacre of his clan, the murder of his own parents was indeed inexcusable. Now, upon learning of Konoha's dire straits and the death of Sarutobi, who had vowed to protect Sasuke, Itachi could no longer remain passive. He swiftly journeyed back to Konoha with Kisame, under the pretense of attempting to capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, when in reality, he merely sought to glimpse Sasuke and convey to Konoha's leaders, "I am still alive. Do not harm Sasuke." Such was the depths of his fraternal affection. To fulfill these two objectives, it was imperative that the denizens of Konoha were made aware of his presence. Thus, upon entering the village, Itachi and Kisame did not attempt to conceal their tracks. Instead, they boldly seated themselves at a dango stall, indulging in red bean dumplings. Soon, Kakashi Hitaki, Asuma Sarutobi, Kurenai Yuhi, and Sasuke Uchiha discovered them. Itachi had achieved his primary objective. Sasuke was thriving and had grown stronger. As Sasuke was merely a genin, even if he sensed something amiss, he was compelled to stay put. Unaware of the identity of the adversary, he merely shrugged and nodded in compliance. Kakashi and the others pursued them, with Might Guy following closely behind. However, Asuma and Kurenai soon became burdens, as Kakashi fell victim to Itachi's Tsukuyomi. Fortunately, Guy arrived just in time to avert disaster. Having seen Sasuke and conveyed his intentions to Konoha's leadership, Itachi had accomplished his goals and prepared to depart from the village. Yet, to placate Kisame and silence the members of the Akatsuki, Itachi decided to seek out Naruto. At the very least, he needed to fulfill the objective of attempting to capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki while Konoha lacked a Hokage. They visited Naruto's home, only to find it empty. For at that moment, Naruto was journeying further away from Konoha alongside Neji, Hyuga, and Jiraiya. In the past few days, Tsunagakure had discovered that the fourth Kazekage had been assassinated, his corpse in a state of decay, and immediately grasped that it was all part of Orochimaru's scheme. They surrendered unconditionally, and Konoha readily accepted. However, compared to Tsunagakure's capitulation, Konoha was in dire need of a new Hokage. The higher-ups had initially designated Jiraiya as the fifth Hokage, but he was adamantly opposed to the role. After discussions, Jiraiya proposed to retrieve Tsunade, suggesting she take his place as the fifth Hokage, to which Konoha's leaders acquiesced. Consequently, Jiraiya set off with Naruto to find Neji. In the original story, Jiraiya only took Naruto along for his safety, fearing an attack by the Akatsuki. However, this time he included Neji. For the reason was simple. Jiraiya had witnessed Neji's remarkable battle against Danzo. On the day of the plan to dismantle Konoha, Jiraiya was surreptitiously observing a women's bathhouse when he sensed the chilling presence of root ninjas. If these root ninjas were aiding and repelling external threats, he would harbor no doubts. Yet, they were advancing directly towards the venue. With suspicion brewing, Jiraiya employed the mystical tracking technique of Mount Myaboku, stealthily following them. His unique method allowed him to conceal himself within a frog, effectively using it as a means of surveillance. Neither Neji nor the root ninjas would suspect that a mere frog concealed Jiraiya within. As a result, he bore witness to the entire unfolding saga. Danzo, you truly are a cur. Not only did he fail to assist against external foes, but he also launched an attack on a fellow village prodigy. Jiraiya resolved that if Neji could not overcome Danzo and the root ninjas, he would intervene to conclude the ordeal. Yet, witnessing the ensuing battle left Jiraiya astounded. He knew Neji was formidable, but he had not anticipated such overwhelming strength. Furthermore, Danzo, the old hound, had once criticized Orochimaru for his human experimentation. Was he not guilty of the same transgressions? The combination of the Sharingan and Izanagi was astonishingly clever. Jiraiya felt a sense of vindication and refrained from interfering with Neji's efforts. Even after Neji and Kakashi concealed the evidence, Jiraiya lent a hand. Employing Earth Release, Yellow Spring Swamp. This technique stirred the underground, solidifying the area and ensuring that no trace of the root's base would be discovered. Nonetheless, this unexpected incident led Jiraiya to realize that Neji's power was both formidable and impulsive. He feared that if Neji remained in Konoha, he might instigate further chaos. Given the current state of Konoha, it could ill afford additional turmoil. Thus, Jiraiya resolved to take Neji on a journey, hoping to guide him. This was the rationale behind Jiraiya's decision to depart with Neji. Naturally, Neji wholeheartedly agreed. He wished to continue signing in Jiraiya's Grand Scroll, assist Lee in seeking out Tsunade, and involve himself in the battle of the three legendary Sannin. Hence, both parties were eager, and their actions unfolded with remarkable speed. However, Neji could not foresee that this journey would irrevocably alter his originally tranquil trajectory in Konoha, leading him towards the more exhilarating path of joining the Akatsuki. Chapter 61. Kishimoto is merely a comic artist. What does he truly understand about Naruto? Outside of Konoha, Neji casually touched Jiraiya's large scroll after completing his sign-in for the day. He glanced at the roadside telephone poles, vending machines, and the muddy ground, feeling a twinge of helplessness. The pedestrians were dressed in traditional garb, yet modern inventions like vending machines and antenna poles stood in stark contrast. The technological progression in the Naruto world is undeniably skewed. Neji had previously utilized a wireless earpiece, which, although only covering the vicinity of Konoha, was indeed advanced for an era dominated by cold weapons. Yet, despite the advent of electricity, combat remained confined to close-range skirmishes. This might be understandable for ninjas, as the presence of chakra enables them to surpass conventional weaponry in both power and efficiency. However, ordinary civilians still relied on swords and similar melee weapons. It was quite perplexing, having entered the electrical age yet lacking even gunpowder firearms. This technological framework was utterly nonsensical. The blame for this lies with the original creator, Masashi Kishimoto, who, in his artistic convenience, concocted a world where multiple eras coexist chaotically. Thus, it can be said that Kishimoto is merely a comic artist. He understands nothing of Naruto. As Neji pondered, Naruto and Jiraiya were conversing animatedly nearby. Naruto was eager to discover what kind of ninjutsu Jiraiya intended to teach him, as it was the very reason he had been brought along. Meanwhile, Jiraiya aimed to convey to Naruto the greatness of his own ninja prowess, hoping to persuade Naruto to abandon the moniker of perverted sage. Unfortunately, neither of them succeeded in their endeavors. Fortunately, Naruto cleverly shifted the question, asking, "Perverted sage, why did you bring me on this journey? Is it because I possess remarkable talents?" He looked at Jiraiya expectantly. "Tell me. I won't be conceited." Before Jiraiya could respond, Neji interjected, "Indeed, you possess extraordinary talent. You have the unparalleled ability in the Naruto world, verbal prowess." He mused, "If I were to stand against Naruto in the future, could I withstand his verbal onslaught?" Reflecting on those whom Naruto had previously outmaneuvered with his words, Gaara, Nagato, Obito, and Sasuke, Neji realized that all of them were resolute individuals willing to do anything for their goals. Yet, they had all been swayed by Naruto's rhetoric, turning foes into friends. Such impressive achievements rendered Naruto's verbal skills impossible for any traveler to ignore. However, recalling the events surrounding the Otsutsuki invasion, Neji felt he could resist. He must resist. For if he succumbed to Naruto's verbal persuasion, if he failed to uphold his ideals and allow the Naruto world to follow its destined path, the outcome would remain unchanged, leading to death for all. Once life is extinguished, nothing remains. Even if Naruto's charisma is formidable, even if his words are enchanting, Neji would not waver from his convictions. With this thought, he turned to look at Naruto. Noticing Neji's gaze, Naruto broke into a goofy smile. Well, the current Naruto has yet to master his verbal skills. He is not yet the remarkable Uzumaki Naruto of the future, who can speak of heaven and earth and earn the respect of even spirits. So, let's cherish the present Naruto. Such a silly version of him will be rare to encounter in the future. At that moment, Jiraiya addressed Naruto's question, stating, "I once took the fourth Hokage as my student, and I see much of him in you. That is the reason." This statement caused Naruto's heart to soar. Being compared to the Hokage implied that he too could one day attain that position. He chuckled foolishly. Suddenly, Neji interjected, "Lord Jiraiya, I just remembered something I must attend to. You two go ahead to the way station town. I will join you shortly." After 2 days, Neji needed to assess the loyalty of the Shinomiya clan. The remnants of Danzo's legacy would also serve as his future foundation. Having lacked the opportunity to leave the village previously, he was determined to investigate. Neji, Aren't you coming with us? Naruto asked, somewhat disappointed. Neji shook his head. I will, but not at this moment. That's fine. Jiraiya, however, regarded Neji with a serious expression. Are you certain this does not involve confronting a certain elder? Neji was taken aback, realizing Jiraiya was aware of his actions against Danzo, causing a flicker of apprehension within him. Yet, considering that Noambu had sought him out in recent days and Konoha's higher-ups remained silent, Neji grasped Jiraiya's stance. He relaxed and nodded to Jiraiya. Of course not. Jiraiya smiled. Then off you go. The sooner you return, the better. We won't linger too long in that town. With that, Neji departed. Watching Neji's retreating figure, Jiraiya turned to Naruto, reflecting, conversing with an intelligent person is such a relief. Unlike you, talking to you is a rare challenge. Hey, perverted sage, are you insulting me? You are the fool, peeping, At that moment, atop a distant rocky outcrop, Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki stood. After releasing a summoning technique to send back the crow that had been scouting for information, Itachi informed Kisame of the situation. Unexpectedly, that individual is protecting the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Kisame remarked, and that Byakugan-wielding ninja seems to have accomplished something significant during this turmoil in Konoha. Hyuga Neji is formidable, if he is alongside one of the legendary Sannin. Jiraiya, our chances of victory are slim, Itachi stated. Fortunately, they have separated, Kisame observed. Kisame then suggested, we should seize this opportunity to take them down one by one. First eliminate Hyuga Neji, then combine forces to dispatch Jiraiya. It would be unwise to act recklessly, Itachi replied coolly. If we only have to contend with Jiraiya, we might have a chance to capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The legendary Sannin has a significant weakness. However, with Hyuga Neji, I cannot assure victory. Kisame was astonished. If even you feel that way, then I doubt I stand a chance. Thus, we shall head to the way station town. Simultaneously, within Konoha, Sasuke learned of Kakashi's downfall. Kakashi had been responsible for his training, and with his mentor incapacitated, Sasuke felt compelled to visit. Yet, upon arriving, he unexpectedly discovered from other visiting ninjas that Itachi had come to Konoha seeking Naruto. Instantly, Sasuke's temper flared. Ignoring the protests of those around him, he dashed to Ichiraku Ramen to acquire information on Naruto and Jiraiya's departure route, then swiftly bolted out of the village gates. Not even the elite J-Nin could impede his escape. Chapter 62. Neji's tongue battles. What a predicament. The leaking of intelligence by the J-Nin has become the subject of ridicule among the other J-Nin. Moreover, how is it that Uchiha Sasuke's movements are so swift? What should we do? Might Guy stepped forward, declaring, I am the fastest. I shall pursue and provide support. You all remain here to guard the village and prevent their return. The village currently lacks a Hokage, and one of its key combatants, Kakashi, has fallen, leaving their defenses quite vulnerable. Even if it concerns the Jinchuriki, it is ill-advised for all J-Nin to pursue. Guy's reasonable suggestion garnered unanimous agreement from the J-Nin. In the absence of a Hokage, the elders of Konohagakure found themselves unable to direct the J-Nin, who thus took it upon themselves to make these decisions. This urgency is precisely why Tenten and Mitomen were so eager to confirm a new Hokage without one. Their status as elders was scarcely acknowledged. With that, Might Guy gathered his belongings and prepared to leave the village. However, on his way out, he encountered Tenten and Karui. AKA Sensei, are you leaving the village? Tenten asked. Guy, with a serious expression, replied, Tenten, I have an important mission. You must stay in the village and keep an eye on any suspicious individuals. Yes. She responded eagerly, then sighed, AKA Sensei, you are leaving, and so is Neji. It's just me and Lee left, but at least I have Karui to accompany me. Neji is also leaving the village? What is the matter? Oh. It's what happened at noon today. Lord Jiraiya took Neji and Naruto on a mission outside the village. This is what Neji asked Karui to tell me. Upon hearing this, Guy breathed a sigh of relief. Sasuke aims to catch up to Naruto to stop Itachi Uchiha, and with Naruto being with Jiraiya and Neji, there is no way that Itachi and that shark-faced companion could harm them. Guy had immense faith in Jiraiya and even more in Neji. Nevertheless, he needed to keep up. As a practitioner of the Eight Gates technique, Guy was acutely aware of the power he possessed when fully unleashed, even though he could not yet open the Eighth Gate. The Seventh Gate alone granted him formidable strength. Thus, he considered himself a safety net. Should the situation deteriorate, he would intervene, and if all remained well, his efforts would not be in vain, as he had trained his body. Meanwhile, not far from Konohagakure, at the route base, Neji was greeted by F. Yamanaka. Lord Neji, you have arrived. F expressed with utmost respect and a solemn demeanor. Neji waved his hand. There is no need for such seriousness. Relax a bit. At that moment, his trust in F began to grow. This trust further increased after inspecting and touring the base. The root base, while distinct from the confines of Konohagakure, was closely interlinked with it. Like the main base, it was constructed underground for concealment and to avoid disturbances. The base was quite expansive, nearly half the size of a ninja academy. Within this considerable space resided over 50 individuals, including F. Originally, there were 60. But 10 loyalists to Danzo had taken their own lives upon learning of his demise. The remaining 50, aside from F, were mostly children around 10 years old, with a few teenagers aged 13 to 14. Neji's trust in F increased after observing the latter's efforts in ideological education since taking over the base. F had begun guiding the children to foster their independence, enabling them to develop their own identities. He taught them that Lord Neji was an exceptionally powerful ninja, possessing strength and noble aspirations far exceeding Danzo's. He rescued us from Danzo's grasp, and he urged me to liberate your minds, allowing you to become true individuals. Therefore, we must train diligently to repay Lord Neji in the future. Though the time had been short and results minimal, such teachings would undoubtedly bear fruit in due course. How could Neji not elevate his trust in the loyal F? Especially as Neji made his appearance today, the children were captivated by his presence. A few teenagers, feeling resentful that someone their age like Neji could assume a position of authority, stepped forward to challenge him. However, they were easily defeated by Neji. Consequently, all the children gazed at him with starry eyes. Strength, charm, authority, and kindness coalesced within one individual, bestowing upon him an almost boundless allure. Only one among them was peculiar. His name was Sai. He stood as the closest approximation to a complete root ninja among the children, emotionless and solely task-oriented. Not long ago, in an internal selection battle, he had inadvertently killed his brother, Shin. Suffering from a terminal illness, Shin had intentionally lost to Sai, offering him the chance to survive and imparting the advice, to endure in this organization, you must forsake all emotions, Sai, survive. Thus, Sai became increasingly devoid of feelings, unable to sense them at all. Were it not for his youth and insufficient strength, he would have long since become a formal root ninja, a mere lackey to Danzo. Oh, by the way, in the original narrative, Sai was also one of the individuals persuaded by Naruto's words. But now, there was no need for Naruto's intervention. Observing Sai, Neji spoke, in the root, one must abandon emotions to survive, yet the root has ceased to exist. If your brother were aware of the current situation, he would surely not desire this for you. Sai, live like a normal person. This would be the best tribute to your brother's kindness. Neji harbored a fondness for Sai. If he could help him regain his normalcy, Neji felt inclined to say a few more words. Had anyone else spoken, Sai would likely have dismissed them. Yet when Neji spoke, the credibility and persuasiveness of his words were vastly heightened. After all, Neji had just showcased his prowess. Coupled with Neji's gentleness, Sai was reminded of his time with his brother, Shin. Although Shin and Lord Neji had contrasting personalities, in Sai's eyes, their figures began to converge. I will do my best, Sai attempted to express with enthusiasm, yet the words emerged flatly, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Neji placed a hand on Sai's shoulder, encouraging him. You can do it. Yes. Suddenly, Sai's voice resonated with emotional fluctuation. Chapter 63. The sky cleared and the wind stilled as the sky cleared and the wind ceased. Neji felt he had once again reached a new version of himself. He left a few words of advice for Kamizuka Case, suggesting that if he ever found himself short on funds, he should seek Neji out. Neji then departed from the root base, which now ought to be renamed the Reserve Training Base for the Peacekeeping Army of the Ninja World. This was the name Neji had devised, and it was quite self-explanatory. If one were to overlook Kamizuka-Kei's slightly distorted expression and the awkward silence of the others, the name was rather pleasant, or at least that was Neji's opinion. In haste, Neji made his way to the way station town. It was only at that moment that he recalled that in the original narrative, Jiraiya had accompanied Naruto to seek out Tsunade, and it seemed that Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki had made an appearance to intercept them. On the surface, the Akatsuki duo seemed intent on capturing Naruto, but in reality, Itachi had come to instill a deeper sense of vengeance within Sasuke. This was also one of the fundamental reasons for Sasuke's eventual defection. The protective older brother, Itachi Uchiha, had always hoped for Sasuke's growth, so that he might depart with peace of mind, passing on his ocular prowess to Sasuke and paving the way for him. Itachi's urgency in fostering Sasuke's growth stemmed from his deteriorating physical condition. By calculating Sasuke's growth in Konoha, it would take at least 5 to 10 years for him to meet Itachi's minimum expectations. However, Itachi was acutely aware of his own limitations. He had at most 3 years left. Thus, he was compelled to push his brother out of his comfort zone, thrusting Sasuke into perilous circumstances, such as under Orochimaru's wing, to expedite his development. Such was the depth of his concern. Henceforth, a dramatic portrayal of brotherly love would unfold between the Uchiha siblings. Neji felt a surge of anticipation and quickened his pace. However, this was merely jest. His true eagerness lay not in Sasuke's plight, but in the prospect of confronting the Akatsuki duo. Engaging in battle with Jiraiya would accelerate the evolution of his Byakugan, yet Jiraiya, often indulging in the pleasures of life, was not inclined to spar with Neji. Moreover, unless he were to eliminate them, other Jonin of Konoha would not provide Neji with the opportunity to enhance his Byakugan's evolution. Thus, after careful contemplation, Neji set his sights on the shadow-level strongholds beyond the village. At present, only by battling shadow-level adversaries could he hope to advance his Byakugan's evolution. This was precisely why he was elated that Jiraiya was taking him along to find Tsunade. The intervention in the Battle of the Sannin was not merely for show. It would yield progress in his Byakugan's evolution. And at this moment, were not the Akatsuki duo shadow-level warriors? Engaging them would similarly contribute to his Byakugan's advancement. Additionally, dueling with formidable foes was a source of joy. Since acquiring chakra, each battle invigorated him, even those that were one-sided. This amalgamation of reasons fueled his anticipation. With great excitement, Neji rapidly arrived at the way station town, only to be met with a cacophony emanating from an inn at the town's center. He instantly appeared on the second floor of the inn from which the commotion arose, entering through the window to behold 4 figures at the end of the corridor. Naruto was ensnared by Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki, while Sasuke stood at the corridor's end, his expression a tumult of emotions. Neji's keen insight easily discerned the flicker of fear and excitement on Sasuke's face. After all, Sasuke had long been haunted by Itachi's torment in his childhood. And now was the time for him to shatter that shadow. The usually composed Sasuke now screamed in a fit of rage, Chidori coalescing in his grasp. His hands and arms bore wounds, a manifestation of excessive chakra output, a clear sign that Chidori was nearing loss of control. I followed your words. I have hated you. I have loathed you. At that moment, fear dissipated, leaving only determination and fury on Sasuke's visage. I live solely to kill you. With a primal roar, he charged at Itachi. This strike was laden with might. Had Sasuke aimed it at Gaara's shield, he might have shattered it outright. Yet, Sasuke's target was none other than Itachi Uchiha. As the saying goes, the sky cleared and the wind stilled, and Neji felt invigorated once more. Bang! Itachi effortlessly caught Sasuke's hand, redirecting his Chidori into the wall, leaving a gaping hole, while Itachi remained unscathed. From a distance, Neji squinted. Indeed, Itachi was formidable. Crack! Sasuke's arm emitted a sound as Itachi gripped it fiercely. With that single blow, Sasuke was nearly stripped of his ability to fight back. Bang! A powerful kick landed squarely on Sasuke's abdomen, sending him crashing against the wall and rendering him incapacitated. Naruto, witnessing the scene, felt an urgent need to intervene, only to realize his chakra had been depleted. Kisame, grinning maliciously, remarked, "If you were to unleash your jutsu, it would be troublesome. My sword, Samahada, can sever and consume chakra." This was the reason Kisame possessed shadow-level strength, and he was no weakling even among them. Samahada, one of the 7 special ninja swords of the mist, could weaken foes and empower Kisame with each strike. Compounded by his chakra akin to a tailed beast and his water-style jutsu, showcasing his immense prowess. However, even deprived of chakra, Naruto was unwilling to concede. His comrades were under attack. How could he stand idly by? Observing this, Kisame declared, "Then, let me sever your hand. That way, you will be utterly incapable of executing jutsu." Swish! Reversal! Bang! Kisame was sent hurtling through the window, crashing outside, while Itachi cautiously retreated to Sasuke's side, who lay on the ground. Naruto, gazing at the familiar silhouette that stood before him, exclaimed, "Neji, brother." Having seen Naruto in peril, Neji understood he could no longer remain a spectator. He instantly appeared before Naruto, enveloping them both in a concentrated reversal, diffusing the immediate threat while simultaneously shifting the dynamics of the battle. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, having witnessed the unfolding scene, smiled with satisfaction. Although he had been lured away by Itachi's lecherous distraction, he quickly discerned that something was amiss. The woman before him had been manipulated by an illusion to seek him out. Such an affront. He promptly dispelled the illusion, incapacitating the woman and returning her to the inn. At that moment, Jiraiya realized that the target was none other than Naruto, whom he had set aside. Fortunately, Neji had arrived just in time. Otherwise, Jiraiya remained silent. As long as he kept his lips sealed, no one would know of his oversight. Chapter 64. Uchiha Itachi's hesitation facing Neji. Uchiha Itachi reflected upon all the intelligence he possessed regarding him. Originally a member of the Hyuga branch family, Neji's extraordinary talent had enabled his Byakugan to evolve, freeing him from the constraints of his lineage. His gentle fist technique wielded an unparalleled might, far exceeding that of ordinary Hyuga ninjas. Despite being merely 14 years of age, his power was formidable. This information solidified Itachi's resolve. He intended to employ a swift and decisive strategy to vanquish Neji, subsequently inspiring Sasuke, and then await Jiraiya's arrival before making his exit. While Neji's capabilities appeared impressive, achieving feats beyond the reach of other Hyuga ninjas, wasn't Itachi once in a similar position? At the tender age of 11, he had witnessed the death of his dear friend Shursui, awakening his Manjiki Sharingan and attaining strength on par with the Kage. By the age of 13, he had annihilated the entire Uchiha clan. To Itachi, Neji's prowess seemed trivial. Comparatively, Jiraiya presented a more significant challenge. Thus, should Neji manage to impede him until Jiraiya arrived, there would be little to say about abandoning the mission. Initially, Itachi held this belief. However, the moment Neji made his move, he realized the extent of his folly. The current Neji was undoubtedly stronger than Itachi had been at 14. With a whoosh, a giant transparent hand descended upon him. Itachi's eyes widened as he kicked Sasuke aside and leaped to the side. Was this the Hyuga clan's KSH? For the first time, a look of surprise graced Itachi's face. Moreover, Neji fought with his eyes closed. How did he know my information? A glance toward Naruto revealed Neji, indeed, had his eyes shut, striking a pose for the gentle fist. Engaging with the gaze of a Sharingan wielder often resulted in falling victim to their illusionary arts. Conversely, making eye contact with Itachi would invariably lead to ensnarement in his Genjutsu, as he could cast it without the need for hand seals. When it came to the application of Genjutsu, few could surpass Uchiha Itachi. Yet, no matter how potent the Genjutsu, it required eye contact. Asuma Saratobi and Kurenai Yuhi had managed to survive Itachi's Tsukuyomi by keeping their eyes closed, while Gaimedo engaged Itachi by focusing on his feet. At this moment, Neji was even more extraordinary. He utilized the Byakugan's unique properties, keeping his eyes shut and relying solely on his insight to battle Itachi. Of course, this alone would not suffice to contend with Itachi. However, the towering and the golden aura encircling Neji's eyes indicated that he had indeed entered Sage Mode. Having resolved to confront the duo from the Akatsuki, Neji immediately dispelled the shadow clone, gathering Senjutsu chakra outside the town, and entered Sage Mode in an instant. Sage Mode not only provided immense enhancements, but also endowed him with superior sensory abilities. With the combination of the Byakugan's insight and the heightened perception of Sage Mode, Neji could engage in battle without needing to see. This realization dashed Itachi's hopes of swiftly defeating Neji, with the effectiveness of his Genjutsu nullified. Even Itachi could not rapidly dispatch a Kage-level opponent, especially one like Neji, who had activated Sage Mode. How incredibly powerful! Naruto exclaimed behind Neji. Sasuke, cornered by Itachi, felt a tumult of emotions. He yearned to witness Neji's victory over Itachi, yet was engulfed by jealousy and confusion regarding Neji's newfound strength. How had Neji, who had only been marginally superior just over a month ago, grown so formidable that he could stand against Itachi with such ease? Sasuke could not articulate these thoughts, nearly choking on his own bile. Itachi showed no mercy in his attacks, as only by doing so could the Akatsuki believe he had genuinely betrayed Konoha. At this moment, Itachi felt a peculiar sense of joy, for Konoha had produced a remarkable genius. Even if the Konoha F4 inflicted grievous wounds upon him, his love for the village remained unwavering. Now, having achieved his aim of convincing the Akatsuki that he and Kasame had failed to capture the Ninetales Jinchuriki due to unavoidable circumstances, it was time to inspire Sasuke. Once that was accomplished, he could leave. With this in mind, Itachi approached Sasuke, seizing him by the neck and lifting him to meet his gaze. Another round of Tsukuyomi ensued, plunging Sasuke into an endless cycle of the Uchiha massacre. Ahe! Sasuke's anguished cries echoed, and outside the inn, Kasame, having just regained his composure, immediately deduced the situation. Itachi, you truly are a loving brother. Neji furrowed his brow and charged forward. You can manipulate Sasuke, but must you do so in my presence? After all, I am Sasuke's older brother. Self-proclaimed. Upon witnessing Sasuke in peril, Jiraiya could no longer remain passive and intervened with Ninja Art, Toad Mouth Binding Technique. A pink, fleshy wall emerged from the cracks in the wall, enveloping Sasuke and whisking him away from danger. Itachi, quick to react, broke through the window before the wall could fully close, escaping just ahead of Neji's attack. With his objectives fulfilled, it was time to depart. Kisame, we must leave. Jiraiya has arrived. There is no time to waste. Kisame felt a twinge of regret. What a pity. That Hyuga was just igniting my fighting spirit. But alas, we must go. Neji's Byakugan caught sight of this unfolding scene, and he turned to Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya, they intend to flee. Allow me to intercept them. Did they truly believe they could come and go at will? Most crucially, he had yet to obtain the progress on Byakugan's evolution. Observing Neji's resolute demeanor, even in sage mode, Jiraiya understood that he could not dissuade him. If he insisted on pursuing them, Neji might shatter the toad's flesh wall and chase after them. This mission was intended to guide Neji, not to create animosity, a fact Jiraiya was acutely aware of. Thus, he cautioned, do not pursue a cornered enemy. You may fall into their trap. However, if you must chase, exercise utmost caution. Their powers are formidable, be it Kisame's menacing sword or Itachi's Mangeki Sharingan. Both possess unique and perilous abilities. Neji nodded, indicating his understanding. With a whoosh, the pink flesh wall parted, revealing the window. With a resounding crash, Neji leaped through the window, giving chase. Chapter 65, Victory in Battle. Having journeyed to the outskirts of the small town, Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki came to a halt. Kisame, it appears you were finally able to engage in a proper fight. What? Kisame blinked in surprise. Hyuga Neji was closing in. Itachi turned to observe Neji descending from the sky. Thud, thud. The sounds of Neji's landing and Kisame's sword crashing to the ground resonated simultaneously. Kisame grinned menacingly. Hyuga Neji. Is it? How dare you pursue me? Prepare to experience the terror of the hidden mist greatsword. Although Kisame did not intend to appear menacing, his facial features dictated that any smile of his would seem ferocious. His appearance was already enough to frighten children, and his strength was equally formidable. However, Neji, with his eyes closed, saw Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki, the S-rank rogue ninja from the hidden mist, and declared, I have no interest in you. It was evident who captured his interest. In this era, where ninjutsu was becoming increasingly grandiose, Itachi's battles were characterized by intricacy. Even if he were not the strongest, he was undoubtedly the most meticulous. Neji wished to comprehend the specifics of a technique-oriented ninja to better prepare himself for similar adversaries in the future. Yet, this action only served to infuriate Kisame. It was the first time in his life he had been so disregarded and underestimated. Itachi quietly stepped back a few meters, allowing Kisame the space to confront Neji. It was also his first time witnessing Kisame this enraged, and he found himself curious about how Kisame would handle Neji. Alternatively, Itachi was intrigued to discover what other abilities this newly emerged genius from Konoha possessed apart from his colossal air palm technique. This curiosity stemmed solely from his desire to witness just how exceptional this new talent truly was. As Itachi retreated and Kisame advanced, Neji realized his initial plan of a double kill against the two was shattered. He understood that he could only engage Itachi after defeating Kisame. Then let me warm up. Kisame's expression darkened further. His previous casual attitude had vanished entirely. I will end your life. With a swish, Kisame charged forward, wielding the great sword, Samahata. Each strike he delivered was imbued with immense power, showcasing his overwhelming force. When coupled with Samahata's unique ability to absorb chakra, Kisame's physical prowess became nearly unparalleled. To combat this shark-faced adversary in a physical confrontation, one had to either possess extraordinary physical capabilities, just as Might Guy did, or avoid engaging in direct combat altogether. Particularly, those who employed gentle fist techniques, which involved chakra, were Kisame's preferred opponents. In some respects, Kisame was a nemesis to most Hyuga ninjas. Nevertheless, exceptions always existed. And Neji was one of them. Absorb chakra? Very well. Do as you wish. After having his chakra devoured from his palm, Neji did not retreat. Instead, he struck Samahata with a palm thrust. Boom. Utilizing the overwhelming strength of Sage Mode, this singular, forceful blow elicited a painful wail from Samahata. Kisame hastily withdrew his sword, his expression a mix of disbelief and astonishment. How can a Hyuga possess such strength? Itachi interjected, Sage mode. By the looks of it, he has mastered Senjutsu. Sage art. Kisame's expression grew grave. A warrior of his caliber was certainly aware of the existence of Senjutsu. At that moment, he officially regarded Neji as a peer. However, in the next instant, his defeat became undeniable. Ninjutsu, Raging Lioness main technique. Neji's hair danced wildly. Black strands shooting forth like tendrils, targeting all of Kisame's chakra points. Even though Kisame severed many of the black tendrils with Samahata, an overwhelming number continued to surge forth, engulfing him. With a flourish, Neji retracted his hair, observing the Kisame who barely managed to support himself against Samahata, his brows raised in surprise. This was the first time he had encountered someone who remained standing after being struck at every chakra point. You have lost, Kisame. Yet, this was inconsequential. Neji turned his gaze toward Itachi. However, Itachi merely shook his head, indicating that Kisame was not so easily felled. Neji frowned. Through the perspective of his Byakugan, he discerned chakra continuously flowing into Kisame from Samahata. Coupled with Kisame's already abundant chakra reserves, the sealed points were rapidly being unblocked. So this was how he could counter. Though Kisame had taught Neji a valuable lesson, Neji was not foolish enough to wait for Kisame to recover and create further complications for himself. He charged forward, executing a series of 8 trigrams, 64 palms, effectively sealing Kisame's chakra pathways once more, before following up with an 8 trigrams, mountain-breaking strike. Boom. The chakra in his palm transformed into a laser-like shockwave, directly impacting Kisame and sending him flying. But the encounter was far from over. Neji pinpointed Kisame's landing spot and unleashed a solid Sage Art, 8 trigrams air palm. Yet at that moment, he sensed danger. Without aiming, he released the Sage Art, 8 trigrams revolving heaven. Boom. A massive radius of over 20 meters of revolving heaven burst forth. Everything within a 20-meter radius of Neji was obliterated. However, at that moment, a dark flame ignited on the surface of the colossal revolving heaven, threatening to engulf it entirely. Itachi stepped back, blood streaming from his eyes, his internal tomo having transformed into a triangular pinwheel. In a desperate bid to save Kisame, he had overexerted himself, activating his 3rd Sharingan technique of the day. This technique was the epitome of physical assault, the unquenchable black flames of Amaterasu. Neji, within the confines of revolving heaven, felt fortunate. Had he not swiftly employed the technique, it would have been his body engulfed in the flames of Amaterasu. Boom. As he controlled the revolving heaven to explode, Neji safely distanced himself, leaping several dozen meters away, surveying the hellish inferno of black flames before him. Anything touched by those flames would burn. Amaterasu was indeed that tyrannical. However, when Neji sought Itachi's location, he discovered through his Byakugan's long-range vision that Itachi and Kisame had already fled 5 kilometers away. So they are not continuing? Neji thought, perplexed. I can still last another 40 to 50 minutes. Regrettably, neither Itachi nor Kisame could. Yet, glancing at the progress of his Byakugan's evolution within his personal panel, Neji resolved to temporarily let them go. Nevertheless, these two were hardly mere members of the Akatsuki. They were indeed 2 gleaming golden opportunities. Chapter 66. Setting a small goal. Joining Akatsuki in truth, had it not been for the concern that Jiraiya would pursue to aid Neji. And considering that the formidable Kisame underestimated Neji, the outcome of this battle could have been quite uncertain. Neji is indeed a powerful individual, an elite of the shadow level. Yet he is currently not at his peak. Though few are stronger than him, there are still several. Take Kisame, for example. His taijutsu is impressive, but his water-based ninjutsu eclipses it, particularly with his fusion into the shark-like form, coupled with the water release, great exploding water collusion. He can create a colossal sphere of water. Once an adversary is ensnared within his range of technique, drowning becomes an almost inevitable fate. Regrettably, Kisame's underestimation of Neji's youth and appearance prevented him from unleashing his full potential, leading to his swift defeat at the hands of a fully powered Neji. Now, let us turn our attention to Itachi Uchiha, the infamous figure capable of wielding the ultimate ocular technique of the Uchiha clan, Susanoo, not merely in its skeletal form, but fully fleshed out with armor, and even wielding a divine artifact. The unparalleled Ten-Tail Sword for offense and the invincible Yada Mirror for defense. Possessing these 2 artifacts, Itachi is virtually invincible. 3 years from now, had he not held back during his battle with Sasuke, Sasuke would have struggled to breach his defenses. However, in Sage mode, Neji should be able to shatter Susanoo's defenses. After all, Tsunade has previously crushed Madara's Susanoo with a single blow, thus, Neji, in Sage mode, should be capable of similar feats. Yet, even so, he would find it impossible to harm Itachi. The reason lies in the fact that Itachi's Susanoo wields the Yada Mirror, a shield that is said to be intangible and capable of repelling all physical attacks. Since Neji's assaults fall under this category, he cannot hope to surpass Itachi. Nevertheless, Itachi was reluctant to display his full capabilities here, wishing to reserve his best for his beloved little brother. Furthermore, Neji is a member of Konohagakure and could potentially become an essential pillar of the village, even a future Hokage. Thus, Itachi would never wish to take Neji's life. Undoubtedly, with the Ten-Tails sword, capable of sealing its target upon a successful strike, Itachi could easily accomplish this. In essence, any enemy struck by this blade would find their battle concluded. Consequently, during this encounter, one who underestimated his opponent was swiftly defeated, while the other refrained from engaging fully, resulting in Neji managing to fend off both Kisame and Itachi, since he merely repelled them without inflicting fatalities. His progress in the evolution of the Byakugan only increased by 2. Yet, this is still considerable. It is noteworthy that Neji had been striving tirelessly to earn a single battle with Jiraiya, yielding just 1 progress. But with a mere skirmish against Kisame and Itachi, he garnered 1 from each. Is this not akin to striking gold? Within the Akatsuki organization, there are indeed more golden opportunities akin to Kisame and Itachi. Neji found himself tempted, contemplating the prospect of joining Akatsuki to enhance his Byakugan's evolution. Moreover, being in proximity to such formidable individuals would afford him greater opportunities to secure their departure from this world, thereby amplifying his Byakugan's evolution even further. Wait. Such thoughts are unwise. While certain individuals within Akatsuki may be redeemable, the majority are undeniably culpable. Upon reflection, it seems that there is no one within Akatsuki who is without blood on their hands. Even the seemingly innocent Konan, while assisting the radical Nagato in governing Amigakure, has been complicit in the loss of many innocent lives. If even Konan is implicated, one can only imagine the transgressions of the other members. Thus, Neji reached a resolution. He would abandon his initial plan to remain in Konohagakure for a tranquil 3-year period leading to the Shippuden arc and instead seek to join Akatsuki. After all, Akatsuki serves as a congregation of shadow-level powerhouses and presents a relatively secure environment for confronting such formidable foes. Neji surmised that the Akatsuki headquarters in Amigakure would also be an excellent place for signing in. This notion led him to believe that joining Akatsuki would yield only benefits and no detriments. Indeed, for Neji, this is undeniably true. He possesses knowledge of all the organization's inner workings, the identities of both the genuine and false leaders, and is well-versed in the timeline of significant events. With such insight, he can choose to stay or depart at will, impervious to the manipulations of others, specifically Uchiha Obito and Kagaya. Furthermore, given Neji's considerable prowess, even if he were to join Akatsuki, he would not find himself relegated to the lower echelons, subjected to humiliation. Armed with strength, intellect, and intelligence, this formidable Hyuga clan ninja would thrive within Akatsuki. Even without insider knowledge, powerful ninjas who join Akatsuki generally fare well. Of course, barring their eventual exploitation by Obito, leading to their demise in pursuit of the tailed beasts. Neji's strategy is to preemptively engage the foes they would face, thereby claiming their lives for himself, commonly referred to as stealing kills. Should Neji choose to remain in Konohagakure, his avenues for enhancing his Byakugan's evolution would be limited to the future 5th Hokage Tsunade, Kakashi with his Mangeki Sharingan, and Might Guy with the 8 Gates. Aside from these 3, no others could provide Neji with the desired progression. Jiraiya could have contributed, but after Sasuke's defection, he would be traversing the ninja world with Naruto, leaving little time in Konohagakure. Thus, even if Neji initially opted to stay in Konohagakure for a stable development, upon realizing the inefficiency of acquiring Byakugan evolution progress, he would inevitably venture forth into the ninja world. His aim during this journey would be to confront powerful foes and gain progress. However, where else could he achieve such efficiency in advancing his Byakugan's evolution as within Akatsuki? Throughout the decades of the ninja world, the densest congregation of shadow-level powerhouses, aside from the future 4th Great Ninja War battlefield, is undoubtedly the current Akatsuki organization. With 9 active members, 1 reserve, and the defector Orochimaru, there are a total of 11 shadow-level elites. 11 shimmering golden opportunities. How could Neji possibly resist? In this era, Where else could one find such a plethora of golden opportunities? After weighing his options, Neji reaffirmed his resolve. Henceforth, all that remained was to identify a means to establish contact with Akatsuki and express his intent to join. Of course, before committing to Akatsuki, Neji must first address various matters and circumstances within Konohagakure. Chapter 67, The Meeting of Dawn Bang. Jiraiya leaped down from the small town behind him, with Naruto carrying Sasuke on his back. At that moment, Sasuke had completely lost consciousness and was unresponsive. The affection that Uchiha Itachi had shown him before departing seemed rather excessive. Perverted sage, let us return to the village. Sasuke is gravely injured, Naruto called out, pursuing Jiraiya. Just moments ago, Jiraiya had performed a rudimentary treatment on Sasuke, but beyond that, he found himself powerless. Thus, upon realizing the situation, Naruto wished to take Sasuke back to the village for proper medical care. Yet Jiraiya raised his hand and gestured. Aren't you worried that Uchiha Itachi and that shark-faced man might strike again? Moreover, we must also consider Neji's condition. At this, Naruto fell silent. The two hastily made their way to the battlefield outside the town, standing alongside Neji, gazing at the raging black flames that still burned fiercely. Wow, what kind of flames are these? They're black, Naruto exclaimed, setting Sasuke down as he stared curiously at the Amaterasu flames. Neji, observing this, quickly interjected, Naruto, don't touch those flames. Naruto hurriedly retreated, pulling Sasuke away to keep him out of harm's way. At this moment, Jiraiya spoke. It seems you have grasped the nature of these flames. Although I am unaware of their name, merely by their color, one can tell they are no ordinary fire. Neji nodded. These are called Amaterasu, a technique of Uchiha Itachi. The flames of Amaterasu, once they strike, never extinguish unless the target is entirely consumed. This can be considered the pinnacle of fire techniques, Jiraiya remarked, somewhat astonished. He did not inquire how Neji came by this information, merely stating, Uchiha Itachi has indeed attained such a level. With that, it became imperative to address these flames. Jiraiya retrieved a scroll, unfurled it, and began inscribing with ink. Neji glanced over and recognized it as a sealing technique, the fire sealing method. Though the scroll appeared ordinary, it possessed the remarkable ability to contain all flames within it. Indeed, after forming hand seals, Jiraiya shouted, sealing technique, fire sealing method. Swish, swish, swish. The Amaterasu flames, which had been burning freely, seemed to respond to his summons, hastening to enter the unfurled scroll. Once filled, a large character for seal appeared at the center of the fire sealing method scroll. However, due to the sheer magnitude of the black flames, a single scroll could not contain them all. Jiraiya expended 3 fire sealing method scrolls before managing to seal them completely. Observing the entire process, Naruto fell into deep contemplation, while Neji looked on with envy. Regrettably, he had not learned the fire sealing method. Otherwise, he could have created an Amaterasu scroll as a trump card. Noticing Neji's gaze, Jiraiya inquired, Neji, do you understand sealing techniques? Neji was momentarily taken aback but quickly replied, I know a little. Swish. 2 fire sealing method scrolls were tossed over. Today, this is your battle, and the spoils should rightfully be yours to manage. However, since you cannot perform the fire sealing method, I will take one as my reward. Is that acceptable? Of course. Thank you, Lord Jiraiya. Neji replied, giving a thumbs up. Jiraiya, you are quite the gentleman. After stowing away the fire sealing method scrolls, Naruto expressed his contemplative conclusion, wishing to alter their course and proactively seek out the Akatsuki organization. Perverted sage, let us change our plan. Although I felt quite terrified moments ago, I want to confront those 2 men clad in black cloaks. Aren't they after me? Then let us find them first. Upon hearing this, Neji was taken aback. Recognizing that even if Naruto was merely speaking in anger, such words required courage to utter. Although he did not endorse Naruto's reckless behavior, Neji felt that Naruto truly embodied the spirit of a protagonist. Such audacity is rare, especially after the recent events, yet it was merely admiration for Naruto's bravery. A reckless charge forward could hardly be permitted. As expected, Naruto was met with a scathing reprimand from Jiraiya, who then delivered a particularly piercing remark. You are too weak. Lacking the strength, such a plan is nothing but a death wish. Naruto clenched his teeth, experiencing for the first time a visceral realization of his own inadequacy. His weakness forced him to evade. His weakness rendered him helpless to prevent his friends from harm. His weakness left him unqualified to confront formidable foes head-on. Although Neji and I could handle them, we bear no obligation to do so. They seek you, and while we can protect you for a time, we cannot shield you for eternity. Jiraiya's words extinguished Naruto's thoughts of rushing headlong into danger. At that juncture, Might Guy finally arrived. Thanks to Neji's Byakugan. He had spotted Guy long before, preventing any potential misunderstanding where Guy might mistakenly attack Jiraiya as an enemy. Lord Jiraiya, Neji Naruto, Might Guy exclaimed, his expression serious. Uchiha Itachi and a shark-faced man. Neji promptly interjected, they have already been driven away. I see. Despite the enemies being repelled, Might Guy appeared less than enthused, glancing at the unconscious Sasuke and remarking, has Sasuke also succumbed like Kakashi? Ever since Lee was injured, I have wished that medical expertise were available in Konoha. Neji patted Might Guy on the shoulder. Don't worry, Guy-sensei. We are here to find Lady Tsunade. Subsequently, the group parted ways. Might Guy carried Sasuke back to Konoha, while Jiraiya, Neji, and Naruto continued on their journey to seek Lady Tsunade. Within a cave in the land of rain, a colossal outer path statue loomed in the center, raising its two hands, each finger standing tall. On 9 of the enormous fingers stood figures, some ethereal, some corporeal. Regardless of their state, all bore a commonality. They were clad in black cloaks adorned with red patterns, their foreheads marked with the insignia of rogue ninjas. At that moment, only 2 figures were fully corporeal. One boasted a light blue-purple bun hairstyle, a pale blue paper flower adorning the right side of her head, her eyes a light orange-yellow, with a delicate visage and lip piercings decorating her lips. The other was a man with spiky orange hair, his face stern, adorned with numerous black facial piercings. What drew the most attention, aside from the density of his facial piercings, were his eyes, peculiar purple orbs, officially known as the Rinnegan. Chapter 68. Hostility towards Neji. This is the online meeting of the Akatsuki organization, where the woman with blue hair styled in a bun is known as the White Tiger of Akatsuki, Angel Conan. Her codename is Ring White. The man possessing the Rinnegan is the current leader of the Akatsuki, known as the Zero Grave of Akatsuki, Pain of the Six Paths, Deva Path. His codename is Ring Zero. Although this puppet was specifically created by Nagato due to his physical limitations, Deva Path's strength commands the respect of all Akatsuki members. The overwhelming sensation is something no member wishes to experience a second time. However, at this moment, all eyes are not on the leader Pain Deva Path or the Angel Conan, but rather on the ethereal figures of Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki. These phantoms are the result of the technique known as the holographic body technique, one of Pain's Rinnegan abilities. Pain receives the thought waves emitted by Akatsuki members, amplifies them, and projects them as illusions in specific locations. The holographic body technique is often utilized during Akatsuki meetings, allowing for more convenient and discreet communication, and even the ability to jointly seal-tailed beasts. It is indeed a multifaceted and comprehensive method of communication that surpasses those of the current ninja era. After all, other ninjas, even the most advanced of Konoha, rely on either the ninja of the Yamashiro clan or messenger birds, which cannot achieve the effects of the holographic body technique. Itachi and Kisame, under the scrutiny of others, remain composed, recounting the situation as it transpired. Itachi Uchiha is known as the Vermilion Bird of Akatsuki, with the code name Ring Vermilion. Kisame Hoshigaki is referred to as the Southern Dipper of Akatsuki, with the code name Ring Southern. One must admit, Kisame's ring fittingly reflects his current sentiment. I'm in quite the predicament, despite not having unleashed his full strength. He was completely overpowered by the enemy and only managed to escape the battlefield thanks to Itachi's rescue. Now, after recounting the events, he finds himself the object of peculiar gazes from other members within the organization. Even Kisame feels a tinge of embarrassment, and his resentment towards Neji swells. Hey, brother Kisame. Defeated by someone younger than me, how embarrassing. The figure with the skyward ponytail chuckles at Kisame's expense. Perhaps it's time for you to retire, brother Kisame. I remember you're already 29, right? Shut up, you brat. Kisame retorts irritably, as at 29, he indeed has the standing to call a 16-year-old brat. Oh, brother Kisame is feeling indignant. How about we find a time to spar and see whose explosive art is superior, yours or my water release? The speaker is none other than the Azure Dragon of Akatsuki, with the codename Ring Azure, named Deidara, a rogue IWA ninja of S rank. Although still young, just 2 years older than Neji and 3 years older than Sasuke, he possessed formidable strength even at the tender age of 12 or 13. My earth release explosive technique will surely prevail, for art is an explosion. You little brat. Kisame's brows twitch in frustration. Had it not been for the fact that they were mere phantoms, he might have lunged at Deidara with his sword, Samahata. Kisame is not irrational. He is simply overwhelmed by the day's events. Enough. Pain Devapath's tone is calm yet commanding, effectively silencing Deidara and Kisame, who continue to glare at each other but cease their bickering. Deidara, the elder-looking phantom beside him, speaks. Hearing this, Deidara scoffs and turns his gaze away from Kisame. This figure is none other than Sasori, the jewel girl of Akatsuki, an S-rank rogue from Sunigakure, known for his puppet technique in the Hiriko form. Deidara holds Sasori in high regard and is occasionally willing to heed his counsel. Kisame, Itachi Uchiha, also speaks up, bringing Kisame's agitation to a halt. Kisame respects Itachi, naturally willing to listen to him. It can be said that apart from the Zero-White duo, namely Pain and Conan, the Azure Jade and Vermilion Southern teams are the most harmonious and amicable within the Akatsuki. Once everyone falls silent, Pain Devapath addresses the group. The actions of Itachi and Kisame, due to Jiraiya and Hyuga Neji, were not unexpected. There is no need for further discussion. With the leader's stance made clear, others have little to add. Pain Devapath continues. Hyuga Neji may become an obstacle to our future plans. At the tender age of 14, possessing such strength and having mastered Sage Mode, most of our organization would struggle to contend with him in a one-on-one encounter. Should he continue to disrupt our operations, we will need to assemble at least 2 teams to eliminate him. The reason for this level of concern is due to the potential that Nagato perceives in Neji. Such crucial intelligence would never be misreported by Itachi and Kisame. This talented ninja, Neji Hyuga, remains a genius of Konoha, and his existence will undoubtedly pose a significant hindrance to their mission of capturing the Nine Tails. However, Pain's words evoke dissatisfaction among the majority of Akatsuki members. While Pain Devapath possesses great prestige, they refrain from openly criticizing him. Yet, even without voicing their thoughts, they secretly plot to locate Neji Hyuga and eliminate him. Make no mistake, members of the Akatsuki are indeed audacious and reckless in nature. Of course, there are also fools within the organization, particularly the one with the slick-back hair, who believes that Neji Hyuga is no match for him, as he is protected by a malevolent deity. Zero grave leader, just watch me take down Neji Hyuga single-handedly. This is Hyden, a rogue from Takigakure, known as the Three-Tiered of Akatsuki, with the code name Ring 3. Hyden possesses one of the most bizarre abilities in the Naruto world, immortality. Even if his body is severed, he does not die, and he can defy physiological common sense, making him truly enigmatic. With such an ability, Hyden is exceedingly arrogant, disregarding nearly everyone except Pain Devapath, Itachi Uchiha, and Conan. Pain commands him through sheer strength. Itachi's Jinjutsu counters his prowess, and the means by which Conan recruited him left a psychological scar. Others he hardly acknowledges, such as Hyden's attitude, and he is even less inclined to regard Neji. While other Akatsuki members may not voice their thoughts, they share a similar mindset to Hyden. Aware that his members are a rebellious lot, Pain Devapath chooses not to elaborate further, casting a glance at the assembled members before dispelling the holographic body technique. Unbeknownst to Neji, Pain Devapath has inadvertently rallied a wave of animosity against him, which will facilitate his acquisition of the Byakugan evolution progress should he ever join the Akatsuki in the future. Chapter 69. Tsunade of Short Book Street 2 months later. Neji gazed upon the town known as Short Book Street and could not help but exhale a sigh. His previously tranquil heart began to stir with anticipation. The time for the Great Ninja War was drawing near. Over the past 2 months, Neji had mastered the Sage Art, Thousand Needles, learned the summoning technique, and acquired the self-imposed restraint seal. Excluding the lack of progress in the evolution of his Byakugan, these 2 months had indeed been fruitful. Jiraiya was truly both lazy and frivolous. Although he longed to find Tsunade, he could not betray his true nature. Every time they arrived in a town, he would inevitably visit the entertainment districts, spending money to support the tattered maidens. The 3 prohibitions of the ninja world were quickly disregarded by him in a single night. This led to Jiraiya mostly guiding Naruto's training before indulging in the pleasures of the brothels. Neji could hardly locate Jiraiya, even when he did. He found a drunken version of him, one who would not contribute to the evolution of his Byakugan. Left with no other choice, Neji could only cultivate on his own, resulting in an astonishingly rapid improvement in his skills. In addition to his increased chakra capacity, his sage body also saw enhancement, with the most notable progress being in the smooth execution of his predetermined ninjutsu. In contrast, Naruto, over the span of 2 months, found himself stuck at the second stage of the Rasengan, unable to advance further. Even when Neji shared the secret with him, Naruto could not grasp it. Indeed, Neji had also learned the Rasengan, Jiraiya figured that teaching one was the same as teaching two, so he imparted the knowledge to both. Neji's learning speed for the Rasengan was astonishing. He managed to successfully execute it in less than a day, emulating Jiraiya with ease. However, the Rasengan felt somewhat superfluous to Neji. No matter how powerful it was, it remained a close-range attack, unable to compare to his own half-man high air palm. Even in close combat, Neji's gentle fist strikes were formidable. As for the advanced version, Sage Art, Great Ball Rasengan, its power was indeed great. But could it rival the Sage Art, 8 trigrams air palm, which towered high? For Naruto, the Rasengan was a signature move, but for Neji, it was of little significance. The more potent S-rank technique, Wind Release, Rasengan Shuriken, required the cultivation of wind chakra nature transformation, an area in which Neji lacked talent. Thus, he had no aspirations in that regard. Consequently, he limited himself to merely learning the Rasengan, achieving a usable level. Yet, because Neji learned the Rasengan in just a day, his teaching of Naruto resembled a prodigy revealing answers to a struggling student. Reading the question once, the answer simply emerged. The struggling student was left bewildered, questioning if the problem was even real. In this lifetime, Neji's acquisition of the Rasengan was remarkably straightforward. It was not that he understood the plot and went through 3 stages like Naruto. Rather, after observing Jiraiya's explanation once, he practiced casually for an afternoon, ultimately succeeding. This left Naruto feeling disheartened, even despondent, for half a day. However, after Neji treated him to a meal, Naruto regained his spirits. Thus, while Jiraiya drifted into obscurity, Naruto immersed himself in relentless training, and Neji diligently practiced his 3 ninjutsu. Time passed. Until yesterday, Jiraiya finally proved his worth by gathering information on Tsunade's possible whereabouts, Shortbook Street. Without hesitation, the trio set off for Shortbook Street. And time brought them to noon today. Upon casually signing in on Jiraiya's Great Scroll, Neji discovered that he had only 1 week left after signing for 100 days. It was finally nearing completion. Although owing a debt to the system did not accrue interest, the notion of being in debt to another unsettled Neji's heart. Boom. At that moment, a tremendous noise erupted from afar as a castle-like structure collapsed. Neji turned to Jiraiya, who had ceased his playful demeanor, now wearing a serious expression. I sense Orochimaru's presence. We must go. The 3 of them hurried toward the source of the commotion, but they were still a step too late. By the time they arrived, Orochimaru had vanished, along with the expected presence of Tsunade. Damn it, we are too late. Jiraiya gritted his teeth. Upon witnessing this, Naruto immediately retorted, isn't it the lecherous sage who got lost last night again? Covering Naruto's mouth, Jiraiya unabashedly turned to Neji. Neji, can you locate Tsunade? Neji nodded, activating his Byakugan, and instantly enveloped the entirety of Shortbook Street in his vision. Found her. As expected of you, Neji. Jiraiya clapped Neji on the shoulder, admiration evident on his face. Let us set forth. Meanwhile, Tsunade, who had just settled down in a tavern, furrowed her brow, sensing the presence of a Hyuga ninja nearby. Are the Hyuga clan's ninjas here to carry out a mission? Shizun inquired, surprised. Lady Tsunade, should we avoid them? No need, Tsunade replied, taking a sip from her cup. Even if the Hyuga ninjas have come to find me, they are powerless against me. Shizun smiled ruefully. This was the Tsunade she followed. Yet, she quickly turned anxious again. Lady Tsunade, are you considering Orochimaru's proposal? Shizun. Tsunade frowned disapprovingly, prompting Shizun to fall silent. Before long, Neji and the others arrived at the tavern where Tsunade was located. Upon entering, they spotted a drunken Tsunade. Boss, bring me another jug of wine. Shizun, cradling her little pig, protested, Lady Tsunade, you cannot drink anymore. Tsunade. Jiraiya's expression lit up. Even though he knew Tsunade was here, witnessing her in person ignited an undeniable excitement within him. Perhaps his affection for Tsunade had never truly faded, merely concealed deep within his heart. At last, I have found you. Jiraiya? Tsunade was somewhat taken aback. She had assumed only the ninjas of the Hyuga clan were present. Her gaze shifted to Naruto, lingering for a moment before turning to Neji. Wait, this Hyuga ninja's aura seems somewhat different. The stronger the ninja, the more acute their perception of aura. Even in her current weakened state, Tsunade could sense Neji's formidable presence. It was an aura that was exceedingly solid, sharp, and forward-moving. Despite being a practitioner of gentle fist, Neji emanated an exceptionally fierce aura, which was truly. One could not deny that Tsunade's judgment was astute. Although Neji was gentle and warm, akin to a spring breeze in demeanor, he approached tasks with remarkable urgency, never dilly-dallying. When encountering an enemy, He employed swift and decisive measures, as though he were racing against time even in battle. Chapter 70. Hinata Tenrin. Certainly. The primary reason Tsunade was captivated by Neji was his overwhelmingly powerful presence, which surpassed even that of Orochimaru, whom she had encountered previously. Such an imposing aura emanating from one so young, akin to that yellow-haired boy, stirred memories of the rumors she had heard. The formidable genius of the Hyuga clan has broken free from his cage, destined to transform the Hyuga family. He shall be the greatest ninja in the clan's history. Moreover, he will change the entire world. If this individual were indeed the one in question, then the rumors might hold a semblance of truth. Tsunade-sama? Shizen inquired, puzzled. Nothing. Tsunade replied casually, her expression returning to a state of inebriation. Observing this, Shizen promptly greeted Jiraiya, as she was acquainted with both him and Orochimaru. Well aware of their histories. Jiraiya-sama, please have a seat. The five of them gathered around a table laden with drinks. Tsunade remarked, what an occasion this is. Within such a short span, I encountered two familiar faces. It must be Orochimaru. Jiraiya engaged Tsunade in conversation while Neji quietly observed from the sidelines. He had no intention of speaking much, preferring to remain a mere spectator. Why not enjoy the show? Yet, Neji desired something more than mere entertainment. He wished to gain insight into the evolution of his Byakugan from Tsunade. He lamented that he had not made even one advancement in 2 months. When had Neji Hyuga ever endured such indignities? At that moment, Neji's mindset was akin to a player impatiently waiting for the plot to unfold. Eager to engage in battle but unable to skip the narrative. Only when Tsunade and Jiraiya diverged in their opinions, and Naruto took the initiative to challenge, would Neji find the opportunity to join the fray. In Neji's future plans, Tsunade held a pivotal role if he could not establish a favorable rapport with her. His plans would likely falter, forcing him to resort to a less desirable alternative. Over the course of 2 months, Neji not only honed his skills but also refined his strategy for infiltrating the Akatsuki organization, setting aside how to establish contact with them. He pondered how to join their ranks appropriately. The answer was deceptively simple: become a rogue ninja. To become a rogue ninja, Neji devised 2 plans. The first involved revealing that he had slain Shimura Danzo, and subsequently dispatching 2 other members of Konoha SF4. He would then agree with Tsunade to act as an undercover agent within the Akatsuki for 3 years, akin to the experience of Uchiha Itachi. The second plan mirrored the first in its initial stages, but differed in that after revealing Danzo's demise, he would also kill Midogate and Teakok Himizuki, thereby becoming a genuine rogue ninja and subsequently joining the Akatsuki. Both plans shared a commonality in their early phases, diverging primarily in Tsunade's stance and Neji's choices 3 years hence. Should the first plan succeed, Neji could still remain a Konoha ninja, potentially unifying the ninja world and realizing his dreams. In contrast, the second plan would render him merely a rogue ninja, but even that held little weight, as he could always start anew after leaving the Akatsuki. 2 plans, 2 potential outcomes, and Neji leaned towards the first, especially since those dear to him continued to reside in Konoha. Thus, Tsunade's attitude was of utmost significance. However, this did not imply that Neji should fawn over her mindlessly. He had acquired formidable power not to be subservient to anyone, not even Tsunade herself. It was merely that Neji, in his previous life, held a profound admiration for Tsunade and respected Granny Tsunade, which led him to indulge her whims. The situation unfolded much like the original narrative. Tsunade not only declined to assume the mantle of the 5th Hokage but also belittled the previous 2 Hokage, namely Hiruzen Sarutobi and Minato Namikaze. This provoked an explosive reaction from Naruto. He charged forward, intending to punch Tsunade, only to be restrained by both Jiraiya and Neji. Let go of me, you lecherous sage. Neji and I. Naruto shouted, incensed that she would dare mock his beloved Hokage and the 4th Hokage before him. Regardless of her gender, he felt justified in retaliating. Observing Naruto's pure fervor, Tsunade suddenly found herself intrigued. She rose and perched herself on the table, her form drawing the attention of both Jiraiya and Neji. Neji immediately averted his gaze, having momentarily lost composure due to the law of gravity. The larger the sphere, the stronger the gravitational pull, thus, his reaction was unintentional. Tsunade, accustomed to such glances, paid it no mind, her focus entirely on Naruto, who displayed considerable audacity. Let us step outside to discuss this. Shizen hurriedly interjected. Tsunade-sama, but her entreaty fell on deaf ears. Neji then witnessed a classic scene. Tsunade effortlessly defeated Naruto with a mere finger, and in him, she perceived the reflections of the 2 men she cherished most. Consequently, she wagered with Naruto. The stakes were inconsequential. What mattered was that this bet would influence Tsunade's inner deliberations. She had been vacillating over whether to accept Orochimaru's offer or Jiraiya's, uncertain of her choice, ultimately deciding to place her faith in Naruto. With the wager settled, Naruto immediately returned to his training. However, Tsunade turned her gaze toward Neji and inquired, "Young man, would you be interested in a spar with me?" Though Naruto's bout had not ignited her passion for battle, it had awakened her desire to fight. Too lazy to spar with Jiraiya, she resolved to engage with this legendary genius of the Hyuga clan instead. "Tsunade-sama, this is reckless." Shizune could no longer remain silent. While it was somewhat justifiable for Naruto to challenge Tsunade, her initiating a challenge against Neji seemed utterly unreasonable. Yet Tsunade insisted, "Shizune, this boy is exceptionally strong. He might defeat you with a single move." "What?" Shizune was taken aback. She did not doubt Tsunade's judgment, but she deduced from it that the Byakugan must be exceptionally potent. "You are Neji Hyuga." "I am indeed Neji Hyuga. I did not expect Tsunade-sama to have heard of my modest reputation." Neji chuckled, thrilled at the prospect of engaging with the illustrious Tsunade. He had been fretting over his lack of progress in Byakugan evolution. "Tsunade-sama, I see in you the spirit of the Hyuga ninja my grandfather once spoke of. He was known as Hinata Tenrin. Are you aware of this?" Tsunade suddenly remarked. Neji raised an eyebrow, fully cognizant of this. However, Hinata Tenrin was not a name but a title bestowed upon the strongest, the pinnacle of Hyuga ninjas. The Hinata Tenrin you refer to must have been a powerful ninja of the same era as the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. To this day, no other Hyuga ninja has inherited the title of Hinata Tenrin. In fact, Hisashi had once considered bestowing this title upon Neji, but he felt he still had room for growth and thus declined. Upon hearing this, Tsunade nodded, her eyes brimming with the spirit of battle as she declared, "I hope you are the Hinata Tenrin of this generation, though I am uncertain why you hold such high hopes for me. I shall ensure that you find me a worthy opponent." With that, Neji assumed the stance of the gentle fist. Seeing this, Tsunade clenched her fists, leaping forward with force toward Neji. Bang! Chapter 71. The bet. Tsunade's martial prowess is a technique known as Ogre Strength, a remarkable ability of the Senju clan. This technique requires the user to wield precise control over their chakra, concentrating it in any part of their body to unleash a powerful gust capable of effortlessly shattering walls. When combined with Tsunade's inherent physical attributes as a member of the Senju clan, the potency of this technique surpasses the imagination of even the most formidable ninja. With a resounding boom, a single punch from her created a crater several meters in diameter. Fortunately, Neji was quick enough to evade with his body flicker technique. Otherwise, he might have found himself in a perilous predicament. From a distance, Naruto, who had not yet fled, turned to observe the commotion, his eyes widening in astonishment. Could that ill-tempered woman truly possess such strength? Instantly, Naruto abandoned his initial plan to train and decided instead to witness this battle far beyond his current capabilities. Watching the earth-shattering clash, he came to a profound realization of his brother Neji's remarkable strength. Yet, rather than feeling disheartened, he was spurred on to continue his pursuit. Over 2 months prior, when members of the Akatsuki had come to capture him, Naruto had already witnessed Neji's might, who had even managed to fend off Sasuke's brother, Itachi Uchiha. Neji might even rival the legendary perverted sage. At first, Naruto had indeed contemplated giving up, but each day he saw Neji training diligently. Despite already being incredibly strong, Neji persisted in his rigorous training. How could Naruto even consider surrendering? His resolve ignited, Naruto vowed that no matter how distant the goal, he would never relinquish his pursuit of Neji. With this determination in mind, Naruto dedicated himself to the arduous practice of the first 2 stages of the Rasengan over the past 2 months. Moreover, observing Neji's battles would allow him to gather intelligence, making it easier to surpass Neji in the future. In his mind, he began to envision the moment he would defeat Neji and assume the role of Big Brother. Suddenly, a thunderous crash interrupted Naruto's daydreaming. He looked up, worry etched on his face. This woman is formidable. Can Neji truly defeat her? Thankfully, their wager was for him to master the Rasengan, not to defeat her, otherwise. At that moment, Naruto felt concern as Neji seemed to briefly falter. Tsunade's agility combined with her ogre strength meant that a single hit could spell the end for Neji. Thus, Neji activated his Byakugan to its fullest, evading every one of Tsunade's attacks. Merely dodging without countering gave the appearance that Neji was at a disadvantage. However, in reality, the two were evenly matched. It could only be said that Naruto was inexperienced and lacking in discernment. After several failed strikes, Tsunade retreated a short distance. while Niji's Byakugan had evolved to a 62 progression, expanding his range of perception to over 10 meters. Even with Tsunade's swift movements, she found it increasingly difficult to land a hit on Neji. This frustrated her. She had hoped to express her fighting spirit in battle, but found herself growing irked instead. Boy, do you only know how to dodge? Neji innocently raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Lady Tsunade, your ogre strength is so formidable. How could I dare to take it head-on? He gestured to the street littered with craters, remnants of Tsunade's recent onslaught. This remark eased Tsunade's irritation slightly. Hinata Neji, do you wish to learn my ogre strength technique? Of course, Neji replied without hesitation. Even though he had already mastered the gentle fist technique, the allure of such a powerful martial art was impossible to resist. This was a far cry from the Rasengan. The enhancement it would provide was undeniably significant. Imagine, if Neji were to engage an enemy using a reinforced version of the gentle fist, catching them off guard when they assumed he would only employ his usual technique. In that moment, a single ogre punch would send the enemy reeling, perhaps even to their demise. Very well, Tsunade smiled. If you can withstand my 5 punches. No, 3 punches. Regardless of the means, if you endure 3 strikes, I shall impart the ogre strength technique to you. Conversely, should you fail, I will heal your injuries. But you must forfeit all your money. What say you? Tsunade, Lady Tsunade? Jiraiya and Shizune were taken aback. She had just wagered a necklace with Naruto, and now was making a bet for the ogre strength technique with Neji. Was she truly acting as a responsible adult? Both items, a family heirloom of the Senju clan and a unique technique, were incredibly valuable. Shizune thought that perhaps Tsunade was inebriated, spending extravagantly on a whim. How could she so easily squander the clan's treasures? Fortunately, Tsunade was invincible. Even if Neji had a formidable reputation, he would surely be unable to withstand her 3 punches. However, Jiraiya appeared contemplative. Even if she had been drinking, Tsunade would not act recklessly. It seemed she had seen reflections of those 2 individuals in Naruto, prompting her to use him to solidify her resolve. Neji must possess something of value that Tsunade recognized. Slapping his forehead, Jiraiya realized he had overlooked something important. Neji was only 14 yet already possessed such formidable strength, it was entirely reasonable for Tsunade to recruit him. Wait, could this mean Tsunade was preparing to become the 5th Hokage? Though Jiraiya's thoughts wandered, Tsunade's intentions were straightforward. You, Hinata Neji, are interested in the ogre strength technique. So I will use it as bait, allowing you to serve as my target. If he could endure, then granting him the technique would be inconsequential. After all, he was a Leaf Village ninja. If he failed, Tsunade smirked, then it simply means you are not yet a true Hinata ninja. The term Hinata ninja held significant weight for Tsunade, as it was a phrase her grandfather, Hashirama Senju, had used in stories during her childhood. This concept was closely tied to her perception of her grandfather as the god of shinobi, while she believed in Neji's potential to become the next Hinata ninja. If he lacked the requisite strength, she would intervene, regardless of her personal feelings. Ninja often exhibited peculiar obsessions in various aspects of their lives. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the onlookers, Neji finally spoke. Lady Tsunade, I accept. If it is merely 3 punches, it should be manageable. Chapter 72, The Technique of the Celestial Shield 3 Punches? At this moment, Naruto, who had just returned to the vicinity of the street, was immediately alarmed by Neji's words. Neji, don't act impulsively. If that woman lands 3 punches, you'll be dead. Despite being easily provoked, Naruto's plea for restraint made Neji feel somewhat uneasy. However, recognizing Naruto's good intentions, he raised his hand to signal that there was no need for concern. Naruto's words awakened Shizune and Jiraiya from their focus on Tsunade's reckless gambling, making them realize that they had overlooked the terms of the wager. It was impossible to evade and withstand 3 punches from Tsunade that would undoubtedly result in death. Tsunade, Neji Hyuga is a Leaf Ninja. Please show mercy. Knowing that he could not dissuade Tsunade, Shizune could only shout in desperation. Neji remained silent, drawing a greater sense of admiration from Shizune compared to Naruto. After all, she had refrained from defending Naruto earlier, but now found herself advocating for Neji. Of course, this admiration stemmed from a senior's regard for a junior, devoid of any other implications. Jiraiya, on the other hand, was involuntarily reminded of his youthful exuberance when he had spied on Tsunade bathing, nearly meeting his end at her fists. It was the closest he had ever come to death. And now, Neji was to endure 3 strikes. However, if Tsunade were to show even a modicum of restraint, combined with the defensive prowess of the Hyuga clan, Neji should be safe from mortal peril. Besides, even if there were danger, Tsunade would be there to heal him. Wait. Neji must endure without spitting blood. Otherwise, Tsunade would be unable to heal his injuries. With this thought in mind, Jiraiya shouted at Neji, "Neji, no matter what, don't spit blood. You must hold it in." Among those present, aside from the two directly involved, the other three held little hope for Neji. This was primarily due to Tsunade's renowned strength. Even if Naruto had never heard of her feats, the battleground littered with craters attested to her formidable power. A medical ninja capable of employing her extraordinary strength as a primary combat force. Perhaps her philosophy was, as long as I eliminate all my enemies, there will be no one to target my rear lines. Hey, you're underestimating her. Tsunade disregarded the protest from Naruto and his companions, fixing her gaze on Neji. Neji. I'll just call you that. Are you ready? I'm coming. Neji nodded. Just give me 2 minutes. With that, he closed his eyes. Huh, what's this? Shizune and Naruto exchanged puzzled glances, while Jiraiya smiled approvingly. Tsunade, however, looked cautiously at Jiraiya. Jiraiya, did you teach him that? Jiraiya shook his head, not quite teaching. It was a collaborative effort. Oh? Then let me witness your success. 2 minutes later, Neji slowly opened his eyes. Although Naruto and Jiraiya were concerned for him, their anxiety only muddled their thoughts. Neji responded to their worries with action. Senjutsu mode, activate. As Neji uttered these words, a golden aura enveloped his eyes. Simultaneously, a formidable presence radiated from him, sweeping over the surroundings. Tsunade's eyes sparkled. Indeed, he had entered Senjutsu mode. However, Neji's transformation did not remind Tsunade of Jiraiya's Senjutsu mode, but instead evoked memories of her grandfather, whose immense power made him an invincible deity of the ninja world. With the combination of Sage Body and Senjutsu mode, Neji bore some resemblance to Hashirama Senju. Yet, the disparity in their power was vast. Neji remained within the realm of shadow-level strength, even in Senjutsu mode, while Hashirama had long since transcended such limits. It seemed Jiraiya had indeed refrained from imparting the sage techniques of Mount Myaboku to Neji. Tsunade's words caused Jiraiya to scoff, without permission. How could I bestow it upon someone who isn't a contract holder of Mount Myaboku? Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, she was prepared to give it her all. With a resounding crack, the ground beneath Tsunade shattered as she propelled herself forward, vanishing from sight and charging towards Neji. Neji, having detected Tsunade's trajectory, raised his hand to condense a miniature version of the sage art, 8 trigrams air palm. This was his sole strategy for confronting Tsunade head-on. Boom. The impact of their fist resonated, sending shockwaves that rattled the nearby residents and launching Neji backward. Thud. Neji's feet scraped along the ground, leaving a trail several meters long as he barely managed to halt his momentum. His right hand, which met Tsunade's punch, trembled slightly. But this minor injury was swiftly healed by the regenerative abilities of his sage body. As the dust settled, Tsunade stood unscathed, albeit dust-laden. Well done, Neji. You've got some skill, Tsunade praised. After all these years, Neji was the first ninja bold enough to face her punch directly and successfully withstand it. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, amidst the dust, Tsunade had surreptitiously healed her own fist. The sage art, 8 trigrams air palm, was not easily absorbed. The second punch is coming. Having fully grasped Neji's capabilities, Tsunade resolved to unleash her full strength without reservation. While she had initially held back slightly during the first punch out of concern for Neji, it was now evident that such caution was unnecessary. Release the Yin seal. The diamond-shaped purple mark on Tsunade's forehead began to glow, spreading across her entire forehead. This was not to invoke the creation rebirth technique, but rather to enable her to fight without restraint. The Yin seal stored within Tsunade's chakra also regulated the flow of her chakra. Only by releasing the Yin seal could she truly unleash her full power. Moreover, this would allow the chakra stored within the Yin seal to automatically heal her injuries, sparing her the need to tend to her own wounds. Boom. The ground once again erupted as Tsunade vanished from sight. When she reappeared, she stood before Neji, her right fist clenched and coiled at her side. Then she unleashed a powerful strike. Neji, having anticipated this, extended both hands before him, channeling sage chakra into his palms, which gradually transformed into a completely transparent circular shield. Sage art, air palm shield. This was an innovative application of the air palm technique that Neji had just conceived. It could certainly be used offensively. But that previous blow had confirmed that utilizing the air palm technique for defense was equally commendable. Thus, Neji aimed to see if he could completely neutralize the attack. Now, it seemed he had succeeded. Boom. Tsunade's punch struck Neji's air palm shield with tremendous force, creating shockwaves that rippled through the air, yet the shield remained unscathed. Chapter 73. Neji's test. Naruto was left speechless. From the moment Neji entered Sage mode, his jaw dropped in awe. This was the very technique Neji had used to drive away those two members of the Akatsuki. How impressive, how powerful. Oh, how he longed to learn it. Naruto's eyes sparkled with envy. Yet, recalling how long he had practiced the Rasengan without mastering it, he felt a wave of discouragement wash over him. If Neji's mode looked so formidable, it must be even harder to learn. Perhaps he should focus on perfecting the Rasengan first. As he pondered this, Naruto witnessed Neji conjure a transparent, circular shield to block Tsunade's immense strike. Wow, I want to learn that too. Not only was Naruto astonished, but Jiraiya and Shizune were equally taken aback, unable to believe Neji had reached such a level of mastery. Neji, you truly are a genius, Jiraiya exclaimed. You've managed to devise such a technique, and it appears you conceived it only moments ago. What? To think of a method and immediately apply it in battle with such success? Shizune was once again left dumbfounded. Having lost count of how many times she had been astonished today, the two combatants remained locked in a stalemate. Neji was straining to hold up the air palm shield against Tsunade's powerful fist, while Tsunade pushed against the shield, showing no signs of relenting. Not bad at all. This technique is quite impressive, Tsunade praised, but before Neji could smile, she continued, however, it seems you've forgotten that I'm only using one hand. Neji's expression changed as he watched Tsunade raise her left fist and then deliver a devastating blow to the air palm shield. Boom. Neji was sent flying, crashing through a wall before finally coming to a stop. Coughing amidst the rubble, he slowly rose to his feet, feeling pain in his back and hands. Damn it. In a direct confrontation of brute force, I am no match for Tsunade. But for the sake of mastering her formidable techniques, he resolved to endure just one more blow. As he rose, the pain in his back dissipated, and the power of the sage body surged once more. Brushing off the dust, Neji stood before Tsunade again. Lady Tsunade, I still have one punch left. What? Are you unable to withstand anymore? Are you begging for mercy? Tsunade asked, intrigued. Neji shook his head. I am not begging for mercy. Rather, I wish to inform you that I will now employ the strongest defensive technique of the Hyuga clan. The strongest defensive technique. Is it the Kaiten? Tsunade raised an eyebrow, recognizing the name as a Leaf Village ninja. Indeed, so you may prepare for your third punch. As he spoke, Neji took a deep breath and began to spin. Sage Art, 8 trigrams Palm Kaiten. Shizune felt a pang of sympathy. Neji had already struggled under the second punch. How could he withstand a third? Jiraiya-sama, perhaps we should call off this wager. Shizune exclaimed, worry etched on her face. Lady Tsunade's third punch will surely be earth-shattering. But Jiraiya shook his head. There is no need for that. Neji can certainly endure. In truth, if it were not for the wager, Neji would not be experiencing such discomfort. When truly fighting, his strength was far beyond what was currently displayed. Indeed, Neji holds great respect for Tsunade. Otherwise, he would not have agreed to the wager, nor overlooked Tsunade's small gesture after her second punch. Really? Shizune turned with skepticism, only to witness an astonishing sight. A massive chakra sphere, over 20 meters in radius, spun rapidly on the ground, its dense chakra isolating everything outside its sphere. Naruto was once again left speechless. Even after having seen it once before, the sight still shocked him. Today he had transformed into an unyielding, speechless machine, utterly captivated, gazing at the colossal chakra sphere. Tsunade was equally dumbfounded. Is this truly the Kaiten of the Hyuga clan? This is beyond absurd. Indeed, Tsunade, Shizune, and Naruto exclaimed in unison. Jiraiya spoke with a hint of pride. It is indeed that extraordinary. So, Tsunade, do you plan to back down? Not a chance. Although Tsunade had briefly entertained the thought of retreating, it vanished completely. She gathered her chakra and leaped high into the air, preparing for a powerful strike. With her chakra coalescing at her raised heel, glowing a brilliant blue, she descended forcefully towards the side of the 20-meter radius Kaiten. Boom. The ground trembled violently, and fierce winds erupted. The nearby residents had long fled, but the sheer force still left them trembling in fear, as if a natural disaster had struck. To ordinary people, powerful ninjas seemed akin to moving calamities, which was why so many aspired to be ninjas themselves. In the epicenter, Jiraiya used the lion's main technique to protect Shizune and Naruto from the chaos, his gaze fixed intently on the swirling dust in the center. After what felt like an eternity, the dust settled, revealing the scene. In the center of a massive crater, Neji stood at the core, while Tsunade was at the edge. The ground beneath Tsunade's feet lay completely shattered, not a single patch remaining intact. Both were now panting heavily. Indeed, he withstood it. Jiraiya mused, reflecting on how, prior to the Chunin exams, no one could have predicted Neji's growth to this extent. However, the atmosphere between the two was somewhat peculiar. Jiraiya sensed they would continue to fight. But suddenly Tsunade smiled. All right, no more fighting. The battle fervor dissipated somewhat. And upon noticing the faint hint of blood at the corner of Neji's mouth, she opted for a truce. With a swift leap, Tsunade exited the crater. I'm a bit tired now. We'll continue your training in the techniques of brute strength later. Shizen, let us go. Shizen hurriedly followed, clutching her pink pig plushie. But just as they were about to leave, Neji called out, wait. He raised a hand to wipe the blood from his mouth and retrieved his wallet. Approaching Tsunade, he offered it to her. Lady Tsunade, thank you for your mercy. Consider this money as tuition. Tsunade stiffened, unusually raising her hand to wave it off. I did not show mercy. There is no need for tuition. I can honor the wager. In her state of hemophobia, she paid little heed to the bulging wallet. Yet Neji persisted. Having seen what he wanted, he pulled out the money and handed it to Shizen. Take it. Otherwise, I would feel remiss. Shizen glanced at Tsunade, and then at Neji's earnest expression, her regard for him growing. She took the money without hesitation and helped Tsunade away. Chapter 74. The prelude to the three ninjas' battle. The impulsiveness of Shizen stemmed not only from Neji's genuinely sincere attitude, but also from the dire financial straits they found themselves in. With Tsunade, the legendary gambler who consistently lost, present, no matter how much money they were perpetually in need, even in the future. After Tsunade became the fifth Hokage, her debts remained unpaid, which was utterly absurd. One could only imagine the magnitude of their debts, specifically Tsunade's. Despite being surrounded by the gambling culture, Shizen had managed to avoid the vice entirely, harboring a strong aversion to it. She was truly untainted by the muck. Was Tsunade suffering from hemophobia? Watching the retreating figures of the two, Neji turned to Jiraiya beside him. You noticed, didn't you? This is the greatest weakness of Princess Tsunade. One of the legendary three ninjas, Jiraiya lamented. Observing his companion and the woman he cared for brought Neji a sense of melancholy. It was only then that Naruto realized that the woman was afraid of blood. His eyes lit up as he suddenly conceived a brilliant strategy to defeat Tsunade. However, upon witnessing Tsunade's slight tremor and the sorrowful, pained expression on her face, Naruto's excitement dwindled. Defeating an opponent with such a method seemed far too humiliating. Forget it. I'm going to train and master the Rasengan within a week to defeat her. Neji, will you train with me? Naruto asked. Neji, lost in thought, pondered the situation. Before the battle commenced, and up until the third punch, Neji found it hard to fathom that someone as formidable as Tsunade could exhibit such a fiery spirit while simultaneously suffering from hemophobia. It was only when he bled that he realized the extent of her condition. This revealed the profound psychological scars left by the deaths of her younger brother, Nawaki, and her lover. Decades had passed, yet she had not managed to recover. Ultimately, it was Naruto who would help her overcome this fear. What a dramatic life it was. Moreover, Neji did not have to provide Tsunade with any money. They had made a wager. And it was only fair that Tsunade teach him the techniques of superhuman strength as part of the agreement. Nevertheless, Neji chose to support Tsunade financially. His wallet was filled with a considerable sum, enough for an ordinary person to live comfortably for several years. Yet, he selflessly offered all of it to Tsunade without hesitation. In addition to alleviating his own conscience, Neji was laying the groundwork to win Tsunade's favor. He had not forgotten that he might soon implement his plans. And Tsunade's attitude would dictate which plan he would execute. Today, even though Tsunade lost the bet, Neji's financial support was a matter of human decency. With the money he provided, Tsunade would be more inclined to handle any future transgressions of his with leniency. In short, Neji was playing a deep game. He successfully accomplished all his objectives, confirming Tsunade's hemophobia and enhancing her fondness for him. Most importantly, the evolution of his Byakugan progressed from 62 to 63. Finally, it was moving. Neji was nearly brought to tears. He then glanced at Jiraiya, who was heading toward the brothels, and thought to himself, once I finish my sign-in, I will abandon this sloth who won't even spar. Naruto, I will accompany you in your training. 7 days later, upon waking up, Neji casually touched Jiraiya's large scroll and completed his 100-day sign-in. Sign-in successful, cumulative 100-day reward has been distributed. Host detected outstanding debts with the system, settling in progress. Settlement complete. The host has successfully repaid the debt. Hearing the final system prompt, Neji finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was free of debts. For the past 7 days, Neji had diligently learned the techniques of superhuman strength. Only yesterday did he manage to grasp them, albeit barely. It was indeed challenging, Otherwise, Sakura wouldn't have taken years to master them. Neji, possessing a natural talent for chakra control, was able to learn within a week, due to not fully mastering the technique. His current limitation was a maximum of 5 minutes per day. Still, 5 minutes of superhuman strength would suffice for ordinary battles. I have grown stronger. It is truly commendable. He then looked at the still slumped Jiraiya and shook his head. In the original story, Tsunade awakened her ideals due to Naruto, thus not choosing to heal her hands with Orochimaru. However, feeling guilty for wavering in her beliefs, she intended to confront Orochimaru alone, aiming to end the life of her former comrade who now sought to destroy Konoha. Consequently, Tsunade knocked Shizen unconscious and drugged Jiraiya's drink, preventing them from stopping her actions. In this life, it was no different. Neji had just woken up to a loud thud, likely the sound of Shizen collapsing next door. Now, Jiraiya lay motionless. His eyes rolled back, having clearly been knocked out. As for Neji, after Tsunade had taught him the techniques the night before, she treated him to a drink. Had he not instinctively used his Byakugan to check and discovered chakra within the beverage, pretending to drink it and spitting it out after Tsunade left, he would likely have ended up like Jiraiya. Tsunade had no intention of betraying Konoha, and her actions were not inherently wrong. However, this was contingent upon her not suffering from hemophobia. If Orochimaru and Kabuto were aware of Tsunade's fatal weakness, then her actions today were indeed inappropriate. Perhaps Tsunade intended to sacrifice herself, seeking to take down Orochimaru with her. Tsunade was still the same Tsunade, deserving of respect, yet far too reckless. However, with the impending battle of the three ninjas on the horizon, Neji couldn't help but chuckle. This was not the complete battle of the three ninjas, but a youthful version of it. The hemophobic Tsunade, the armless Orochimaru, and the drugged Jiraiya. Truly, what a peculiar trio of ninjas. Neji stood up and used pressure points to rouse Jiraiya. What happened to me? Wait, I can't gather chakra. Damn it, it's Tsunade, she drugged me. Jiraiya struggled to rise. Neji, quickly check on Naruto and Shizen. We must clarify the situation and find Tsunade. First, he awakened Naruto, who had not been drugged. He had merely exhausted himself from training. Then he found Shizen and similarly roused her using pressure points, employing his hair for the task. Neji, hurry, Lady Tsunade. Chapter 75, The Arrival of the Demigods. As the four of them converged in a state of urgency, Shizen immediately declared, let us depart at once. We shall discuss the specifics en route. With that, the four of them swiftly left. Meanwhile, just behind them, Kabuto stealthily concealed his presence. Lord Orochimaru's words proved prescient. That troublesome Hyuga ninja had indeed arrived. Thankfully, we had prepared in advance. Kabuto departed as well, arriving at the rendezvous point of Orochimaru and Tsunade ahead of the others. This was due to the necessity of Neji tending to Naruto and the other injured individuals, which naturally impeded their speed. The meeting place was a cluster of ancient ruins just outside the Shortbook Street, the very location where Neji and his companions first heard peculiar noises upon their arrival. Upon his arrival, Kabuto witnessed Tsunade preparing to treat Orochimaru. Suddenly, a kunai embedded itself between them. With Kabuto's assistance, Orochimaru saw through Tsunade's intentions. He then resolved to coerce Tsunade into healing him by force. Thus, the battle among the three ninjas commenced in earnest. Under Tsunade's relentless assault, Kabuto and the handless Orochimaru found themselves steadily retreating. Kabuto, should you be struck, it could cost you your life. Kabuto evaded and adjusted his glasses, responding, I am aware. Lord Orochimaru, Neji Hyuga, and Jiraiya are hastening towards our location. We must create distance for our confrontation. This area is not conducive to our full capabilities. Jiraiya and Neji Hyuga. Upon hearing Jiraiya's name, Orochimaru's expression turned grave. The mention of Neji darkened his countenance further. They are indeed present. This will undoubtedly benefit you, Kabuto. Kabuto offered a wry smile. My lord, you jest. That artifact will be yours to reclaim once your arm is healed. Let us hope so. The two of them swiftly made their way towards the open plains adjacent to Shortbook Street, with Tsunade in pursuit. Despicable. Orochimaru, you shan't escape. Tsunade managed to catch up to Orochimaru, yet she found herself in a desperate struggle. Kabuto was no weakling, particularly adept in the medical ninjutsu known as the chakra surgical knife. Though it appeared to be merely a healing technique, its lethality was formidable. It could sever internal tissues without harming the outer skin, muscle, nerve fibers, and even arterial vessels. Of course, severing a throat was a trivial matter. Lady Tsunade, if you obediently heal Lord Orochimaru's hands, you would spare yourself further suffering. Kabuto taunted from a superior position. Otherwise, I shall eliminate you before they arrive. Them? Neji, Naruto, Jiraiya? What a bunch of fools. Though her words were laced with disdain, a flicker of emotion appeared on Tsunade's face. Lady Tsunade, your joy is premature. Even if they arrive, they cannot save you. Kabuto revealed a sinister grin. Knowing your weakness, how could I not exploit it? He prepared to cut his palm, intent on spilling Tsunade's blood. At that moment, Neji descended from above, delivering a powerful kick that sent Kabuto flying. Jiraiya and the others quickly appeared by Tsunade's side, overwhelming Orochimaru's side with sheer numbers. Shizune helped Tsunade to her feet, reproaching, Lady Tsunade, if this was your choice, why did you not inform me? I could have assisted you in confronting Orochimaru. Feeling a pang of guilt, Tsunade quickly employed medical ninjutsu to heal her wounds, then turned her gaze towards Orochimaru, declaring, Orochimaru, today marks your demise. Tsunade's deft shifting of blame was impressive, yet when Kabuto regained his footing, he dismissed her threat. He produced a red water pouch, affixed it to the kunai, and shot it towards Tsunade. The onlookers assumed it to be an explosive tag and hastily retreated, but only Neji, with his Byakugan, discerned the truth. Block Lady Tsunade's line of sight. But it was too late. With a loud explosion, the water pouch shattered upon impact, releasing a crimson liquid that splattered all over Tsunade. She collapsed to the ground, her expression vacant, as though her spirit had been extinguished. Kabuto stood beside Orochimaru, grinning. One down. Well done, Kabuto. Orochimaru generously praised him. Yet Kabuto remained unpretentious, continuing, Lord Orochimaru, Jiraiya poses no threat. He has been incapacitated by Tsunade's medication, rendering him quite limited. I alone can handle Tsunade's subordinates and Naruto Uzumaki. Then let it be just you. Orochimaru extended his long, grotesque tongue to lick his lips. With all three of us gathered, how could we be without a demigod? Kabuto, proceed. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto sliced open Orochimaru's arm, staining his hands with his blood, and commenced the summoning technique. With a resounding boom, a colossal two-headed serpent materialized on the plain, the very creature from the plan to obliterate Konoha months prior. It roared menacingly, lunging towards Neji and the others. However, Kabuto did not cease his incantations. This time, his seals were lengthy and cumbersome. As if he were unfamiliar with the process, Neji furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Why does this seem different? Is Kabuto attempting to buy time with the two-headed serpent before summoning the great serpent? That cannot be. Kabuto should not be this unskilled at summoning. Yet, with the two-headed serpent closing in, Neji wasted no time and began to form his own seals. Jiraiya, witnessing the unfolding scene, also began his own summoning, as did Naruto. Summoning technique. Boom, boom, boom. A toad the size of a head emerged, summoned by Naruto. A toad the height of a man appeared, summoned by Jiraiya. And a 15-meter-tall, bizarre orange creature emerged, boasting a long, elephantine white trunk, robust stature, and evident combat prowess. It was Neji's summoned beast, the Dream Taper. With a mighty roar, the Dream Taper charged towards the two-headed serpent at Neji's command. Naruto exclaimed in frustration, darn it. If only the boss toad had appeared, I could have been equally impressive. Jiraiya sighed in relief, acknowledging his own failure in this instance. Meanwhile, Neji disregarded their banter, focusing intently on launching himself towards Orochimaru and Kabuto. You protect Lady Tsunade. I shall eliminate Orochimaru and Kabuto. However, as Neji approached, he caught sight of Kabuto's smug grin. Hyuga Neji, you have arrived too late. With a thunderous rumble, the ground trembled as a coffin slowly ascended. With a creak, the coffin opened, revealing a figure clad in combat attire, wielding a scythe, donning a gas mask, and adorned with the forehead protector of the Rain Village, an elderly man. I, Hanzo of the Salamander, have returned to life? Chapter 76. The might of the demigod. When the short old man stepped forward, Jiraiya found himself engulfed in a wave of astonishment. Is this the reanimation technique? Orochimaru, you dare to toy with the souls of the deceased once more. Jiraiya exclaimed, echoing the sentiments of Sarutobi Hiruzen. This is none other than Hanzo of the Salamander, the leader of Amigakure and a demigod of the ninja world. But when did he die? How did he meet his end? Who was responsible for his demise? Jiraiya's mind was awash with confusion. Due to the isolationist policies of the Land of Rain, the outside world remained oblivious to the events that had transpired within, including Pain's assassination of Hanzo, which elevated him to the status of a god in Amigakure. In the original story, Jiraiya was equally taken aback by Hanzo's death 3 years later when he ventured into Amigakure to gather intelligence. After all, he was a demigod of the ninja world. Regardless of how Hanzo had perished, they were now facing a formidable challenge. The reanimated body would not succumb to injury or death, and with Hanzo as their adversary, he could single-handedly wear them down. Particularly alarming was Hanzo's most fearsome ability, the capability to release paralyzing poison through his breath. The toxicity of the poison sac in his abdomen was so potent that even Hanzo himself could not withstand it. Originally a technique that could lead to mutual destruction, Hanzo, now a reanimated corpse, would not face death. At this moment, the only individual capable of swiftly concocting an antidote to Hanzo's poison was paralyzed by overwhelming fear. "Tsunade, please, gather your strength," Jiraiya shouted, yet Tsunade showed no signs of improvement. It was then that Neji called out, "Lord Jiraiya, retreat a distance. I shall confront the legendary demigod of the ninja world." He also intended to deal with Orochimaru and Kabuto. With Jiraiya and Tsunade still recovering, Shizen's abilities being average, and Naruto too weak, only Neji stood ready to challenge Hanzo. This was also Neji's hope. He suddenly contemplated whether defeating a reanimated powerhouse could advance his Byakugan's evolution. If so, he could learn the reanimation technique and summon past warriors to battle against him, thus rapidly enhancing his Byakugan's progression. If this plan were feasible, he would not need to struggle to join Akatsuki. He could simply locate the remains of various ninja masters. Upon hearing Neji's declaration, Jiraiya could only offer a few words of caution before leading Naruto and the others to retreat further, protecting Tsunade. "Neji, be wary of Hanzo's poison. Hold your breath." However, Orochimaru and Kabuto would not idly watch as their target, Tsunade, escaped. They implanted a cursed seal into Hanzo's body, stripping him of autonomy, and charged towards Jiraiya and Tsunade's position. Neji attempted to intervene, but the expressionless Hanzo, wielding his scythe, blocked his path. "Step aside." Neji raised his hands and unleashed 2 powerful palm strikes, sending Hanzo flying. To maximize his Byakugan's evolution and test his current strength, Neji was prepared to take on Hanzo, Orochimaru, and Kabuto alone. However, he could not allow 2 easy targets to slip away. At that moment, Neji was enveloped in a layer of blue chakra. This was a strategy he devised, releasing chakra from his body's points to form a protective layer akin to Naruto's tailed beast cloak, shielding him from potential toxins. Had it not been for Neji's exceptional chakra control and the abundant sage chakra, this feat would have been impossible. His approach proved effective, for after striking Hanzo away, Neji showed no signs of poisoning. Though Hanzo was sent reeling, his actions did not cease. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. With a thunderous roar, the ground cracked open, and a colossal black salamander materialized before Neji, obstructing his path. Ninjutsu, poisonous mist ejection. The summoned creature, Butsu no Iwafyun, opened its mouth wide, unleashing a vast cloud of toxic mist. In an instant, a nearly 100-meter radius around Hanzo and the giant salamander was shrouded in a purplish-gray haze. Fully aware of Hanzo's capabilities, Neji had no intention of confronting the mist directly. He swiftly utilized the body flicker technique to distance himself from the toxic cloud. The poisonous mist emitted by the giant salamander possessed paralyzing properties potent enough to incapacitate even those with immunity to toxins. Chiyo, the elder of Sunagakure, renowned for her antidote against Hanzo's poison, and Tsunade, equally formidable, both regarded this toxin with utmost seriousness, underscoring its lethal nature. Casting a glance at Jiraiya and Tsunade, who were struggling against their foes, Neji sighed. If only he had Tsunade's antidote, he could withstand the poison and press forward. Yet, the surging waves of grayish-purple mist made it clear that circumventing Hanzo to aid Jiraiya was impossible. Perhaps Orochimaru's orders to Hanzo were not to eliminate him, but rather to delay him. While the reanimated Hanzo was certainly weaker than in his prime, he could still effectively stall Neji. And if Neji were to let his guard down, succumbing to the poison could lead to his defeat, or even worse, his demise. "You all keep fighting." In the original story, "Without me, you prevailed, did you not? I hope you can do so again." Resolute, Neji gazed at Hanzo, who now stood atop the giant salamander, igniting a fierce determination within him. Sage mode activate. Anticipating the ensuing battle, Neji had prepared accordingly. His strategy involved creating shadow clones to prepare for the 3 minutes required to enter Sage mode. When the time came, he would release the shadow clones, allowing himself to instantaneously transition into Sage mode. He need not worry about sustaining Sage mode, for this clever tactic enabled him to wield it as a regular combat state. Boom. As Neji entered Sage mode, a palpable aura radiated outward from him, visibly pushing back the poisonous mist. In that moment, Neji leaped high into the air. Unleashing the Sage Art, 8 trigrams empty palm. Bang! Bang! The anguished cries of the giant salamander echoed as it charged at Neji, carrying the half-destroyed Hanzo with unwavering resolve. Taijutsu, Chainside Second Strike. Chapter 77. The true arrival of the 3 ninjas moments ago. Hanzo did not merely wait for Neji to unleash the might of Sage mode. The instant Neji evaded, Hanzo commanded the salamander to burrow underground. Following its path, he positioned himself directly beneath Neji and launched an assault. Martial technique, Chainside Strike. Second stage. Hanzo wielded a massive scythe, its blade connected to a lengthy chain, which he gripped in his other hand. This martial art bore a lengthy name. Yet its execution was quite straightforward. First, ensnare the opponent's weapon with the chain, then deliver a decisive blow with the scythe from above or below. Even a mere scratch would signify victory, for his scythe was coated with deadly poison. However, Neji's Byakugan swiftly detected Hanzo's movements, enabling him to dodge the attack and counter. Hanzo's chain became entangled, and a portion of his body was shattered in the process. Yet, this did not hinder his subsequent strike. Utilizing the tremendous force of the salamander, Hanzo leaped high and swung his scythe towards Neji's position. With a swift motion, Neji narrowly evaded, but the layer of blue chakra enveloping him was slashed. Like a balloon that has been punctured, the chakra garment disintegrated upon being breached. Consequently, Neji faced the imminent risk of poisoning. For Hanzo would not afford him the chance to reconstitute his chakra shield, as toxic mist began to converge around him, and with Hanzo preparing to inflict further harm. Neji's expression hardened, and he commenced a swift rotation. Sage Art, 8 trigrams palm. Return to heaven. Boom. A chakra sphere, nearly 50 meters in diameter and over 20 meters in radius, materialized, shattering and repelling everything in its vicinity, preventing even the toxic mist from encroaching. Had Hanzo been cognizant of the situation, he would have marveled at Neji's prowess, perhaps even bestowing upon him a moniker akin to those given to the legendary 3 ninjas. Alas, even the formidable Hanzo, in death, became a mere puppet for others. Let me liberate you. Bang. The return to heaven detonated, dispersing the toxic mist. Just as Neji prepared to continue his battle against Hanzo, his expression shifted, and he unleashed a solid Sage Art, Air Palm. Meanwhile, Jiraiya struggled to fend off Orochimaru, while Kabuto effortlessly confronted Tsunade, Shizen, and Naruto as if he were in an unchallenged domain. Shizen proved no match for Kabuto and was swiftly overcome. Naruto, despite his fervent resolve, stood no chance against Kabuto, whose status as a seasoned jonin rendered him impervious to Naruto's surprise attack. Nevertheless, Naruto did exhibit extraordinary potential, successfully executing the Rasengan for the first time, though it failed to land squarely on Kabuto. With no prior injuries, Kabuto's formidable jonin prowess was hardly susceptible to a genin's ambush. The immense power of the Rasengan ignited Kabuto's murderous intent, and before Tsunade's eyes, he severed the muscles around Naruto's heart. Tsunade, you shall witness yet another aspiring Hokage perish before you. In addition to his lethal blow, Kabuto aimed to shatter Tsunade's spirit, intending to brainwash her into servitude for Orochimaru. With that, he raised his right hand, the chakra scalpel humming ominously, appearing exceedingly sharp. His target, Naruto's neck. No. Tsunade, having finally overcome some of her hemophobia, stood to intervene, but Orochimaru rushed at her. Disgustingly, he bit the hilt of a sword, driving the Kusanagi towards her. Blocked. Tsunade's despair deepened as she witnessed the chakra scalpel inching closer to Naruto's throat. If she were to witness Naruto's demise, her mind would shatter, rendering her a mere weapon for Orochimaru and Kabuto. However, at that moment, accompanied by a faint rush of wind, Kabuto's expression shifted dramatically. He turned to see a translucent palm already at his abdomen, and there was no time to evade. He could only brace for impact. Having gathered chakra in his abdomen to mend his injuries, Kabuto dismissed the impending air palm as a minor threat. While the Hyuga clan's air palm was formidable, it could merely fracture a few bones. This was not Neji's colossal air palm, so it should not pose a significant danger. Bang! Kabuto's abdomen was pierced through, the Sage Art air palm blasting through him and crashing into the rocks behind, causing an explosion. Kabuto was hurled away, and sensing the precarious situation, Orochimaru retreated. Only Tsunade, without hesitation, leaped forward, shielding the fallen Naruto with her own body. In this tumultuous exchange, blood covered Tsunade, the ground, and Naruto. Unbeknownst to her, her hemophobia had been cured in the chaos. As the storm subsided, Tsunade performed the Yin seal, disregarding her own injuries, and immediately began to heal Naruto. Orochimaru, observing Neji engaged in a martial confrontation with Hanzo, regarded him with palpable caution. From such a distance, the power of Neji's air palm was formidable. He must surely be the new prodigy of the Hyuga clan. Kabuto struggled momentarily but failed to rise. His recovery abilities were robust, yet Neji's strike had severely wounded him. Even he would require time to recuperate. Simultaneously, Kabuto heightened his vigilance towards Neji. This was a Hyuga ninja beyond the realm of conventional reasoning. With a soft thud, Tsunade stabilized Naruto's injuries and stood, cradling him as she approached Shizen and treated her. Shizen, take care of Naruto. Then, she advanced step by step towards Orochimaru. Wait, Tsunade, you're not trembling. Orochimaru, noticing her newfound composure, furrowed his brow in disbelief. Of course, I am not trembling. I am the 5th Hokage of Konohagakure. Bang. With a powerful punch, Orochimaru was sent flying. This is impossible. Tsunade, her forehead's seal glowing, revealed strange patterns across half her face, mending her injuries and restoring her vitality. Ninjutsu, creation rebirth. With visible speed, Tsunade's wounds healed rapidly, culminating in complete recovery within mere seconds. This technique, Kabuto, having barely regained mobility, approached Orochimaru's side. Observing Tsunade wipe her mouth before forming seals, he hurriedly shouted, Orochimaru, summon the Great Serpent. At that moment, Jiraiya also struggled to recover some chakra, and the trio simultaneously pressed their hands to the ground, performing the summoning technique. Boom. A colossal purple dragon-like serpent, akin to a giant toad boss, towered over them, dwarfing even small hills. The true three ninjas had arrived. Chapter 78. The Dream Beast of the Lowly Voice. Observing the commotion from a distance, Neji nodded with satisfaction. Fortunately, my keen sight allowed me to assess the situation in time and intervene. Otherwise, due to the butterfly effect, Naruto might have met his untimely end. I am truly remarkable. However, upon turning to look at Hanzo, who was mounted on a colossal salamander, Neji felt that Hanzo ought to join the fray rather than bully a lone little ninja without his summoning beast by his side. Engaged in a battle with a two-headed serpent, the absence of a grandiose summoning beast left him quite dissatisfied. Moreover, his own dream beast was truly inadequate. Not only did it pale in comparison to the likes of Manda, but it also struggled against a creature unworthy of a name. Just as Neji pondered this, Hanzo, unscathed before him, suddenly faltered. Neji seized this opportunity, unleashing a celestial palm that obliterated Hanzo's form. Yet, in the next moment, Hanzo reformed, clutching a talisman of cursed ink in his hand. To his astonishment, after being slain by that individual, he had fallen under Orochimaru's control. Hanzo spoke, and Neji's face fell in shock. What is happening? Is there a flaw in Orochimaru's Edo Tensei? Hanzo cast a glance at Neji, his eyes reflecting admiration. Konoha's Hyuga ninja, I owe you my gratitude. Perhaps there are still some loopholes in Orochimaru's technique. I managed to extract this talisman during my restoration. Among the Hyuga I've encountered, you are the strongest. I believe you are the new heavenly ninja of the Hyuga clan. However, heavenly ninja, I believe I should head to that battlefield. How can the three legendary ninjas gather without my presence? As he spoke, Hanzo crumbled the talisman and urged the salamander toward the position of the three immense summoning beasts. Neji was truly taken aback. This Hanzo had somehow freed himself from Orochimaru's grasp, and he had directly abandoned his opponent. Yet, upon glancing at his personal panel and noticing a 1 increase in the evolution progress of his Byakugan, Neji breathed a sigh of relief, confirming his hypothesis. Gaining progress in evolution was enough. However, this scene significantly diminished Neji's inclination to exploit the Edo Tensei for a bug to enhance his Byakugan's evolution. If even Hanzo could fortuitously break free from control, it was clear that Orochimaru had not perfected the Edo Tensei. Thus, it would be prudent to wait until Orochimaru had thoroughly refined his technique before attempting to procure the Edo Tensei for himself. Until then, he resolved to faithfully execute his own plans. Indeed, Orochimaru was in a rather precarious situation. He could not comprehend why Hanzo had escaped control, while the first and second Hokage had not managed to do so a few months prior. However, the events had transpired, and overthinking was futile. Orochimaru still had to contend with the combined assault of Tsunade and Jiraiya. Yet, Neji was puzzled as to why Hanzo did not flee but instead sought to join the fray. The reason was simple: Hanzo could not escape. Although he had fortuitously liberated himself from Orochimaru and Kabuto's control, he lacked the autonomy to govern himself like Uchiha Madara. Hanzo remained bound by Orochimaru's Edo Tensei. If Orochimaru were to release the technique, he would be compelled to return to the cold, desolate realm of the dead. having finally emerged for a breath of fresh air. Hanzo knew he could not return to Amigakure to avenge himself on the wielder of the Rinnegan. It was far better to reminisce about the past and engage in a contest with the legendary three ninjas after his growth. This was Hanzo's mindset. However, in the midst of the legendary battle, he felt compelled to join the fray himself. Perhaps this encounter might even yield some progress in his Byakugan's evolution. Without hesitation, Neji dashed toward the dream beast, which was still entangled with the two-headed serpent. With a decisive strike, he unleashed two celestial palms, swiftly dispatching the serpent and sending it back to the dragon cave. Dream beast, let us proceed. Master Neji, could you remove my headband and lift my seal? Perhaps sensing Neji's dissatisfaction with its strength, the dream beast suddenly spoke in a lowly voice. It explained, I have been stunted in growth by Danzo, as he deemed my size unfit to complement his techniques. The implication was clear. It was not that it was inferior to Manda or Gamabunta, but rather that Danzo had suppressed its potential. Is that so? Neji, having summoned the dream beast before, was not surprised by its lowly voice, but he was intrigued by its words. Let me see. Neji reached out to remove the bandages from the dream beast's head, revealing a series of seal patterns resembling steel stamps encircling its head like a headband. It was indeed true. Had Danzo lost his mind? This seal constrained your power. I had once suggested a remedy, but Danzo silenced me, stating, my summoning beast need only obey my commands. The dream beast explained with a hint of grievance. It was only through your re-establishment of our pact that the silence was lifted. Neji was filled with questions. Danzo's actions were bewildering. Yet, recalling that it was Danzo, he merely shook his head. After all, that man had twisted into something unrecognizable, his thought processes far removed from those of a normal person. Upon closer inspection of the seals adorning the dream beast's head, Neji realized they were not particularly complex sealing techniques. They simply require the summoner to lift them. Master Neji, can you lift the seal? No problem. Dream beast, are you ready? I have been preparing for this moment at all times. The dream beast's lowly voice was filled with excitement, akin to a little girl eagerly anticipating a trip to an amusement park the next day. Thank you, Master Neji. There is no need for thanks. We are merely assisting each other. Neji formed the necessary hand seals and placed his hand upon the sealing patterns on the dream beast's head. Sealing technique. Release. With a resounding crack, the sealing incantations vanished, and the dream beast emitted a clear sound. In an instant, its form began to swell. From a mere 10 meters in height, it soared to nearly 30 meters tall, surpassing even Gamabunta in size. Neji's heart brimmed with joy as he patted the dream beast's supple fur, realizing it was not that the dream beast was weak, rather, it had not manifested its true strength. From now on, Dream Beast, you can grow as large as you wish, without any reservations. The Dream Beast was profoundly touched. Yes, Master Neji. By the way, Master Neji, my name is Yum. At that moment, the Dream Beast, Yum, had truly been claimed by Neji. Excellent. Yum, let us advance. Chapter 79. A unique sealing method. Amaterasu's black flames. As the formidable Hans the Salamander approached atop a gigantic salamander, the three legendary ninjas felt a slight shock, only to quickly realize they were no longer the same trio without the ability to summon their spirit beasts. Each of them now possessed the strength to contend with Hans. The title of demigod did not imply Hans's overwhelming power, but rather reflected his devastating impact on the battlefield. His toxic mist, potent and pervasive, marked him as a true master of warfare, thus earning him the moniker of demigod. In comparison to the ninja god, Hashirama Senju, Hans fell far short. Consequently, the three ninjas merely reacted with surprise before regaining their composure. In a moment of urgency, Tsunade retrieved an antidote from her pocket and tossed it to Jiraiya, who was perched atop Fukasaku, saying, "This is the antidote I previously prepared for the salamander's poison. You must inject it." "And what of you?" Tsunade shook her head, asserting, "When I utilize my creation rebirth technique, I become impervious to death. Moreover, my body naturally harbors various antibodies against toxins, rendering the antidote unnecessary." However, Hans, noticing the three ninjas had shed their fear, could not suppress his irritation, exclaiming, "It seems you have forgotten my might." Before he could finish, a thunderous noise erupted behind them, like the thunder of a colossal beast. All eyes turned, revealing a scene of astonishment, especially for Tsunade. Witnessing Neji summon the dream taper for the first time, she exclaimed, "Isn't that Danzo's spirit beast? How could it be so enormous?" She glanced at Jiraiya, who subtly shook his head, signaling that now was not the time for inquiries. Tsunade, understanding the unspoken message, refrained from further questioning and instead looked at Neji atop the dream taper with delight. With Neji and such a massive dream taper joining their ranks, they might truly have a chance to subdue Orochimaru this time. With a resounding clap, 5 colossal beasts stood on the ground like undulating mountains. Neji smiled, stating, "I trust when I'm not too late." "Not at all," Tsunade shouted. "You have arrived just in time. Orochimaru, today marks your demise." Although Hanza's allegiance remained ambiguous, the odds were now 3 against 1, and Orochimaru's fate appeared sealed. Yet, Orochimaru remained unfazed, addressing the contemplative Hans the Salamander. "If you wish to avoid an immediate return to the underworld, assist me in eliminating them." Astute in understanding human nature, Orochimaru sensed Hanza's desire to linger in the realm of the living. "Ah, Orochimaru, you remain as clever as ever," Hans replied in a tone befitting an elder. "In that case, I shall lend you my aid." The dynamic shifted to 2 against 3, and although Orochimaru had a chance of victory, he faced the legendary Hans. With a swift motion, another antidote was tossed toward Neji, who caught it deftly. Tsunade succinctly instructed, "Antidote for the salamander's poison, intramuscular injection." Neji complied immediately, allowing him to relax his mental defenses against the toxic gas. Previously, he had momentarily faltered due to Hanza's potent toxins, which required divided attention to prevent them from infiltrating his body. Meanwhile, Hans, unperturbed by the threat of death, focused entirely on the battle. "Lord Tsunade, Lord Jiraiya, you handle Orochimaru. I shall confront Hans," Neji proclaimed, directing the dream taper towards Hans and the gigantic salamander. Jiraiya, who had initially intended to engage Hans, paused and nodded at Tsunade, trusting in Neji's capabilities. The conflict now evolved into Jiraiya and Tsunade versus Orochimaru, while Neji faced Hans. The confrontation between Jiraiya and Tsunade mirrored the original tale, requiring no further elaboration, whereas Neji's duel was far more captivating. The two commenced with a display of taijutsu, but upon realizing Neji gained the upper hand, Hans swiftly altered his strategy. He commanded the giant salamander to unleash its toxic mist. In an instant, the area was engulfed in poisonous vapors, forcing even Orochimaru and his allies to retreat. "Hinata, you may be immune to my toxins, but what of your spirit beast?" Hans taunted, intent on exploiting the absence of Neji's summoned creature, believing it would leave him vulnerable as before. Yet Neji smiled confidently, instructing the dream taper, "Show us your prowess." "Understood, Master Neji." The dream taper responded with enthusiasm, unleashing a sound akin to an elephant's trumpet, opening its vast maw. An immense vacuum of suction emerged, as if a black hole resided within its mouth. The toxic mist was entirely consumed by the dream taper. Hans furrowed his brow, then abruptly laughed. "I feared your spirit beast would resist my poison, yet it appears to willingly consume it." Neji, however, scoffed. "Is it truly so? Here, have some back." The dream taper exclaimed in a high-pitched tone, aiming its elongated white snout like a cannon at Hans and the salamander. With a swift motion, a solidified toxic projectile shot forth, striking Hans directly. This showcased the dream taper's unique ability to ingest nearly anything, excluding flames, and then retaliate with its elongated nose. Throughout this process, the creature's mouth and nose remained shielded by a special chakra, rendering it immune to toxins. With a resounding impact, akin to sulfuric acid, Hans's body began to dissolve, and the salamander beneath him wailed in agony. Unable to endure the damage, the salamander was sent back, while Hans collapsed to the ground, gradually reconstructing himself. Yet Neji would not squander this opportunity. He aimed to decisively conclude the battle, putting an end to the arduous struggle that hindered his Byakugan's evolution. Indeed, after attaining progress in his Byakugan, he could not further advance for at least 24 hours. Thus, it was time to bring the fight to a close. Neji leaped from the dream taper's back, halting its assault, and prepared to confront Hans himself. The dream taper lacked the sealing techniques necessary to bind the reanimated body, so it could not deliver a final blow. While Neji himself did not possess such sealing techniques, he had a trump card. Sealing fire technique, Amaterasu's black flames. Even if the reanimated body could continuously regenerate, the relentless Amaterasu's black flames would incinerate it entirely. It was merely a question of which would succumb first, the speed of regeneration or the speed of the flames. With a decisive motion, Neji drew forth the scroll inscribed with the Amaterasu's black flames sealing technique, activating it and affixing it to Hans. With a powerful kick, he propelled Hans towards Orochimaru and Kabuto's direction, shouting, "Lord Tsunade, Lord Jiraiya, take cover." Chapter 80, Orochimaru, come out. The idea of kicking Hans towards Orochimaru suddenly struck Neji. He aimed to compel Orochimaru to lift the Edo Tensei on Hans. With the colossal Manda at his disposal, Neji executed his kick with precision, easily tainting Manda with the black flames of Amaterasu. Once touched by these flames, Manda was doomed unless it severed its own body. If Manda could not escape, how could Orochimaru possibly evade? Boom. As Han soared through the air, he was suddenly engulfed in raging black flames, transforming into a massive sphere of darkness. Jiraiya, witnessing this, immediately grasped Tsunade's arm, and together with Gamabunta and Katsuo, they retreated to clear the area. What is happening? Tsunade's expression turned grave as she sensed the imminent threat of death, realizing that even her creation rebirth technique would not suffice. Jiraiya's countenance was equally serious. This was Uchiha Itachi's ocular technique, the eternal black flames of Amaterasu. Eternal? Tsunade was taken aback. These black flames, they will not extinguish unless all combustible material is consumed, Jiraiya remarked with a hint of admiration. He anticipated that Neji would employ such a strategy. Now, it hinged upon whether Orochimaru recognized this inferno. As the massive fireball descended, Orochimaru's pupils constricted, and he urgently commanded, Kabuto, lift the Edo Tensei and dispel the summoning technique. Quickly, Kabuto, sensing the urgency, complied without questioning the reason. Boom. Manda attempted to voice something but was abruptly sent back. Rustle. Han's body turned pale, shedding layers like paper, revealing the sacrifice within, a shinobi from the hidden cloud village. The ninja, ignited by black flames, fell to the ground, and no one dared approach, silently watching as the flames consumed him entirely, before vanishing without a trace. Orochimaru-sama. What is this? Orochimaru licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with avarice. This is Uchiha Itachi's ocular technique. I was once his partner and witnessed him wield this power. The eternal black flames of Amaterasu. If they strike us, or Manda, we are doomed. Is it truly that fearsome? Kabuto began to grasp why Orochimaru was so fixated on Sasuke. The Sharingan possessed immense power that anyone would covet, even Kabuto himself. However, more than the Sharingan, Kabuto was captivated by the forbidden technique he had recently learned, Edo Tensei. Since Orochimaru could not form hand seals, he had entrusted Kabuto with the technique as a precaution. To his surprise, it had been utilized, summoning the demigod Hans of the Salamander from the ninja world. Acquainted with the entire process, Kabuto quickly recognized the might and potential of the technique. With the prior preparation of powerful corpses, it was entirely feasible to create an army from a single person, an exceptionally formidable army at that. Just imagine having all the former Kages from various villages fighting under one banner. What, then, could the entire ninja world not accomplish? Regrettably, Kabuto understood that he might only have this one opportunity to use Edo Tensei, unless Orochimaru permitted it. Using the technique again would be the most direct act of betrayal against him. Yet, this was not the moment for such thoughts. Kabuto observed the three colossal summoning beasts and their masters, each glaring menacingly at him. Orochimaru-sama, the situation is dire. Orochimaru disregarded Kabuto's concern, addressing Neji instead. Hyuga Neji, it is a pity you remain in Konoha. Do you not wish to learn powerful forbidden techniques? Just like the Edo Tensei Kabuto just utilized. If you join me, I shall teach you. Then your father could be revived, couldn't he? Having seduced Neji with these words, Orochimaru turned to his old comrade, Tsunade. Even without you, I shall find a way to restore my hands. I will surely destroy Konoha once more. At that time, we shall meet again. And Tsunade, do you think you are immortal? I am the true embodiment of immortality. Eternal and unyielding. Whoosh. Orochimaru used Doton to burrow underground, and Kabuto transformed into smoke, vanishing from sight. The battle of the three legendary ninjas appeared to be drawing to a close. However, Neji declared, you cannot simply come and go as you please. Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya-sama, stay here and rest. I will pursue Orochimaru to his base and destroy it. Only then can I vent my frustration. Of course, this was merely a pretext. Neji's true motive for chasing Orochimaru was that he had yet to obtain the evolution progress of his Byakugan from him. How could he allow Orochimaru to escape so easily? As for Orochimaru's temptations, the original Hyuga Neji might have been swayed, but the current Neji would not be. He had never contemplated resurrecting Hiashi. His sole focus was on avenging Hiashi, exacting revenge on the Konoha F4, and seeking retribution against the hidden cloud village. Neji, don't. Tsunade and Jiraiya, concerned that Neji had fallen under Orochimaru's spell, attempted to stop him, but they were unable to keep pace with Neji. Tsunade had only just overcome her fear of blood, and was in poor condition after the battle. Meanwhile, Jiraiya was still recovering from the aftereffects of Tsunade's drugging. Thus, they could only watch as Neji raced farther away. What to do? Let us return to the short book street to heal Naruto and wait for Neji to return, Jiraiya suggested. Neji will certainly come back. He has precious people in the village. And so, they made their way back to the short book street. In the wilderness, amidst the trees, Neji remained in sage mode, activating his Byakugan to extend his range of perception. This way, Orochimaru and Kabuto could not detect him. Yet he could follow their trail. Though Neji could have intercepted them immediately, he chose not to. The reason was simple. If he blocked their path, they would likely flee. And who could restrain Orochimaru when he wished to escape? Thus, Neji resolved, I will track you to your base and see if you can run from there. If you do not flee, then let us engage in combat. If you dare to run, I shall obliterate your base. However, Neji believed that Orochimaru would not flee from his own base. After all, he was one of the legendary three ninjas. If he were confronted, would he simply run away without dignity? In this way, he continued his pursuit until nightfall. Observing as Orochimaru and Kabuto entered the underground of the forest, Neji realized he had found one of Orochimaru's bases. He closed his eyes, and 3 minutes later, he slowly opened them. Golden shadows appeared as Neji unabashedly unleashed his aura, expressing his intent to fight. Orochimaru, come out. Chapter 81. A ring it proved that Orochimaru was indeed shameless. As Neji displayed his fighting spirit and revealed his formidable aura, Orochimaru sensed that Neji's intensity showed no signs of diminishing. This left him feeling a sense of retreat. After enduring a fierce battle, the young Hyuga ninja's strength exceeded Orochimaru's expectations. Perhaps he truly could become the next Hyuga Tenten. Fleeing in the presence of such a formidable opponent would not be disgraceful. Orochimaru-sama, he is pursuing us, Kabuto exclaimed urgently. Our condition is far from optimal. Should we summon the impure world reincarnation to confront him? Kabuto's sentiments mirrored Orochimaru's apprehension. With the enemy at their doorstep, how could they abandon their home? They ought to engage in battle before considering their next course of action. However, Orochimaru had numerous bases, the most significant being in the land of Rice's Sound Village. Thus, in response to Kabuto's suggestion, Orochimaru shook his head, stating, we shall depart through another exit, taking only what is essential. Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto's brow furrowed in confusion. Are we abandoning this base? Do you have an objection to my decision, Kabuto? Orochimaru's expression darkened. Kabuto quickly reassured him. No, Orochimaru-sama. I shall begin organizing things immediately. Orochimaru's demeanor softened slightly. Considering Kabuto was his most valued subordinate, he paused to explain, this base was established after I defected from the Akatsuki. There is little of importance here, and its loss would not be regrettable. Our immediate priority is to replace this body. Without hands, I am powerless to act. Kabuto breathed a sigh of relief, his motivation renewed. Orochimaru-sama, I will prepare everything at once. Please wait for me at the alternate exit. Since his superior wished to avoid further conflict, Kabuto had no choice but to comply. Fortunately, there was little to pack, and he completed the task in under a minute. However, as he passed by the specimen room and beheld the first body Orochimaru had discarded, his original form, Kabuto paused. Should we take this body? Neji might unleash his wrath in search of them, ultimately obliterating this base. At that point, preserving this body would be futile. Seeking Orochimaru's counsel, he glanced at the specimen room, shaking his head slightly. Let these remnants of my existence vanish alongside this base. I am destined for immortality. Subsequently, the two departed. Yet this time, they were concerned that Neji's Byakugan might detect their escape. Orochimaru employed a special technique to conceal his chakra, rendering himself invisible, as if he had completely vanished. Silently, Orochimaru and Kabuto retreated from the base, distancing themselves from Neji. Meanwhile, Neji remained above, exuding his aura for some time. Yet no one appeared, which puzzled him. Could they have fled? Neji immediately activated his Byakugan to scan the area within a 10-kilometer radius. He breathed a sigh of relief. No trace of them was found within that distance. In such a short time, they could not have escaped beyond 10 kilometers. Are they waiting for me within the base? Neji raised an eyebrow, acknowledging the wisdom of this deduction. He then formed hand seals and summoned his spirit beast, the Dream Taper. With a resounding puff, the immense Dream Taper emerged amidst a swirl of smoke. Bowing its head as its sweet, childlike voice resonated. Neji-sama, how may I assist you? After breaking the seal, the Dream Taper had evolved into a spirit beast of the caliber of Gamabunta or Manda. Such creatures were typically beyond the capabilities of even upper-level shinobi. Thus, Neji assigned a task to the dream taper. Remain on the ground and observe every movement closely. If anyone emerges, impede their escape and signal me. Understood. The dream taper complied without hesitation, even after being summoned twice in one day. This exemplified what a proper spirit beast should be, unlike the likes of Manda, who was an anomaly. The likes of Gamabunta and the dream taper were the norm. With that, Neji activated Sage Mode and began utilizing his enhanced strength techniques. Even with only 5 minutes available each day, it sufficed for his needs. With a powerful punch, Neji shattered the entrance of the base, revealing the staircase beyond. Ordinarily, he would have needed to employ the Sage Art, 8 trigrams empty palm to open it. As he entered, the dream taper contemplated making a significant impact. I cannot disappoint Neji-sama's trust. Taking a deep breath, she straightened her white snout and directed it toward the ground, unleashing her misty dream. Endless clouds of soft pink mist erupted from the dream taper's snout, enveloping a radius of several hundred meters in an instant. The dream taper was aptly named for her unique abilities. In addition to her extraordinary suction power, she possessed this misty enchantment. All beings inhaling the mist would succumb to a slumbering state, a result of the mist's medicinal properties and her illusionary prowess. While the dream taper was not adept at ninjutsu, she excelled in physical combat and the illusion techniques she was employing now. Sensing the effects of the dream taper's mist, Neji raised an eyebrow in delight. I should have anticipated this. It is only natural for the dream taper to master illusion techniques. The appearance of the dream taper compensated for Neji's lack of proficiency in illusions, bridging his shortcomings, which he considered a fortuitous surprise. Without further contemplation, he intended to inquire about the dream taper's illusion capabilities once he exited. Retracting his gaze, he approached the entrance of the first room in the base and forcefully struck the door with his fist. Boom. The room was empty, prompting a smile from Neji. Orochimaru, are you attempting to play hide and seek with me? However, after forcefully breaking down the doors of all the rooms in the base, Neji's expression darkened. They are all gone. Did that scoundrel truly escape? Activating the maximum power of his Byakugan, he glimpsed Orochimaru and Kabuto's departing figures 10 kilometers away at the edge of his vision. They really did flee. How infuriating. Neji halted his pursuit. It was futile to chase after them now. Outside of the reconnaissance range, it would be exceedingly difficult to catch up, especially against someone as experienced as Orochimaru. One of the legendary Sannin. Resigned, Neji conceded that he had been outmaneuvered. Let it be. I shall destroy this place and then depart. Shaking his head. Just as he prepared to wreak havoc on Orochimaru's base, something caught his eye. It was a ring. Chapter 82. The method of joining the Akatsuki organization, to be precise. It is a ring adorning the corpse. The design of the ring is quite simple, featuring a silver-white band with a broad face that gradually tapers. Most strikingly, the face is set with a round yellow gemstone, upon which a single character is engraved, Kong. Given that this ring is worn on the little finger of the left hand, Neji immediately deduces its identity and origin. This is one of the tokens used by the Akatsuki organization to signify membership and serves as a means of communication for the technique of the projection body. Naturally, it is also the very ring that Orochimaru took when he defected from the Akatsuki, known as the Ring of Empty Space. Thus, this corpse belonged to Orochimaru's former body. As Neji approached for a closer inspection, he indeed recognized Orochimaru's face, unchanged over the years. Despite the passage of over a decade, Orochimaru's first body showed no signs of decay, appearing as if it had just died. This further confirms the identity of the Ring of Empty Space. Initially, Neji thought his expedition would yield nothing, merely a futile act of venting his frustrations by destroying Orochimaru's base. Yet he unexpectedly discovered the ring once used by Orochimaru within the Akatsuki. This truly exemplifies the phrase, when all seems lost, a glimmer of hope emerges. With the ring intact, the path to joining the Akatsuki becomes clear. One could first defect, whether feigning or genuine, then use this ring to contact the Akatsuki, subsequently pledging allegiance to them. The Akatsuki's policy is to accept powerful rogue ninjas, a principle that remains unaltered. With this ring in hand, today has not been in vain. Observing the shards of glass scattered on the ground, Neji surmises why the ring appeared before him. Orochimaru's first body held special significance to him. Hence it must have been preserved in a glass tank. However, his recent forced entry had shattered the door, which in turn smashed the glass tank containing Orochimaru's corpse, leading the ring to fall into his possession. Glancing at the room labeled Specimen Room, Neji wore an expression of realization. The situation was nearly as he had surmised. Such is the nature of fate. It seems that Hyuga Neji is destined to acquire this ring. Once his musings concluded, Neji suppressed his disgust and removed the ring of empty space from Orochimaru's corpse, cleaning it meticulously. He stowed the ring safely in his ninja tool pouch and resumed his earlier intent to cause destruction. This decision remained firm, and even with the acquisition of the ring, it would not waver. With a series of resounding crashes, the main pillars fell, followed by the load-bearing walls. Neji's demolition efficiency far surpassed that of any dismantling crew from his previous life. In less than 2 minutes, Orochimaru's base began to collapse entirely. Boom! Neji surged forth, leaping high through the pink mist, landing atop the dream beast. Yum! Destroy this place. Lord Neji, I have a method, Yum whispered, explaining the composition and effects of her mist illusion. Upon hearing that it could ignite and explode, Neji raised an eyebrow. I agree. Thus, the enormous dream beast inhaled deeply, drawing in all the pink mist, condensing it into a single mass. Boom! A puffball of the most exquisite pink, the size of an adult, shot forth from Yum's long trunk, crashing deeply into the already collapsing base of Orochimaru. Neji retrieved a kunai, attaching an explosive tag, igniting it, and aimed it at the towering pink puffball. Yum, let us depart. With a swift motion, Yum leaped into the air, creating distance between them. At that moment, an incredibly bright light erupted from Orochimaru's base, followed by boom. Upon returning to Shao Street, Neji encountered an epic reception. Tsunade meticulously examined him from head to toe several times, only releasing him after confirming he was unscathed. Orochimaru? I pursued into his base, but he abandoned it and fled. I destroyed his base before returning, Neji recounted honestly. That's all that matters, Tsunade said, patting Neji's shoulder, initially intending to pat his head. She reconsidered, acknowledging Neji's prowess. Lady Tsunade, has your fear of blood been cured? At Neji's question, Tsunade smiled. I am completely healed, thanks to Naruto. However, she added, please refrain from calling me Lady Tsunade in the future. Gazing into the distance, a confident expression graced Tsunade's face. From now on, you shall refer to me as the 5th Hokage. The 5th Hokage? The following day, as the 5 gathered for a meal, Naruto exclaimed, so, from today onward, Granny Tsunade is the 5th Hokage? Jiraiya looked at Naruto. Do you not agree, Naruto? Neji also set down his chopsticks, intrigued by the unfolding scene. A classic moment was about to transpire. Naruto began to criticize. Granny Tsunade has a terrible temper, is very capricious, spends money frivolously, is not only cunning but also rather foolish. Can she truly handle the responsibilities of Hokage? Hearing these words, Neji couldn't help but admire Naruto, who spoke his mind so freely, the epitome of a brash youth. If he were not the protagonist, he might have been swiftly silenced. Ino felt quite awkward, wishing to change the subject, while Tsunade furrowed her brows. Yet Naruto continued, at over 50, she still insists on maintaining such a youthful appearance. As Hokage, how can she deceive others? Truth be told, Naruto had already accepted Tsunade as the 5th Hokage. His comments merely reflected his understanding of the role, still aiming to highlight her shortcomings. However, Tsunade was not particularly pleased. Little brat, let us step outside. Though Tsunade was angry, it was a feigned anger, for she felt joy in her heart. In Naruto, she saw the reflection of her brother, Nawaki. The others did not attempt to intervene, nor did they wish to, as Tsunade and Naruto exited the tavern. Yet Neji pondered, Naruto's expectations of Hokage are so simplistic. No deceit, a good temper, and no capriciousness. But how many Hokage have truly embodied these traits? Even Naruto himself may not achieve this in the future. Returning to the moment, Neji witnessed the classic scene unfold. Once again, a single finger sent Naruto's forehead protector flying. As Naruto closed his eyes in fear of pain, instead of sending him flying with a flick, Tsunade gently kissed his forehead. This kiss bore no ulterior motives, merely the deep care of a senior for their junior. Naruto, you must grow ever more handsome, and you shall become a great Hokage. Tsunade beamed with a smile. Naruto grinned back, of course. Now, let us set off back to Konoha. With Tsunade overcoming her fear of blood, Orochimaru thwarted in his ambitions, and Neji obtaining what he desired, the chapter concludes. The battle is over. Chapter 83. Assuming the role of Hokage, the death of Danzo revealed upon returning to Konoha, Neji was greeted with a long-awaited, soft embrace from Tenten. Neji, Tenten exclaimed, throwing herself into his arms, her face radiating joy. This sight evoked a tinge of envy in the waiting Karen. However, there were those who opposed this display outright. You, let go of the clan leader, the little girl Hanabi declared. tugging at Tintin's clothes in an attempt to separate her from Neji. From a distance, Ino cheered Hanabi on, creating a lively atmosphere. After the initial commotion, the ceremony for Tsunade's inauguration as Hokage commenced. The two elders of Konoha had prepared for this moment, having anticipated Tsunade's return and invited the daimyo. The village was indeed in dire need of a Hokage's presence. As Tsunade arrived, she immediately assumed her role, commencing the inauguration ceremony without changing out of her green robe emblazoned with the character for Gamble, donning the Hokage hat. The crowd, consisting of both ninjas and civilians, erupted in cheers for Tsunade, whose reputation was immensely high. Neji observed this scene with a sense of reflection, suddenly finding himself curious about the position of Hokage. Once the ceremony concluded, Tsunade was expected to address the backlog of administrative duties. However, she had promised Neji to attend to Rock Lee's injuries, as well as Naruto's requests to treat Kakashi and Sasuke. Without delay, she prepared to visit the three patients. At that moment, however, Mito Gate and Tsurugi Koharu intercepted her. "Tsunade," we discovered. Tsunade shot them a glare, demanding, "What should you call me?" Realizing their privileges from the Sarutobi era were no longer applicable, they reluctantly replied, "Hokage-sama." "What is it?" Tsunade inquired directly. "If there is nothing, please step aside. I must go save lives." "You." Tsurugi Koharu was indignant, but was halted by Mito Gate. "Hokage-sama, Danzo is missing." "Oh, Elder Danzo is missing? Could it be that he has defected?" Tsunade maintained a smile on her face, though internally she was taken aback. This was a question she had been dreading. "Neji, did you truly do this?" "Impossible. Danzo would never betray the village." Mito Gate insisted. "But we have been searching for him for a month without a trace. Could he have fallen victim to treachery?" Tsunade shook her head. "How could that be? Elder Danzo is exceptionally strong, with Root at his command. It is inconceivable that he could have been eliminated without a sound. I will keep an eye on this matter. Continue your investigations and report back to me." With that, Tsunade maneuvered around the two elders and headed to the Konoha hospital. "How infuriating. Tsunade treats us as her subordinates." Tsurugi Koharu seethed. Mito Gate attempted to console her. "The era of Hiruzen has passed. This new age belongs to Tsunade. If Danzo were still here, we three could have worked together to undermine her. Alas, we do not know his whereabouts. Let us wait. When Danzo returns, we shall commence our plan to undermine Tsunade." Ignoring the petty squabbles of the elders, Tsunade first attended to Kakashi, healing his wounds. Although Tsukuyami was formidable, Kakashi was not weak either, and he regained consciousness shortly after Tsunade completed her treatment. Sasuke was next, quickly treated as well, but he would likely remain unconscious until the following day. Finally, Tsunade turned her attention to the gravely injured Rock Lee. Accompanied by Neji, Tenten, Karen, and Guy, she entered Lee's hospital room to assess his condition. "This is perilous," Tsunade began, causing Guy to shudder. "Fragments of his right leg's bones have entered the nervous system. Even I cannot guarantee success. If surgery is necessary, there is a 50% chance of recovery and a 50% chance of failure. Should the operation fail, this child may perish on the operating table." "Lee." Guy was at a loss for words, while Lee's face displayed a struggle. Just as Tsunade was about to say more, Neji reached out to her, guiding Tenten, Karen, and Tsunade out of the room. "Let them have a moment alone," Neji suggested, understanding that Lee and Guy needed to come to terms with their situation themselves. It was irresponsible for anyone, even comrades, to sway them towards surrendering or persevering. "Neji, my advice is to persuade Lee to abandon the path of a ninja," Tsunade suggested. "It is the safest option." Yet Neji shook his head. Lee would never agree to that. He is the type to give his all, regardless of the circumstances. Perhaps tomorrow, or in a few days, Lee and Guy will agree to the surgery. "Neji." Tenten grasped Neji's hand. "But aren't you worried about Lee? There's a 50% chance he could die on the operating table." Neji shook his head. "The finest medical ninja in the world is our fifth Hokage. With her, there is a 50% chance of success, while other medical ninjas might not even offer 1%. Furthermore, I believe Lee will pull through." Tenten paused, then smiled and nodded. "I believe Lee will make it through too." Tsunade laughed. "You certainly know how to speak well, even if it is the truth." At times, Tsunade revealed a humorous side. She then turned to Karen. "Now, let us discuss this child's situation." On their way back, Neji had informed Tsunade about a special child in Konoha, referring to Karen. He wished for Tsunade to arrange a new identity for her, providing her with a fresh environment and a new life. Had it not been for their recent experiences, it might have been challenging. However, given the current circumstances. It should be relatively straightforward. He had already established a rapport with Tsunade, and Karen's background was genuine. Upon hearing Neji's account, Tsunade was so incensed that she struck a nearby tree with her fist, splintering it. These grass ninjas should be eradicated. Neji nodded in agreement, sharing her sentiment. However, Tintin and Karen quickly intervened, their clarity of thought preventing any rash actions. With a sigh of disappointment, Neji turned to Tsunade. Hokage-sama, what do you propose? Of course. There is no problem. Tsunade waved her hand, decisively acquiescing. Let Tintin take Karen to complete the necessary paperwork. Here, take this. After sending the two girls off, Tsunade turned to Neji with a serious expression. Now let us discuss the matter of Danzo. Chapter 84. Confession Bureau. Let us discuss the circumstances surrounding Danzo's demise. Tsunade's expression was one of utmost seriousness. Although Jiraiya had somewhat informed me, I still yearn to hear your account. Upon hearing this, Neji remained composed. Once he learned that Jiraiya was aware of his act of killing Danzo, he understood that concealing this matter from Tsunade was futile. In fact, it was essential for Tsunade to be informed for Neji's plans to come to fruition. Thus, Neji meticulously recounted every detail of that fateful day to Tsunade, including Danzo's abduction of Karen and Tintin, his ability to wield would release, and his possession of the Sharingan, enabling him to utilize the Uchiha clan's secret techniques. Bang! Another innocent tree fell victim to the chaos, this one even taller than the last. How dare that old dog Danzo tarnish my grandfather's legacy? How could he dare to study would release? How could he so brazenly attack fellow ninjas from the same village? Was he truly a leaf ninja? The eradication of the Uzumaki clan's bloodline. Do not think I am unaware that Danzo played a role in that as well. Was he truly my great-uncle's disciple? Tsunade was seething with rage, wishing to drag him from the earth and beat him to death with her own hands. Did that old dog even deserve to be an elder? Not a chance. In the past, Tsunade was merely a Nin, even as the head of the medical department. She held no real power within Konoha. She had heard whispers of such matters before, but lacking authority, she could not verify them. Now, as the Hokage with the utmost authority in Konoha, and having heard Neji's recounting and Jiraiya's prior words, she confirmed the grim reality. Thus, she wished to unearth Danzo's grave. Fortunately, Neji restrained her, preventing her from acting impulsively. If Tsunade acted rashly, Danzo's misdeeds would inevitably be exposed. Nevertheless, the old dog's infamy would be revealed, just not at this moment. That revelation should wait until 3 years hence, when Neji would return to Konoha to vindicate himself. Rest assured, Neji, that old dog Danzo is dead and buried. No one will dare to hold you accountable. Tsunade boldly declared that even if they traced the matter back to him, he need only inform her, and she would stand by him. She would even expose Danzo's misdeeds. In that case, not only would he be absolved of any wrongdoing, but he would also emerge as a hero of Konoha. It must be said that Neji's attentiveness to Tsunade had not been in vain. He had not only acquired her formidable strength techniques, but also her favor. Of course, it could not be termed favoritism. It was a matter of fair and just treatment. After all, any rational individual, upon learning of Danzo's actions, would harbor no fondness for him. Danzo's death was justified. However, due to his own plans, Neji, despite appreciating Tsunade's stance, felt compelled to say, Lady Hokage, there is no need for such measures. Seeing Neji's demeanor, Tsunade immediately sensed he had ulterior motives. After all, having trained Neji for a week, she had gained some preliminary understanding of him. Neji, whatever your plans may be, feel free to share them with me, she said. I trust you and know you would never betray Konoha. Tsunade's words relieved Neji. It seemed he could proceed with his initial plan. He then briefly outlined his intentions, leaving Tsunade in shock. Must it reach this extent? That Akatsuki is such? Neji nodded, explaining that Akatsuki consisted of 10 members, each an S-rank rogue ninja. And they had been amassing strength, poised to make significant moves in the future. Coincidentally, he had reached a bottleneck in his own abilities. Steady development would not suffice for improvement. Hence, he devised this plan, which would allow him to enhance his own power while also uncovering intelligence and plots related to Akatsuki. Neji's expression was earnest, and this course of action would pave the way for Lady Tsunade to eliminate obstacles on her path to governing Konoha. Zukuyuki Koharu and Mido Gate and are not to be underestimated. They will certainly impede your progress. Neji spoke facts, as subsequent events indeed unfolded in such a manner. Thus, he believed Tsunade would not refuse. However, Tsunade countered, I appreciate your intentions, Neji, but there is no need to eliminate those 2 elders. If they dare to obstruct me, I will certainly handle them myself. Though they have fallen, they still serve Konoha. Neji shook his head. Lady Tsunade, do you not know the truth behind the Uchiha clan's annihilation? Are you unaware of the extortion perpetrated by the Cloud Village and the actions of the Konoha F4? Are they truly acting for Konoha, or merely for their own interests? The third Hokage has indeed passed, and I shall refrain from commenting on his methods. But I can assure you, Danzo acted solely for himself. As for Zakuyuki Koharu and Midogate Inn, they too are not acting purely for Konoha. Perhaps they were once its benefactors, but now they have become parasites. I have heard it said, the dragon-slaying youth will ultimately become the evil dragon, if they do not relinquish power to the worthy. This saying perfectly encapsulates the Konoha F4. Neji's words left Tsunade's heart in turmoil. After a long pause, she finally spoke, yet Konoha cannot be without elders. The wisdom of the aged is a vital asset to the village. Upon hearing this, Neji realized that Tsunade had tacitly agreed. He merely needed to assuage her doubts. I have heard that Akimichi Torafu is still alive. Akimichi Torafu, a senior of the Akimichi clan, was a contemporary of Sarutobi Hiruzen and had once served as a member of the elite guard for the second Hokage. He was virtuous, self-aware, and not power-hungry, a perfect candidate for elder status. The name Akimichi Torafu caught Tsunade off guard. She immediately recognized that Neji's plan had been meticulously conceived. Have you considered that after you implement your plan, you cannot inform your close ones, nor disclose any intelligence to them? How will they perceive you? Tsunade had indeed come to an understanding and began to think of Neji's welfare. It was crucial not to expose the plan, for it might reach Akatsuki's ears, prompting them to unite against him. Though Neji was strong, he could not single-handedly oppose the entire Akatsuki organization, not at this moment, at least. Lady Tsunade, I appreciate your concern. I am well prepared. I will handle their matters. You need not worry, Neji assured her of his intentions. At that moment, Tsunade gazed at Neji and suddenly smiled. Though your reasons have convinced me, they are certainly not your true intentions, are they? Neji, tell me, what is your genuine purpose? Hearing this, Neji raised an eyebrow. After a moment's pause, he declared, in this world, someone must rise to draw a line under all this turmoil and unrest. I believe that person shall be me. Chapter 85. Hinata. Neji has defected. What an arrogant little brat. Such grand aspirations. Yet perhaps, there lies a genuine possibility for you to achieve them. At merely 14, you possess such formidable strength. By the time you reach adulthood, you might wield power rivaling that of my grandfather. At that moment, your dreams and ambitions may very well come to fruition. In this instant, Tsunade suddenly felt that Neji resembled the prophesied child more than Naruto. Although Jiraiya had often declared that Naruto was likely the one fated to change everything, at this juncture, Tsunade perceived Neji as far superior to Naruto. He possessed clarity of thought, an understanding of his purpose, and aspirations that would benefit the world. Most importantly, Neji held the capability and potential to realize his ambitions. Tsunade departed, leaving behind a remark, "Come to me when you are ready." Just then, Tintin and Karen returned hand in hand, with Karen beaming, holding her identification proudly. From today onward, I am Karen Uzumaki, a civilian of Konoha. Karen exclaimed joyfully, finding a new sense of belonging. Tintin shared her delight, as her close friend was now part of Konoha. However, Neji was perplexed. Karen, do you not intend to become a ninja? He inquired. Karen shook her head, stating, I do not wish to continue my ninja career, but I will not abandon my training. I still wish to assist you, Lord Neji, despite the months of recovery. Karen still harbored fears regarding the ninja profession. Such apprehensions could only be alleviated through significant experiences or the passage of time. Meanwhile, in the land of rice, Orochimaru had just undergone a body replacement. Observing his newly functional hands, he licked his lips and commanded Kabuto, Kabuto, send those four off. Bring Sasuke back. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. 3 days swiftly passed. During this time, Neji neither undertook missions nor trained, not even signing in. Instead, he spent his days with Tintin and Karen, strolling through the streets, dining together, and sharing laughter. Of course, certain activities remained untouched, as Neji deemed them too juvenile. Notably, 2 small tails trailed them, Hinata Hanabi and Yamanaka Ino. Although Neji noticed their presence, he chose to disregard it. Perhaps this was the last opportunity for them to see him for the next 3 years. Let them observe, he thought. On the morning of the 4th day, Neji rose, dressed, and sealed his belongings into a storage scroll, placing it within his ninja pouch. He then approached Tintin and Karen's room, gently pushing the door open. Over the past 3 days, the two girls had stayed at the Hyuga compound for convenience. Seeing the two girls sharing a bed, Neji tenderly stroked Karen's head and leaned down to kiss Tintin's lips. He then quietly closed the door behind him and departed. Drip. Drop. Tears unwittingly welled in Tintin's eyes, soaking her pillow and falling to the floor. She had sensed something amiss with Neji 2 days prior. It was highly likely that he intended to leave. From that moment, Tintin longed to stop him, to prevent his departure. Yet, she understood that such efforts were futile. She recognized Neji as a determined individual, aware that she could not sway his decision. And she knew there must be a reason for his actions. Thus, she remained silent, allowing Neji to kiss her before leaving. I will wait for your return, Tintin promised, her understanding nature tugging at the heartstrings. At that moment, Karen opened her eyes. Rising, she gazed at the tearful Tintin without uttering a word. Sensitive to the situation, Karen surmised what Tintin had deduced, yet her choice diverged significantly. Pretending to be oblivious, she proceeded with her morning routine, swiftly packing her belongings into her backpack before leaving Neji's home. During this process, Tintin might have noticed, or perhaps not, as she feigned sleep with her eyes closed. Upon exiting the Hyuga compound, Karen activated her Kagai's Byakugan. Thus, she saw Neji enter the home of Hyuga Hisashi, only to leave moments later, quickly concealing herself. Karen was uncertain if Neji had spotted her, but she trailed him nonetheless. What she witnessed next filled her with dread. Neji infiltrated the residence of Elder Hanabi and swiftly killed him. But it did not end there. Neji proceeded to the home of Mido Kaze and murdered him as well. Karen gasped, covering her mouth in shock. She comprehended Neji's intentions, defection, regardless of the elder's transgressions. It was ultimately the Hokage who would pass judgment before any punishment was enacted. Yet, Neji had directly slain 2 elders, rendering him unable to remain a ninja of Konoha, no matter his objectives. Despite this, Karen felt no fear. Instead, her resolve intensified. Observing Neji head toward the Hokage's office, she made her way to the village's exit. Waiting for him, she intended to defect alongside Neji. For Karen, while Konoha was splendid and the new Hokage Tsunade was friendly, without Neji, how could this place ever be called home? However, upon arriving, she was taken aback by an astonishing sight. Uchiha Sasuke had knocked out his companion, Haruno Sakura, and was making his own way out of the village. Uchiha Sasuke was also defecting. Karen was left speechless. Was defection now the trend in Konoha? Despite her shock, she chose not to intervene, merely checking on Sakura to ensure she was not in mortal danger before moving on. They were not friends, and Karen did not wish to create unnecessary trouble at such a moment. Before long, Neji approached. Upon seeing Karen, he paused momentarily. Karen, what are you doing here? He asked. Lord Neji, I wish to accompany you, Karen declared, her gaze unwavering. Even if you refuse, I will follow you. How could I remain at ease without you? Karen, you. Neji was taken aback. Karen continued. I am merely a civilian, so leaving with you should pose no issue. Please take me with you, Lord Neji. Bang. Karen was knocked unconscious by Neji, who was left speechless. How could I possibly take you with me? That place is too dangerous. He gently placed Karen on a nearby chair, glancing at Sakura. Without hesitation, he moved her aside to make room for Karen. However, Sasuke was also defecting? Now that promised to be an entertaining spectacle. Initially, Neji had intended to leave directly and contact the Akatsuki organization. Yet now, he found himself intrigued by the unfolding drama surrounding Sasuke's defection. The battle at the Valley of the End was sure to be captivating. Chapter 86. The final development time. Of course, while the spectacle was indeed captivating, Neji merely yearned to witness the battles of the young ninjas of Konoha, with no intention of intervening. To him, at his current level, their skirmishes resembled mere childish play. How could he possibly muster the enthusiasm to join such trivial conflicts? Over the past few months, his significant enhancement in strength had profoundly altered his mindset. Furthermore, his current aspiration was to fulfill his dream as a fan of Hokage. As a devoted admirer, who wouldn't he wish to witness the moment when Naruto triumphantly overpowers Sasuke? However, this did not imply that he would merely observe without altering the narrative. He certainly intended to reshape the storyline, but not at this moment. To rewrite the tragic fates of characters he cherished, changes in the plot were imperative. Yet, at present, there was no necessity for alteration. The young ninjas of Konoha were still in their formative years, and the true calamities had yet to unfold. Tragic figures either had already faced their misfortunes or would only succumb to them during the Shippuden era. It was then that change would become essential. 3 years. Neji set this as his final period for development. He vowed to attain the advanced sage mode and the Rinnegan within this time frame. 3 years later, when the Shippuden saga commenced, it would mark his ascendancy in the Hokage realm. By that time, whether it be the Akatsuki or the 5 great shinobi villages, he would have but one approach. Those who align with me shall prosper. Those who oppose me shall perish. With that resolve, Neji removed his forehead protector and slashed it with a kunai. After reattaching it, he utilized his Byakugan to locate Sasuke and then departed from Konoha. Perhaps his actions towards Tintin and Karen seemed somewhat ruthless, but romance could wait. The remaining time for his growth was limited to these 3 years. Afterward, he would make amends with the girls for everything he owed them. Shortly after Neji's departure, Tintin arrived, gazing at the unconscious Karen, realizing that events had transpired as she had suspected. However, the presence of Sakura beside Karen puzzled her. Why was Haruno Sakura here? After calling out to Sakura several times with no response, Tintin did not dwell on it further and carried Karen home. She was determined to respect Neji's wishes and not interfere with his thoughts, allowing him to act boldly. Thus, she also wished to prevent others from disrupting Neji, even if it meant he might become a rogue ninja. After Tintin and Karen left, Sakura was awakened by the arrival of Inuzuka Kiba, following the original storyline, and they reported to Tsunade. Upon learning of Sasuke's defection, Tsunade sighed and rubbed her forehead, exclaiming, "These two really know how to cause trouble. Inuzuka, go fetch Nara Shikamaru." In recent days, Shikamaru had been promoted to CH Nin, despite losing in the final match of the CH Nin exams. However, advancing in ninja rank was not solely based on combat prowess. Strategic acumen also played a pivotal role. Shikamaru excelled in this regard, which facilitated his promotion. Yet, while Shikamaru was the first among the young ninjas to become a CH Nin, another individual had surpassed him in an extraordinary manner, Neji. In just 3 days, Tsunade had elevated Neji to J Nin. To her, it was absurd for someone with such formidable strength, capable of confronting a Kage, to still be a Genin. Moreover, it was quite inappropriate, hence her decision to promote him. Thus, while strength was undoubtedly important, strategic intelligence was not the primary determinant once a certain threshold was reached. Little did Tsunade anticipate that, having just become a J-Nin, Neji would embark on his own plans. She had intended to utilize Neji effectively while he was still with them, assigning him to tackle the higher-level missions that had accumulated in the village. But now, it seemed she would have to rely on other J-Nin to gradually take on those tasks. Shikamaru arrived, and Tsunade conscripted him, instructing him to assemble a team to retrieve Sasuke. Taken aback, Shikamaru immediately thought of Neji and asked, "Can I bring Hyuga Neji along?" Tsunade's expression darkened. "I said to select suitable genin, do you understand? Neji is already a J-Nin." "Oh right." Shikamaru replied helplessly as he turned to leave. Tsunade cautioned, "Choose your team wisely and depart immediately. There may be sound village ninjas waiting outside." "Yes, Lady Hokage." Shikamaru assembled a team, replacing Neji with Aburame Shino. Though Shino had a low profile, his strength was formidable, placing him among the top tier of Konoha's young ninjas. Thus, the team comprised Naruto, Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, and Shino, who set off from Konoha. Not long after Shikamaru's team departed, a ninja hurried into the Hokage's office, exclaiming, "Lady Hokage, it's bad. Elders CH Nin Korin and Mito Minya have been assassinated in their homes." Upon hearing this, Tsunade gestured to indicate she understood, then drafted a document and instructed the reporting ninja to disseminate it. The document stated, J-Nin Hyuga Neji successfully assassinated 3 Elder Council members and even attempted to assassinate the Hokage. He is now classified as an S-rank rogue ninja. CH Nin and Genin are to retreat upon encountering him. J-Nin may attempt to apprehend him, regardless of the outcome. This document swiftly spread throughout Konoha, and everyone became aware that Hyuga Neji had become an S-rank rogue ninja, akin to the notorious Orochimaru. Reactions varied among those who knew Neji. Some were incredulous, while others fell silent. At Konoha Hospital, Lee, who had been training, froze upon hearing of Neji's defection. After a moment of shock, he resolutely trudged toward the Hokage Tower. Though he had yet to fully commit, he now resolved to undergo the surgery necessary to bring Neji back. At home, Ino was utterly stunned, sitting in her chair for an extended period before regaining her composure. "Dad, is it true that Neji-kun has defected?" Yamanaka and Noichi nodded. "This announcement pertains to the Hokage's authority and cannot be false." "Ah, I never expected that child to be so resolute. Although it was indeed the Elder Council's fault back then." Inoichi paused suddenly. 3 elder members, so Danzo was also killed? Compared to the other 2 elders, Danzo's strength was exceptional. No wonder Hyuga Neji has become an S-rank rogue. Father, is there a deeper reason behind Neji-kun's defection? Can you tell me? Ino's dimmed gaze brightened once more. Inoichi wished he could slap himself. His daughter had nearly given up on pursuing Neji, yet here he was, unintentionally provoking her. Meanwhile, Hinata Hanabi, who had been practicing and planned to seek out Neji later, was momentarily stunned upon hearing the news, exclaiming, "How could brother Neji possibly defect from Konoha? There must be some misunderstanding." Chapter 87. Subsequent impact. In a state of urgency, Hanabi hastened to seek confirmation from her father, Hayashi Hyuga. He affirmed that Neji had indeed returned the position of clan leader to him that morning, a matter of truth. However, it was evident that Neji harbored undisclosed motives. Although Hayashi refrained from elaborating, he urged Hanabi to closely observe the markings on the transformed caged birds, as Neji would return in 3 years to assess the situation. This indicated that Neji had not truly defected but was entangled in deeper circumstances. While Hayashi found Neji's actions somewhat irrational, he could not help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Shin Uchiha, Karui, and Mito's flame, along with the deceased Saratobi Hizashi, were among those who orchestrated the death of Hayashi's brother, a fact that weighed heavily upon him. The other conspirators included the Cloud Village and the Hyuga clan. With the Hyuga clan undergoing reform and transformation, and with Cloud Village temporarily restrained, the focus shifted to the Elder Council members. Neji's elimination of 3 elders was clearly an act of vengeance. Yet, Hayashi knew he could not disclose this to his overly talkative daughter, who had a deep affection for Neji. He was curious to see how Hanabi would react in light of these events. Hanabi stood frozen, biting her lip as tears fell. Without waiting for Hayashi to speak, she turned and dashed away, declaring, "I will train. I must confront brother Neji and clarify everything." Her determination was palpable. Hayashi nodded approvingly. The age difference was a trivial matter, for the true essence lay in the children's will. He then decided to check on Hanabi's activities, but instead, he went to the clan's shrine to pacify the agitated clan members. Upon learning of Neji's supposed defection, many within the Hyuga clan expressed a desire to follow him out of Konoha, a notion that was entirely unacceptable. While Neji possessed the strength to disregard rules, his clansmen did not share such power. For their safety and to avoid complicating matters for Neji, Hayashi resumed his responsibilities as clan leader, all the while striving to fulfill Neji's true commands. Meanwhile, at Tintin's home, she and the recently awakened Karen were taken aback by the news. Tintin hugged Karen tightly, insisting, "Karen, do not seek out Neji. That is not what he wishes to see." Karen's emotions flared. "Without Lord Neji, I have no purpose in Konoha." Tintin held firm. "Karen, you cannot defeat me. I will not let you go. Do you even know where Neji is headed? Even if you find him, how can you be certain you won't become a burden?" Neji's power had reached a level comparable to that of the Hokage. Following him would only serve as a hindrance. This was the true reason Tintin refrained from crying out and chasing after Neji. She did not wish to be a burden to him. Karen faltered, slowly abandoning her struggle. Instead of continuing to gather her belongings, she retrieved a scroll and stepped outside. "What do you intend to do?" Tintin asked, her curiosity piqued. "I will apply to become a ninja and train diligently. I shall train until I can surpass you and assist Lord Neji." Tintin was momentarily taken aback. Then her eyes brightened with understanding. "I will join you. Together, we shall train and support Neji in the future." Although Neji had committed what outsiders might deem heinous acts, the 2 girls remained unfazed. They understood Neji's character and recognized that the 3 elders were truly vile, which justified Neji's actions. That day, the one who kidnapped us was Tenzu, one of the elders. Indeed, the elders of Konoha are quite despicable. This is not Neji's fault. As the newly appointed Konoha elder, Shikaka Nara, pondered this, he questioned, "Are these 2 young ladies even aware of proper etiquette?" Meanwhile, the J-nin on missions, including Might Guy and Kakashi, remained oblivious to the unfolding events. However, the ever-imposing Jiraiya, despite not being officially informed, sensed the gravity of the situation. He understood Neji's power better than anyone, should Neji truly defect. The ramifications could be more severe than those caused by Orochimaru. Without hesitation, Jiraiya made his way to the Hokage's office to consult with Tsunade. Moments later, he exhaled in relief as he exited the office, only to resume his covert surveillance of the women's bath. Although Neji was unaware of the happenings within the village, he could surmise the unfolding drama. However, even with this knowledge, he remained resolute in his decisions. Romantic entanglements, the thoughts of loved ones, and the sense of belonging were undeniably significant. Yet, in this world where strength reigns supreme, power supersedes all. Without strength, no ideology could be realized. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, achieved his vision because of his immense power. Now, to realize his own ideals and protect those he cherished, Neji recognized the necessity of becoming stronger. This was a trial he was willing to endure. With a swift leap, Neji perched atop the highest tree, observing the Sound Four as they prepared to seal Sasuke within a black barrel. The Sound Four excelled in sealing techniques and barriers, aiming to acclimate Sasuke to the Cursed Seal's second state while also releasing Kakashi's seal. As long as that seal persisted, Sasuke could not freely access his first cursed state, which clashed with Orochimaru's intentions. Thus, it needed to be undone. With a resounding clap, the black barrel was securely sealed, and the Sound Four began their journey towards the borders of the Land of Fire. Throughout this process, they remained oblivious to Neji, who loomed silently above. Perhaps the most perceptive among them, Yukon, caught a glimpse of Neji's presence but quickly withdrew, sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from him. In Yukon's perception, Neji's presence was even more formidable than that of Orochimaru. Yet, as long as Neji did not intervene and merely observed their actions, it seemed plausible that he bore no ill will towards them, or so they hoped. Chapter 88. The battle for Sasuke's retrieval right near could only resort to chance. Thus he refrained from disclosing the terrifying secret to the boisterous left near, choosing instead to bear it alone. He sincerely hoped that their journey would progress smoothly. His prayers, however, soon manifested, though in an unexpected manner. Shikamaru's team intercepted them. Nevertheless, the sheer strength of Jiraiya was evident as he stepped forward to halt Shikamaru's squad, allowing the others to escape. Shikamaru, showcasing his brilliant intellect, managed to unravel Jiraiya's blockade. Choji volunteered to stay behind, urging the others to pursue, lest Sasuke be taken out of the Land of Fire. Thus, the battleground transformed into a series of one-on-one confrontations. Much like the original narrative, Choji consumed his tricolored pills, ultimately overcoming Jiraiya, but at the cost of descending into a near-death state. However, with timely assistance and Tsunade's presence, death was a mere specter. Next was Kid Maru, whose intended opponent should have been Neji. Yet, given Neji's formidable prowess, a single strike from him could potentially incapacitate Kid Maru. Furthermore, with Neji having defected from Konohagakure, it fell to Shino Aburame. This duel was a clash of insect-based abilities. Shino's parasitic insects not only severed Kid Maru's webs, but also infiltrated his body, wreaking havoc from within. Kid Maru, lacking information on Shino's capabilities, found himself at a loss against the parasites. Even in his Cursed Seal second stage, he was powerless against the intruding insects. Yet, this cursed form endowed him with the potential for mutual destruction alongside Shino. Faced with the ferocity of Kid Maru, Shino found himself nearly defenseless, praying fervently for the parasites to consume Kid Maru's heart swiftly. With a chilling howl, Kid Maru unleashed his final arrow, destined to strike true. Shino had no means of evasion, raising his arms in futile defense. The sound of metal clashing echoed as Kid Maru's arrow veered off course, embedding itself into Shino's shoulder. Helpless, he was pinned to a tree, his mobility extinguished. Yet, he pondered the nature of that last shot. Was it merely an illusion? The opponent was too powerful. Such a final arrow could not possibly stray. Thud. Kid Maru collapsed, lifeless. The parasites feasted upon him. At last, Shino exhaled in relief, attributing Kid Maru's errant shot to the influence of his parasitic insects. Shino then succumbed to unconsciousness. Had Neji known Shino's thoughts at that moment, he might have remarked, "What influence? That was my intervention." Neji acted out of a desire to prevent Shino's demise. Even a trade of lies was unacceptable, though Shino lacked prominence. As one of Konoha's elite, Neji held a certain fondness for him. How could one stand idly by as tragedy unfolded before their eyes? The ensuing battles mirrored the original tale, with Kiba successfully overcoming left near and right near with the timely assistance of Kankuro. Shikamaru triumphed over Taiyuya with the help of Temari. Sunagakure had indeed sent reinforcements, actively dispatching talented ninjas to mend their relationship with Konoha. Kankuro, Temari, and Gaara arrived to assist. Under Neji's watchful gaze, Naruto managed to intercept the barrel, but at that moment, reinforcements from the Sound Village arrived. Only one, Kimimaro, a scion of the Kagaya clan, capable of manipulating his bones. Though solitary, he compelled Naruto into a retreat. Boom. Sasuke shattered his seal, experiencing the ecstasy of Cursed Seal second stage. Emerging from the barrel, He laughed maniacally. Ignoring Naruto's desperate calls, he sprinted toward the Sound Village. The intoxicating power consumed Sasuke. It was precisely the vengeance he craved. Naruto, frantic, was soon joined by the recently recovered Rock Lee, who had initially sought to pursue Neji. Yet, how could he discern Neji's whereabouts? Reluctantly, he followed the trail left by Shikamaru and the others, catching up to Naruto. Sasuke was also a comrade. First, he would aid Naruto in retrieving Sasuke, and then pursue Neji. Thus, he stepped forth to confront Kimimaro, permitting Naruto to chase after Sasuke. One pursued, the other fled. As if orchestrated by fate itself. Glancing at Lee, Neji ultimately opted to witness the clash between Naruto and Sasuke. Lee would be safe. Gaara would soon arrive to assist. Although Kimimaro's bone prowess was captivating, Neji was far more intrigued by the confrontation between Naruto and Sasuke. He departed. The situation unfolded as he had anticipated. Lee proved inadequate against Kimimaro, even when employing his secret technique, Drunken Fist. Fortunately, Gaara arrived. Having been swayed by Naruto's influence, Gaara had become capable of normal interaction. While still somewhat unsettling, he was vastly improved compared to his former self. Meanwhile, at the Valley of the End, the battle between Sasuke and Naruto commenced. In the Cursed Seal first stage, Sasuke vastly outclassed Naruto in his ordinary state. Moreover, Sasuke's desire to eliminate Naruto intensified the severity of Naruto's plight. However, after a fierce exchange of Rasengan and Chidori, Sasuke's Chidori pierced Naruto's right shoulder, marking a turning point in the battle. The chakra cloak of the Nine Tails materialized. And in his one-tailed state, Naruto unleashed his nearly depleted chakra upon Sasuke, leaving him defenseless. In a moment of desperation, Sasuke's Sharingan evolved into the Three-Tomo form. Still, he found himself overpowered by Naruto. The one-tailed Naruto proved overwhelmingly formidable. Fortunately, Sasuke's innate talent shone through as he swiftly activated the Cursed Seal's second stage, enabling a fierce stalemate against Naruto. The confrontation escalated, with Naruto's one-tailed Rasengan clashing against Sasuke's Cursed Seal second stage Chidori. The collision of the Crimson Rasengan and the black-purple lightning of Chidori unleashed a force that surpassed that of ordinary Jonin battles, altering the weather and darkening the skies. At that moment, the battle reached its conclusion. Sasuke emerged slightly victorious, gazing down at the unconscious form of Naruto, ultimately unable to deliver the fatal blow. As he turned to stride toward the Sound Village, a sense of confusion enveloped him. Yet, he soon recalled Itachi's words. The reason you are not strong enough is that your hatred is insufficient. Uchiha Itachi, I will undoubtedly kill you. Applause erupted. Instantly alert, Sasuke beheld Neji standing a short distance away. Hyuga Neji, you two have come to impede me. But before he could finish, Sasuke noticed the scar etched upon Neji's forehead protector. It was no mere accident. It had been deliberately carved with a kunai. Thus, Hyuga Neji had indeed betrayed Konoha. Chapter 89. The two pillars felt as though he had transcended into version 3.0. Why have you betrayed the village as well? Sasuke exclaimed. Reminiscing about the times he had been ruthlessly bested by Neji, he pretended to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth while secretly consuming 2 soldier pills. Sasuke was indifferent to Neji's reasons for defecting. His sole motivation was to challenge Neji once more. Having acquired formidable strength, he might have been content had he not encountered Neji. However, now that they had crossed paths, he was determined to defeat Neji at least once before leaving the village. With such formidable power, he believed he could triumph over Neji. It was worth noting that aside from Naruto's meteoric rise in strength, Neji had consistently overshadowed Sasuke, which fueled Sasuke's thirst for power. Yet, the primary catalyst for his ambition remained his brother, Itachi Uchiha. Neji raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance of Sasuke's actions, and casually remarked, I've uncovered the truth behind my father's death. He was killed by the elders of Konoha, Shimura Danzo, TFK Haru, and Mito Gaiden. Thus, I eliminated all 3, and I had no choice but to defect. By the way, Sasuke, I've been observing you and noticed you possess some talent. What? Sasuke was genuinely taken aback. Neji had actually slain 3 elders of the village. To attain the status of elder, one must be a powerful shinobi. Regardless of age or frailty, had Neji's strength reached such heights? On the day of the Chunin exam, Sasuke had indeed witnessed glimpses of Neji's prowess. Yet, since Neji had fought Gaara, Sasuke had assumed Neji was merely slightly stronger than Gaara. However, in Sasuke's current perspective, Gaara no longer seemed so formidable. Later at the station, Sasuke was manipulated by Itachi, which prevented him from witnessing Neji's astounding display of strength as he single-handedly drove off Itachi and Kisame. Without witnessing it firsthand, Sasuke found it difficult to trust others' accounts. Thus, until this moment, he believed Neji was only marginally stronger than he had been. However, hearing Neji claim to have killed the elders left Sasuke astonished. Had Neji's strength truly escalated? Nevertheless, Sasuke quickly regained his composure. I have grown stronger as well. I defeated Naruto, who is as powerful as a monster. And those are merely elderly elders. With my 3-Tomo Sharingan and Cursed Mark second state, I should be able to eliminate them. With this thought, Sasuke's confidence gradually returned, and he felt ready to confront Neji. You've been watching me all this time? Neji, do you wish to fight me? The 13-year-old Sasuke exuded an air of bravado. Well, you certainly are confident. Neji was perplexed by the source of Sasuke's unwarranted self-assurance. Indeed, it seemed this boy had yet to experience a proper beating. With this in mind, Neji regarded the recovering Sasuke and said, "How about this? I'll only use one hand. If you can make me take a single step back, then you win." To be honest, Neji's terms were quite generous to Sasuke. After all, the disparity in their strengths was evident. Even with his Cursed Mark second state, Sasuke was merely a Nin, while Neji, even without entering Sage mode, was a genuine Kaga-level shinobi. However, Sasuke remained oblivious to this fact. Neji presumed Sasuke was aware of their respective strengths, as he had never considered concealing his own power. How ridiculous! Hinata Neji, do you still see me as the weakling I once was? Sasuke seethed with anger. Since the Chunin exam, they had not engaged in combat. And Neji still believed he was the same feeble version of himself? You are overly arrogant. Neji shrugged. So you think my strength is limited to that? Enough talk. Prepare yourself. Enraged, Sasuke activated his Cursed Mark second state. His skin turned gray, his hair elongated and turned white, and two enormous, fleshy wings sprouted from his back. It must be said, while the Sound Ninja's Cursed Mark second states were rather unappealing, Sasuke's transformation was undeniably striking. In his past life, Neji had fantasized about sprouting wings like Sasuke's. Perhaps that was the privilege of being the protagonist. Nevertheless, at this moment, Neji remained unfazed, seemingly indifferent to Sasuke's actions. Indeed, Sasuke, at this level, was merely on par with an ordinary Nin, rendering him insignificant in Neji's eyes. Neji had only revealed himself to assess whether defeating Sasuke would contribute to the evolution of his Byakugan. After all, Sasuke had indeed grown in strength. Had it not been for the prospect of Byakugan evolution, Neji might not have chosen to appear at all. Neji's nonchalance further incensed Sasuke, prompting him to form seals for his fourth Chidori of the day. Though he was pushing his limits, he paid no mind to it. Crackling with energy, black lightning coalesced in Sasuke's hand, forming a dark Chidori. Despite its ominous appearance, it was undeniable that the second state of the Cursed Mark amplified its power. This intensity was sufficient to kill a Nin. Yet, to Neji, it was nothing of consequence. Without any preparation, he raised his hand and unleashed the 8 trigrams, empty palm. Boom. A semi-human-sized empty palm hurtled toward Sasuke, causing his eyes to widen. But soon, his expression hardened, and he raised the black Chidori in his right hand. He intended to shatter the darkness that Neji had unleashed upon him. Bang! The black Chidori collided with the empty palm, and just as it was about to unleash its full power, it was propelled backward by the force of the empty palm. Along with it, Sasuke, in his second state, was sent flying. Struck directly by the massive empty palm, Sasuke could no longer withstand his previous injuries and spat out blood. He could not maintain the Chidori, which dissipated as he was flung backward. Crash! He slammed into a large tree, becoming embedded in it like a letter. A gigantic palm print marking where he had just been struck. Thud. Sasuke lost consciousness, falling into a deep slumber. Neji approached him, shaking his head slightly. Sasuke, if you could temper that blind confidence of yours, perhaps you would grow to become truly formidable in the future. But for now, come out, you fool. The 8 trigrams, empty palm. A single empty palm shot forth, striking a distant tree and shattering it into fragments. As the tree vanished, a massive green Nepenthes plant began to emerge from the earth, and a voice called out, "Oh dear, I was merely observing. Why must you be so serious and impulsive?" Chapter 90. The invitation from Kuroju. The peculiar entity adorned with green pitcher plants is known as Ju, more precisely, Kuroju and Shiroju. Long before Neji observed the fierce clash between Naruto and Sasuke, his Byakugan had detected an unusual presence beneath the ground. With his knowledge of the Hokage narrative, he immediately realized it was Kuroju and Shiroju. Neji was overwhelmed by a murderous intent, yet he hesitated, acutely aware of his current capabilities and the absence of sealing techniques. An impulsive attack would only heighten Kuroju's vigilance, making it increasingly difficult to eliminate him later. Thus, he suppressed his urges. However, the audacity of these two beings became intolerable, their overwhelming aura brazenly displayed. If he did not confront them now, could he still consider himself a future genius of the Hyuga clan? With that thought, Neji revealed their presence. But why were they here? As Uchiha Obito's chosen puppets, it was only natural for him to monitor Sasuke. Yet, he had other matters to attend to, thus sending his subordinates, under Madara's will, to observe Sasuke's condition. Following Kuroju's command, Shiroju dutifully complied, as Kuroju regarded both Uchiha Madara and Obito as potential pawns for his future schemes, maintaining his facade as he came to watch. This was the rationale behind their presence. Moreover, Kuroju harbored curiosity about this generation's reincarnations of Indra and Ashura, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uzumaki Naruto. Their progenitor, the Sage of Six Paths, was the very one who sealed away his mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki, thwarting all her machinations. If only for the sake of vengeance for his mother, Kuroju would endeavor to manipulate them. What Kuroju did not anticipate was encountering a ninja exuding his mother's aura, Hyuga Neji. He was astonished to find himself sensing remnants of his mother within a member of the Hyuga clan. Without a moment's hesitation, he shifted his focus from Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto to Neji, recognizing him as a potential formidable adversary on the path to resurrecting his mother. Initially, Kuroju contemplated this, but Shiroju interjected, suggesting, why not manipulate him? He appears far superior to Uchiha Sasuke. This revelation sparked a realization in Kuroju. If Neji bore such a resemblance to his mother, why not enlist him in the Moon Eye plan? Those who shared their mother's essence could ultimately bring her back to life, an arrangement of fate. Instantly, Kuroju felt a surge of excitement. However, he tempered his emotions. Centuries of experience had molded him into the most patient of schemers, and he possessed an abundance of patience. He continued to observe Neji while weighing the pros and cons, ultimately arriving at a conclusion. Neji had become a rogue ninja for having slain 3 high-ranking elders of Konoha. They needed to recruit him into the Akatsuki for easier brainwashing and manipulation. Neji's information had come to Kuroju through Shiroju, who had been observing Sasuke in Konoha. With this strategic plan in place, Kuroju commanded Shiroju to take action, deliberately releasing an aura to capture Neji's attention. Who are you? Neji asked, his expression guarded and cautious. Yet internally, he pondered, could I glean the progress of my Byakugan's evolution from Ju, and might I join the Akatsuki through him? A moment ago, Neji had checked his personal panel. Even after defeating Sasuke with a single blow, he still had a 1% increase in his Byakugan evolution. This brought his progress to 65%. Truly, he was one of the protagonists. Alas, Naruto was gone. Neji had recently used his Byakugan to scan the surroundings and noticed that Naruto had vanished several kilometers away, evidently taken by Kakashi. The recent storm had obscured the sense of both Sasuke and Neji, preventing Kakashi from locating them. Thus, Neji felt an undeniable longing for the Byakugan evolution that Ju possessed. As for joining the Akatsuki, Neji initially considered using the empty ring to contact the organization. However, self-recommendation was unlikely to garner attention and could raise suspicions regarding his motives, resulting in surveillance. This was contrary to Neji's intentions. Moreover, actively seeking membership seemed akin to desperately yearning to join the Akatsuki. Though this was indeed the case, Neji preferred to maintain an air of restraint. Now, upon seeing Ju, he contemplated engaging in combat, proving his strength to Ju, and subsequently requesting an introduction to the Akatsuki. A perfect plan indeed. Such an unusual appearance. Neji mused, reflecting the sentiments of an ordinary observer regarding Ju's form. Half black, half white. Resembling a being of yin and yang, coupled with the immense pitcher plant leaves, Ju appeared far from human. Shiroju retorted, "You find me strange?" Kuroju interjected, "You are the peculiar one, Hyuga Neji. Your white eyes are the true anomaly." Shiroju fell silent at Kuroju's command. Criticizing Neji was permissible, but disparaging the Byakugan was out of the question, for it was linked to their mother, the true divine eye. Silence, Shiroju. Kuroju resumed, "Hyuga Neji, you are now a rogue ninja. Your strength is commendable. Would you have any interest in joining our organization?" "Your organization?" Neji raised an eyebrow, not immediately acquiescing. "You seem affiliated with Uchiha Itachi, sharing similar black cloaks with red patterns." Indeed, Kuroju acknowledged. Our organization is called Akatsuki, and I am known as Ju. I understand you possess a fervor for battle. Neji nodded in agreement. Then you shall find our organization to your liking, Kuroju continued. We only accept powerful ninjas. So you will encounter various formidable rogue ninjas within our ranks. With 9 members, none are weak. Joining us guarantees exhilarating and intense battles. Neji's demeanor shifted, revealing a glimmer of intrigue. This resonated with his inner aspirations. However, Kuroju, a seasoned manipulator, recognized that straightforward deceit would not easily ensnare Neji. Thus, Neji opted for a blend of sincerity and subterfuge. If that is the case, I might consider joining your organization. However, I cannot give my answer outright. I must observe first, what if there are no strong ninjas? After all, I have already defeated Uchiha Itachi and that shark-faced one. Not a problem. Kuroju's expression brightened. I can take you there now. I possess remarkable speed. Excellent. Neji exclaimed with enthusiasm. As long as I can battle strong opponents, everything else is secondary. But what about Uchiha Sasuke? Kuroju glanced at Sasuke, embedded in the tree. Neji shrugged. Isn't he aiming to gain power from Orochimaru? Just send him along. Kuroju agreed without objection, commanding Shiroju to dispatch a clone for this task. Then, he unfurled the pitcher plant, inviting Neji inside. With a smile, Neji declared, I have a feeling I will truly enjoy this battle. Your intuition is indeed correct. Chapter 91. The Eye of Rebirth within the village of Konoha. Naruto lay on a hospital bed, his body undergoing meticulous and precise treatment. His eyes reflected a profound emptiness, as though he had lost all sense of purpose in life. Sasuke had defected, and upon his return, he had learned that his elder brother Neji had also betrayed the village. Why was this happening? Why did they all choose to leave the village? Was becoming stronger truly more important than comradeship? With 2 of his foundational pillars having forsaken Konoha, the blow to Naruto was monumental. He found himself unable to fathom the deeper reasons behind their actions. If remaining in the village could provide them with sufficient strength, would they still have chosen to abandon it? Regardless of circumstances, one must step beyond their comfort zone to achieve progress and grow in strength. Regret and frustration served no purpose. At some point, Jiraiya had arrived at the window of Naruto's hospital room. Without strength, you cannot bring them back. Nor can you prevent similar events in the future. So, Naruto, what do you wish to do next? Under Jiraiya's watchful gaze, Naruto slowly sat up. Perverted sage, please continue to teach me. I do not wish to witness such events again, nor do I want to feel so powerless. Excellent. Jiraiya nodded in satisfaction. Starting tomorrow, we shall leave Konoha and prepare for rigorous training. All right. Thus began Naruto's 3-year journey. In the land of Rice, Sound Ninja Village. Orochimaru was overjoyed when Sasuke was delivered to him. However, he had already performed the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation, necessitating a 3-year interval. Therefore, he had to suppress his own greed and allow Kabuto to tend to Sasuke's wounds. After healing, Sasuke turned to Orochimaru. Can we commence training now? Orochimaru smiled. Sasuke, you are the one I have chosen. This was a sincere sentiment, for he truly believed it. Yet, Sasuke remained cold and indifferent. Hurry and grant me power. I wish to defeat Naruto. Sasuke's desire for strength was momentarily tempered, yet Neji easily bested him in a direct confrontation, shattering his strongest attack with a single blow. This was an unbearable humiliation for Sasuke, as it felt as if Neji had mercilessly crushed his pride. Consequently, his greatest obsession became the desire to kill Itachi Uchiha and subsequently to defeat Neji. As long as you can provide me with the power to vanquish those 2, nothing else matters. Orochimaru gazed at Sasuke in silence, while Kabuto attempted to mediate, only to be brusquely pushed aside by Sasuke. Observing Sasuke, Orochimaru saw a reflection of himself, his chakra, his determination. Truly, he was the one I have chosen. Though he had sacrificed the Sound Five for Sasuke, he only felt slight remorse for Kimimaro. The others were of no concern to him. May I inquire as to the identities of those 2 you wish to defeat? Kabuto sought to lighten the mood, knowing they would be together for 3 years. Itachi Uchiha and Neji Hyuga. The atmosphere not only failed to lighten but grew increasingly tense. Both individuals had once thoroughly defeated Orochimaru, bringing him great shame. Gritting his teeth, Orochimaru declared, You shall acquire the power you desire, and I will obtain what I seek from you. At that moment, Itachi Uchiha and Neji Hyuga, you will both perish. In the land of rain. Within the hidden village of Amigakure, the architecture differed vastly from that of Konoha. The intricate network of pipes and the eccentric shapes of buildings, some towering and some squat, evoked a distinctly steampunk aesthetic. Even from a modern perspective, this village appeared quite remarkable. Yet, it was perpetually shrouded in rain, giving the impression that the village was perpetually weeping. Neji understood that this incessant rainfall was not merely due to the climate of the land of rain, but also a method employed by Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki, to monitor Amigakure. Rain Tiger Freedom Technique. By manipulating chakra to create rain clouds, each droplet of rain was intimately connected to the caster's feelings, allowing for surveillance of the area below. This was not an ordinary water release technique. It was a jutsu only wielded by those with the Rinnegan. At this moment, Neji, along with Kuro and Shiro, emerged from underground, and not far above them in the sky floated a striking woman, clad in a black and red robe, with light blue-purple hair styled in a bun and adorned with a pale blue paper flower on her right side. She was tall and graceful, her robe failing to conceal her figure. She hovered in the air, her back adorned with enormous wings crafted from paper, enabling her flight. Akatsuki's white tiger, Angel, Conan. This was no mere coincidence. After Pain's warning, Conan had taken the initiative to investigate. As expected, she scrutinized Neji, then turned her gaze to Kuro. What is going on here? Kuro remained silent, while Shiro chimed in. Oh dear, we are all old acquaintances. Must you interrogate us so? Besides, you are not the leader. Where is he? We were just on our way to report. Conan narrowed her eyes, her expression suspicious as she examined Neji, eventually noticing the scar on his forehead protector, causing her to frown. Follow me. Swish, swish. All present were extraordinarily capable, requiring no words or waiting for one another. They arrived at the highest edifice of Amigakure, the Tower of God. As Neji gazed upon the increasingly bizarre structure, he genuinely admired the architect's imagination. The Tower of God did not culminate in a pointed spire. Rather, it featured a colossal head sculpture with its tongue extended. Nagato and Conan resided within this towering structure. Upon entering, Neji encountered the orange-haired, spiky-haired Pain. He slowly raised his head, his pale purple Rinnegan assessing Neji. The intensity of his gaze exuded both authority and pressure. Yet it paled in comparison to Neji's Byakugan, which bore an air of dominance, leaving no room for subservience despite Neji's Byakugan having evolved to 65%. The Rinnegan is indeed an advanced form of the Sharingan, yet it does not surpass the Byakugan, particularly given Neji's current Byakugan evolution. It may not be significantly inferior to the Rinnegan. In the simplest terms of hierarchy, the Tensegan is even more formidable than the Rinnegan. Hence, Neji merely raised an eyebrow and spoke in a rather nonchalant tone. Is this the Rinnegan? Nagato, situated behind Pain, regarded Neji with newfound interest. Unlike the other members of the organization, excluding the masked individual, everyone else was astonished when they first encountered his eyes. Yet Neji's demeanor was surprisingly composed. Could it be that he is aware of my ocular abilities? Chapter 92, Confrontation with Conan. As this thought flickered in his mind, it was swiftly cast aside by Pain, the leader of Akatsuki. Hinata Neji was still not even half his age. How could he possibly comprehend the Rinnegan? Perhaps it was Zetsu who had imparted this knowledge to him, or maybe Hinata Neji believed that his evolved Byakugan was not inferior to Pain's Rinnegan. Regardless, the actions of his counterpart led Pain to conclude, this is a competent tool. Pain had already surmised the reason behind Hinata Neji's arrival. Adorned with the forehead protector of a rogue ninja, he sought to join the Akatsuki and become one of its members. In Pain's eyes, each member of the Akatsuki was merely a means to an end, assisting him in the collection of tailed beasts. Hence, he regarded Neji as a suitable instrument. Strength was Pain's fundamental requirement for such tools, and Neji had previously bested both Itachi and Kisame, which, even without their full power, was sufficient to attest to Neji's prowess. Retrieving his gaze, Pain turned towards Zetsu. The latter, keenly aware, began to speak. Hinata Neji had betrayed Konoha by slaying 3 of its elders, Shimura Danzo, Tsunade Asade, and Mido Gate Esanazuma. Now, he was wanted as an S-rank rogue ninja. By fortunate coincidence, I happened upon him and deemed him a fitting addition to our organization. So I brought him to you for consideration. The speaker was Black Zetsu, whose adaptable demeanor resonated with the character of a millennia-old coin. Pain nodded in agreement. Very well. Gather the members and inform them of this matter. Wait. Conan interjected suddenly. Let him first engage in a match with me. I wish to ascertain the extent of his abilities and whether he meets the standards for joining the Akatsuki. Conan's insistence stemmed from her skepticism regarding Neji's arrival. To be precise, she had never fully trusted Zetsu or the masked figure who called himself Uchiha Madara. While Hinata Neji himself was not inherently suspicious, his association with Zetsu raised doubts. Moreover, evaluating a member's strength was an essential task for the success of their plans. Although this interruption might diminish Pain's authority, the few present were unlikely to hold him in high esteem. Pain turned to Conan, who nodded in agreement. Their mutual understanding allowed Nagato, controlling Pain, to grasp Conan's intent immediately. Very well. To join the Akatsuki, one must demonstrate their strength. So, Hinata Neji, what is your opinion? I have no objections. Neji replied with a hint of excitement. I joined the Akatsuki to battle stronger adversaries. Zetsu mentioned that your organization is filled with powerful individuals, which is why I was eager to come. I also wish to see if every member possesses commendable strength. If not, I shall reconsider my decision to join. Considering the abundance of strong individuals here, Neji lacked confidence in deceiving them all. Thus, this was his genuine sentiment at that moment. His yearning for the battles that lay ahead piqued the interest of others, even causing Black Zetsu to inwardly question, aren't the members of the Hyuga clan typically more serene? They generally focus on defensive counterattacks. Why is Hinata Neji so combative? Stepping out of the tower hall, the four positioned themselves in an open space outside Rain Village, where the sun shone brightly, devoid of any signs of impending rain. It was evident that the rain within Rain Village was artificially induced by Pain. Come. Conan's body split into numerous neatly arranged paper pieces beneath her, forming wings behind her as she floated in midair. Paper Jutsu, Dance of Shikigami. This technique, developed by Conan, allowed her to transform her body into countless paper fragments, enabling swift movement and transformation. As she activated the technique, her body gradually disassembled, allowing her to manipulate the paper into shapes such as spears or butterflies. However, a drawback existed. If saturated with oil, her transformation would be hindered, and excessive chakra consumption would revert her to her true form. Such information quickly surfaced in Neji's mind as he activated his Byakugan and assumed the gentle fist stance. 8 trigrams, air palm, with a swift motion. A semi-transparent palm surged forth, hurtling towards Conan's position. The size of this massive air palm momentarily startled Conan, as the Hyuga clan had yet to manifest such a formidable technique. However, she remained unfazed, promptly evading the attack. The sheer power and speed of Neji's air palm left her with little room for maneuvering, resulting in one of her wings being struck and transformed into a flurry of paper fragments. Nevertheless, this caused her no distress, as new paper fragments quickly coalesced into wings behind her. Observing Neji, she withdrew her condescending gaze, now treating him with the seriousness he warranted. If he could unleash such a potent air palm repeatedly, it was no wonder that Itachi and Kisame had fallen. With a thought, dozens of long spears fashioned from paper materialized around Conan, launching towards Neji. The sound of whistling filled the air as the projectiles sped forward. Yet, Neji's Byakugan provided him with the insight to evade them effortlessly. 8 trigrams, air palm. He unleashed 3 consecutive air palms, dodging Conan's paper spears, while she nimbly evaded his massive air palms in return. The confrontation escalated into a fierce exchange, resulting in a stalemate. However, this was an inevitable outcome. With Conan airborne, Neji could only attack her with his air palms, limited by the open space surrounding them. After a period of relentless exchange, before either party could speak, Pain interjected, Conan. Hinata Neji, cease this battle. Nagato understood that continuing this way would yield no resolution. Yet, Neji's display of formidable, enlarged air palms was sufficient to validate his strength. As they halted, Pain turned to Conan, who, though somewhat reluctant, nodded. She then addressed Neji, I acknowledge your strength. You may join the Akatsuki. Yet, Neji appeared dissatisfied. You can fly, while I am grounded. How am I supposed to land a hit? It's frustrating to have abilities that I cannot utilize. Conan suddenly raised her hand to her forehead, realizing how foolish it was to argue with someone so battle-hungry. White Zetsu, perceiving Neji's disappointment, reassured him, do not worry. Aside from a select few, the other members do not possess the ability to fly. You will be able to engage in satisfying battles. Let us hope so. Neji replied with a resigned shrug, though inside, he was elated. Progress had been made. One of his objectives was achieved. Chapter 93. Challenging the god. Though the confrontation had merely devolved into a stalemate, it was indeed a struggle against an equally matched adversary. And thus attaining progress and evolution was only natural. At 66, tears welled up. Parting ways with Jiraiya, that slothful individual, was undeniably the right choice. However, the reality of not fully engaging in battle was equally true. A mere exchange of blows hardly constituted a thrilling combat experience. Niji's discontented expression caught the attention of Pain, Conan, and others, while Black Zetsu and White Zetsu could not help but glance over. Truly, he was a battle fanatic. At this moment, the battle fanatic persona that Neji had deliberately crafted upon joining the Akatsuki appeared even more tangible and vivid in the eyes of Pain and his companions. Yet, being a battle fanatic was advantageous. Those who revel in combat typically possess uncomplicated thoughts. Moreover, there would be ample opportunities for battles ahead, allowing Neji to participate and thus ensuring mutual enjoyment, a win-win situation. Hyuga Neji, from this day forth, you are a member of the Akatsuki. Devapath Pain declared this, then turned to Neji and added, however, you are not yet a formal member. Neji, puzzled, inquired, why? Is there a probationary period for joining the Akatsuki? Of course not, replied Devapath Pain. Each member of the Akatsuki possesses a ring for communication, specifically designed. However, due to Orochimaru's departure from the organization 7 years ago, he took with him the empty ring that belonged to him. Thus, the official members of the organization number 9, plus 1 in turn, that in turn, like you, possesses the strength to join the Akatsuki, yet lacks an additional ring and remains an intern. So, I must first be an intern, and wait until a ring becomes available to become a formal member of the Akatsuki? Neji comprehended swiftly, but wore an expression of displeasure. This was rather disappointing. Could you not procure a few more rings? Hyuga Neji, mind your attitude. You are now a member of the Akatsuki, interjected Conan with a furrowed brow. Neji shrugged, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Devapath Pain observed Neji in silence, clearly aligned with Conan's stance. Seeing this, Black Zetsu hastily remarked, the rings were crafted at the inception of the organization, and the artisan who forged them has passed away. No one else can replicate such rings. Hence there are only 10 in existence. Black Zetsu had indeed exerted considerable effort to win over Neji. I see. Very well. Neji nodded, then turned his gaze to the ring on Devapath Pain's hand, suddenly focusing intently. You mentioned that Orochimaru possesses an empty ring. Is this the one? Neji retrieved the ring from his ninja tool pouch, designed to adorn the pinky of the left hand. Conan immediately took it for inspection. It was indeed the empty ring. Devapath Pain regarded Neji, inquiring where he had acquired this ring. Well, I previously faced Orochimaru. Neji briefly explained, then asked, so now can I be a formal member? Conan tossed the empty ring to Neji, and Devapath Pain nodded, affirming it was permissible. Henceforth, your codename will be Empty of the Akatsuki, with the ring signifying empty, and you will team up with Zetsu, embarking on missions together. Within the Akatsuki, all members operate in pairs. And since Zetsu was unaccompanied, Neji's inclusion as Zetsu's partner was only logical. Both Black Zetsu and White Zetsu smiled, their plans aligning perfectly. Subsequently, Neji received the Akatsuki uniform and a small trinket from Conan. Upon donning the pristine Akatsuki attire, Neji felt that a small wish from his past had been fulfilled. He then held the unfamiliar small container and inquired of Conan, what is this? Conan pointed to her fingernails and those of the others, revealing yellow nail polish. Neji, bewildered, questioned, do you expect me to paint my nails like you? Why must we even paint our nails? Indeed, it is a regulation, Conan elucidated. Joining the Akatsuki signifies a complete severance from your former life, and the nail polish serves as a reminder of this fact. Naturally, you may choose your preferred color. However, colors already selected by other members are off limits, leaving only yellow and green available. Must I apply it? Absolutely. Very well. I shall opt for this yellow, as Neji had no desire to associate with green. In truth, Neji suspected that the requirement for Akatsuki members to paint their nails served a more significant purpose beyond mere symbolism. After contemplating, he surmised it was likely to conceal certain intentions. For instance, the 6 paths of pain were constructed from corpses. The nails and skin of the deceased might exhibit bruising, which would not dissipate. While clothing could obscure the bruises on the body, those beneath the nails would remain visible. Thus, to mask this, Conan and Nagato adorned the 6 paths of pain with red nail polish. Over time, all members had come to adopt this practice. It made sense. You shall reside here for the time being. I have summoned the members, and they are expected to arrive in Amigakure tomorrow. Devapath Pain stated, during the organization's gathering. I shall introduce you to the others. As he spoke, Devapath Pain and Conan made their way toward Amigakure. Neji had no objections, however. He regarded Pain with a glimmer of battle intent. Leader, may I spar with you? Suddenly, the atmosphere stilled, a heavy tension enveloping the air. Black Zetsu, White Zetsu. And Konan all turned their gazes toward Neji, their expressions tinged with pity, as if observing a fool oblivious to his fate. Devapath Pain halted. Turning to Neji with an imposing presence, and with a tone laced with authority, asked, "Shall I interpret this as a challenge?" Neji disregarded the scrutiny of those around him and nodded at Devapath Pain. "Yes, I wish to engage the leader in combat. Perhaps I may not surpass you. Yet I yearn to comprehend the extent of our disparity. Moreover, the opportunity to confront the legendary Rinnegan is rare indeed." Devapath Pain's expression remained unchanged. The majesty of a god brooked no insolence. To strike at a god, one must be prepared to endure the wrath of divinity. Neji nodded, though internally he felt a touch of incredulity. Just moments ago, the conversation had flowed smoothly. Why had it taken such a dramatic turn? I had assumed Nagato would not exhibit such theatrics in front of his comrades. "I am prepared," Neji proclaimed. "If one cannot even dare to challenge, what purpose does the pursuit of strength serve?" This was Neji's true intent, aside from wishing to enhance his Byakugan's evolution. He also sought to tangibly experience the prowess of the Rinnegan. Even if Nagato's Rinnegan lacked the divine technique of the Six Paths, it was an encounter he could not afford to miss. Chapter 94. The gathering of Akatsuki members. As Neji and Pain locked eyes, the atmosphere between them grew increasingly tense. Black Zetsu sighed, unwilling to witness Neji being mercilessly slain by Pain. Previously, he had not paid close attention to Neji's full capabilities, and thus, he believed that once Pain truly engaged, Neji stood no chance of survival. Just as Black Zetsu was preparing to intervene, Konan approached Pain and suggested, "Pain, regarding tomorrow's meeting, perhaps it would be more prudent to." The Akatsuki seldom convened. The last assembly had been 7 years prior, during Orochimaru's defection. The prolonged absence of in-person gatherings, while convenient, had the potential to instigate unwarranted thoughts among members, particularly the likes of Haydn, who was notorious for his rebellious nature and propensity for chaos. Konan did not intend to prevent Pain from eliminating Neji. She merely sought to imbue Pain's actions with greater significance. This was particularly relevant as Nagato, who controlled Pain, was increasingly ailing. Unless absolutely necessary, Konan preferred to spare Pain from exertion, as it would deplete Nagato's lifespan. The current situation could easily be postponed until the following day. Thus, Konan aimed for Pain to subdue Neji while simultaneously instilling a sense of caution in Haydn and others. Within the Akatsuki, only Konan possessed the ability to persuade Pain. Gazing at Neji, Pain declared, "Prepare yourself well. Tomorrow, the wrath of the divine will descend, and you will come to realize the folly of your current choices." Despite his words, Nagato had no intention of killing Neji. He had already resolved to recruit him. Neji's potential was evident. And with 3 years remaining before their true plans commenced, if Neji were to elevate his abilities further, it would significantly bolster the completion of their agenda. However, this necessitated that Neji become one of their own, specifically, a part of Konan and Nagato's faction. Thus, even though Neji had been brought by Zetsu, who was allied with the masked man, Uchiha Obito, Nagato still desired to recruit Neji. Yet, recruitment could not be a mere proclamation. It required careful strategy. Nagato was not arrogant. Even when facing the aging Jiraiya in the future, he would exert his utmost effort. Therefore, he understood the importance of restraint. To simply act rashly would only push Neji closer to Zetsu and the masked man. Neji was a combat enthusiast, and Nagato believed that subduing such a warrior through sheer strength would yield the most effective results. In a world where power was paramount, strength always held greater persuasive weight than anything else. If he could decisively defeat Neji, then Neji would be firmly within his grasp. Hence, Nagato anticipated that tomorrow would be the day he successfully recruited Neji. Understanding that he must not be overly ruthless, he resolved to spare Neji's life during their encounter. At that moment, however, Neji, upon hearing this, let out a disappointed sigh. "Very well. We shall discuss it at the meeting tomorrow." Neji did not press the matter further, as a single day was inconsequential. Subsequently, the four returned to the Hidden Rain village, where Neji went to the quarters arranged for him by Konan. After applying yellow nail polish, he suddenly found it quite cool. Just then, the floor creaked, and a large pitcher plant leaf emerged, followed by Zetsu's dual-faced visage. "Good evening, Neji. I have brought you dinner." White Zetsu greeted, holding a tray of food. Black Zetsu, however, had other intentions and bluntly stated, "Neji, go apologize to the leader." "Good evening," Neji replied, accepting the tray and glancing at Black Zetsu. "Why?" "Because this way, you might still live. If you challenge the leader, you will die." Neji surveyed the lavish meal on the tray and, using his Byakugan to ensure its safety, began to eat. While he dined, he replied casually to Black Zetsu, "Really? I don't believe it. That is the Rinnegan. The eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. The eyes that can save the world." Black Zetsu insisted. "Oh," Neji nodded. "And what of it? Just because of such a title, I should concede? What nonsense." Black Zetsu displayed a helpless expression, akin to one witnessing folly. "Is this fellow truly so Navi? Wait, that's an advantage. It makes him easier to manipulate. Thus, he must not be allowed to perish. Fine. Tomorrow I shall keep a close watch on him. If you are in danger, I will intervene," Black Zetsu affirmed. White Zetsu nodded in agreement. "I will save you." Rest assured. Neji was somewhat astonished. One was a puppet who followed orders, the other a millennium-old being. What had prompted this sudden goodwill? There had to be a catch. Thus, he resolved to play along until he discerned their true intentions, ultimately planning to turn against them. After all, their positions were inherently opposed. "Why are you doing this? We have only just met." Neji's expression mixed gratitude with suspicion. Black Zetsu had anticipated this question, responding, "It is because we are comrades. Since your induction into the Akatsuki, I have been assigned to be your companion. Henceforth, we shall act and live together. Naturally, I will assist you." White Zetsu chimed in, displaying a bright, sincere smile, albeit somewhat unsettling on his countenance, yet still infectious. However, Neji remained skeptical. "Do you truly think I am a brainless fool solely consumed by battle? You certainly have ulterior motives. Speak quickly, or I shall not be courteous." "Please don't. Reflect on how we have treated you since our meeting. Has it not been well?" Black Zetsu's face was a mask of innocence. "We simply felt a special connection with you, so please do not misinterpret our intentions. Indeed, don't misunderstand us." White Zetsu added, "Let us go, Black Zetsu." With that, the pitcher plant leaves closed, and they departed. In the underground chamber, observing Neji deep in thought, White Zetsu hesitantly inquired, "Black Zetsu, do you think this will work?" Black Zetsu grinned maliciously. "Of course. As long as he is a combat enthusiast, he will inevitably be swayed by us. However, if we find him utterly unyielding, it would indicate that he harbors issues. Regardless, they stood to gain no matter the outcome." In his quarters, after sensing that Zetsu had completely departed, Neji finally exhaled in relief. The charade had been exhausting. If it continued like this, he would become an Academy Award-winning actor in 3 years. Well, we shall take it one step at a time. If worst comes to worst, I'll flip the table, and none shall find respite. Aware of the narrative unfolding, Neji possessed this capability. By noon the following day, in the valley cave outside the hidden rain village, the members of Akatsuki gathered. Chapter 95. The first encounter with the masked man. Observing a collection of familiar, yet unfamiliar ninjas, Neji raised an eyebrow, his excitement gradually mounting. Scorpion, Deidara, Hyden, Kaku, Itachi Uchiha, Kisame Hashigaki, Pain, Konan, Zetsu, and the enigmatic masked man with the yellow whirlpool design stood together with Neji, making a total of 11 ninjas within the cavern. In his previous life, Neji had heard arguments from fervent Naruto fans suggesting that if the Akatsuki were to unite as one, the Fourth Great Ninja War would never have ensued. Indeed, the Akatsuki, with its 10 members, possessed enough power to dominate the world. Neji concurred with this notion, as each member of the organization wielded strength comparable to that of a Kage. Together, they could easily overpower any ninja village, including Konohagakure. Regrettably, the members of the Akatsuki were divided by factions and differing objectives, making true collaboration impossible. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu shared a relationship of half cooperation, half deceit with Obito, while Scorpion and Deidara formed a duo driven by their pursuit of art. Kakuzu was solely focused on profit, and Hyden was fixated on his cult-like preaching. Itachi Uchiha acted as a spy for Konoha, deeply concerned for his brother's future, while Kisame was also a spy, placed beside Itachi to monitor him. Only Nagato and Konan remained steadfast in their ideals, striving for world peace. With such divergent intentions among its members, it was already a challenge for them to cooperate in pairs, let alone unite as one. If even the 5 great ninja villages struggled to achieve such unity, how could a gathering of rogue ninjas like the Akatsuki hope to do so? Of course, despite the Akatsuki's collective strength, disparities existed among its members. Compared to the others, Hyden's abilities were somewhat lacking. However, if one were unaware of his specific capabilities, he would appear to be the most enigmatic of elite ninjas. Yet once his information was known, Hyden would be classified merely as a high-ranking jonin and primarily skilled in taijutsu. Even Shikamaru, 3 years hence, could devise a plan to bury Haydn alive, effectively ending his life. This illustrated the true measure of Haydn's strength. Thus, Haydn became Neji's primary target for the day. He sought to ascertain whether defeating Haydn would contribute to the evolution of his Byakugan. If it did not, he would disregard Haydn in the future. Neji was pragmatic, fully aware of his purpose in joining the Akatsuki. "Wow, what a crowd!" exclaimed Haydn, the most boisterous among them, as he noticed the gathering. "The last time we all came together was 7 years ago when Orochimaru left the organization." The ever-informed White Zetsu chuckled, speaking of Orochimaru. "The power of the Sharingan has fallen into his hands. Itachi, he has your brother." Itachi Uchiha remained silent, his gaze fixed solely on Neji, who donned the Akatsuki uniform. Upon seeing Neji, his pupils constricted, and he recalled the bounty notice that had circulated the day prior. "Hinata Neji, have you also joined the Akatsuki? How ruthless." White Zetsu waved his hand dismissively. "Neji is already a formal member of the Akatsuki. I brought him along." "Wait, a formal member?" The masked man, with a yellow whirlpool design, immediately raised his hand and shouted, "Am I not the Akatsuki's first intern? Why is it that this Hinata Neji, who joined later than I, is already a formal member before me? This is unfair. I'm angry." "Wah!" The masked man dramatically fell to the ground, rolling around as if he would not rise until given a satisfactory explanation. The other members of the Akatsuki were accustomed to such antics, while Neji observed in bewilderment. "Once you don the mask, Obito, have you completely abandoned all restraint?" Neji mused. Though Obito had displayed a certain foolishness prior to his corruption, he was nowhere near as comical as he was now. Neji looked toward Pain, seeking clarification. Pain spoke, "Stop, Obito," with a powerful aura descending upon him. Obito froze in place, then obediently stood upright. Pain casually explained how Neji had reclaimed the ring from Orochimaru, stating, "Thus, Hinata Neji has become our new member. This is one of the reasons for today's gathering." All right, Obito said, fidgeting as he approached Neji. "Little Junior, you're not even taller than me. You probably can't wear the ring. Let me give it a try. I assure you, I have no intention of coveting your ring. So may I see it?" Neji was left speechless. What exactly did this guy intend to do? What was Obito, hidden behind the mask, scheming? His unexpected appearance had thrown Obito off balance, filling him with a sense of urgency to comprehend Neji's motives for joining the Akatsuki. Nevertheless, it must be noted that Obito felt a certain satisfaction knowing Neji had eliminated the Konoha F4. No one like those 3 old geezers. Although uncertain of Obito's intentions, Neji remembered the persona he had adopted. "You wish to see the ring? Very well," Neji declared, shocking Obito with his words. "However, first, you must fight me. If you win, I shall show you the ring. But if you lose, you will become my subordinate." While Neji initially intended to confront Haydn first, he was not averse to engaging with Obito, who had presented himself. Was Obito powerful? Indeed, he was formidable. The existence of Kamui granted him the ability to match anyone evenly. With half his body composed of Hashiramas and Black Zetsu cells, he could also utilize wood-release techniques, ensuring his strength was not to be underestimated. However, to preserve his power and conceal his identity, he had not displayed his full capabilities before revealing his mask. Most of his battles were fought using tools and taijutsu, lacking any extraordinary elements. In such circumstances, Neji felt confident in his chances against Obito. In fact, he might very well achieve a stalemate. Obito would find it difficult to contend with Neji without utilizing wood release, while Neji would struggle against Obito's intangibility. Thus, Neji would not back down. Yet, while Neji was resolute, Obito found himself uncertain. To be precise, it was not fear but rather a strategic retreat born from his lack of understanding regarding Neji's intentions. Simultaneously, he resolved to gather intelligence on Neji's past in Konoha to better assess and analyze his true motives. On the surface, the masked man appeared taken aback by Neji's challenge, retreating in astonishment. To have snatched a ring from Orochimaru, "Little Junior, your strength must be considerable. Humph, you won't trick me into a fight. I, Obito, am quite clever." With that, he dashed to the side, hiding behind Kisame. Chapter 96, Mockery. Kisame Hashigaki found himself at a loss for words. He was well aware of the true identity of the amusing Afei. His decision to join Akatsuki stemmed from being captivated by Afei's ideals, believing that such a path could foster genuine peace. Thus, he complied with the orders of the masked man, teaming up with Itachi Uchiha to monitor his every move. Yet, Itachi's charisma was so profound that it earned Kisame's deep respect. In Akatsuki, the only 2 individuals he esteemed were the masked man and Itachi Uchiha. However, witnessing the antics of someone he so greatly respected left him both amused and exasperated. Turning away from Afei, Kisame shifted his gaze to Neji Hyuga, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Hyuga Neji, it seems you have a penchant for combat. How about we engage in a duel? I was careless in our last encounter, but this time, I shall unleash my full strength. Oh, you are the shark-faced one who fought alongside Itachi Uchiha, Neji exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. I remember you were defeated in an instant. It was Itachi who saved you. Silence. I am Kisame Hashigaki. Now, do you wish to fight or not? He barked, his expression darkening. Normally, he would not behave in such a manner. But the masked man had subtly instructed him to gauge Neji's strength, prompting Kisame to adopt a provoked demeanor. Neji, undeterred, readily acquiesced. I joined Akatsuki to battle formidable opponents. Although I defeated you before, you are indeed a rare challenge, and I accept your invitation. Furthermore, I wish to challenge every member of your organization. His audacious declaration instantly reminded the Akatsuki members of Pain's earlier assertion that they were inferior to Neji. A palpable surge of fighting spirit arose among several members, particularly Haiden. Hyuga Neji, the Lord of Evil, will make you understand the meaning of cruelty. However, if you consider joining the evil cult, I might spare your life. Kisame retorted. Very well. Hyuga Neji, I will make sure to give you a proper challenge. Yet, not everyone was interested. Sasori, resembling an elderly figure, spoke in a low, harsh tone. Hyuga brat, I have no interest in fighting you. Deidara, who was initially eager for a fight due to his combative nature, found himself disinterested upon seeing Sasori's indifference. Hyuga Neji, is that your name? I too lack the desire to engage in battle with you. Kisame glanced at Neji and then at the bounty list, noting that Neji had no reward placed upon him. Instantly, his enthusiasm waned. It was far more entertaining to eliminate 2 targets for a bounty. Itachi Uchiha remained silent, observing the unfolding events. The masked man behind Kisame began forming a preliminary impression of Neji, a combat enthusiast, perhaps? Yet, to ascertain the truth, further observation is necessary. After his transformation, Obito's abilities had not only surged, but his cunning had also significantly increased. He had grown suspicious and meticulous in his actions. However, with some eager for a fight and others disinterested, Neji's desire for battle remained unfulfilled. Thus, he launched a taunt. Oh, that elderly-looking fellow over there. Is that a puppet you're controlling? I've heard tales of a puppet genius from the sand, known as Sasori. That would be me, Sasori replied, his gaze sharpening as he regarded Neji. Undeterred, Neji continued. Oh, then you must be a puppet master. But let me say this. Puppets can never compare to living beings. Furthermore, the art of puppetry is merely a trivial pursuit. What puppets can claim eternity is absurd. They shatter upon a single strike. Crack. The stone beneath the red-haired Sasori crumbled as his eyes narrowed dangerously. Hyuga brat, while I know you're trying to provoke me into battle, I must admit, you've succeeded. My puppets shatter upon a single blow? You shall see for yourself. Neji accepted the compliment with a smile, intentionally treading on sensitive ground, belittling Sasori's puppetry and his philosophy of eternal art. If Sasori remained unfazed, Neji would have no recourse. Ha! Deidara laughed heartily. Sasori, you've been mocked by a newcomer. How pathetic. Before Deidara could finish his thought, Neji interjected. You, the blonde-haired fellow. If you hadn't spoken, I might have mistaken you for a girl. By the way, you excel in explosive techniques, right? You spout nonsense about art being an explosion and the fleeting beauty of it. Neji sneered. Art is not merely an explosion. Art is art. Explosion is destruction, not art. Crash. Deidara's expression twisted into a snarl as he retrieved 2 clumps of clay from his satchel. Hyuga Neji, are you courting death? It's time you witness what true art entails. Neji accepted this compliment with a smile, then turned his attention to Kakuzu, the masked figure. Kakazo, is it? He inquired, intrigued by Neji's presence. I am Kakuzu, he replied, his interest piqued. I am curious to see how you intend to provoke me. Kakuzu, being from an era long past, was impervious to provocation by mere words. Nevertheless, Neji adeptly identified Kakuzu's vulnerability. Speaking of which, as an S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha, my bounty should be significant. Even if it's not established now, it will surely arise in the future. Neji regarded Kakuzu. It should at least exceed a summa saratobis. Kakuzu, considering Neji's proposal, stepped forward. Hyuga Neji, I shall remember you. Your suggestion is quite intriguing. Let us proceed as you wish. Neji beamed with delight once more and turned to Itachi Uchiha, preparing to speak when a potent aura enveloped the chamber. It emanated from the Rinnegan. "Silence," Pain commanded, surveying the chaotic cavern. Once the tumult subsided, he continued, "We shall discuss the matter of sparring within the organization later. I too shall partake in this entertainment." Despite Neji's provocations igniting a desire to eliminate him among the others, to Nagato, it was merely an internal exercise. Even if someone truly wished to kill Neji, he would not permit it. Now, onto the second matter at hand. Although some members were taken aback by the prospect of their leader joining the fray, the announcement of a second issue piqued their interest, and they leaned in attentively. Chapter 97, The Philosophy of Pain and the Plan of Akatsuki. With the addition of new members, I shall reiterate our plan. The piercing gaze of Pain surveyed all present. The objective is to gather the tailed beasts to create weapons capable of obliterating entire nations in an instant. Under such overwhelming power, any nation or faction contemplating war will inevitably ponder, will this decision lead to our annihilation? The moment this thought arises and they hesitate, our goal will be achieved. We aspire to embody deities, allowing humanity to comprehend the agony wrought by war, instilling a fear of conflict that will ultimately foster true peace. This is my philosophy and my plan. Neji, momentarily taken aback, found himself deeply impacted. Pain's ideology, though seemingly ruthless, stands in stark contrast to Jiraiya and Naruto's compassionate approach. Being far more pragmatic and attainable, each individual is a distinct entity, harboring their own joys and sorrows. What some find amusing may appear utterly mundane to others. This is a natural occurrence, akin to the solitary individual surrounded by couples, where their laughter is perceived as a cacophony. If mutual understanding were achievable, humanity's civilization would have ascended to immeasurable heights by now, rather than meandering through existence on Earth. Neji's belief in the feasibility of this plan stemmed from his experiences in the world of his past life, where superpowers maintained balance through mutual deterrence, with nuclear weapons serving as the ultimate peacekeepers. As devices capable of annihilating millions, nuclear arms wield a terror comparable to that of the tailed beasts. Notably, while there are only 9 tailed beasts, nuclear weapons far exceed this number. The devastation wrought by hundreds or thousands of nuclear detonations could obliterate the planet, far surpassing the capabilities of the tailed beasts. This very reality underscores the reason why, in the face of potential conflict, no superpower dares to engage in war. The catastrophic consequences of such an outbreak instill a paralyzing fear, mirroring the world Pain envisions once his plan is realized. Both scenarios rely on fear as a deterrent to war, achieved through the possession of formidable weapons. At that moment, Pain spoke gravely, further solidifying the credibility of this plan, evoking admiration for its brilliance. It is no wonder that so many formidable individuals within Akatsuki willingly follow Pain's vision. Neji mused that their allegiance was not solely due to Pain's overwhelming strength but also because they deemed the plan credible. No one is foolish, especially not a group of elite shinobi, with the exception of Haiden, whose mind is consumed by his dark deity. Neji Hyuga, what are your thoughts? Pain suddenly directed his inquiry at Neji. After a brief pause, Neji replied, "Perhaps this is the most realistic and easily attainable peace plan." Neji did not speak falsely. This was his genuine sentiment, as evidenced by the preceding analysis. However, despite recognizing the plan's viability, he could not fully endorse it. For even if peace were achieved, it would be ephemeral. Should Pain, as God, undergo a shift in ideology or meet an untimely demise, the subsequent God may alter the course entirely. Neji sought a more enduring peace, firmly believing in his own ideals. When everyone shares a common stance, the rationale for war naturally dissipates. Furthermore, how can chakra, such an extraordinary force, be limited to combat? If harnessed for productive development, the potential for productivity would be immense. Sensing Neji's sincerity, Nagato, controlling Pain, smiled, believing he had secured Neji's allegiance. However, Black Zetsu grew anxious. If Neji were to completely embrace Pain's plan, succumbing to Nagato's charisma, what would become of his own schemes? After today, he must engage Neji in further discussion. The masked man observed this exchange, furrowing his brow. Is this truly the path to peace? Only the eye of the moon can bring about genuine tranquility. And within that peace resides that person. Ren, I shall create a world that includes you. Among those yearning for peace, only Obito Uchiha's desire is wholly pure. For he seeks not mere tranquility but a world envisioned with Rin at its center. The only plan capable of realizing this dream is the Eye of the Moon. This is the true reason why Madara Uchiha selected Obito as his proxy. Subsequently, Pain briefly outlined the plan of Akatsuki. The first step, Amass a substantial fortune in preparation for future endeavors. The second step, establish a mercenary organization independent of any nation. Instigating minor conflicts by monopolizing war contracts at low costs, increasing the scale of warfare, and dismantling the ninja systems of major powers. The third step, utilize the tailed beast weapons to conquer the world. Currently, they stand on the precipice of transitioning from the second phase to the third. Although the second phase remains partially incomplete, it holds little consequence as long as the third phase is executed seamlessly. The third phase shall commence 3 years hence. And today's gathering of members serves the purpose of identifying the tailed beasts they must capture. There are 9 tailed beasts numbered 1 through 9. Pain stated, the 1 tail resides in the land of wind, Sunagakure. The 2 tails and 8 tails are in the land of lightning, Kumogakure. The 3 tails and 6 tails are in the land of water, Kirigakure. The 4 tails and 5 tails can be found in the land of earth, Iwagakure. The 7 tails is located in the land of waterfalls, Takigakure. This is all the intelligence we possess regarding the tailed beasts. As for the specific Jinchuriki and their locations, that is the task you shall undertake over the next 3 years. When the time is ripe, we shall commence the capture of the tailed beasts. Our aim is to capture all tailed beasts, including the 9 tails. Wow, truly remarkable. Akatsuki is so powerful that they can even assign the feared tailed beasts, typically regarded as natural disasters, to their members for capture, cried Haydn, hopping with enthusiasm. Leader, even though I am an intern, I wish to capture a tailed beast. That is out of the question, Pain coldly rejected. Frustrated, Haydn retreated to a corner, sulking. Neji couldn't help but reflect on the audacity of Akatsuki. Their movements, though infrequent, certainly stirred the earth with their ambitions. In the original narrative, Akatsuki ultimately succeeded in capturing all the tailed beasts, as later Obito, under the alias Madara Uchiha, took control of the organization and ignited a war across the shinobi world. Chapter 98. The target, capture the 8 tails? No. It is the cloud-hidden village during the tumult of war. Uchiha Obito seized half of the 9 tails from Naruto, successfully merging with the 10 tails, and thereby transformed himself into the 10 tails Jinchuriki, entering a pseudo-6 paths state. At that juncture, he was still considered a member of Akatsuki. Thus, Akatsuki naturally accomplished its objective of gathering the tailed beasts. However, Neji harbored a question. Why was it that Naruto, by resealing the other half of the 9 tails within himself, was able to survive, while his mother, Uzumaki Kushina, perished upon the release of the 9 tails? At that time, Namikaze Minato could have opted to reseal the 9 tails within Kushina, thus saving her life and preventing Naruto from becoming the 9 tails Jinchuriki, allowing the family to remain whole. One can only attribute this inconsistency to Kishimoto's narrative choices. It is indeed a plot contrivance. After elucidating the situation, Pain, the leader of Akatsuki, instructed the members to commence selecting their tailed beasts. Zetsu was the first to speak, declaring, I possess only reconnaissance abilities, lacking combat prowess. I can assist you all in scouting, so let each of you take one of the 9 tailed beasts. While Black Zetsu was a matter of little concern, White Zetsu was indeed formidable. Yet, as he presented himself primarily as a scout, Pain acquiesced without hesitation. Deidara chimed in next. I and Sasori shall select the 1 tail and the 3 tails. Hurry up with your choices, as I have a certain individual to enlighten about the allure of art. Kakuza then stated, Haydn and I will take the 2 tails and the 7 tails. Kisame interjected. It's settled. I and Itachi will choose the 4 tails and the 5 tails. Pain remarked, Conan and I will select the 6 tails and the 9 tails. The strongest should indeed capture the mightiest tailed beasts. Hence, no one else opted for the 9 tails, instead unanimously placing it before Pain. This arrangement rendered the capture of tailed beasts akin to the original narrative, leaving only the task of capturing the 8 tails, which should have been Sasuke's responsibility. Neji raised his hands in surrender. Then I shall choose the 8 tails. According to the preceding logic, seasoned warriors ought to select powerful tailed beasts. The 8 tails is the strongest after the 9 tails. Consequently, it should rightfully fall to Uchiha Itachi to capture the 8 tails. Nevertheless, Neji's choice offended everyone, and thus it was only reasonable that he face some backlash. Yet, he remained undeterred. The 8 tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, was capable of achieving full-tailed beast transformations, a formidable force not to be underestimated. Neji might not be able to defeat him at present, but he was certain he would in the future. However, there existed a possibility that he might depart from the Akatsuki before even capturing a tailed beast. Of course, even if he were to leave, he would still seek retribution against the Cloud-Hidden Village. Having avenged Hinata Hizashi to some extent and dealt with the Leaf Village SF4, Neji was aware that the ninjas of the Cloud-Hidden Village remained unscathed. Even if he used the capture of Tailed Beast as a pretext, Neji would personally confront the Cloud-Hidden Village to exact justice for Hizashi. Killer B was amiable, and the Raikage appeared quite gallant. However, Hizashi, recognized as a virtuous individual, met an untimely demise due to the collusion between the Leaf Village SF4 and the Cloud-Hidden Village, leaving his remains unfit for burial within the Hyuga clan's grounds. The recollection of this memory ignited a fury in Neji, causing his entire being to tremble. Cloud-Hidden Village, await my reckoning. Others who anticipated Neji's folly were somewhat disappointed, with Deidara cautioning him, the 8 Tails is merely weaker than the 9 Tails. Hyuga Neji, are you certain you possess the capability to capture it? Neji cast a disdainful glance at Deidara, responding, of course, it is simply a tailed beast. Surely, no one is incapable of capturing even the one tail. Silence. Pain interjected. Since the assignments for capturing the tailed beasts have been finalized, this gathering can be dissolved. However, if anyone wishes to engage in a spar before we conclude, I have no objections. Of course, a spar is in order. Neji's brash declarations had long since ignited Deidara's desire to eliminate him. Would killing Neji disrupt the plan? Please, if one lacks strength, do not feign bravado. To perish would be self-inflicted. Within Akatsuki, no one would seek vengeance for another member, even if they appeared to share a close bond, like Deidara and Sasori. The 11 members proceeded to the plains outside the cavernous valley, where Neji stood on one side while Kisame positioned himself on the opposite. Deidara had intended to be the first to strike Neji, but Kisame insisted, first come, first served. Deidara, step back. The usually gentle Kisame was evidently incensed by Neji's provocations. Reluctantly, Deidara conceded the first round to Kisame. Addressing Neji, Kisame declared, young one, I shall unleash my full strength from the outset. With that, he began forming hand signs, water style, great exploding water colliding wave. A torrent of water erupted from Kisame's mouth, akin to a dam breaking, instantly inundating the vicinity for hundreds of meters. Outside the radius of this technique, the Akatsuki members beheld a colossal hemispherical water sphere, several hundred meters in diameter, where Kisame had just stood. Neji found himself ensnared within this water sphere, trapped. Meanwhile, Kisame had already merged with his sword, Samahata, transforming into a shark-like entity. Within this immense water sphere, Kisame could move freely, while the sphere itself would follow his every motion. It was an inescapable, gigantic water prison. As the water surged, Kisame charged at Neji, and the water sphere began to advance as well. Observing this spectacle, the Akatsuki members expressed their astonishment. Kisame's chakra was indeed abundant, and Neji was undoubtedly doomed. This was a technique designed for capturing without harm. No one could escape. However, Uchiha Obito, Pain, and Black Zetsu held a different perspective. For an ordinary ninja, Kisame's fully unleashed jutsu was indeed formidable, leaving little room for victory. Yet, for Neji Hyuga, whose Byakugan had undergone evolution, he was certain to possess a means to counter. Inside the water sphere, Neji held his breath, watching the oncoming Kisame, and raised his hands to unleash 2 strikes of the 8 trigrams, air palm. The half-human-sized air palms moved swiftly within the water sphere, causing ripples across its surface. Yet ultimately, the sphere remained unscathed. Kisame easily evaded, taunting Neji, if this is all you can muster, you are assuredly defeated. With a thunderous crash. As Kisame's words fell, Neji closed his eyes momentarily, then slowly opened them. Surrounding his eyes was a golden aura, and a profound pressure emanated towards Kisame, compelling him to brace himself. Sage Mode, Shadow Clone Technique, activated instantaneously. It seems you were taking this seriously. Kisame's expression turned grave. However, Neji had no intention of engaging in verbal sparring. His aim was to decisively conquer Kisame and progress his Byakugan's evolution. Sage Art, Heavenly Spin. Within the water, Neji began to whirl. The water was parted by his chakra, revealing a gargantuan chakra sphere with a 50-meter diameter, spinning at high velocity. With a resounding explosion, the water sphere shattered. Chapter 99, The Money-Seeking Sage. A colossal sphere of water burst forth, cascading across the ground. The plain transformed into a small lake, with depths exceeding a meter. Such a shallow body of water was hardly the advantageous terrain that Kisame Hashigaki had desired. Or perhaps, at this moment, he had no time to contemplate such matters. The tremendous impact of the heavenly return sent him hurtling away, crashing against the rocks. shattering them before he finally came to a halt. Lying on the ground, Kisame clutched his great sword, Samahata, having reverted from his shark-like form. Without the advantage of the terrain, maintaining the fusion with Samahata in his shark state proved futile. Although he still possessed sufficient chakra for another great exploding water wave, he deemed it unnecessary. Despite the vast scale of Hinata Neji's heavenly return, Kisame could sense that for Neji, it was not a technique of the same caliber as his own great exploding water wave, but rather a ninjutsu that could be employed frequently. Thus, even if he unleashed another great exploding water wave, it would simply be countered by Neji's heavenly return. Never had he imagined that a Hyuga ninja could reach such heights. Rising to his feet, Kisame observed Neji, who had dried his garments with chakra, still the epitome of youthful elegance, devoid of any signs of battle. Was the disparity truly so vast? Even Kisame, a seasoned warrior, felt a twinge of melancholy at being surpassed by a mere 14-year-old. However, Neji offered no opportunity for reflection. In a flash, empowered by Sage Mode, his speed was astonishing. In an instant, he stood before Kisame, assuming the gentle fist stance and unleashing a rapid barrage. Sage Art. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Each strike, infused with Sage Chakra, carried immense force, not merely targeting chakra points but aiming to pulverize flesh. In truth, under the influence of Sage Chakra, the specific techniques of the gentle fist became irrelevant. Mere contact could inflict injury, and a mere brush could spell death. Naturally, the incorporation of gentle fist techniques further amplified the potency. Fortunately, Kisame's formidable physique, coupled with Samahata's healing properties, prevented him from being reduced to mush. Yet, after enduring 64 strikes, he was left battered and on the verge of demise. With a whoosh, Samahata expended its life force to supply chakra, aiding Kisame in regaining his composure. However, both Samahata and his own chakra were drained in the process, leaving him incapacitated and defeated. Neji stood serenely upon the water's surface, his expression calm, though inwardly he rejoiced at having secured a one progression in the evolution of his Byakugan. Next, would he face the one wielding the scythe? Neji smiled as he watched Itachi Uchiha drag Kisame aside, then gestured invitingly toward Haiden. Come here. With a snap of his foot, Haiden retreated, acknowledging Neji's prowess, and declared, I want to fight you. The members of the Akatsuki were no fools. Having witnessed Neji's strength firsthand, they were now formulating their assessments. Deidara pondered. I must distance myself from this guy, or I will surely lose. Meanwhile, Sasori schemed. I can deplete my puppets to poison him. That will lead me to victory. Obito furrowed his brow, recognizing the true potential of Neji's gentle fist, noting that such power could only stem from an evolved Byakugan. Yet he rationalized. No matter how powerful the attack, it must land to be effective. Itachi, too, bore a heavy heart, contemplating the implications of such a formidable opponent leaving Konohagakure. Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki, concluded, indeed, Hinata Neji is a valuable ally to cultivate. Kagaya observed, he exhibits the essence of our fate and fortune. Haiden, however, was torn. He yearned to battle Neji, to relish the thrill of vanquishing a mighty foe, yet feared the repercussions of his own potential demise. Amidst this, Neji's gaze remained fixed on Haiden, the so-called god of death. Is this truly all you are? You see my prowess and shrink away. Huh. Perhaps you should rename your cult to the Turtling Turtles. If even the leader cowers, what hope do the others have? Haiden seethed, unable to articulate his rage. As Neji's taunts ignited his fury. Hinata Neji, you seek death. Casting aside all caution, Haiden charged forward with his 3-bladed scythe. Neji smiled, adopting a stance for close combat. Yet, as Haiden closed in, Neji swiftly unleashed 2 strikes of Sage Art, 8 trigrams empty palm. Whoosh. Bang. Haiden was sent flying, colliding with a massive boulder, shattering it to pieces, his bones crushed beneath the force. Arg. The pain. Hinata Neji, let me taste your blood. Otherwise, I will surely kill you. He howled, yet he could not move, only being dragged away by Kakuzu. You fool. Do you have any idea how much resentment this will cost me? At that moment, Kakuzu had lost interest in fighting Neji. Such a strong adversary meant that Haiden's head would remain firmly attached to his shoulders for now. Observing the one progression that Haiden had unwittingly contributed, Neji raised an eyebrow and remarked, so Haiden's jutsu requires the blood of his enemies. Fortunately, my senses are keen, and I sense the impending danger. However, Mr. Kakuzu, may I propose a business venture? What business? Kakuzu halted his retreat. Money was the sole motivator capable of halting his steps. Neji continued. I will offer you 100,000 Rio for a sparring session. What say you? What? 100,000 Rio? Kakuzu's demeanor faltered, then quickly regained composure. His expression turning furious. Who do you think I am? A legendary ninja who has faced the first Hokage? You think a mere 100,000 Rio would entice me to fight you? I need more. How much? Neji inquired. At least 5 million Rio for a single match. 1 million Rio, and I won't negotiate further. Deal. Kakuzu's eyes gleamed with excitement. How much do you have? Give it all to me. I'll fight you for as long as you desire. By the way, would you like to buy 10 matches at once? I could give you a discount. Just 999 Rio. Such a tremendous offer should entice you. Act quickly. Chapter 100. Deidara. Scorpion. Save me. The words of Kakuzu left everyone speechless, including Neji. I don't have any money right now. Once the fight is over, I will settle the bill, he stated. Kakuzu eyed him suspiciously, insisting, I won't fight unless you pay up front. Neji shrugged, suggesting they wait. Mr. Kakuzu, let's discuss this after I finish my battle. After calming Kakuzu, Neji turned his attention to Deidara. Without needing further provocation, Deidara stepped forward. Neji Hyuga, I concede you possess considerable skill, but I can easily restrain you. With a swift motion, he released a miniature clay dragon he had meticulously crafted. The clay dragon rapidly expanded, transforming into a 5-meter-long dragon capable of carrying a passenger. As Deidara mounted the dragon, it soared high into the sky. From his ninja tool pouch, he produced a specially designed monocle, granting him enhanced vision. Neji Hyuga. Behold my art. He unveiled a massive collection of clay creations, numbering in the hundreds, clay fleas, clay spiders, and clay birds among them. With a flourish, he released these creations into the air. As they fell, a series of explosive sounds echoed, each clay creature expanding to its designated size. The sky became a deluge of clay creations, resembling a torrential rain of clay bombs. That rascal Deidara is causing chaos, the members of the Akatsuki muttered, retreating to a safe distance to observe. As the clay creations descended and surged towards Neji, Deidara's expression turned exuberant. Artists, explosion, bang, bang, bang. The continuous explosions rang out, more boisterous than New Year's fireworks, for this fireworks display held far greater power. In such a widespread detonation, Deidara believed no one could survive. Neji Hyuga, you are formidable, but you have underestimated me. This is the true reason for your impending defeat at the hands of my art. Yet, as soon as he finished speaking, Deidara witnessed a colossal chakra sphere emerge from the center of the explosions, having just countered Kisame's jutsu. The relentless explosions rumbled. Yet not a single fragment pierced this chakra sphere until the detonations ceased. The might of the sage art return was indeed overwhelming. Deidara's expression darkened. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to unleash an even more powerful bomb. However, at that moment, Neji halted the return technique, biting his finger to perform the summoning jutsu. Boom! A massive dream demon, exceeding 30 meters in height, materialized on the plain. With a fearsome roar, the dream demon obeyed Neji's command. It raised its snout and opened its mouth, emitting an insatiable pull. Not good. Deidara's complexion shifted. He quickly altered his strategy, crafting a smaller dragon. C2, dragon. Boom. A massive white dragon appeared, albeit smaller than the dream demon. The previous clay dragon was drawn downwards by the dream demon's force, and Neji swiftly dispatched it with a well-placed sage art, 8 trigrams air palm, causing it to explode midair. Even with the C2 dragon, Deidara found himself unable to descend safely. He was trapped. Neji aimed at Deidara's white dragon and unleashed 3 powerful sage art, 8 trigrams air palms in rapid succession. Whoosh! Bang! 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 The C2 dragon erupted violently. Deidara, caught off guard, was affected by the explosion. Damn it! Like a shooting star, Deidara plummeted, unable to conjure a new means of transport in such a brief moment. Must I resort to self-detonation? A 10-kilometer explosion would surely annihilate Neji Hyuga. However, glancing at the distant Itachi Uchiha, Deidara gritted his teeth. I refuse to perish before defeating Itachi. Scorpion, save me. Whoosh! A puppet flew forth, forming a black sand iron platform in midair that caught Deidara securely. Upon returning to the ground and observing Neji and the immense dream demon, Deidara smirked, thinking, this time I was careless. Next time, I shall show you. Neji nodded with a smile, unperturbed, and felt a surge of progress in his Byakugan evolution. This was truly delightful. With this foundation, Deidara made bold declarations that were music to Neji's ears. However, Neji remained silent, and it was Scorpion who spoke up. Deidara, Stop embarrassing yourself. Defeat is defeat. Humph. Scorpion, this kid is quite strong. Deara thought to himself, retreating to the back. After all, he had indeed failed. Aside from self-detonation, he still had C3, number 18 and C4, Garuda, but due to his overconfidence, he had no time to deploy them. Calmly, Scorpion advanced, positioning himself alongside the puppet he had just released, addressing Neji. Neji Hyuga, prepare yourself. I shall demonstrate what a puppet master is and what a human puppet entails. Suddenly, the puppet Scorpion had summoned was the long-missing third Kazekage, a powerful ninja capable of utilizing magnet release. Observing the floating Kazekage puppet in Scorpion's lair, Neji smiled. In the original narrative, Sakura had already illustrated how to counter a puppet master. Without hesitation, Neji enveloped himself in a layer of chakra akin to a tailed beast's cloak, activating his monstrous strength technique. Whoosh! Neji vanished from sight, his speed surpassing that of Sakura 3 years later in the original tale. Such velocity allowed him to bypass the large-scale sand iron barrier that Scorpion had summoned with the third Kazekage puppet, albeit with some hindrance. The spikes of the sand iron barrier stood before Scorpion and the Kazekage puppet, yet Neji raised his fist, cloaked in a thick layer of chakra, and struck downwards. Bang! 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 Each target he struck crumbled, no spike enduring even a second. Neji swiftly approached the third Kazekage puppet and delivered a powerful blow. Bang! The combined force of monstrous strength and the Sage Mode's immense power sent the Kazekage puppet scattering into pieces, sending it flying away. With the destruction of the Kazekage puppet, the sand iron barrier naturally dissipated. Neji redirected his fist towards Scorpion. Naturally, Scorpion would not stand idle. He manipulated his lair to extend its massive steel scorpion tail, lunging towards Neji with ferocity. Should it make contact, even the slightest wound would result in Neji's demise. Chapter 101. The true form of Scorpion Hinata Neji is not merely a master of the gentle fist. He also possesses the unique strength techniques of Tsunade. In fact, due to his sage body and sage mode, Neji's incredible strength surpasses even that of Tsunade in her normal state, not accounting for her full combat prowess. This results in Neji being the nemesis of any puppet master, as he cannot be poisoned. The meticulous puppets crafted with great effort would be obliterated by a single punch from him. Who could be held accountable for such a loss? Thus, Scorpion devised a strategy to exhaust Neji's stamina using puppets, seeking an opportunity to injure him, allowing him to conclude the battle with poison. He indeed proceeded with this plan, even sacrificing the precious third Kazekage puppet just to wound Neji. Of course, the puppet could be repaired post-battle, albeit it would require considerable time. However, if he could obtain a puppet of such formidable power from a Hyuga ninja, the effort would be justified. In Scorpion's eyes, the only way to make Neji truly comprehend the allure of eternal art was to transform him into a human puppet, thereby embodying the eternal art itself. This way, Neji would surely understand his painstaking intentions. Scorpion had resolved to first eliminate Neji, purging him of his sins, and then grant him a rebirth. With a swift motion, the iron tail of the crimson-flowing Scorpion extended, aiming directly at Neji. Had this strike landed, it would have pierced through Neji's chakra armor, inflicting harm. Yet, Neji deftly sidestepped the attack. His Byakugan offered him a far superior insight, with a broader range than that of other Hyuga ninjas. However, he was oblivious to Scorpion's intentions. Had he known, he would have surely chuckled. Scorpion, what a futile thought you entertain. With a resounding impact, Neji delivered a powerful punch, shattering the tail of the crimson-flowing Scorpion. But the encounter was far from over. Seizing the advantage, Neji surged forward, unleashing another decisive blow. The puppet shattered, collapsing and ultimately reducing to mere fragments. While the third Kazekage puppet could be repaired, the crimson-flowing Scorpion was irreparably destroyed. Fortunately, Scorpion was agile enough to escape amidst the chaos of his puppet's destruction. At that moment, the true visage of the genius ninja from Sunagakure, Scorpion of the Red Sand, was unveiled before the Akatsuki members. He was a strikingly handsome youth with flowing red hair, his appearance rivaling that of Neji, seemingly of a similar age. Neji wore a puzzled expression, pondering. Scorpion, by all accounts, you should be in your 30s by now. Scorpion chuckled. How could someone like you ever grasp the essence of eternal art? The human body has its limits, but a puppet knows no bounds. Thus, you have turned yourself into a puppet? Indeed. Only then can I become art itself. Scorpion proclaimed fervently. Once I defeat you, I shall transform you into art too. Such exquisite eyes are destined to exist as eternal art. Those who had never witnessed Scorpion's true form were astonished. Some were genuinely surprised that he had so madly transformed himself into a puppet in his pursuit of art. Deidara felt a surge of inexplicable pride, declaring, "It is precisely for this reason that I hold great respect for Scorpion. Even though our artistic philosophies diverge, we are both artists willing to devote ourselves to art. Only artists can truly understand one another." As Deidara uttered these words, Neji frowned, contemplating, "If you wish to make me a puppet, let us see if you possess the capability." With that, he charged towards Scorpion. Fearful of confronting him head-on, Scorpion began to weave and maneuver, evading Neji's advance. The tide of battle momentarily shifted against him. Somewhat mocked, "Deidara, your so-called great artist seems to be in a rather precarious situation." "Humph. Scorpion is exceedingly powerful," Deidara retorted. "Even if Neji is formidable, once Scorpion unleashes his true power," almost as if to curse himself. Deidara's words had barely left his lips when Scorpion unfastened the front of his attire, revealing a compartment with a cylindrical device inscribed with the word Scorpion. This cylindrical device was clearly Scorpion's core, the sole vulnerability he possessed. Retrieving a scroll from behind, Scorpion unfurled it and shouted, "Secret technique, 100 machine manipulation." Due to the multitude of onlookers, Scorpion was reluctant to disclose the secrets of his true puppet. Moreover, he had only one true body. Crafted with intricate techniques, damaging it would pose significant problems. The task of exhausting Neji was best left to the easily reparable puppets. Countless puppets cloaked in crimson robes erupted from the scroll, hovering in the air. Over 200 puppets emerged, showcasing one of Scorpion's ultimate techniques, secret technique, 100 machine manipulation. This technique shattered the typical constraints of puppet masters, enabling him to control hundreds of puppets simultaneously through chakra threads emanating from his core. This very technique had once led to the annihilation of an entire nation. Now, Scorpion aimed to use it to wear down Neji, striving to achieve the effect of poisoning him. In certain respects, Scorpion deemed Neji even more formidable than an entire nation. Only through such a method of attrition could he hope for success. Indeed, the nation that had been obliterated had failed to destroy even his third Kazekage puppet, while Neji had effortlessly dismantled it with a single strike. Despite the overwhelming disparity in numbers, Neji was undoubtedly far more powerful than the nation Scorpion had decimated. The sight of such an extraordinary number of puppets hovering in the air left the Akatsuki members in bewilderment, particularly those who had never witnessed Scorpion's technique before. Conan, who had initially invited Scorpion to join, was taken aback. Back then, he had still been human and had not showcased such an extravagant mastery of puppetry. "Is this the artistic philosophy of Scorpion?" Conan murmured, clearly astonished. Yet, Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki, remained impassive, asserting, "Quantity alone does not equate to strength. After all, I possess merely 6 bodies." All right, I understand. I simply feel they are a tad too fanatical," Conan sighed, attempting to soothe the situation. But Pain shook his head, stating, "Are we not equally mad? We are, after all, individuals driven to madness by reality, united in pursuit of a singular, audacious ideal. Regardless of the obstacles ahead, we shall undoubtedly achieve our goal. Yahiko, the peace you seek shall surely come." Chapter 102, White Eyes, Illusion Techniques. Never Yield. The sound of clapping echoed as Neji's 5 minutes of monstrous strength had yet to expire, yet the ground was strewn with the puppets of Sasori. If this continued, victory was undoubtedly Neji's. However, observing the gash on Neji's arm, Sasori smiled as he began to retract the remaining puppets and clean the battlefield. Neji's wounds were beyond any healing remedy. This confidence stemmed from Sasori's identity as a master of poison. Yet, this was merely his own perspective. To the members of the Akatsuki organization, after Sasori released hundreds of puppets, his body suddenly froze, and he began to withdraw them. Uchiha Obito's gaze sharpened, recognizing the situation, an illusion technique. Others were equally taken aback, realizing it was indeed a manifestation of Genjutsu. Could it be that with the evolution of the Byakugan, it also possessed the ability to cast illusions? While others were merely astonished, 2 individuals were profoundly shocked. Uchiha Itachi, a master of Genjutsu, found himself in a state of uncertainty. He was already aware of Sasori's reliance on the core for regeneration, but could such a Sasori also be affected by Genjutsu? Itachi recalled the illusions he had secretly cast upon Sasori in the past, and concluded that he must discuss this with Neji. A ninja of such formidable strength posing a threat to Konoha was a matter of great concern. Korezetsu's eyes widened as he remembered his mother's abilities. Her Byakugan seemingly came with the power to manipulate others through illusion. This Neji Hyuga was indeed worthy of attention. he might have a significant connection to his mother. Indeed, it was an illusion technique. Name, Hyuga Neji, age, 14, bloodline ability, Byakugan, progress 70, Rinnegan, sage body, intermediate, in development, skills, cage bird, break, Byakugan, pressure. Sage mode, Byakugan, illusion, sign and location, Akatsuki headquarters, consecutively for 3 years. Recently, Kisame, Haiden, and Deidara had each contributed 1 to Neji's Byakugan evolution progress, bringing it to 69. During the prolonged standoff with Sasori, Neji managed to secure another 1, elevating his progress to 70. The reward was a slight enhancement of the Gentle Fist's power and a new skill. Skill, Byakugan, illusion, description, expends all chakra to forcibly manipulate the target's thoughts. Can also reduce chakra expenditure for various effects. This skill was akin to that of Kagaya Otsutsuki's Byakugan, who once used it to control the minds of the Otsutsuki clan. To Neji's astonishment, with his Byakugan evolution reaching 70, he had acquired this very ability. This momentously filled the gap in his lack of illusion techniques, bestowing him with multiple Genjutsu capabilities, albeit at a significant chakra cost. Eager to test his newfound skill, he naturally targeted Sasori. Thus, Neji utilized 1/10 of his chakra to unleash Byakugan, illusion. The result was the recent occurrence where Sasori, poised to unleash his prowess, was forcefully compelled to retract his puppets. Under the influence of the illusion, Sasori beheld what he desired and unwittingly acted in Neji's favor. Yet, as Itachi pondered, logically, Sasori, with only a regeneration core left, should not have fallen prey to ordinary Genjutsu, not even that of the Sharingan. Itachi had tested this theory before. However, the priority of Byakugan, illusion far surpassed that of standard Genjutsu or even Sharingan techniques. This power derived from the progenitor of chakra, Kagaya Otsutsuki. Thus, it was only natural for Sasori to succumb. Once Sasori had gathered all his puppets, Neji dispelled the illusion. Sasori, momentarily stunned, surveyed his surroundings and erupted in fury. Hyuga Neji, you. Yet, he faltered mid-sentence. Unlike Haiden, Sasori was astute. He quickly comprehended the situation, realizing he had been ensnared in an illusion. Neji nodded. Indeed. Surprised? Unexpected? This is my strength. Sasori ground his teeth but ultimately refrained from further dialogue. One day, you shall comprehend the eternal art. With that parting remark, he stored away the remnants of the third Kazekage puppet and stood beside Deidara. Neji then shifted his gaze towards Uchiha Itachi. However, Itachi averted his eyes, turning away. Reluctantly, Neji turned to Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki. I recall we have a battle pending. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted with excitement. Haiden, with his limited means of speech, declared, if you can last 5 minutes against the leader, I shall acknowledge you and cease my troubles with you. Neji cast a glance at Haiden, choosing to disregard him. Pain nodded. Do you require a moment to recover? You have just fought 4 battles. Neji shook his head. It has only been a mere 10 minutes. My energy remains abundant. Then let us begin. Pain faced Neji, which eased Neji's concerns. It was not the 6 paths of pain, thus he still held a chance of victory. To be candid, in his current state, confronting the 6 paths of pain would yield a low probability of success. His attacks would be absorbed by the hungry ghost path. Any damage inflicted upon the 6 paths would be countered by the hell path's resurrection, and his summoned beasts would be restrained by the animal path summons. The human path was a separate matter, yet with the involvement of the Deva and Asura paths, he would undoubtedly find himself overwhelmed. However, with only the Deva path present, there remained a glimmer of hope for triumph. With these thoughts, Neji assumed the stance for the Gentle Fist. The Deva path remained expressionless, raising his hand towards Neji. Shinra Tensei. A peculiar sound resonated as Neji was propelled towards the Deva path. Yet during this process, he steadied himself and began to spin. Activating Sage Art, 8 trigrams palm return. A colossal sphere of chakra emerged, rolling toward the Deva path, propelled by the force of Shinra Tensei. The Deva path's gaze sharpened. Maintaining his stance, Shinra Tensei. A clash ensued, with the transparent repulsive wave colliding against Neji's Sage Art return, producing a sizzling sound. In the next moment, both the Sage Art return and Neji himself were sent hurtling backward, akin to bumper cars. Nevertheless, the Sage Art return did not dissipate. Yet, Neji gradually came to a halt. It was the first time his Sage Art return had been countered in such a manner. However, this only fueled his fighting spirit. Sage Art, 8 trigrams air palm. Swish, swish, swish. Multiple towering transparent palms surged towards the Deva path, who remained unfazed, not evading. Shinra Tensei. Boom. All the sage art air palms disintegrated. A single technique, a universal solution. This was the Deva path. For a moment, Neji found himself at a loss. No matter how he attacked, he could not breach Shinra Tensei. Consequently, continuing the battle would not yield victory. Yet despite this, Neji persisted. This was both a testament to his respect for every battle and his desire to progress the evolution of his Byakugan. Regardless of the circumstances, Neji would never concede defeat. Chapter 103. Surrender. Deep within, Neji had resolved his determination, yet he still found himself lacking a viable solution to break the deadlock. It seemed that he could only emulate Naruto Uzumaki and endure the 5-second interval. Having perused the original narrative, Neji not only possessed knowledge of many secrets unknown to the inhabitants of the ninja world, but also understood various strategies for combat. At this moment, he was aware of the abilities of Pain, the god, and recognized his weaknesses. Thus, he had a chance to triumph over him. However, Pain regarded Neji with indifference, stating, "Hyuga Neji, you stand no chance. The power of a deity is boundless. Anyone daring to challenge a god is foolish. Given your status as a first-time offender, I shall grant you an opportunity to acknowledge your mistake." As he spoke, Pain maintained an air of superiority, perfectly embodying the essence of divinity. Alas, he was not a true deity. His words were influenced by the expression of Haydn, who, despite being incapacitated, could not help but rise in admiration of their leader's might. Haydn had already yielded. Thus, the objective of this confrontation had been achieved. In contrast, although Neji still harbored a fighting spirit, he was unable to inflict any significant damage upon himself. Pain sensed that it was time to conclude the bout. This sentiment was echoed among the members of the Akatsuki. None perceived any wrongdoing in this notion. After all, Pain's power was evident for all to see. While everyone aspired to vanquish him, no one had succeeded. Therefore, Neji's impending defeat mattered little. No one would belittle him, for he had already demonstrated his prowess. Neji's strength, while not at the pinnacle within the Akatsuki, was certainly of an above-average caliber. Only 2 or 3 individuals within the organization could rival him, excluding Pain. Neji had ample justification for his hubris, a consensus shared among the members of the Akatsuki. "Neji, surrender," exclaimed White Zetsu. "It is not shameful to lose to the leader. After all, we have all faced defeat at his hands." Yet, Neji remained resolute. Under the watchful gaze of his peers, he raised his hand to conjure an empty palm. Invoking the technique, Senjutsu, 8 trigrams empty palm. With a whoosh, a series of 3 transparent palms, each towering in stature, launched from Neji's hand toward Pain's position. Pain showed no intention of evasion. As the first palm approached, he executed his signature move, Shinra Tensei. Boom. The first palm erupted, losing its threat. The second palm followed suit and was similarly neutralized, while the third met the same fate. Pain remained unruffled, standing composed, and remarked, "Hyuga Neji, it appears you have made an unwise choice. As the leader, it is my duty to make you aware of the consequences of your actions." Nevertheless, Neji was undeterred and charged towards Pain. Time was of the essence. He would not squander a single second. Nagato, controlling Pain, calculated the distance and determined that 5 seconds should suffice. However, he soon witnessed Neji's hair erupting like a lion's mane, each strand sprouting long, black tendrils. Was this a technique from Jiraiya-sensei? The tendrils pierced the ground, embedding themselves deeply. Then they began to constrict. With the combined force of the black tendrils and Neji's own strength, he launched himself toward Pain's position. Pain was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a maneuver. The user, lacking a chakra outburst, made it difficult to associate this with a body flicker technique, leaving him unable to evade and advance. He could only brace himself. Pain summoned a slender black rod into his hand, its tip sharp and menacing. This was a power granted to him by the outer path, enabling him to summon such a weapon at will, sturdy, durable, and capable of channeling chakra. Should he pierce Neji with it, even if he resisted, the battle would conclude. With the black rod firmly gripped, Pain prepared to strike. However, Neji, wielding hundreds of black tendrils, approached Pain without recklessness. Instead, he maneuvered the tendrils to ensnare the black rod. Swish! The tendrils coiled around the rod, disarming Pain. Yet, Neji was not finished. He commanded the tendrils to activate their acupuncture abilities. In an instant, every chakra point on Pain's body was struck. Without hesitation, Neji advanced and delivered a powerful punch to Pain's chest, sending him hurtling away. As Pain tumbled through the air, eventually landing on the ground, Neji smiled, declaring, "Leader, it seems I have emerged victorious." This outcome shocked all members of the Akatsuki. Even those aware of Pain's 6 bodies understood that the Deva path was the strongest among them. To witness such a formidable Pain being bested by Neji was nothing short of legendary. However, at that moment, Pain slowly rose, brushing off his clothing and signaling to Konan that he was unharmed. He then addressed Neji, stating, "Hyuga Neji, you possess considerable strength. But do you truly believe you have one?" Neji paused, realizing that Pain was merely a corpse, controlled by the powers of the Rinnegan. Since he was a corpse, it was implausible for him to lose mobility simply because his chakra points were sealed. However, upon observing the one increase in his Byakugan evolution progress on the personal panel, Neji's competitive spirit waned. He had attained what he sought. Further combat would yield little additional progress. In a moment, his motivation dissipated entirely, such as the disheartening nature of diligent systems. Before achieving the Byakugan evolution progress, Neji had resolved to fight until the last second, determined to defeat Pain. Yet now, with the progress achieved, he thought, well, perhaps surrendering would suffice? Thus, under the increasingly fervent gaze of Pain, Neji dispelled his sage mode and said, "Esteemed leader, I concede. The duration of sage mode has elapsed, and my strategies prove ineffective against you. You are truly remarkable. Under your leadership, the Akatsuki is bound to achieve greatness." Chapter 104. A bountiful harvest, as the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. And with Neji's display of humility and reasonable justifications, even the beleaguered Pain of the 6 paths found himself compelled to acquiesce for the sake of his leader's prestige. The die had been cast, and observing the diminishing awe in the eyes of his subordinates, Nagato, who controlled Pain, furrowed his brow in discomfort. When a deity exhibits weakness, it ceases to be divine. Fortunately, Nagato had foreseen this scenario. He proclaimed, "Neji Hyuga, today you shall contend solely with Pain, but should such circumstances arise again, the 6 paths of Pain will unite against you. Only then will the wrath of the divine instill fear in all." Upon uttering these words, Pain and Konan departed, reinstating the reverence for their leader, Zero Burial, within the Akatsuki. Indeed, with just one Pain, such formidable strength was displayed. What would it be like if all 6 paths were assembled? Truly, the leader is the sole deity. However, the others could not help but cast glances at Neji, whose performance today was nothing short of remarkable. Subsequently, Sasori and Deidara took their leave, followed by Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki. Haiden attempted to exit, yet was restrained by Kakuzu, who was eager for Neji's bounty. Zetsu and the masked man Obito approached, the latter expressing astonishment and admiration. "Little senior, I never imagined that beneath your seemingly delicate exterior lies such formidable strength. You even managed to temporarily subdue such a powerful leader." As these words were spoken, Obito's wariness towards Neji deepened. Such exceptional prowess could not simply be for the sake of satisfying a thirst for battle. There must be a far more profound scheme at play. "Just like me." Neji casually glanced at the masked man, disregarding his seemingly flattering remarks, and directly queried, "Obito, do you require something from me? Or do you wish to engage me in combat?" The Akatsuki, not counting himself, comprised 10 members, 6 of whom he had already encountered in battle. Leaving for yet to cross swords, Zetsu, Itachi Uchiha, Kakuzu, and Obito. Zetsu was out of the question, as he appeared to have an interest in Neji, suggesting a potential opportunity for combat. Yet Itachi would unequivocally not engage Neji, for each of his strikes exacted a toll on his lifespan. In the dwindling days he had left, Itachi intended to reserve his strength for his brother, Sasuke Uchiha. Such profound brotherly affection left Itachi devoid of any desire to confront Neji. Indeed, Neji suspected that even if he provoked Itachi with taunts, the latter would remain unfazed. As for Kakuzu, the arrangement was straightforward. One merely needed to procure funds to secure the battles. Thus, it appeared that only the masked man, Obito, remained unscathed by Neji's ploys. That simply could not be allowed. Although Neji perceived Obito's abilities as potentially more troublesome than contending with Pain, he was nonetheless willing to make an attempt. For the sake of advancing the progression of his Byakugan, such an endeavor was not in vain. Yet, Obito had no intention of engaging Neji in battle. His greatest secret, aside from his identity, lay in his abilities. The Kamui technique, accompanied by its phasing capability, while known to enemies, offered limited countermeasures and undeniably increased the likelihood of failure. Before the plan commenced, Obito intended to interact with others solely in the guise of Obito, steadfastly concealing any other powers he possessed. However, In the guise of Obito, how could he possibly contend with Neji? Obito was no masochist, thus he outright declined, exclaiming, "What? Little senior, you are so formidable and yet wish to pummel me? How wicked! Humph! I shan't play with you any longer. I am leaving." The masked man, Obito, hastily fled, leaving the remaining members dumbfounded. Neji turned his gaze to Zetsu, whose battle intent momentarily startled him, prompting Black Zetsu to hastily declare, "Neji, I lack combat capabilities." "You wouldn't want to bully me, would you? No combat capabilities? Spare me the deception." Neji thought, unconvinced, for both Black and White Zetsu possessed formidable abilities. Yet, by making such a claim, it would expose Neji's peculiar circumstances, so he merely glanced at Zetsu before addressing Kakuzu. "Kakuzu, will you wait here for me? Or shall we head to the Hidden Rain Village to collect the funds?" "Of course, I will accompany you," Kakuzu replied without hesitation, effortlessly hoisting the incapacitated Hyden onto his shoulder, positioning himself beside Neji. "I can hardly wait to acquire your payment." Earlier, Kakuzu had contemplated robbing Neji, considering the lucrative sum of 100,000 for a single battle. The ease with which Neji agreed indicated that he possessed considerable wealth. The prospect of such a substantial sum led Kakuzu's moral compass to waver. Instead of adhering to business ethics, a grand heist seemed far more appealing. However, upon reflection, he resolved to uphold his principles. Payment for services rendered was the rule Kakuzu had established for himself. Without such a guideline, he felt that life would hold no meaning. Now, Kakuzu thought, "Thank goodness I didn't abandon that idea. Such a powerful Neji Hyuga, if I had attempted to rob him, I would likely have lost my life." Perhaps this was the virtue of good deeds being rewarded. Kakuzu mused. The trio returned to the inn in the Hidden Rain Village, where Neji provided Kakuzu with the payment for their first encounter. "Let us commence." Kakuzu expressed mild dissatisfaction, but recalling Neji's prowess, he shifted to a persuasive tone. "Have you truly considered purchasing 10 battles at once? There would be a discount." Neji remained speechless. Not everyone shared Kakuzu's fixation on money. "Let us proceed one battle at a time." After settling the payment, Kakuzu readily agreed to engage Neji in combat. In this battle, Kakuzu unleashed the full extent of his ninjutsu. 5 hearts working in unison, each channeling a different chakra nature, Kakuzu was indeed a master of grand displays. Were it not for the original narrative's emphasis on Naruto's new wind release, Raisen Shuriken's potency, Kakuzu would not have so readily met his demise. Nevertheless, Neji emerged victorious in this encounter. Kakuzu's ninjutsu was formidable, yet Neji's heavenly spin proved even more potent, coupled with the immense power of his gentle fist. Enhanced by a 71% advancement in his Byakugan, Neji shattered one of Kakuzu's hearts, prompting Kakuzu to concede, "If this continues, you shall surely slay me. It seems earning that 100,000 is no easy feat. Let it be. I shall forego the remaining payments." Kakuzu and Hyden took their leave, leaving Neji and Zetsu behind. Watching Kakuzu's retreating figure, Neji smiled, for his objective had been achieved. The progression of his Byakugan now stood at 72%. Furthermore, Kakuzu's reaction had been anticipated. After revealing his immense strength, even if the other party might be swayed by temptation or provocation, the choice to engage in battle would undoubtedly be approached with more caution. Chapter 105. 3 years later, the situation has remained unchanged for many, including Deidara, Sasori, Kisame, and Hyden. Of course, Hyden might have a short memory, considering he has devoted his mind to the Dark God. It is predictable that the pace of Neji's evolution towards the Byakugan will significantly slow down after this point. He will not experience the same exponential growth as today, when he gained a remarkable 7% in one go. Nevertheless, it matters little. The Akatsuki organization remains an exceptional place for attendance, and Neji has already designated the Hidden Rain Village as his new signing location. As the most popular and powerful villain organization, the Akatsuki is renowned for its heavenly group reputation. Signing in such a place fills Neji with anticipation for the consecutive rewards that await him, especially since he has extended the signing duration to the maximum of 3 years. What kind of rewards will he receive after 3 years of continuous signing with the Akatsuki? This is precisely what Neji looks forward to. Furthermore, spending 3 years training here will not be a tedious endeavor. Neji has already earmarked Pain and Conan as individuals to cultivate alliances with. Both are genuine talents and should not meet the same tragic fates as in the original story. If Neji can alter their ideologies within these 3 years, they may escape their predestined paths and serve his purposes. Neji eagerly anticipates that eventuality. At this moment, As Neji listens to the incessant chatter of Black Zetsu and White Zetsu, he suddenly states, "Help me investigate the specific circumstances of the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Grass Village. If you can accomplish this, I shall temporarily cease my vigilance against you." The plan for capturing tailed beasts 3 years hence demands that members take responsibility for gathering intelligence on the beasts they intend to capture. This necessitates departing from a fixed residence to collect information. Neji, committed to continuous signing, is destined to become a recluse for 3 years. However, information gathering cannot be neglected. Thus, he plans to utilize Zetsu for this purpose, despite not fully grasping their motives for approaching him. He has his own strategies, sugar-coated to lure them in, while ready to counter any potential threats. Aware of Black Zetsu and White Zetsu's true nature, Neji cannot be deceived by them, which is why he has made this decision. Black Zetsu, upon hearing this, is elated and quickly encourages White Zetsu to agree, believing it will facilitate a closer relationship with Neji. To execute the Moon Eye plan and ultimately become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, it is imperative to foster a bond with Neji. As for the other critical condition, gaining Neji's endorsement of the Moon Eye plan, Black Zetsu has his own schemes in mind. He is aware that Neji has a girlfriend in the Hidden Leaf Village and another girl of significance there as well. When Neji eventually departs from the Hidden Rain Village, a chance encounter, a moment of bloodshed, will allow Black Zetsu to instill despair in Neji, leading him to accept the Moon Eye plan. As long as Neji leaves the Hidden Rain Village within the next 3 years. Alright, White Zetsu agreed, and Black Zetsu felt a surge of confidence. Neji also smiled, creating a harmonious atmosphere. 3 years later, a striking young man adorned in a black robe with red patterns stands atop a rocky outcrop outside the Hidden Rain Village. His handsome visage radiates a charm that seems to embody every adjective synonymous with beauty. Standing at 6 feet tall, he exudes an aura of grace and strength, further enhancing his allure. At this moment, the young man closes his eyes, seemingly in meditation. Sensing movement in the distance, he slowly opens his eyes, revealing luminous white orbs that flicker with a hint of blue light. As he opens his eyes, a leaf from a pitcher plant materializes in front of him, unfurling to reveal a figure of yin-yang. Upon seeing the young man, the yin-yang figure momentarily reflects nostalgia before hastily inquiring, "Neji, we have confirmed the information regarding the Eight Tails. Should we mobilize now?" "Let us not rush," Neji replies. "We must first report to the leader." This young man is none other than Hyuga Neji, 3 years later. His appearance closely resembling that from the original story, exceedingly handsome, yet devoid of a forehead protector and draped in a striking black and red cloud robe. However, over these 3 years, Black Zetsu never anticipated that Neji would manage to remain in the Hidden Rain Village without leaving. It is truly remarkable. "Do you have any idea how I have spent these 3 years? Neji muses. By refraining from leaving the village, Black Zetsu has been deterred from orchestrating any tragedies, as witnessing the results firsthand proves most effective. The waste of those 2 individuals left no better alternatives. As for the relationship between Neji and Black Zetsu, it has certainly grown more intimate. Besides Black Zetsu's deliberate efforts to build rapport, he has also sensed that Neji's aura increasingly resembles that of his mother, a scent he finds appealing. I must ensure that Neji endorses the Moon Eye plan after this village excursion. Black Zetsu establishes his objective. Even though he is fond of Neji's essence, his mother takes precedence. For her liberation, Black Zetsu is willing to overlook everything else. Casting a sidelong glance at Zetsu, Neji retracts his gaze. Over the course of 3 years, he has come to understand Black Zetsu's intentions. "Frustrate you, and I shall remain here." Neji resolved 3 years ago to stay in the Hidden Rain Village, signing in and training simultaneously. Thus, these 3 years have undoubtedly exasperated Black Zetsu. Yet, this is precisely the outcome Neji relishes. However, the time has come to leave the village. After 3 years, he has acquired sufficient strength to avenge Hiashi Hyuga. As he approaches the Hidden Rain Village, Neji opens his personal interface. Name, Hyuga Neji, age, 17, bloodline ability, Byakugan, progress 90, Tensigan. Sage mode, intermediate, in development, skills, cage bird, break, Byakugan, pressure, sage mode, Byakugan, illusion, signing location, Akatsuki headquarters, Hidden Rain Village. Remaining signing days after 3 years, 1 day, by signing in today, his 3-year attendance will conclude. He never anticipated time would pass so swiftly. Over the course of 3 years, Neji has advanced the Byakugan's evolution to 90%, averaging a mere 6% per year, a rather slow pace. However, this is Neji's limit. He has exerted every effort. The infrequency of the Akatsuki members gathering throughout the year, combined with the fact that he had already defeated nearly all of them, resulted in their reluctance to engage with him. Ultimately, Neji had to fight two at a time to continue battling Akatsuki members and gain progress in the Byakugan's evolution. In summary, Neji has worked diligently throughout this process. A 90% evolution in the Byakugan does not significantly enhance his gentle fist technique, but it greatly augments Neji's overall prowess. Chapter 106, The Bloodline Web, the shared slaughter of Ashen Bones. What, then, constitutes the magnitude of his enhancement? Presently, without activating his Byakugan or Sage mode, Neji possesses the ultimate strength at the level of a Kage, nearing the realm of a Super Kage. Upon activating his Byakugan, he unequivocally ascends to the status of a Super Kage. Should he further embrace Sage mode, he would then embody the pinnacle among Super Kages, approaching the prime of Hashirama Senju. Yet, it is essential to acknowledge that he still pales in comparison to Hashirama. The extent of destruction Neji can currently unleash does not parallel that of Hashirama, as his reversal technique has yet to extend beyond a 100-meter diameter. While it may be argued that the enhancement to his gentle fist is not substantial, this assertion is not entirely absolute. The impact on his air palm remains negligible, and the boost to the power of his gentle fist is merely slight. However, regarding the full-body chakra release of his reversal, the augmentation is indeed considerable. The radius has expanded from a little over 10 meters to more than 20, and with the benefits of Sage mode, it swells to nearly 50 meters. Viewed holistically, does this not suggest a diameter approaching 100 meters? Of course, it has yet to fully reach that mark. Although a diameter of 100 meters surpasses that of large summoning beasts by several degrees, when juxtaposed with the several hundred meters of the Sage art, True Thousand's hands, it falls short. Thus, the god of ninja remains the god of ninja. Neji reflects with a sense of nostalgia. Nevertheless, he is determined that one day he shall catch up and even surpass the god of ninja. That day, he believes, shall not be far off, particularly once he truly acquires the Rinnegan. Over the course of 3 years, Neji has augmented his strength not only due to the accelerated evolution of his Byakugan, but also through diligent training. Firstly, his chakra reserves have expanded significantly, now several times greater than before. Neji can now confidently proclaim himself as possessing chakra ton. He has yet to learn any ninjutsu, as they prove of little utility to him. A simple 8 trigrams air palm suffices far more efficiently. In terms of genjutsu, he has mastered the various levels of chakra supply generated by the Byakugan's genjutsu, encompassing 5 distinct tiers, which he will elaborate on further when the time arises. As for taijutsu, it requires no further elaboration. Neji has also specialized in sealing techniques, where he has reaped significant rewards. He has mastered techniques such as the 8 trigram seal and the 4-symbol seal. When he provided a scroll to Conan, he retained a copy for himself. However, he has not mastered the unique adamant sealing of the Uzumaki clan, as it necessitates the bloodline of the Uzumaki. In summary, Neji has now emerged as a master of sealing techniques, certainly on par with Danzo. This is the fruit of Neji's relentless efforts over the past 3 years. Although his progress in enhancing the evolution of his Byakugan has been swifter, his achievements are commendable nonetheless. At this moment, when Neji and Zetsu encounter Pain of the 6 paths, Pain is deep in contemplation. During these 3 years, Neji has spent time together with him, subtly instilling his ideals, which has yielded significant results. At the very least, Nagato now comprehends Neji's true philosophy and recognizes that Neji also aspires for world peace. Of course, Neji has conveyed to Nagato, "Leader, your ideology is also a viable approach, and I will assist you in its implementation." The 8 Tails is now a target Neji must capture. With his enhanced abilities, hesitating to seize a tailed beast would be utterly beneath him, even if the tailed beast he seeks to capture is the 8 Tails, a creature second only to the 9 Tails in might. Consider how Uchiha Madara and Hashirama Senju treated the 9 Tails, one utilizing it as a mere tool, while the other effortlessly ensnared it with the colossal hand of True Thousand's hands, exclaiming, "9 Tails, you are too powerful. You must be sealed." This illustrates how, in the eyes of such formidable beings, tailed beasts are not regarded as formidable adversaries. Although Neji has yet to reach the levels of Uchiha Madara and Hashirama Senju, he is approaching that threshold. Thus, he faces even the perfect Jinchuriki of the 8 Tails and Killer Bee without an ounce of trepidation or self-doubt. He is no longer the same individual he was 3 years ago. Nagato finds solace in Neji's words. While he perceives Neji's aspirations as more daunting, he does not dismiss them. After all, Neji's heart still leans toward him. Neji, just watch. I shall realize my objectives. At this moment, upon hearing Neji and Black Zetsu's report, Pain glances at Neji and speaks slowly. Since you are prepared, let us commence. Others have already begun their actions. I hope you shall not be the slowest. Neji gently shakes his head. How could that be? Leader, you have yet to mobilize, have you not? Very well, leader. We shall depart now. Subsequently, Neji and White Zetsu exit the tower of the Hidden Rain Village. Outside the tower, Neji gazes at the rain-soaked scenery while conducting today's sign-in. Signing in, please wait. Sign-in complete. Rewards accumulated. According to system detection, rewards accumulated over 3 years are now being distributed. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward. Byakugan evolution progress increased by 5. Sage body upgraded to advanced level. Bloodline web shared slaughter of ashen bones. In that instant, Neji felt a gentle warmth coursing through his body, accompanied by a slight itch in his bones. Neji, shall we set forth now? White Zetsu inquired, gesturing from Black Zetsu. However, Neji paid him no heed, stating, I just remembered there is something I have yet to retrieve. Please wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly. With that, Neji dashed towards the inn, leaving White Zetsu and Black Zetsu waiting. Upon returning to the inn, Neji first expelled the spores implanted by White Zetsu from his body, then perused the rewards accumulated over 3 years while feeling the changes within himself. His emotions surged with excitement. First and foremost, the 5 enhancement in Byakugan evolution significantly reduced the time required for him to attain the Rinnegan. Next, the upgrade of his Sage body to advanced level represents a tremendous enhancement. With an advanced Sage body, Neji's Sage mode will manifest greater potency, endure for extended durations, and be activated or deactivated at will. The range of his Sage art reversal will undoubtedly exceed a diameter of 100 meters. Furthermore, his chakra will see a substantial increase, as will his physical constitution, and his recovery abilities should have similarly improved. It was unexpected that the elevation of his Sage body level, which had remained stagnant, would be achieved through sign-in rewards. Lastly, the most astonishing reward bestowed upon Neji is the Bloodline Web, shared slaughter of ashen bones. The Bloodline Web is a power possessed by Kaguya Otsutsuki after consuming the chakra fruit, surpassing even the 6 paths abilities, representing the utmost power within the Naruto universe. With the Bloodline Web, one transcends human limitations, becoming an immortal deity. Kaguya Otsutsuki exemplifies this, as she can only be defeated and sealed, yet cannot be slain. The Sage of 6 Paths, possessing aspects of the Bloodline Web, may perish in body, yet his spirit endures eternally in the world. This attests to the extraordinary prowess of the Bloodline Web. But now, to acquire the Bloodline Web through merely 3 years of sign-in, Neji is left utterly astonished. Does this mean I will become invincible? As he contemplates this, upon further inspection, Neji realizes he has indeed overestimated the reward. What he has obtained is not the complete Bloodline Web, but rather a minuscule fragment, limited to the ability of shared slaughter of ashen bones. Even this ability demands a tremendous amount of chakra. To conjure just one shard would deplete all of Neji's chakra reserves. It is crucial to remember that he is now endowed with Chakraton. Though slightly disheartened, Neji quickly regains his determination. After all, this is shared slaughter of ashen bones. This technique alters the composition of bones, transforming them into formidable weaponry, projecting sharp bones from his palm. Those struck by these bones will find their bodies gradually disintegrating into ashes within mere seconds, rendering even yin-yang release healing techniques futile. This is a technique of absolute lethality. It completely fills the gap in Neji's arsenal of finishing moves. After this round of sign-in rewards, Neji's true strength has ascended to the level of a super shadow. Furthermore, upon entering Sage mode, he has reached the same realm as Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. That is the realm of the god of ninjas. Chapter 107, The Annihilation of the Grass Ninja Village, Part 1. After receiving the sign-in rewards, Neji reunited with Kuro. Upon seeing Neji, Kuro's eyes widened in astonishment. The aura emanating from him has intensified. In such a brief moment, what on earth has transpired with Neji? Kuro regretted not following Neji earlier, as he had missed a crucial event. However, he could not directly inquire, lest it arouse Neji's suspicion. He discreetly asked Shiro, who informed him that Neji had discovered and eliminated the spores. Kuro frowned. Yet, Neji did not grant him a moment to ponder, declaring, "Let us set off." With that, he disregarded Kuro and strode towards the outskirts of the Rain Village. Kuro had no choice but to have Shiro follow him. However, Neji's trajectory diverged from their intended path. Their destination was the hidden cloud village in the land of lightning, requiring them to traverse from the land of rain to the land of fire, then northwest to the land of soup, subsequently passing through the land of sound to reach their goal. Yet, Neji seemed intent on heading towards the neighboring land of grass, instead of making for the land of fire. Neji, this route is incorrect. Neji did not acknowledge Kuro's dismay, stating, I have no desire to pass through the land of fire. I intend to take an alternate route. We will enter the land of grass from the land of rain, then traverse the land of waterfall, the land of iron, the land of sound, the land of soup, and finally reach the land of lightning. Not going to the land of fire? Kuro was taken aback, thinking, this cannot be. If Neji avoids the land of fire, my plans will be exceedingly difficult to execute. He had meticulously prepared to instill disappointment in Neji regarding this world, thereby fostering trust in the Moon Eye plan. However, the two individuals closely linked to Neji were not easily dealt with. The first was the daughter of the weapon shop owner and Konohagakure, Tintin. After Neji left the village, she had diligently trained, dedicating herself to the development of powerful weapons, which rendered her less active on missions. Of course, this was largely due to her financial independence, allowing her to remain in the village. If Tintin continued to reside in Konoha, Kuro would find himself at a loss for how to proceed. The second individual was Uzumaki Karen. As one of the disciples of the Hokage, she would not stray far from the village, especially as she was one of the last known descendants of the Uzumaki clan aside from Naruto. Over the past 3 years, Shiro had gathered intelligence indicating that Karen had become a disciple of the fifth Hokage, Tsunade. Her abilities were formidable. She excelled in potent sealing techniques and medical ninjutsu, as well as possessing impressive physical strength. To arrange matters concerning these two would require a significant figure of shadow-level strength, a task that would demand considerable resources from Kuro. Kuro had painstakingly orchestrated this over the past 3 years. Yet now, with Neji declaring his intention to avoid the land of fire, Kuro found it impossible to acquiesce to this unexpected change. Just as he prepared to voice his objections, Neji suddenly turned, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that rendered Kuro silent. This is my decision. Should you refuse to comply, you may leave. Having exhausted Kuro's usefulness, Neji's demeanor was far from cordial. With that, he released the pressure of his Byakugan and continued towards the land of grass. Internally, Kuro was engulfed in tumultuous thoughts. This is my mother's ability. Hyuga Neji is indeed profoundly connected to her. He may very well be another contingency prepared by her. Had it not been for the system, Kuro's conjecture might have materialized into reality. This was his immediate reaction upon witnessing the Byakugan's pressure. Had he observed the Kagaya's bone dance, his emotions might have surged even further. In an instant, Kuro relinquished his plans for Neji, acknowledging that there would be ample time in the future. This one opportunity was inconsequential. Hyuga Neji, I shall ensure you resurrect my mother. Unbeknownst to Kuro, this would be his final chance to influence Neji. In the days to come, he would find no further opportunities. The two moved swiftly, and within a short span, they exited the land of rain and entered the land of grass. Upon entering, Neji's intentions became clear as he directed his focus towards the grass ninja village. Kuro began to comprehend Neji's motives. Neji, do you harbor intentions towards the grass ninja village? Neji showed no signs of hesitation, nodding affirmatively. Indeed, I wish to see the grass ninja village utterly obliterated. Such a nefarious village should not persist in this world. Kuro's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had surmised correctly. Neji was indeed fixated on avenging the suffering endured by Uzumaki Karen, seeking retribution for her past tribulations. Kuro's deductions were accurate. Although Neji's strength had previously been sufficient, it paled in comparison to his current might. Furthermore, with other pressing matters at hand, he would not squander time on trivialities. However, Neji's enhanced abilities rendered the annihilation of the grass ninja village a mere formality, conveniently aligned with their path. The grass ninja village remained oblivious to the impending catastrophe that their past atrocities had summoned. Even if they were aware, they would likely remain steadfast in their cruel ways. The Uzumaki clan, from the perspective of every village, appeared as a prime target, an easily exploitable asset. The grass ninja village would not shy away from seizing such an opportunity. Shortly thereafter, Neji arrived at the outskirts of the grass ninja village, observing the cluster of approximately 100 households. He noted the absence of imposing walls akin to those surrounding Konoha. The grass ninja village truly resembled a village. Its modest size, spanning merely a few kilometers, paled in comparison to Konoha. However, this was advantageous, facilitating Neji's intent to eradicate it all. Before taking action, Neji activated his Byakugan, surveying the entire village. He sought to ascertain whether any innocent civilians resided within. While the ninjas of the Grass Ninja Village deserved their fate, the civilians were blameless. Among the several hundred households, more than half were civilian, yet there were still hundreds of ninjas present. The Grass Ninja Village was not as insignificant as it appeared. Turning to Kuro, Neji inquired, "Can Shiro relocate all civilians outside the village? If so, proceed swiftly. If not, you may leave." Kuro could not possibly depart. He needed to observe Neji's current prowess. Thus, he directed Shiro to assist Neji. Shiro dispatched hundreds of clones underground, deftly incapacitating the villagers without alerting anyone, collectively relocating them outside the village in under 15 minutes. "Well done," Neji casually commended. This praise invigorated Kuro, akin to receiving accolades from his mother. "Wait, why am I exhilarated? This person is not my mother." Chapter 108, The Annihilation of the Grass Ninja Village, Part 2. Neji was far too occupied to entertain Black Zetsu's thoughts. He gazed upon the Grass Ninja Village and instantly entered Sage mode. With the advanced Sage body, Neji possessed the capability to transition into Sage mode with the same swiftness as Hashirama Senju. He then stepped into the village. Was it necessary to exert nearly all of his strength against such a trivial target as the Grass Ninja Village? Absolutely. Even when hunting a mere rabbit, one must use their full might. Neji was no exception. He would not afford the village a single opportunity for a comeback. At that moment, it was daylight. And as soon as Neji entered the village, he was spotted by the ninja of the Grass Village. "Who are you? Why have you come to our village?" Without raising a hand, Neji unleashed a powerful technique, enhancing his hair with monstrous strength, and struck that ninja with a devastating blow. Unsurprisingly, the foe was killed instantly by the hair tendril's impact. Neji had no desire to soil his hands for such adversaries. Enemy attack. The Grass Village ninjas surged toward Neji from all directions. Regardless of who approached, silence accompanied their lethal intent, marking them as foes rather than friends. Thus, there was no need for words. It was best to eliminate them first. Bang, bang, bang. However, beneath the overwhelming disparity in strength, mere numbers proved utterly futile. As Neji advanced, the hair tendrils trailing behind him were drenched in blood, and the ground lay strewn with the corpses of the Grass Village ninjas. At last, the ninjas recognized the horror of their predicament. "In the red-robed black cloak, you are from the Akatsuki? What do you intend to do?" The leader of the Grass Village gazed upon the scene, resembling a tragedy of epic proportions, and cried out in despair. Yet Neji had no intention of engaging in dialogue. He raised his hand and unleashed a solid Sage technique, Air Palm. The leader, possessing only the strength of an elite J-nin, stood no chance of evading it. After all, Neji's current power was undeniably at the pinnacle of the Super Shadow level. With a resounding boom, the Grass Village leader was obliterated, his body shattered. And the will to resist crumbled among the remaining ninjas. They scattered in a frenzied attempt to escape this terrifying place. But how could Neji allow their flight? He employed the body flicker technique, dispatching each fleeing Grass Village ninja with precision. This relentless pursuit persisted for a good 10 minutes before concluding. After slaying the last of the Grass Village ninjas, Neji severed his bloodied hair and made his way to the heart of the village. There stood a building, constructed in imitation of other ninja villages. They once harbored hopes of becoming a great ninja village like Konoha. Yet now, that opportunity had vanished. Standing still, Neji inhaled deeply and invoked the Sage technique, Heavenly Palms. A massive sphere of chakra, approximately 200 meters in diameter, materialized before him. With the advancement of his Sage body, Neji's strength had surged, and so too had the scale of his techniques. The colossal chakra sphere crushed everything in its vicinity, forcefully pushing debris outward. The emblematic structures of the Grass Village were reduced to rubble, their remnants toppling surrounding edifices. Although the technique's radius was limited to 200 meters, the devastation it wrought extended for several kilometers. This was the extent of Neji's current might. Witnessing the immense devastation wrought by the heavenly sphere, Black Zetsu found himself momentarily speechless. Despite having formulated substantial predictions regarding Neji's capabilities, he had not anticipated that Neji could ascend to the level of Uchiha Madara and Hashirama Senju. Without the intervention of Indra and Ashura's reincarnated chakra, Neji had attained such extraordinary prowess within a mere 3 years. Had Black Zetsu not been aware of his mother's survival, he might have questioned whether Neji was the reincarnation of her chakra. It was simply absurd. Simultaneously, Black Zetsu recognized that manipulating Neji would prove exceptionally challenging. In the past, When he had controlled Uchiha Madara, he had altered the inscriptions left by the Uchiha clan to achieve his aims. But now, how would he exert control over Neji? Through those two young women? Black Zetsu suddenly realized he had been overly presumptuous. Yet regardless of the circumstances, manipulation remained imperative. In the days to come, he must succeed in controlling Hyuga Neji. With a thud, Neji landed on the ground, surveying the chaos he had wrought, nodding in satisfaction. Within a radius of 100 meters, the earth had formed a vast, hemispherical crater, its surface impeccably smooth, a testament to the heavenly palm's creation. Beyond that radius, the surrounding area lay in disarray, resembling the aftermath of a tempest. However, the debris concealed the bodies and the stench of blood from the Grass Village ninjas. It was done. It was time to depart. Neji exited the ruins of the Grass Village and rejoined Black Zetsu and White Zetsu, setting off towards the land of waterfalls. Meanwhile, the villagers of the Grass Village, awakened by the thunderous noise, gazed in shock at their once thriving home now reduced to ruins. But soon, elation washed over them as they realized their liberation had come. Having been oppressed for so long, the villagers understood that they had been set free. With the male ninjas gone, the women, particularly those of beauty, had been subjected to the whims of the village's male ninjas. Now, those demons lay dead, and at long last, they were free. The male villagers wept tears of joy, relieved that they would no longer witness their mothers, wives, sisters, and daughters being ravaged by the Grass Village ninjas. As for the enigmatic figures clad in black and red robes, the villagers harbored only boundless gratitude. Shortly after departing the Grass Village, Neji's ring of emptiness and the ring of the Black Absolute emanated warmth. Neji exchanged a glance with Black Zetsu, instantly grasping the reason behind the ring's signals. Someone had already captured a tailed beast. How swift the actions had been, Neji mused. Having only commenced the pursuit of tailed beasts days prior, and now, merely half a day into their journey, one had already been seized. Consequently, Neji and Black Zetsu sought a concealed location, responding to the ring's summons, and executed the body flicker technique. Upon closing his eyes, and when he reopened them, Neji found himself within the familiar cavern, the colossal outer path statue towering in place. The other members appeared as mere phantoms, including Neji himself. Only Kakuzu and Haiden were corporeal, and beside them lay a girl. Neji recognized her instantly. Fu, the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails from the Waterfall Village. Indeed, the Seven Tails was the first to be captured. After all, the Waterfall Village lacked the formidable strength of the larger ninja villages. Furthermore, Kakuzu had once been a member of the Waterfall Village, allowing the immortal duo, Haiden and Kakuzu, to infiltrate the village with relative ease. This significantly diminished the difficulty of capturing the Seven Tails. The nature of Fu was no longer of concern. What mattered was the sequence in which the Akatsuki captured the tailed beasts. Chapter 109, The Order of Sealing the Tailed Beasts in the original manga. The first Jinchuriki captured is none other than Gaara, the fifth Kazekage of Sunagakure. The emphasis on Gaara's capture is not only due to the fact that Shikaku, the one tail within him, is a formidable contender among the tailed beasts, but also because of the deep connection he shares with the protagonist, Naruto Uzumaki. Through Gaara, it is effortless to introduce Naruto after his 3 years of rigorous training. This battle to reclaim Gaara serves as the perfect stage to showcase Naruto's growth. Furthermore, it allows for a thorough exposition of the Akatsuki's plans, instilling a palpable sense of urgency in the readers. While the anime adaptation of Naruto may have its moments of languor, the manga itself is undeniable in its brilliance. However, it is worth noting that Gaara is not the first Jinchuriki to be captured. After Shikaku is absorbed by the Outer Path Golem, the Golem opens 3 eyes. Given that each tailed beast corresponds to 1 eye, it implies that 2 tailed beasts had already been successfully captured by the Akatsuki prior to the one tail. In a previous life, Neji had engaged in discussions with other Naruto aficionados about the identities of the Jinchuriki who fell before. Now, the answer has surfaced. The first tailed beast captured was the Seven Tails, with its Jinchuriki being F from Takigakure. As previously mentioned, while Takigakure possesses considerable strength, it is still a small village, making it challenging for them to safeguard their Jinchuriki as effectively as the larger villages. Additionally, Kakuzu, a former ninja of Takigakure, made the infiltration of the village appear alarmingly effortless alongside Haiden. The sealing of the Seven Tails proceeded without interruption, as no one intervened during the process. To prevent any unforeseen complications during the sealing, Kakuzu incapacitated all high-ranking ninjas within Takigakure. Despite being a former village, even Kakuzu refrained from annihilating every inhabitant. 3 days later, the sealing was completed, and F's lifeless body fell from the sky. Neji observed this scene with a twinge of unease. Perhaps F was a good person, but given the circumstances, he felt no inclination to speak further. If blame were to be assigned, it would be directed at this world. Nonetheless, he reassured himself that he would one day transform this world for the better. Leader, which tailed beast is next? Neji inquired of the phantom figure of pain as the others departed. The piercing gaze of the Rinnegan met his, exuding an undeniable aura of authority even without direct confrontation. Yet, for Neji, this imposing presence held no sway. He had surpassed Pain in strength. The 5 tails, Pain disclosed without reservation, indicating a profound trust in Neji. Understood, Neji nodded, acknowledging the information. The Jinchuriki of the 5 tails, known as Koku, was Han from Awagakure. Although a member of a major village, Han had a tumultuous relationship with the 3rd Tsuchikage, Noki, leading him to reside outside of Awagakure. The formidable duo of Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki, bolstered by their connections within the village, found it relatively uncomplicated to capture both the 5 tails and the 4 tails residing within Awagakure. Naturally, they could not capture them simultaneously, as sealing techniques only permit the sealing of one-tailed beast at a time. Thus, they opted for the slightly weaker Jinchuriki of the 5 tails, Han. This implies that after the 5 tails is sealed, Sasori and Deidara will venture to Sunagakure to apprehend Gaara, the one-tailed Jinchuriki. This marks the beginning of the Shippuden saga. Following the 1 tail, the next in line for capture is likely the 6 tails, which is under the purview of Pain and Conan, followed by the 3 tails, targeted by Deidara. Subsequently, the capture sequence continues with the 2 tails, 4 tails, 8 tails, and finally the 9 tails, excluding the 9 tails, which is reserved for last. The order of capturing the other tailed beasts is not absolute. It ultimately hinges on the speed of Neji and Kakuzu. Should Neji prove faster, the 8 tails may be sealed first. If Kakuzu is quicker, the 2 tails would take precedence. However, before the conclusion of the Hinge no Jutsu, Neji, observing Kakuzu and Haiden, who were both tangible entities, posed the question, "Are you in the land of waterfall? Why? Do you wish to challenge me?" Kakuzu's expression was conflicted. He desired Neji's bounty, yet feared being brutally overwhelmed. Neji waved dismissively, indicating he had no intention of engaging. Rest assured, this is indeed my sentiment. Given that Kakuzu was merely at the level of a regular Kage, Neji had already